Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. And winter is coming, and my blanket is single just like me. No warm hugs, no Netflix partner, just me rolling like a burrito in loneliness. I'm waiting for an angel to slide in my blanket. But please, dear angel, don't get lost and end up in someone else's blanket. Chapter 1. A guide to avoiding pitfalls that will blow your mind. 1. It is not a cool story, there is no system, and strength improvement depends on training and plot. 2. Single female lead. 3. According to the book, Smoker will not reach the top in 2 years like Luffy. 4. Multiple abilities are enabled in the second half, but not because of dark fruit. 5. Some secondary creations, such as the mandatory internship for Marines at 14 and enlistment at 16, the origin of the Smoker fruit, and the division of the 3 levels of gold, silver, and bronze. 6. In the 4 seas, fruits are rare. In paradise, haki is rare. In the new world, everything is available. East Blue, Shooken Island. Drink. Drink. The young smoker shook his fist at the reef. Every time he threw a punch, it embedded itself into the reef like a nail, bringing out a piece of rubble when it was pulled out. After a long time, the house-sized boulder turned into rubble on the ground. Smoker let out a long sigh, ended his morning training, sat down on the beach and gasped for breath. This year is the 1497th year of the Sea Circle calendar. Soon, Roger will arrive at Raftel and become the king of pirates. 1 year later, he will be sentenced in Logue Town, join the game, and set off a wave of the great pirates era. Countless people went to the sea, seeking the so-called freedom and dreams. But who would care how many villages and towns were destroyed and how many families were broken up during the process? A hint of worry flashed in Smoker's eyes. Because his appearance has not changed, but his core has long been changed to that of a working dog. A few years ago, I stayed up all night to work on a project. I just opened King of Pirates and was about to relax when my heart suddenly ached. When I woke up, I became a smoker for no apparent reason. Still in cub status. Time travel is ridiculous. But as a veteran tomato user, he accepted it very quickly. And I am very satisfied with my new identity. After all, it is a positive role. The biggest complaint is the performance, which started high and ended low, and then lost 3 times in a row, which is terrible. Smoker has tried everything. There is no old man, no green bottle, no system, no double door, no portable space on me. It is so clean that it makes people feel distressed. So, these years have been very anxious. Cheats are the lifeblood of time travelers. With the cheat, all the Logia mythical beasts are basic operations, and Conqueror's haki is just a standard feature. If you meet a generous Tongzi, even the multiverse can be arranged. And the time travelers who are not cheated are simply raised by a stepmother. Especially the smoker, who is not of a special race, does not have royal level strength, does not have a special physique, and does not have a prominent identity. He is simply not worth digging. The only bright spot is the Logia smoke fruit. It's too early to get dressed and I haven't eaten yet. The worst part is, the plot doesn't explain how to get the smoke fruit. Got it on Suikoden Island? Or is it something you get after becoming a marine? Smoker is like a donkey staring at a carrot, he can only stay at Suikoden Island and wait for the fruit. I didn't dare leave at all, for fear that I would miss the smoke fruit while going to the toilet. Suikoden Island is neither big nor small. On the east side is the town, where residents and merchants gather. The west side is a sparsely populated jungle. The original owner liked to come to the West Blue Coast to stare at the sea since he was a child. If you get smoke fruit on Suikoden Island, it is most likely here. So, Smoker comes here to wait for opportunities when he has nothing to do. As a time traveler, he understood the cruelty of the pirates' world very well, and he also knew that he was as fragile as a cookie in the eyes of the strong. He did not live a leisurely life like the original owner, but seized every opportunity to exercise, exercise, and exercise. After a few years, Smoke Fruit had no clue, but his body became much stronger. Although his face was young, his body was already a standard inverted triangle and his height had grown to 1.9 meters. But judging from his height, he already looks like a strong man. The only problem is that my appetite is starting to become as big as that of a monster. A meal that can dazzle ordinary people for a week. Smoger's parents were both businessmen, and left a considerable inheritance when they died. It was originally enough to provide me with food and clothing for the rest of my life. But in just 3 years, he had already spent all his money. There are no sea beasts or large fish near the settlement, so hunting and fishing are simply not enough to sustain the current horrific consumption. In desperation, Smoker had to go out and earn money to support himself. Fortunately, I have both the strength and the brain, so I never have to worry about having no work to do. Dock unloading, merchant ship bodyguard, part-time pirates hunter. Do whatever makes money quickly, make some money, and then go back to squatting. So, there are only 3 things left in Smoker's life. Eat, make money, practice. Busy and tight. Liver before crossing over, liver after crossing over. Then I traveled through time for nothing. In the world of pirates, the strong are respected and everything is based on strength. The 4 most mainstream powers are physical strength, fruit, haki, and technology. Not to mention physique. I have been working hard these years and the results are very encouraging. Although he is only in his early teens, he can fight against pirates with a bounty of millions with his own unique skills. It's a good starting point. Haki has to be learned sooner or later. But this is an advanced skill, and having someone to teach you and having no one to teach you are 2 completely different concepts. In the original story, from Cake Island to Onigashima, 9 supernovas showed haki. Guys like Kid and Luo are wild and can only take out their weapons to see whose is darker and harder. Luffy and Zoro have already updated their versions to the level of dominance, and the gap in strength is huge. Instead of practicing blindly now, it is better to concentrate on exercising. I will study systematically after joining Marine. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. As for technology. Is East Blue a place for technology? Mention technology here, and even dogs will shake their heads. The most technologically advanced one is the buggy bullet. So, after taking stock, if you want to quickly improve your strength, you have to rely on fruits. Not to mention Maramara fruit and smoke fruit, dogs won't eat them. For ordinary people, if they really have a chance to get the Logia fruit, even if it is the dung fruit, it would be a great honor to have a chance to get it. You can go forward and fight in the Grand Line or retreat and become a local emperor. There is a bright future to look forward to. Unfortunately, there are very few devil fruits in East Blue. Creek, who is known as the overlord of East Blue, has been in the business for most of his life, but his knowledge of devil fruit is only a legend. Smoker has been traveling through time for so many years, but he has never seen a wild fruit or even a person with special abilities. He couldn't help but sigh to the sky. Is it the butterfly effect, and did I miss smoke fruit? Or maybe smoke fruit wasn't originally on Shuaken Island. Forget it, let's just leave it to fate, and exercise your body first. After all, physical fitness is the foundation of everything. At worst, I can learn the 6 styles and then return to East Blue to be a small leader, a happy little warlord who deceives his superiors and subordinates. Suddenly, he saw 2 balls in the waves from afar. One purple and one white, rising and falling with the waves. Hey? What is that? What the hell? 2 devil fruits. 2 devil fruits were swept by the waves, one on the left and one on the right, one far and one near, drifting in different directions. The closer one is pure white with faint smoke patterns visible. It is the smoke fruit. Thank God! I didn't wait in vain. As for the other fruit, Smoker is a principled man. Once you find the love of your dreams, You must be loyal to her and never look at other women, no, fruits. Forget it, taking a look won't make you pregnant. Being engaged doesn't count as being married. Squinting and looking carefully, the fruit farther away is dark purple all over, like a pineapple. Smoker fell to his knees with a plop. Dark fruit. How the hell am I supposed to hit two Logia fruits at the same time? Grandpa, you have been working hard down there. Dad, Mom, see, our child has made it big. Chapter 2. The world of pirates is huge. Due to the scarcity of Logia fruit, the probability of encountering two Logia fruits is lower than being confessed to by Reba and Naja at the same time. But Smoker happened to meet. Smoker was a little dumbfounded as he watched the two fruits getting farther and farther apart. Forcing yourself to choose between the two? White moonlight and black stockings, how to choose? In the original plot, Smoker, unaware of the truth, chose the smoke fruit nearby. The other one can only watch it return to the sea. It's different now. Smoker knows dark fruit's background very well. This is a fruit that can compete with 3 admirals, how can it be compared to the smoke fruit? Soon, Smoker made his choice. Sorry, smoke fruit, we've been friends for a long time, but you deserve better. Then he dived into the sea and swam towards dark fruit. The training in the past few years was not in vain. Smoker swam in the sea like a shark. He quickly came to the dark fruit and scooped it up in his hand. Turn around and look at smoke fruit. At this distance, it seems that it is not impossible to kill 2 people. Just as he was about to move, the sky suddenly darkened, a strong wind blew up, and the sea began to boil. What's going on? Why are there suddenly such strong winds and waves? The sea conditions around Shoakan Island have always been good, and we haven't encountered such strong winds and waves in many years. Smoker swam desperately towards the smoke fruit. But the waves were too big and too fast, and he was like a leaf, being thrown up and down continuously. He tried several times but failed. Instead, he was exhausted and almost lost the dark fruit. Helplessly, Smoker could only swim back to the shore. He looked back, but the smoke fruit had floated far away and was almost out of sight. Smoker was very anxious. This is the Logia fruit. If you miss it, you may not encounter another one in this lifetime. Suddenly, an idea struck him and he picked up the dark fruit and took a bite. Immediately, the refreshing smell of shit filled my mouth. Ugh! Smoker almost vomited. Fortunately, I didn't forget the important thing. I quickly suppressed my nausea and stretched out my right hand in the direction of smoke fruit. Dark water. The so-called darkness is infinite gravity. A dark substance rose from Smoker's body, like thick black smoke or black flame. His right hand turned into an element, and a black hole appeared in the palm of his hand, emitting a tremendous gravitational force that seemed to be able to swallow up everything. P.S. Dark fruit can be transformed into elements. In the animation, when Blackbeard first appeared, darkness appeared on his hands. In the comics, the shape of Blackbeard's hands has obviously changed. The ability users can exert their abilities on seawater, such as Owen boiling seawater and Aokiji freezing the sea. Under the gravitational pull of dark fruit, the seawater turned into a huge water tornado and rushed into Smoker's palm. But the smoke fruit was too far away and still slowly drifted away. Damn it, come here. As if sensing Smoker's mood, the gravity in his palm surged and became more concentrated, extending into the distance. Finally, smoke fruit trembled slightly, began to change direction, and floated towards the coast. The closer it gets, the greater the gravitational force becomes, and it eventually flies up and lands steadily in Smoker's hands. Thief ha 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 ha, bah, ah ha 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 ha. Smoker laughed out loud. After several years of anxiety and agonizing waiting, they finally paid off. What is unpredictable? My fate is in my own hands. I, Smoker, have proved that a bootlicker may not be left with nothing, and may even get a double kill. Smoker raised his right hand. Power, future, destiny, all seem to be in your hands. Dark fruit, the most evil ability in history. As soon as he appeared, he showed his ability to grab Logia's body and strengthen silence. Although there are side effects, it is still very powerful. However, as the version updated, this ability became useless. Especially since Blackbeard himself has two-color haki, which makes his decades of forbearance become a joke. With Blackbeard's background, he should not hide his incompetence, but practice diligently, seek guidance from Whitebeard, and practice with a group of vice-emperors. He will eventually become an emperor. In fact, Smoker has always thought that dark fruit is weird. It is known as the most evil fruit, but I don't see how it is more evil than magma, thunder, flash, and freeze. When Blackbeard faced Ace, he took the damage and sucked the person over to beat him, purely taking advantage of the low fire damage. If this were Akainu and Magellan, believe it or not, they would be forced to drink a mouthful of liquid. Smoker was puzzled until he suddenly understood. The Logia that appear currently all represent specific elements. Smoke fruit represents smoke. Mara fruit represents fire. Sand fruit represents sand. Thunder fruit represents thunder. Frozen fruit represents ice. Sparkling fruit represents light. Lava fruit represents magma. Marsh fruit represents swamps. Gas fruit represents gas. Yuki, representative of snow fruit. Sensen fruit represents plants. Coal fruit represents coal. Water, I have no water. But what does dark fruit represent? A black hole? No. It represents the infinite gravity of a black hole, not the substance of black hole. To be honest, it's more like a super high-end version of the meatball fruit. One represents gravity and the other represents elastic force. However, the dark fruit can be transformed into elements, making it more powerful and flexible than the meatball fruit. In the comics, Blackbeard can still be hurt after transforming into an element, not that he cannot transform into an element. If this is true, Blackbeard's development of dark fruit is simply terrible. For 2 years, it has been either forced silence or universal pull. There are obviously many development directions. For example, the fleshy fruit can pop out damage and pain. Why can't dark fruit be sucked out? Is there a big difference between gravity and elastic force? For example, Blackbeard releases gravity in a single direction. Can we distort gravity like Fujitora distorts gravity? Anyway, now that the dark fruit is in my hands, I will definitely live up to the name of the worst. At this moment, Smoker was smiling happily, as if he had opened Mangeky's Uchiha. However, no matter how proud you are, you must not get carried away. After Blackbeard ate the dark fruit, he was beaten and called his father. And Smoker glanced at dark fruit. I was in a hurry just now, so I only ate 1 bite, and there is still a lot left. Smoker gritted his teeth and took another bite. This taste is really unbearable. However, he still resisted the nausea and forced himself to eat all the dark fruit. It's not because I like eating shit, but because I want to take a gamble. In Pirates King, many people have awakened their fruit. But CP9SKQ awakened in just 2 years, which is totally off the mark. If there's anything special about it, the only thing I can think of is that he ate all the devil fruit like Luffy did. So, Smoker guessed, the cleaner the fruit is eaten, the easier it is to awaken? Although there is no basis for this, it doesn't cost anything to try. What's wrong with the bad taste? Only by eating the best shit can you become the best. Soon, he put the several kilograms of dark fruit into it. From today on, Smoker, want to, stand at the top. Chapter 3. Smoker was very ambitious at this time. Smoker felt dizzy at this time. He was choking on the dark fruit and wanted to vomit. At this time, a pirate ship suddenly appeared in the distance. Looking at the logo, it is the recently infamous Black Fork Pirates group. A buck-toothed pirate was looking around. When he saw Smoker, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and rushed towards a drunken burly man, yelling, "Captain, Captain!" The burly man was at least 3 meters tall as the Admiral. He was originally guzzling wine, but when he heard the noise, he threw the wine bowl heavily over. "Ahole, what are you doing? You're ruining Laozi's drinking mood." The burly man is Captain Eugene of the Black Fork Pirates. He has a bounty of 3.4 million Baileys and is a thug who once massacred 3 towns in a week. Bucktooth Pirates shrank his neck. "Captain, there's a little devil on the shore, holding a strange fruit. It looks a bit like the devil fruit those people talked about." "What?" Eugene was shocked and snatched the telescope. Sure enough, there was a dazed white-haired boy on the shore, holding a white fruit in his arms. "Well, very intact, not bitten." Eugene sobered up instantly. "Devil fruit. It's really a devil fruit. It's exactly like they said. Ha 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 ha, Laozi's luck is here. Guys, sail at full speed and grab the devil fruit." When the pirates heard this, they all showed expressions of greed and ecstasy. It turns out that the devil fruit that can make people reach the top in one go is actually real. The pirates raised their weapons and cheered. "The secret treasure in the sea. With it, East Blue will belong to our Black Fork Pirates. East Blue is nothing. The captain is going to take us to the Grand Line." A few days ago, the Black Fork Pirates hijacked a merchant ship. This ship looks inconspicuous, but it has been to the Grand Line. Eugene obtained a lot of information through torture, and the one that interested him the most was devil fruit. "Just take one bite and you will gain incredible abilities. I didn't expect that just after I got the news, someone would come to my door today. Could it be that Laozi is the child of destiny? Laozi wants to become the king of pirates." "Wait, what is that?" The Black Fork Pirates rushed over with murderous intent, and even Smoker, who was blind, saw it. As a part-time pirate hunter, he has some understanding of the pirates around him. "Black Fork Pirates? Why are those guys here? Big fish, just in time to improve my life." Smoker looked at the smoke fruit in his hand, thought for a moment, took off his coat, wrapped it in it, dug a hole and buried it. After all, the person who comes has bad intentions. If you fail to keep an eye on someone during a friendly exchange and get bitten, you will have no place to cry. Soon the pirates' ship docked at the shore, and Eugene and his men came to Smoker in a grand manner. "Little devil, hand over the devil fruit. Of course, you can also say you have eaten it, and Laozi will cut open your stomach and verify it with his own eyes." Smoker looked nonchalant. "Reward, 3.4 million, Black Fork Eugene. The devil fruit is right here with me. If you want it, take it using the pirate's method." Eugene grinned, "Ah ha ha ha, what an interesting kid." After saying that, he rushed over like a bull and punched Smoker in the face. Fighting! Smoker didn't dodge or evade, but punched forward head-on. The two fists collided with each other, making a loud noise, and the shock wave blew away all the surrounding sand and rocks. The surrounding pirates began to act as an atmosphere group. "Ha ha ha ha, you idiot, how dare you fist bump with the captain?" Although the captain is called Black Fork, his pair of iron fists are also famous in East Blue. That's right, the bones are broken into pieces, you deserve it." But the next second they couldn't laugh anymore, and Smoker and Eugene retreated at the same time. Eugene's face was full of disbelief. Being on par with such a little brat? Are you kidding me? Smoker covered his fist and took a hissing breath. "Oh, I scared Laozi, it turns out he was just showing off. Because of the side effects of dark fruit, the pain that was previously negligible is now so obvious." Smoker shook his hands, slightly relieving the pain. "The pain is several times greater, it is indeed unbearable. However, it seems to be just more painful, the damage is the same. Smoker shouted angrily, come again, and rushed forward. You don't know what death is. Eugene snorted coldly and went forward. Both of them were competitive and fought like two wild beasts. For a while, smoke and dust billowed on the beach. I don't know how long it took. Smoker endured being kicked in the abdomen and punched Eugene, sending him flying. Eugene fell to the ground, rolled a few times, then stood up and wiped the blood from his eyes. Smoker held his stomach, veins popping out on his forehead, and stared at him intently. Hey, that's a nice look, little brat. Thank you for letting Lao Zi have so much fun, but it's time to end. He gestured behind him. The subordinate understood what he meant and brought over a 10-foot-long black steel fork. The sharp blade gleamed with cold light, and there were Madaram marks left by the frequent blood stains on it. Eugene swung the black fork, pointing it directly at Smoker. Lao Zi gives you two choices. Either you hand over the devil fruit obediently, or Lao Zi can take you in as a subordinate and take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Or, die here. Smoker's body was also covered with wounds, with blood running down his cheeks, but he had a scornful smile on his face. Black Fork Eugene, let me ask you a question. Ah. Why didn't you use your weapon just now? I was using you for training, what were you waiting for? The dark fruit changed the perception of pain, causing a huge change in the combat instincts and physical reactions that had been formed over a long period of time. Therefore, Smoker chose hand-to-hand combat in order to adapt to this change as quickly as possible. After all, it is very difficult to find a sparring partner who is neither too strong nor too weak. Eugene flushed immediately. What nonsense are you talking about, little brat? Since you don't want to drink the wine, then go to hell. After saying that, he raised the black fork and stabbed it hard into Smoker's chest. Suddenly, Smoker's palm turned pitch black and grabbed the steel fork. The steel fork stopped instantly and couldn't penetrate any further. Eugene's heart was shocked, and he tried to pull it out quickly, but the black fork seemed to have taken root, and no matter how hard he tried, it was of no use. Streams of dark, asphalt-like substance gushed out of Smoker's body. Thank you for practicing with me for so long. Since you like devil fruit so much, let me show you the power of devil fruit. Darkness covered Smoker's entire body, and he turned into a huge black cocoon. After a few seconds, the darkness faded, all of Smoker's injuries disappeared, and his strength returned to its peak. Apart from his tattered clothes and stains on his face, there was no sign that he had just been through a battle. Eugene was stunned. Damn it, what kind of power did you get? Smoker sneered, a fierce gleam in his eyes. Do I even need to introduce myself to you? Not good. Eugene felt his hair stand on end. He let go of the black fork, turned around and ran away. The opponent can fight with me until my health bar turns red without any ability. Now I'm back to full health, what the hell? Humph, pretty clever, but you can't run away. Dark water. A powerful suction force suddenly appeared. The black fork in Smoker's hand was instantly twisted into a knot and sank into the darkness. Eugene also flew back screaming like a kite and disappeared into the darkness. Pirates! After a few seconds, Smoker threw him out again. Eugene lay on the beach, his eyes wide open, his limbs and chest limp, his bones obviously broken. At this time, his body kept twitching, but he couldn't even scream. Smoker didn't continue, but stood in front of him, closed his eyes, and felt something silently. After a while, he opened his eyes again, raised his hand, and a white ball of light appeared on his palm. Is this my pain? Although Smoker has not reaped any fruit over the years, he likes to brainstorm when he has nothing to do, fantasizing about how to develop the fruit if he gets it. After a long time, I actually gained quite a bit of experience. For convenience, Smoker divides fruit abilities into basic abilities and derivative abilities. Basic abilities are abilities gained after eating the fruit. For example, if you eat the dog fruit, you will turn into a dog. Derivative capabilities require imagination and development. For example, Enel uses lightning to stimulate the heart, and Doflamingo uses thread to suture wounds. The same fruit has the same basic ability. However, the derived abilities will vary greatly depending on the person with the ability. It can be said that the basic ability determines the lower limit of the fruit ability, and the derived ability determines the upper limit of the fruit ability. But the development of derivative abilities requires not only diligence, but more importantly, insight, or imagination. Some abilities are not impossible to achieve, but simply have not been thought of. Of course, Smoker has an innate advantage in this regard. Which time traveler can have a small imagination? Smoker has deduced the basic abilities and derived abilities of various fruits. This naturally includes dark fruit. Dark fruit has only 3 basic abilities: infinite gravity, deprivation of ability, absorption of damage. That's right, users with dark fruit abilities cannot avoid damage, but can absorb it directly. It is very obvious in the comics that Blackbeard was injured and bleeding by Ace, but the wound disappeared after absorbing the flames. What Smoker just used is the first derivative ability. Pain absorbed. The white ball of light contains pain that is intensified several times. Since you are the one who caused the pain, you should bear it. If you can survive, we'll be even. Come on, feel the pain. Smoker pressed the white ball of light against Eugene's chest. Eugene was struck by lightning. His mouth opened wide, his eyes bulged, and his whole body trembled violently, but he couldn't make a sound. After a few seconds, his eyes rolled up and looking at the half-remaining ball of light, Smo couldn't help but frown. It's really useless. He turned and looked at the other minions. We are all companions on the same ship, so of course we should share the joy and do equally. The Black Fork pirates were so frightened that they forgot to run away. Now he finally reacted, dropped his weapon, and fled to the boat screaming. But Smoker had no intention of letting them go. To unarmed civilians, the small fry are just as dangerous as the 4 emperors. If it was a pirate like Kobe who did odd jobs, I wouldn't mind letting him go, but these vicious dogs who had eaten human flesh did not deserve any mercy. Smoker snorted coldly, and darkness spread like a wave. Dark Cave Road. Trees, reefs, pirates, ships. Everything that came close to the darkness was devoured. After a few breaths, there was no trace of the Black Fork pirates anymore. Chapter 4. Marine 161 Base, Original. Located in the East Blue town of Lelo. It is the marine branch closest to Sukotan Island. Even an ordinary merchant ship can travel back and forth between the 2 islands within a day. The tranquility and peace of Sukotan Island are inseparable from Base 161. At this time, Colonel Cole, commander of the 161st Base, was leading the Marines in training. Keep in formation, raise your guns, and shoot. Swing the sword with force, and put it away quickly. Retreat quickly if you succeed. When facing pirates, you must not only kill them with one strike, but also be prepared for their counterattack before they die. You are the Marines of Justice. Only with power can you better protect the ocean. The soldiers trained while drinking chicken soup, and the whole playground was bustling with activity. They knew that Base 161 was an absolute pillar of support, deterring the pirates in the area. However, the reality is not that optimistic. Compared with the huge jurisdiction, the military strength of Base 161 is still a bit stretched. Cole has always been troubled by this. However, the situation has improved in the past 2 years. A white-haired young man suddenly appeared and targeted nearby pirates and bandits, often coming here to exchange for bounties. At the beginning, he was just a small character with a value of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Later, he gradually became a criminal with a bounty of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Occasionally, even the heads of criminals with $1 million bounty would be delivered. At this time, the bounty in the pirates' world has not yet inflated. The average bounty level for East Blue's pirates is only about 1 or 2 million. This young man's battle record is already quite terrifying. Cole thought that even if he personally took part, the results could not be better. Because of the boy's activeness, the defense pressure of Base 161 was greatly reduced, freeing up their hands to concentrate on dealing with some evil pirates. For a time, public security in the entire jurisdiction was significantly improved. Not only that, when the naval headquarters conducts assessments, they only look at the results and not the process. As long as the pirates are sent to the prison of Base 161, no matter they are captured by themselves or sent by bounty hunters, it is all thanks to Base 161. Therefore, the 161 base was praised and military expenditure increased significantly. They even got a discarded medium-sized warship. With this warship, facing ordinary pirates is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. This made Cole and his marine full of energy. At this time, a messenger hurried over and gave Cole a standard military salute. "Base Commander, that boy is here again." "Oh." Cole immediately perked up and said to the other Marines, "Keep training, don't be lazy." Then he hurried to the gate of the base. There is a wide road at the entrance of Base 161. The pier is diagonally opposite. Smoker sat on a bench by the dock, next to a fishing boat. There were a lot of people lying around on the deck, all of them were members of the Black Fork Pirates. Some were still able to moan, while others were already silent. At this time, Smoker quietly looked at Base 161 and thought about his future. "What are you going to do in the future?" "With Dark Fruit, I will definitely not be content with living in seclusion, and I will always have to do something to live up to my 2 lives. But what kind of person do I want to be?" Although Pirates King is a comic with pirates as the main characters, it focuses on freedom and romance. But Smoker didn't like pirates at all. A group of unproductive guys went into the sea with knives and guns, burning, killing and looting along the way, and then called it freedom. How ironic! How ridiculous! Granted, the world is very corrupt. Exploitation by celestial dragons and world governments, slavery, turmoil, and famine have forced many people to enter the sea and become pirates. But they dare not draw their swords against the world government that exploits them, nor do they dare to fight against the pirates who plunder them. Instead, they point the blade at the people, allowing the chain of hatred and suffering to continue to extend. Even the Straw Hat Pirates, the protagonists, do more hands-on work than talk. Granted, they saved a lot of people along the way, but it also gave these people the wrong perception and expectations of pirates. Occasionally, if you encounter a beast that doesn't bite, you will think that all beasts don't bite and lose your vigilance. Is this really okay? Whether it is because of the education in the previous life or the influence of the original owner's soul, Smoker prefers to choose Marine. Although there are various problems in the Marine, there are also many scum and villains. But it must be said that in this age of the jungle, most Marines are worthy of the name of justice. As for world government, forget it. Whether it's CP, Nice Lobby, or the big prison, none of them seem like a place where a normal person can stay. Speaking of which, the original owner had the idea of joining the Marine after witnessing the execution of the Pirates King. Unfortunately, I am not old enough to be an intern now. Just as Smoker was daydreaming, Cole hurried out. "Smoker, long time no see." Just after saying hello, I suddenly saw that group of pirates and was immediately shocked. Are these pirates? Did you catch them?" Smoker has kept a low profile because he was worried that the pirates would retaliate against the residents of Sukoden Island. In the entire 161st base, Cole is almost the only one who knows his identity. "Uncle Cole, this is the Black Fork Pirates. The big guy at the top is Captain Black Fork Eugene, but unfortunately he is dead. As for the others, I didn't know if there was a bounty, so I brought them all. Col's eyes suddenly widened. Black Fork Pirates. This is one of East Blue's most notorious pirates groups. A few days ago, we robbed a caravan with a background. The superiors gave a death order to wipe out these bastards at all costs. I was having a headache, but I didn't expect it to be solved like this. This is a piece of military merit that I got for free. After a moment, Smoker sat in Cole's office, happily counting the bounty. Eugene and his subordinates had a total of more than 4 million Baileys. It's also a small fortune for Smoker. Thank you very much. Uncle Cole, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You're welcome, this is what you deserve. In fact, it's our base that should thank you. By the way, you don't have to dress like this. Every time Smoker came, he would cover his face and hair to avoid being recognized. I just don't want to cause trouble for the folks. After all, I'm not a free bounty hunter. Cole couldn't help but smile bitterly. You have to trust Marine. But he did not insist. Forget it, it's better to be careful, it's up to you. Smoker smiled and said nothing more. Marine Admiral Zephyr's wife and children were inevitably killed by the pirates in revenge, not to mention the small Sukotan island. The villagers were very kind to him, and he didn't want to gamble their lives on the quality of the Marines at Base 161. Seeing that Smoker was about to leave, Cole suddenly asked, Mr. Smoker, are you willing to join the Marine? Cole himself couldn't remember how many times he had been invited to join the Marine. Although I refused every time, I couldn't help but speak. This boy is so outstanding. Strong, calm, and righteous. He is a natural-born Marine. The only drawback is that he is only 13 years old. According to the Marines' requirements, people at such a young age are not allowed to join the army. But every policy has its own countermeasures. I can summon Smoker into the base first, and then fill in his file when he turns 16. This is absolutely no difficulty for the chief officer of a base. Smoker smiled faintly. Becoming a Marine is not bad, but sorry, I don't have that idea yet. Previously, Smoker refused to join the Marine because he was worried that he would miss out on the devil fruit if he left Sukotan Island. Now the situation is different again. I just got the dark fruit, so I should focus on developing my abilities. Join the Marine once you have mastered the skills. At this time, a Marine communications soldier walked in quickly. Base Commander, there are new documents at headquarters. Headquarters documents? Bring them to me. The 161st Base does not receive many documents from the headquarters, but they are often important matters. Cole took the document, took a look at it, and then spat out the tea in his mouth. Then he quickly opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. As he watched, sweat broke out on his forehead and his hands couldn't stop shaking. When Smoker saw Cole's expression, he knew something serious had happened. Uncle Cole, since you still have official business to attend to, I won't bother you anymore. Only then did Cole come to his senses. It's not a mission, it's just a message. Information. Never mind. Soon the whole world will know. Do you know the Roger Pirates? Smoker perked up. I know. I know it damn well. Cole handed the document in his hand to Smoker. Roger Pirates has reached the final island, and the King of the Sea has been born. What? Smoker took the file and started reading it. Hey! As expected. Next, Roger will live in South Blue for a year and have a child with Rouge. Afterwards, he surrendered himself to the Marine, used himself as bait, and personally opened the curtain of the Great Pirates era in Logue Town. Of course, during this period, there were also a series of events such as the arrest of Golden Lion and the massacre of babies by South Blue. Smoker's mind was racing. This is an important opportunity for me. According to Marine regulations, newcomers can only join branches, and only those with outstanding performance will be selected to join the headquarters. Whether it was Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, or later Kobe and Belumbo, the procedure was the same. However, if there is a recommendation from a senior military officer, this time will be greatly shortened. For example, with Garp's recommendation, Kobe entered the naval headquarters within a few months. According to the normal plot, Smoker naturally doesn't know any senior Marines, so he can only endure for a few years in an obedient manner. But now it's different. When the Pirates King carries out his execution, a large number of Marine officers will surely gather in Logue Town. You can try your luck then. If a senior military officer takes a fancy to me, I might be able to enter the naval headquarters soon. Smoker thought as he put the file down. I accidentally touched a small ornament on Cole's desk and suddenly felt weak all over. Smoker was a little surprised. I've come across this ornament before, and never had this kind of reaction. Uncle Cole, what is this? This ornament is a pitch black ore with a finger-sized silver grey stone on top. This is just a decoration. I bought it when I was on a business trip to the naval headquarters. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Cole's mind is full of winning over Smoker, so he is not stingy. Thank you very much. Smoker carefully examined the ornaments. I felt nothing when I touched the base, but when I touched the small stones I felt weak all over. It is indeed sea stone. Chapter 5. A year passed in the blink of an eye. It was already the year 1498 in the sea circle calendar. The west coast of Shuakan Island. Smoker took out a piece of bread and threw it far away. Dark Cave Road. The darkness spread out just enough to catch the bread. The bread slowly sank as if it had fallen into a swamp. Smoker took back the darkness, closed his eyes, and felt something silently. Then he opened his eyes. Release. The bread slowly emerged from the darkness, its appearance unchanged from before. Seeing this, Smoker smiled. Very good, now I can manipulate gravity as I wish. It can crush steel with strong gravity, and it can also catch bread with appropriate gravity. After Blackbeard got the dark fruit, he became obsessed with the powerful brick flying move. It seems to be able to fight and control, but in fact the fruit development is quite rough. No, there is no development at all. Infinite gravity is the basic ability of dark fruit. Even dogs will use it. This year, apart from basic training, Smoker focused on developing dark fruit. Now I can finally manipulate darkness and gravity freely. For example, this hidden acupuncture point. When Blackbeard was released, it directly covered an entire town. Everything, useful or not, was crushed. Smoker is much more delicate. Not only can you freely control the range and shape of the dark acupuncture points, but you can also control the strength of gravity. Now the darkness has been developed into an independent space that can store items like the swamp fruit. From this perspective, it is not an exaggeration to say that dark fruit is a superior fruit to Numa fruit. Smoker stuffed the bread into his mouth and ate while thinking. Compared to infinite gravity, just the right amount is more practical. The fruit has been developed to this point and is almost enough. Although I still have some ideas, I can't do it with my current strength. I will develop it slowly in the future. However, since I got the dark fruit, I seem to be more hungry. Smoker came to a huge rock that was as big as a hill, and stretched out his hand to release a darkness that covered the rock like a black cloth. The boulder disappeared, leaving only a deep pit in its place. He jumped into the pit, dug the soil and took out a box, which contained the smoke fruit. Holding the fruit that he was supposed to eat, Smoker couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although I didn't eat you, I will find a suitable owner for you, don't worry. After saying that, his hand turned black and the smoke fruit slowly sank into it. I didn't have the strength to do it before, so I had to bury the smoke fruit here. Now that I have reached the strength, it is safer to carry it with me. Smoker returns to town and arrives at the dock. At this time, there was a merchant ship anchored there with barley sprayed on its hull, and a fat merchant was waiting anxiously on the ship. When he saw Smoker, his eyes lit up and he waved. "Mr. Smoker, this way, come here quickly, we're about to set sail." "Here it comes." Smoker took a few steps, leaped, and landed lightly on the boat. "Sorry, Uncle Boris, for delaying your departure." Like the original owner, Smoker treats civilians very kindly. Boris touched his fat belly and laughed, his fat body trembling with his laughter. "It's okay, it's okay. I'm so happy to be able to take you to Logue Town. There are a lot more pirates around recently, and it's reassuring to have Smoker on board." Smoker smiled and nodded. "Anyway, thank you for sending me to Logue Town, otherwise I would really have a headache." A few days ago, world government released important news. Pirates King Roger has been arrested and will be executed in Logue Town in a few days. Such a grand occasion should not be missed. I heard that the Big Barley was going to Logue Town, so I came here to take advantage of the ride. Boris naturally wanted it very much. Logue Town is East Blue's outpost for entering the Grand Line. Although the strongest marine of East Blue is stationed there, the surrounding is not peaceful, and there are many cases of merchant ships being killed to receive goods. Smoker exercises every day, and although he never shows off, the residents of Sukotan Island all know that he is very strong. With such a free bodyguard, Boris felt much more at ease. Set sail. With a horn, the Big Barley slowly sailed out of the dock. 3 days passed in a flash, and we were getting closer and closer to Logue Town. One day, Smoker was basking in the sun on the deck when he suddenly heard a commotion. "Another pirate's ship. Which one is it? We have already encountered 8 this morning." As the news spread, the forces on the sea began to converge on Logue Town. In just a few days, the Barley encountered dozens of waves of pirates' ships. At first, the crew members were very nervous, fearing that the pirates would kill and rob. Later, they found that the pirates were too lazy to pay attention to them, so they became bolder and even criticized the pirates' ship. "Hey! This pirate's ship looks so sexy." "Hiss! Really? With this shape and color, I don't know what kind of creature it is." "Flirty." Smoker immediately became interested. What pirate's ship deserves this kind of review? He stood up and took a look, and was immediately startled by the excitement. The pirate's ship in the distance is pink all over, with a flamingo wearing sunglasses on the bow. Indeed, he is both arrogant and showy. Don Quixote family. This guy was indeed there when the pirates' king was being executed. In the 3 consecutive defeats in the future, 2 were from the pirates group, so Smoker has no good feelings towards them. "I don't know if I can compete with Brother Ming now." Smoker felt himself getting a little ignited. But when he saw the vast ocean around him, he gave up the idea. No way. Ming Ge is also good at flying, which is his weakness. Originally, it used gravity to pull the clouds to fly, but it was the center of gravity. Not to mention clouds, even a mountain would be pulled over by force. In such a rage, Brother Ming sank the boat directly, leaving himself as food for the fish. Besides, even if I am not afraid of death, there are still a boat full of people behind me. Thinking of this, Smoker found Boris. "Uncle Boris, tell the captain to give way to the pirate ship ahead." Boris was stunned. "What's wrong? These pirates are targeting Logue Town, there's no reason for them to attack us." Smoker sighed secretly. "It's only been a few days and your vigilance has deteriorated to this point. Have you ever seen a wild animal that promises not to bite?" He patiently advised, "They are different from the pirates we met before. It's always better to be careful. Not only does the opponent have the crazy Minga, but also those weird subordinates. Just because Minga fell down while walking, the whole town was burned down. This is not the underworld, it is clearly a group of wild mad dogs." At this time, Ming Ji had already unified the North Blue underground world, and logically he would look down on small merchant ships like the Big Mac. But who knows if those stupid subordinates will come out and yell that your boat is too close and our king can't urinate. Since you can't afford to offend me, just stay away from me. Although Boris didn't understand why. But seeing Smoker's firm attitude, he readily agreed. As for the captain, since the financial sponsor had spoken, they naturally had no objection. So, the Barley quickly turned around and left. Flamingo on board. Doflamingo was reading a newspaper with a half-empty bottle of red wine next to him. Pika suddenly pushed the door open. Dover, the merchant ship suddenly turned. Doflamingo stood up and walked to the window, watching the Barley moving further and further away. A few days ago, their trip was delayed by a storm, so the drinks they prepared were a little insufficient. Originally, when they saw the Damae, they were planning to rob it. I didn't expect that as soon as I gave the order, the other party ran away as if they had predicted it. Doflamingo frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Forget it. It's not worth delaying the trip for such a small matter. Let's continue on the original route. Yes, Dover. Because of the detour. The big Barley took half a day to arrive at Logue Town. The dock was already crowded with boats. The Barley wandered for a long time before finding a place to anchor. After the ship docked, Boris found Smoker. Mr. Smoker, I'm busy shipping, so I can't take care of you these days. We will be returning from here in 3 days, remember not to be late. Smoker nodded. Okay, Uncle Boris. I'll be back on time. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he jumped off the boat impatiently and disappeared in a flash. Boris looked at the back and smacked his lips with envy. Tisk tisk, it's great to be young. Chapter 6. Logue Town is the outpost for East Blue to enter the Grand Line. Marines, pirates, bounty hunters, businessmen, tourists, all kinds of people gather here. The constant flow of people and the dazzling array of goods have created a huge commercial city. Shops, markets, and transportation companies are lined up everywhere. Bars, hotels, and entertainment streets also came into being. It brought endless wealth, as well as constant chaos. After leaving the dock, Smoker changed into a black jacket, with a pendant hanging on his chest, and walked slowly on the street. Smoker had been to Logue Town before, but this time it felt particularly different. There are too many people. The originally spacious streets now seemed a bit crowded. There are not only townspeople, merchants, and marines on the street, but also some people rarely seen in normal times. A nobleman dressed in luxurious clothes and surrounded by people. Strong pirates with imposing manner and strong blood. A high-level marine far superior to East Blue. World government staff in suits. There are also some people who look ordinary, but Smoker is keenly aware that these people are definitely not simple. It is indeed the eye of the typhoon in the pirates' era. Just standing here makes my blood boil. At this moment, a voice interrupted Smoker's thoughts. Sir, do you need a weapon? If so, you are welcome to visit our shop. Our store is a century-old brand. We sell a variety of weapons at affordable prices and of high quality. We guarantee you will be satisfied. Smoker suddenly realized that he seemed to have walked to the door of a weapons store. The boss soliciting business at the door is thin and has a mercenary look on his face, while the proprietress who greets customers in the store is tall and fat, and looks quite funny. Smoker recognized the other person's identity at a glance. A lone pine tree. This young boss was the one who gave the third-generation Zoro Kaiditsuo and Yukaizu the Ippon Matsu. You know me? Have you been to our shop before? Then come in and take a look. Since you are a regular customer, I can give you a discount. Smoker looked at the weapon shop curiously. It was much more shabby and smaller than in the anime. It seems that Yai Bensong has been cheating a lot in recent years. Oh, no, it's good management. Zoro testing the sword is a famous scene in Pirates King. Now that I'm here, how can I not check in? Smoker nodded and walked into the store. Although the store is small, it has a complete range of items. Guns, swords, armor, meteor hammers, maces are all available, and there is a 10-handed sword in the corner. Smoker picked it up and tried it, and it was surprisingly easy to use. However, he ignored Yi Bensong's nagging sales pitch and put it back on the shelf. In the world of pirates, the weapons of the strong are very simple. Knife, fist, mace, even slippers. As for the 10 hands, who would use the 10 hands? It exudes the strong aura of a weak person no matter how you look at it. Suddenly, Smoker saw a wooden barrel full of knives behind the door. His eyes lit up and he began to rummage through it with great anticipation. It's a pity that I didn't find the 3rd generation Kaititsu. Well, it's still more than 10 years before Zoro tries his hand at the knife, so it's normal that he doesn't have it now. Smoker had no interest in the knife, he just wanted to pick up a bargain. After all, it only costs 50,000 Baileys to buy, but you can sell it for millions. It would be a waste if you don't take advantage of the ready-made wool. Smoker smacked his lips regretfully and continued walking around the store. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the store. Ippomatsu didn't care about Smoker and hurried out to see what happened. Then, accompanied by a loud bang, it flew in from the door and hit the proprietress. Fortunately, the proprietress had a sturdy build and caught him steadily. The 2 men stood up and looked at the door with horror. 2 pirates rushed in angrily. One of them was holding the 3rd generation Kaititsu. You damn profiteer, what kind of crappy knife are you selling? My captain used this knife to fight, not only did he fail to defeat the enemy, he also hurt himself. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will tear down your crappy store. Ipponmatsu said tremblingly, my 2 guests, no, my 2 gentlemen, it's unfair. This sword is the 3rd generation Kaititsu, a genuine famous sword. The pirates kicked a shelf and broke it. You mean the captain of Laozi is not good at swordsmanship and hurt himself? Another pirate also slowly pulled out a knife from behind. Our captain is the famous Black Wolf, a great swordsman with a bounty of 2.6 million. How dare you insult his swordsmanship? You must pay for this humiliation with your life. After all this commotion, all the customers in the store had fled, leaving only the Ippomatsu couple and Smoker. Smoker stepped out from behind the shelf. I really can't stand it. A piece of trash who can't even wield a sword dares to call himself a great swordsman. Smoker originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business. In the original plot, the Ippomatsu couple were safe and sound, which means they could be safe and sound without any action. But then I thought, what if my appearance caused a butterfly effect? So he took the initiative to step forward and make trouble. Who is it? You're looking for death. The 2 pirates glared at Smoker, their eyes targeting him. You are weak, but you blame the knife. That BD named Black Wolf is only fit to fight with a branch. The pirates holding the 3rd generation Kaititsu heard the provocation, roared, and rushed forward, wanting to kill Smoker. Smoker dodged his attack and continued, but you're right about one thing. As he spoke, he punched the other person in the stomach. The huge force made the pirates fly into the air instantly, and their entire bodies bent like shrimps, causing them to spit out blood. Smoker snatched the 3rd generation Kaititsu, broke his neck, and threw it aside like trash. Seeing Smoker's strength, the other pirates was instantly frightened out of his wits and his body couldn't stop shaking. I wanted to run away, but my legs felt like they were filled with lead and I couldn't move. Smoker looked the 3rd generation ghost up and down, this sword is indeed strange. After all, it is a demon sword. At this moment, he saw the shocked and admiring eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Ippomatsu, and suddenly he had the urge to show off. Famous swords have consciousness, and only those recognized by the sword can wield them. If you want to obtain the 3rd generation Kaititsu, you must have the belief that you must die in a strong heart. Watch out! After saying that, Smoker threw the 3rd generation Kaititsu into the air and stretched out his arms like Zoro. The curse of this knife and my fate, what is it? With a pop, Smoker felt a sharp pain in his arm. The third generation's ghost stick went straight into his arm. Smoker. Mr. and Mrs. Ippamatsu. Pirates. Smoker pulled out his knife with a dark face and roared, "Damn pirates, it's you who did this." "Hey! What are you talking about?" "Ah!" With a scream, pirates fell to the ground twitching all over. Soon, the marine on duty took the two away. "By the way, send someone to find the black wolf who claims to be a great swordsman." As for Smoker, he left with the third generation Kaititsu. "What should I do with this knife? I don't know if I will meet Tashiji in the future. Even if I do, the girl with glasses can't control her, and she has her own sword. By the way, if I take away the third generation Kaititsu, will it change Zoro's future? Whatever. If he can't become stronger without the sword, then that only means he's just so-so. Well, fate brought this knife to me, so I must accept it and sell it for a good price later." Third Generation Kaititsu. Chapter 7. Soon the day of Roger's execution arrived. Smoker arrived at the central square of Logue Town early. A tall execution platform was built on the originally empty square, reflecting the murderous light under the scorching sun. The execution was at noon. Although it was still early, the place was already packed with people. Smoker was not at all flustered. He came to an abandoned building outside the square, removed a wooden board that was sealing the door, and went around to a terrace. This was a feng shui treasure land he discovered when he came here before. The view is wide and unobstructed. The terrace is covered with plants and is difficult to notice from the outside. The key is that there are not many people, quiet. Smoker walked to the terrace and looked at the crowds below. He knew that Red Hair, Hawkeye, Mingo, Crocodile, Moria, and Buggy, the heroes who will stir up the world in the future, are now crowded in the crowd, quietly waiting for the fall of the king. When a whale dies, all things come to life. Overlords fall, and newcomers emerge. This kind of thing has been happening on the ocean for hundreds of years. Looking at the many people below who were obviously dressed as pirates, Smoker frowned slightly. Marine couldn't possibly be unaware of the appeal of this execution to the pirates, but he still let it happen. I'm afraid he wants to scare the pirates completely by executing them. It's a pity that they underestimated Roger's awareness and scheming, and also underestimated the pirates' fanaticism and greed. Suddenly, Smoker realized something was wrong. Currently, the Marine Marshal is Sora and the Admiral is Sengoku. Sora aside, how could Sengoku make such a mistake? This kind of self-defeating move is more like the work of 5 elders. Although I have a good impression of Marine and believe in Marine's determination to wipe out the pirates. But considering that the Marines are under the command of the world government, especially the Celestial Dragons, it still makes people feel nauseous. Smoker couldn't help but shake his head, mumbling to himself. Public execution, what a stupid decision. Marine made a really bad move. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind Smoker. "Ala, bro, it's very rude of you to comment on Marine like that." Smoker felt a chill down his spine. Who? Although observation haki has not been awakened, his perception is still very sharp. But he didn't notice someone coming behind him. If this was an enemy, I'm afraid I'd have been killed. Smoker looked back. At some point a tall and thin Marine appeared from behind. He is about 3 meters tall, a perfect admiral. He was wearing a rare purple Marine uniform and a pair of round-frame sunglasses, looking a bit sloppy. Such a recognizable appearance is like having the name engraved on the forehead. Naval Headquarters. Oh no, Vice Admiral, Kuzan. Alala, brother, you know me? It's an honor. But who are you? Even though you're young, your aura is frighteningly strong. Smoker's face darkened. You say I'm scary strong. What kind of monster are you? As expected of those working in the workplace, they are either yin and yang or 8 trigrams. On the other side, Kuzan had a smile on his face, but he was secretly alert in his heart. The guy in front of him looked strong, but he was obviously just a kid, not even old enough to join the army. The Marines have strict age restrictions for enlistment. You have to be 14 to become a trainee and 16 to become a private. Even if they are Marine orphans, they will not be allowed to join the army early as an exception. After all, Marine is not a shady organization like CP. Therefore, although the Marine is huge in scale and full of talented people, there will be no monster children. The pirates didn't make it. They don't care about age, even children can get on the boat. Some even deliberately used children as smoke bombs or even human shields. These children have been accustomed to fighting since childhood. As long as they can survive and grow up, their strength will not be weak. So, Kuzan became suspicious of Smoker. Seeing Kuzan's expression changing constantly, Smoker guessed what he was thinking, and suddenly he was startled and hurriedly explained. "Ah, don't be nervous, I'm not a pirate. If possible, I still hope to join the Marine." "Oh? Really?" Kuzan's eyes lit up. "Such a strong boy wants to join the Marine? That's great news." "That's great, little brother, what's your name? Which village are you from?" "Smoker, from Sukoden Island." "Never mind, I guess you haven't heard of it." "Allah la." Kuzan scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, I am ignorant." So the two of them started chatting, and unexpectedly they had a very good time talking to each other. Kuzan is very similar to Garp. He seems to be a carefree person, but he is actually very smart. After some indirect questioning, they soon confirmed that Smoker was indeed not a pirate, and they felt even happier. Smoker finds it even more amazing. No wonder the two of them became good friends in the original plot. Although their personalities are quite different, they do get along very well. After chatting for a while, Kuzan suddenly spoke. "Smoker, you haven't answered the question just now. Why do you say that public executions are a bad move?" "This." Smoker stroked his chin and sighed. "Brother Kuzan, tell me the truth, was Roger really captured by the Marine?" Kuzan originally looked relaxed, but after hearing this, his face changed drastically, and he subconsciously said, "What nonsense." But when he saw Smoker's expression, the rest of the words were stuck in his chest. He looked around to make sure there was no third person, then leaned over and whispered, "How did you know?" Smoker had already prepared his speech. It was just speculation before, but now it's confirmed. "I can only say that Marine has done something that backfired." Kuzan was confused. "What do you mean?" "It would be fine if you just captured Roger, but you insist on defeating him head-on. It would be fine if it was just a report, but they had to include photos. It's not enough to include Roger's bounty photo, you have to include Vice Admiral Garp's photo." Kuzan felt embarrassed when he recalled how Garp refused to cooperate with the photo shoot. That Mr. Garp caught Roger. Isn't that unreasonable? Smoker rolled his eyes at Kuzan. "I don't doubt Vice Admiral Garp's ability. If Roger is really arrested, it can only be because of him. But isn't Vice Admiral Garp in the photo too clean? There's not even a scratch on his face." Kuzan choked upon hearing that, and finally understood what Smoker meant. Indeed, not only Garp. Even if Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr teamed up. If you want to take down Roger, everyone will inevitably get bruised. I didn't expect the problem to be here." Kuzan looked at Smoker in shock. This guy has a really sharp mind. In fact, Smoker already knew the plot. Shoot the arrow first and then draw the target, and work backwards, you will be able to find the flaw. But in Kuzan's eyes, Smoker was just rubbing the Marine staff's face. Smoker wasn't done talking yet. Of course, even without that photo, the big pirates wouldn't believe that the Marine could catch Roger. Golden Lion is the best example. Moreover, for an elite pirate group, only the captain was captured, and everyone else was missing. It's weird no matter how you look at it. Of course, this news is mainly for the allies and civilians, so it's not a big problem. Kuzan felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but start to defend himself. No matter what, the death of the Pirate King will surely deter the pirates. How can it be considered a bad thing? Smoker glanced at the reporters who were setting up cameras and filming Den Den Mushi in the square. I think it's quite the opposite. What's the meaning? Roger likes to use his fists to talk, but that doesn't mean he has no brains. How can someone standing at the top of the pirates be a fool? Would he not have guessed that he would be publicly executed? Would he have been willing to accept such an indignity? Besides, even the enemy Golden Lion knew to come and snatch us away. What about Rayleigh and Jabba? Do they lack the courage or the strength? The only explanation is that Roger did all this on purpose. His goal was this public execution. Kuzan was puzzled. What does he want? Smoker chuckled. No matter how famous Roger is, he is still just a pirate. I'm afraid this is his only chance to talk directly to the world. Given Roger's identity and the secrets he holds, given this opportunity, what do you think he will do? Kuzan's face turned pale. I can't let him succeed. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Brother Kuzan, I don't recommend you do this. Kuzan stopped walking. Why? Public executions are a government decision, and it's not something you, as a vice admiral, can change. At this point, even if the government knows there is a problem, it will not suspend the execution. After all, it is a matter of face. If you don't mention it, they won't come after you. But if you do, you'll become a thorn in their eyes, reminding them all the time how stupid they are. When that happens, guess what? What will they do? Smoker patted Kuzan on the shoulder. If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who raised the problem. So, you heard nothing today and you know nothing. Kuzan was stunned. Smoker was also secretly pleased with himself. Relying on the advantage of being a time traveler, he managed to turn himself into a wise man with hindsight. Kuzan's brows were furrowed, and his expression changed constantly. But after a while, his eyes regained their determination. Thanks, Smoker, I accept your suggestion. But... Kuzan walked to the edge of the terrace and stared at the execution platform. No matter what that guy is planning, no matter what the future will be like, my justice will not change. A layer of ice condensed on Kuzan's body. I will use this cold power to enforce hot-blooded justice. Smoker gave a thumbs up. As expected of Big Brother Kuzan, he's so handsome. Chapter 8. At this time, the sound of a horn was heard in the distance. The crowd couldn't help but start to stir. Smoker and Kuzan turned their heads and looked over. Here it comes. Brother Kuzan, let us witness history here. In the distance, Roger was escorted by the executioner, walking step by step towards the execution platform. Just like in the original plot, facing death, there was no trace of fear on Roger's face, only a carefree and contented smile. Although he was handcuffed and shackled by Seastone, Haki was not released. But wherever it passed, people couldn't help but shrink back. The people he glanced at were like those facing a ferocious beast. No matter who they were, they couldn't help but lower their heads. After all, in this sea, there are only a few who can look him in the eye on an equal footing. Roger slowly climbed onto the execution platform and sat down in the middle, overlooking the entire square. It was as if the Lion King was examining his territory. At this moment, music suddenly sounded and the executioner slowly raised his spear. Kuzan watched quietly, his muscles tense. From the moment Roger stepped off the escort ship until now, his heart was in his throat the whole time. Only when the execution was about to begin did they relax a little. Maybe I'm too sensitive. At this time, a man suddenly appeared from nowhere and shouted, King Pirates, where is your treasure? Where is it? Everyone was stunned. His eyes turned to Roger with eagerness, greed, yearning, and nervousness in them. Even the executioner was attracted by this question. Smoker looked in the direction of the sound and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this guy was someone Roger had hired in advance. After all, this is a plan that involves risking one's life, and Roger will never allow any uncontrollable factors to occur. Even if this guy doesn't say anything, he probably has other tricks up his sleeve. On the execution platform, Roger, who had originally calmly welcomed death, raised his head. Looking at the people below the stage, he laughed out loud. The voice became louder and louder, more and more frenzied, and the eyes became brighter and brighter. Do you want my treasure? If you want, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all my treasures there. Damn it! The executioner quickly thrust out his spear, which instantly pierced Roger's heart. A legend came to an end. But they were still too late. Roger's words have spread throughout the square. The next second, it spread throughout the world through countless video den mushi. There was deathly silence in the square at first. Everyone was stunned, and then burst into thunderous cheers that almost shook the clouds in the sky apart. The originally clear sky suddenly became dark. The wind suddenly rose and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It seems to be welcoming the storm that is sweeping the world. Smoker looked at everyone quietly. Brother Kuzan, see, we are witnessing history. Kuzan also calmed down from his initial shock and annoyance, touched his head, and his expression was full of helplessness. Roger, the Pirates' King, is such a scary guy. He caused such a big mess in the end. Mr. Garp will definitely be angry. Smoker nodded, but didn't comment. The sea is going to be in turmoil. But who can tell whether this chaos is good or bad? After watching the execution, Smoker left satisfied. He touched his pocket and found a den mushi inside, which was specially left for him by Kuzan. Smoker chuckled. The biggest purpose of coming to Logue Town this time was achieved. Although I don't know Smoker's original growth path. But most likely they joined a branch first and were then recruited to the naval headquarters. Later, he was thrown to East Blue for talking back to his boss. If Smoker was an ordinary teenager, there would be nothing wrong with this path. But with his current strength, it would be a waste of time for him to stay in the branch. He should go to the headquarters as soon as possible to learn 6 styles in haki. However, selection is not just about strength. Those who understand understand. If Smoker was a military 3rd generation like Luffy, or had an admiral adoptive father like Khorasan, he would never bother. But the problem is that he has no background. Smoker doesn't want to be buried in the branch for several years. That's why he took the opportunity of Roger's execution to come to Logue Town to find a way. Fortunately, I was lucky. Or maybe fate really does exist. I met the future Admiral Aokiji. With Kuzan's help, as long as I perform well enough, I can enter the headquarters. After separating from Kuzan, Smoker stayed in Logue Town for a few more days. I have to say, the power of Roger's last words is far beyond imagination. In just 2 days, Logue Town became a mess, with news of various pirate attacks flooding the air. Smoker also captured a few ignorant pirates and then found Boris. This time he did not return to Shuken Island, but took the pirates directly to Base 161. Marine 161 Branch. Cole was concentrating on reading the documents. Due to Smoker's active performance, the number of pirates in the area has dropped sharply. They really had a comfortable life. But with the arrival of the Great Pirates era, pirates have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Suddenly, the pressure on Base 161 increased dramatically. Every day, Cole either went out to capture pirates or stayed in the base to process documents. At this time, the sentry sent a communication. Base Commander, a boy named Smoker wants to see you. Cole said impatiently, let him go. Wait. Smoker. Ask him to wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Cole quickly got up and took Smoker to the office. Mr. Smoker, why don't you hide your identity this time? Smoker picked up the tea and took a sip. Uncle Cole, you look a little haggard. Oh. It's all the pirates' fault. If only you were a Marine, Smoker-kun. I once again invite you to join the Marines in the name of Base 161. Okay. I'll join in. Hey. It's okay if you don't agree, later. Wait, what did you say? I said I agreed to join the Marine. Really, really? Cole's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. But then his expression turned into ecstasy and he began to dance with excitement. Great, great, Smoker. Believe me, this is definitely a wise choice for you. Come on, Mr. Smoker, I'll take you through some formalities first, and then show you around. Cole seemed to be afraid that Smoker would go back on his word, so he pulled him towards the archive room for a tour. Smoker is only 14 years old now. According to the requirements, one can only join the 161st branch as an intern and can officially become a private 2 years later. After completing the file, Smoker officially became a member of the Marine. Cole couldn't hide the smile on his face and enthusiastically showed him around. In the past, Smoker came to the base only to collect bounties and at most to sit in Cole's office. No other places will be open to bounty hunters. It's different now. Smoker has become a member of the 161 base, and with Cole following him, he can naturally wander around freely. The two came to the training ground. A group of Marines are doing target practice. With a burst of gunfire, a row of targets fell to the ground. Cole said proudly, "Not bad." Although there are not many people in base 161, they are all elite soldiers. Smoker smiled and nodded. Indeed, this base 161 did not appear in the original plot, but it gives people a very unusual feeling. Not only is Captain Cole brave and resourceful, but the soldiers under his command are also brave and combative. Cole briefly introduced the training subjects. Smoker, these projects are too easy for you, so just join in, no one will mind. Smoker smiled. It's okay, Base Commander, I don't need any special treatment, I just need to train with everyone. Captain Kalji's eyes lit up. In the Marine, it is not uncommon for strong men to train alone. Cole expressed his understanding of this, but he was unwilling to agree with it. In his eyes, strong and weak are all comrades in arms, and rewards and punishments can be given, but not excessively. Otherwise, the strong will feel that it is their right and the weak will become helpless, which is not conducive to unity. Smoker is not only powerful and hates evil, but also has such a high level of awareness that Cole is really impressed. Cole saluted solemnly. Mr. Smoker, welcome to the Marine East BLUE 161 base. Smoker also returned a standard military salute. Yes. Chapter 9. In order to let Smoker firmly establish the concept of justice. Cole didn't know where he got the energy from, but he dragged Smoker around for the whole day. From the establishment and development of the 161 base to the eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping inside, the entire process was gone through. Make Smoker obedient. At night, Smoker can finally rest. Smoker-kun, do you really want to live in a place like this? Cole looked at the shabby house in front of him and frowned to confirm again. Although Marines are hard-working, they can still cope with the large dormitory bunk beds. If you become an officer or start a family, you can even apply to live in a single room. But Smoker actually applied not to live in the dormitory, but instead lived in a small wooden house next to the training ground. The reason is that it is convenient to train at any time. Although there is a bed in this cabin, it is actually just a storage room for old equipment. There was thick dust and a lot of garbage inside, making it completely uninhabitable. Smoker smiled and said, "It's okay. I used to live in the mountains. This is good enough." But Smoker waved his hand. Base Commander, don't worry about my interpersonal relationships. In fact, I am very easy to get along with. All right. Seeing Smoker's firm attitude, Cole didn't insist any longer. Then you should go to bed early. Just make do with it tonight. I'll find someone to throw away the garbage and clean the house tomorrow. Thank you for your help. After Cole left, Smoker breathed a sigh of relief, walked into the house, and lit an oil lamp. Under the dim light, the wooden house looked particularly dirty, messy, and crowded. Smoker sat on the bed in the corner, touched his chest, and pulled out a pendant. As soon as he took off the pendant, Smoker let out a long sigh and seemed to relax completely. Cuzin's method is really torturous. I wonder if all 3 admirals have been trained using this method. The pendant is made of sea stone given by Cole. When Smoker met Cuzin before, he also asked about sea stone. According to Cuzin, 100% pure sea stone is extremely rare. Only the world government's agencies and the place of origin Wano Kuni have it. Most of the sea stones that are found outside are raw ores with low purity. Of course, this ore can also block abilities and weaken physical strength, enough to instantly paralyze hundreds of millions of pirates with special abilities. But when facing a powerful general whose haki and physique are at the maximum level, the effect is greatly reduced. Even if they don't use their abilities, they are still monsters that can massacre cities and destroy nations. As for Smoker's pendant, it can only be regarded as sea stone slag, with a purity of about 10%. When Cuzin was holding the sea stone, the impact was barely noticeable. But Smoker felt weak all over, as if he had turned back into the thin dog in his previous life. Not only will you be unable to use your abilities, but your physical strength will also be suppressed to the level of an ordinary person. Smoker has studied marine policy. If you are under 16 years old, you will not be able to enter the naval headquarters. In other words, I have to stay at base 161 for 2 years. Now my development of dark fruit has reached a bottleneck. Without strong physical support, it would be difficult to make a breakthrough. So, Smoker decided to continue to exercise. So, Smoker followed Cuzin's advice and made the sea stone into a pendant. Carrying weights every day, I train from the beginning with everyone. Smoker believes that if he persists in this way for 2 years, his physical fitness will definitely improve significantly. What's more, the resistance to sea stone will also be greatly increased. In the future, when I reach the Grand Line, I might encounter enemies using sea stone weapons. It is still necessary to plan ahead and exercise in advance. If I am bound by sea stone one day, even if I can't use the power of the fruit, at least I won't be powerless to fight back. However, in order to use the power of the fruit, the necklace must be taken off. This is the iron rule of the pirates' world. Even the 4 emperors and admirals cannot use their fruit abilities with sea stone, even if it's just slag. Smoker put the necklace on the bed and looked around the messy room. Just clean it up first. It's all unusable garbage anyway. An ink-like darkness emerged from Smoker's body, filling the entire room. Except for the bed under my butt and the table with a lamp on it, everything in the room was shrouded in darkness. In a few seconds, the entire room was empty and spotless. Even the original Madara-style walls and ceilings had a layer scraped off. Smoker looked around and nodded with satisfaction. This is what makes it pleasing to the eye. Thanks for developing the good habit of minimalism in my previous life. Then she lay down on the bed and put the necklace back on. I soon fell asleep, accompanied by an unfamiliar feeling of weakness. Chapter 10. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Smoker has spent 2 busy and fulfilling years. In a few days, I will become a private. Once you are converted to a regular employee, you can enjoy medical insurance and disability benefits. You can't take 70% of the military pay. You can also participate in Marines Union activities. In short, there are many benefits. When Smoker joined 161, he specifically told Cole not to reveal his information. Therefore, no one knows about his great achievements and just treats him as an ordinary intern. No discrimination. No care. No expectations. In this way, Smoker, wearing the sea stone necklace, worked hard with everyone. Running, climbing, shooting, fighting. Except for the launching project, everything else is included. East Blue has almost no devil fruit. Everyone just thought Smoker was a landlubber. Initially, due to sea stone's suppression, Mog performed mediocrely, even worse than ordinary soldiers. Cole was puzzled. With this level of skill, how did he catch those vicious pirates? Is he hiding his abilities? But Smoker, who was lying on the playground exhausted and vomiting, gave up the idea. No, that can't be the case. If it's acting, it's too realistic. However, Cole was also very tactful and never said much, just treated it normally. The days go by. Soon, everyone began to look at Smoker with new eyes. This guy is so desperate when it comes to training. During endurance training, everyone ran 100 laps around the playground, but he ran 200 laps. I would run until I vomited and my limbs twitched, but I would still crawl to the finish line. During striking training, others wore protective gear and struck sandbags. He hit the stone with his bare hands, and he didn't stop even when his hands were covered in blood. Such intensity amazed the other soldiers. There is always a stubborn person in the world. Seeing Smoker fighting so hard, the Marines naturally didn't want to admit defeat, so they started practicing with him. 2 years later, Smoker's strength has skyrocketed, from mediocre to top-notch in the 161 base. What made Cole even happier was that Smoker is like a big pot of chicken soup, which successfully infects others. Originally, after finishing training, everyone would either drink and go to bars or sleep, but now they all practice with Smoker. Muscular men sweating profusely can be seen everywhere on the training ground. As everyone got stronger, the base's combat power also soared. The pirates that originally required much effort to defeat can now be defeated easily. Cole was delighted. This is all military merit and military expenditure. This day, Smoker finished a day's training and collapsed on the training ground like a dead dog. He was sweating all over, as if he had been blanched in water. The most eye-catching thing is the hands, which are wrapped in a thick layer of bandages, and the bloodline can be faintly seen oozing out. A red-haired female Marine with a cigarette in her mouth and a ruffian look walked over. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That's really ugly, brother Smoker. Training should be done according to one's ability. If you become disabled, there will be no regrets. After saying that, he helped him up. At this time, Cole happened to pass by after get off work. I was also shocked to see Smoker's miserable appearance. Smoker, what's wrong with you? The red-haired Marine threw Smoker to him with a look of disgust. Overtraining. If it weren't for me, this kid would have to sleep on the playground tonight. Since you're here, I'll leave it to you. It's the base commander's responsibility to care about his subordinates. Cole nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Belmir, just leave it to me. Belmir waved his hand and left gracefully. The red-haired girl is Nami's adoptive mother, Belmir, who is still a dashing and thorny Marine at this time. Cole helped Smoker walk towards the cabin, muttering to himself as he walked. Being diligent is a good thing, but you're being too reckless. Be careful that your body won't be able to take it. Smoker said weakly, I know, but time waits for no one. Cole said angrily, you are still young, why are you in such a hurry? Smoker didn't explain further. Base commander, I also want to go on the patrol mission tomorrow. You still want to go out to sea when you're in this state? For me, it's easier at sea. You, well, I can't stand you. Remember to get to the dock on time. I won't wait for you if you oversleep. Overslept? Don't underestimate me, UBD base commander. How dare you talk to your boss like that, UBD. Cole helped Smoker back to the cabin, and when no one was around, Smoker took off the pendant from his chest. Without Sea Stone's suppression, Smoker felt his body was much more relaxed. A darkness emerged from his body, wrapping himself in a black cocoon. When the darkness dissipated, all the injuries, fatigue, and pain had disappeared. After untying the bandages on his hands, no traces of training could be seen on his fists. When I turned my palm over, a transparent white ball appeared in the palm. I have accumulated a lot of damage recently, so I need to find more pirates. The substances absorbed by dark fruit can be stored for a long time. But pain and fatigue must be borne by someone else. That's right, it has to be a human, not plants or animals. If no one bears it, the pain will return to the original owner over time. So, Smoker is very keen on going out to sea. Capture the pirates and take the pain for yourself. Cole had noticed something was wrong a long time ago. The pirates that Smoker captured were clearly injured, but they cried like their mothers had died. Every time, Cole righteously warned Smoker not to abuse the prisoners. Smoker kept saying that this would not happen again, but he continued to do as he pleased. The next day, Smoker is woken up by the newspaper gull. When I looked at the time, there were only 5 minutes left before departure. FKU. Smoker jumped up, put on his clothes and rushed to the dock. At the dock, warships are ready to set sail at any time. Cole stood on the deck and said angrily, "That kid is late again." Belmere came forward with a smile. "Colonel, you saw what he looked like yesterday. He probably can't get out of bed. Let's go." Cole was about to nod. Suddenly a figure rushed out of the base, jumped high, and landed steadily on the warship. "Marine trainee Smoker reports for duty." The corner of Cole's eye twitched slightly, and he snorted coldly, "Return to the team." Then he shouted, "Set sail." Beep. The whistle blew long and the warship slowly sailed out of the naval port. After sailing for a while, everyone except the helmsman and the lookout was free to move around. Smoker leaned against the railing of the boat in a daze. Belmere, cigarette in hand, walked over with a few marines. "Hey, brother Smoker, are you unable to practice anymore? I don't know what to do anymore." Smoker turned and glanced at them. "Are you here to thank me for saving your life last time? I appreciate it, but you must do your best this time. Especially you, Odo. Don't be scared to tears again." The mustached marine next to Belmere suddenly turned red in the face and jumped up and down and shouted, "A hole, Smoker, that was just an accident. There was sand in my eyes." While retorting, he glanced at Belmere. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the other person's indifferent expression. "Ah ha ha ha, let's not talk about what happened last time." Belmere approached Smoker with a smirk on his face, took out a pack of cigarettes, lit it and took a deep puff. "Smoker, you are not a child anymore, come and try it. Smoking is more manly." Smoker took a glance and thought it was a good brand. "But I don't want to be a heavy smoker. Not interested." "Don't blame me for not reminding you, smoking too much will leave you with bad breath, be careful not to be single for the rest of your life." He suddenly stopped talking in the middle of the sentence and looked Belmere up and down. Belmere felt uncomfortable being stared at and angrily asked, "What are you looking at?" Smoker sighed, looking regretful. "Nothing, I take it back. Given your situation, it doesn't matter whether you smoke or not." Belmere was stunned at first, then he went berserk in an instant. "You little BD! I'm going to kill you!" The marines accompanying her quickly grabbed her. "Calm down, fighting is prohibited on the ship." "It hurts, it hurts." "Belmere, let go." "Smoker also means well." Don't butt in." Several people hurriedly dragged Belmere away, and angry roars of unwillingness could be heard in the distance. Smoker chuckled and continued to turn his head to look at the scenery. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded on the ship. The originally undisciplined Marines rushed out of the cabin with their weapons in hand and formed a line in less than a minute. Smoker stood in the team, looking straight ahead, but he felt a little surprised. Although there are thousands of pirates, the sea is too vast. Normally, you may not encounter a wave of pirates for 10 days or half a month, which makes the Marines almost like Air Force. I didn't expect it to open today when I went out. Cole asked his deputy, Barnard, what's going on now? Major Barnard picked up a document. Just spotted a pirate's ship chasing a merchant ship. Look at the sign. It's the infamous Gotha pirates. Captain Gotha is no one left alive. The bounty is 17.3 million berries. 17.3 million Baileys. Cole was shocked and immediately gave an order, follow them. Protect the merchant ship. Yes. The helmsman turned the rudder into a gyroscope. The warship rushed towards the Gotha pirates like a sword drawn from its sheath, full of murderous intent. Chapter 11. Boom. Squeak. With a sharp friction sound, the warship and the pirate's ship collided. The medium-sized warship was far from being able to match the pirate's ship, and it almost capsized the pirate's ship. The pirates were not willing to be outdone. They threw out their grappling hooks, grabbed the warship, and jumped over from the boarding area. When Marine saw that the pirates not only did not respond but also dared to fight back, he immediately became furious and rushed forward with his weapon. Kill the Marine! Kill all the pirates! The two sides fought each other. For a moment, the sound of gunfire, the chopping of swords, and the roaring and screaming were endless. The blood and smoke dissipated far away in the sea breeze. The Gotha pirates are a long-established pirate group that includes many tough and experienced warriors. In the past, Base 161 might not have been able to deal with them. But now they have been involved in Smoker for 2 years and have been completely transformed. Not to mention the ordinary minions, even the powerful cotters could not withstand it gradually. Smoker wandered among the crowd, not even taking off his sea stone pendant, defeating pirates one after another, and taking the opportunity to stuff white balls into their bodies. Soon, the pirates were almost dealt with. Only one battlefield left. Captain Kolch and Major Barnard joined forces and fought fiercely with Gotha. I have to say that Gotha is very strong. The Great Pirates era had just begun, and Marine was afraid of causing panic, so the bounty was set conservatively. The gold content of Gotha's 17.3 million bounty would have been at least 30 million when Luffy went to sea. These pirates are not something that a foundation can handle. Sure enough, Cole and Bernard were 2 against 1, but they were still overwhelmed. As for the other Marines, they could only watch from the sidelines. They are not strong enough, and trying to force their way in would only get in the way. Gotha held 2 axes and danced like a wheel. He was talking trash while fighting. Ha 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 ha, you losers are worthy of being called the embodiment of justice? The justice behind you is crying. Damn pirates! Cole and Bernard gritted their teeth in hatred, but they didn't even have time to speak. Smoker looked at Gotha with a dark look. This guy is very energetic and seems to be able to hold on. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Belmere fiddling with something in the corner. Hey? What are you doing? Belmere stood up, with 7 or 8 muskets tied together in his arms, and the triggers of the guns were tied with strings. Hey, I prepared a surprise for that BD. After saying that, without waiting for Smoker to reply, he slid into the battle group, shocking all 3 of them. Try this, a hole. Belmere aimed at Gotha and yanked the rope hard. 7 or 8 guns fired at the same time, and with a bang a ball of fire burst out. In the eyes of pirates of Gotha's level, guns are not considered powerful weapons. But Belmere's operation was too outrageous. Gotha was so surprised that he couldn't dodge in time, and the bullet left a deep wound on his scalp. Blood instantly gushed out, staining half of his face red. Cole reacted extremely quickly and took the opportunity to cut Gotha's left arm with a knife. Damn woman! Gotha was furious, his eyes bloodshot. After taking 2 blows, he used his axe to knock Cole and Bernard away, and kicked Belmere hard. Hateful! Belmere held up the barrel of his gun and blocked it in front of him. But Gotha's kick broke the gun barrel and hit her hard in the stomach. Belmere felt as if his abdomen was hit by a train and he vomited blood. Gotha held the Belmere, put the axe to his neck, and shouted, "Stop it!" The Marines were originally planning to rescue, but had to stop when they saw this. Gotha looked around and saw that his men were almost all dead, with only a dozen or so people left, tied up and thrown aside. But he didn't feel frustrated at all, and his face was full of arrogance. "Ah ha 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 ha, Marine, you win this battle. But, so what? This is the era of the great pirates. We have subordinates, money, women, as many as we want. What can you weaklings like you accomplish? If you don't want this woman to die, let go of Lao Zi's men and get off Lao Zi's ship." Cole and the others were gritting their teeth. Belmere struggled desperately, "Damn it, Cole, leave me alone, don't let this BD go." After saying that, he raised his neck and hit the axe. Gotha lost his patience and knocked her out with a punch. "Bell, retreat!" Cole gritted his teeth and gave the order. All the Marines looked at each other in bewilderment and had no choice but to retreat back to the warship. "If you want her to live, don't chase her." "Ah ha 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 ha!" With a burst of wild laughter, the pirate's ship went further and further away. "Damn it!" Cole slammed his fist on the railing of the boat, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. "Someone, lower the boat. The warship certainly cannot follow the pirate's ship as it will be discovered from a distance." He planned to follow in a small boat and wait for an opportunity to rescue Belmere. The other Marines rushed to dissuade them. "Captain, calm down. The small boat can't catch up with the big sailboat, and once you are discovered, you will be dead. Let's not talk about whether Cole is a match for Gotha. In order to avoid being discovered by the pirates, the warship must hide far away. Once the small boat is discovered, it will become a sitting duck. Even if it is not sunk, once it is lost at sea, no one will be able to help it. Someone like Luffy who hid behind the barrel and was quickly fished out can only be said to be the chosen one. Under normal circumstances, someone would find a skeleton wearing a tattered straw hat in a wine barrel a few years later. Belmere is my subordinate. I cannot watch her fall into the hands of the pirates. Execute the order. The warship is temporarily under the command of Barnard." Suddenly, Barnard noticed something. "Hey? Where's Smoker?" The Marines looked around. "Strange. He was right next to me just now. Didn't it fall into the sea?" Cole seemed to have thought of something and looked suddenly in the direction of the pirate's ship. "Pirates on board." Gotha threw Belmere aside. "Ah ha ha ha, what an unlucky day. Guys, it's time for the party. After we've had enough food and drink, let's go find a town to vent our anger." When the pirates heard this, they all raised their swords and cheered. "Oh! Long live the captain!" Although more than half of his companions died, Gotha didn't care at all, and the surviving pirates felt even less concerned. As the saying goes, the great men divide the gold and silver. If a companion dies, he will get more. As for the manpower issue, as Gotha said, what is most lacking in this era is people who want to be pirates. Just go to any town, set a fire, and you'll catch a bunch of idiots dreaming of getting rich. Ahem. Belmere woke up faintly and found herself tied up, and she woke up instantly. "You damn scum! Oh? You're awake!" Gotha walked up to Belmere and squatted down, pinching her chin, looking her up and down with a lustful look. "Take a closer look, this girl is quite pretty, send her to my room. Lao Zi has never played with a female marine, haha." A hole. Belmere was angry and anxious. She knew very well what would happen to a woman who fell into the hands of the pirates. Better to live a miserable life than to die? Does not exist. When there are enough supplies, maybe I will keep this woman to vent my desires. Once supplies were scarce, these captured women were either thrown into the sea, or turned into bait or even food. The surrounding pirates cheered in unison. Boss, don't forget us when you're done playing. Don't worry, you'll get a share when you see it. Ah ha 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 ha. I hate wasting things. Everyone, please get in line behind me. Oh. Belmere was filled with despair, looked around, and prepared to commit suicide. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why don't you ask the Marine for a ransom? The pirates in North Blue did that before. Gotha's eyes lit up. Hey! What a good idea! You actually know about North Blue. Thanks for the compliment. After all, I'm a Marine, so I can always see some reports that outsiders don't know about. Oh, it's Marine. No wonder. Nanny? Marine. The person who spoke was Smoker, who was standing at the back of the crowd. The other pirates finally reacted and were thrown into chaos. Damn, where did this Marine come from? Why is Marine on the ship? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Sorry Belmere, you know I'm a landlubber. Belmere, who had survived a desperate situation, murmured with tears in his eyes, Smoker. Chapter 12. 5 minutes later, all the pirates had their limbs broken and were lying neatly on the deck. The strong ones have the energy to wail. Those who were weak had already fainted with their eyes rolled back. Smoker dusted himself off, picked up the sea stone necklace that had fallen on the deck, and carefully put it in his pocket. Sorry, I'm in a hurry and don't have time to tie you up slowly. This will save you a lot of trouble. You are all sea warriors anyway. A little physical pain is nothing. He stepped forward to help Belmere untie the rope. I was severely punished. It's all your fault that you're so slow that I've suffered so much. But thank you anyway. Belmere limped to his feet. When he caught sight of Gotha, he became enraged and picked up a knife, ready to chop him in the crotch. Smoker quickly stopped her. Don't be impulsive. Although these guys are scum, they are still useful. It would be a waste to kill them. Belmere looked unhappy. Ah. What's the use of such a guy? If you want to exchange him for military merits, you can kill him or her. To deal with the pirates, the naval headquarters has developed many incentives. The most famous of these is the bounty system, which has created countless pirates hunters who tirelessly hunt pirates. Another one is the internal military merit exchange system. Marine captured a bounty-laden criminal, but he couldn't exchange the bounty directly for money, so he had to exchange it for military merit. If you accumulate enough military merits, you can get a promotion and a raise. Smoker is just a private, but the pirates on this ship are enough for him to be promoted several levels. Smoker, that's not what I meant. He rolled up his sleeves and his palms turned pitch black. Belmere was surprised. What is this? Have you heard of devil fruit? It's a legendary treasure from the sea. After eating it, you can have special abilities. I've eaten devil fruit before. Smoker placed his hand on Belmere's shoulder, and darkness spread, soon covering her body. Soon, the darkness receded. She was surprised to find that all the pain in her body disappeared. Smoker let out a long breath and reopened his eyes, looking a little tired. He spread out his palm, and there was a transparent ball of light. Belmere's eyes widened. What kind of ability is this? It's amazing. I feel relaxed all over now. Smoker smiled a little tiredly. After development, you can absorb the pain and fatigue of others. When you use this trick on yourself, it is as easy as eating and drinking. However, when used on others, it not only consumes more physical strength, but also slows down the healing speed a lot. This is probably the mechanism of devil fruit. When Marco uses the undying flame to heal himself and others, the effect is completely different. I am a dark person who ate the dark fruit. I can manipulate gravity. I just used gravity to absorb your pain. Hey? Gravity man. Sounds pretty awesome. It's an A and that's all, just think of him as a gravity man, it's almost the same anyway. If you absorb the damage, will it have any effect on you? Smoker nodded. Pain exists objectively and someone has to bear it. If I bear it, I will naturally be affected. He looked at the pirates maliciously. But there are better options here, aren't there? Belmere understood immediately and his eyes lit up. A few minutes later, accompanied by screams of pain, Smoker cleared all of Belmere's pain and his own negative status for the month. Compared with the two people who looked refreshed, the pirates were breathing out more than breathing in. Especially Gotha, his eyes were wide open and his face was distorted, he was completely dead. Belmere suddenly thought of something. No. You usually train like you're risking your life, are you using this ability to cheat? Smoker smacked his lips and said nothing. Belmere said excitedly, can you use the pain you absorb as a weapon and throw it at the enemy? Wouldn't that make you invincible? Smoker shook his head. It's not that simple. If you want someone to suffer, it must be either their own will or they have no ability to resist. As it turns out, this move is useful, but it cannot be used as a means of combat. Belmere said oh and looked a little regretful. Then he expressed great envy of Smoker's abilities. Tisk tisk, devil fruit, I always thought it was just a rumor, I wish I could have one too. Smoker chuckled. Devil fruit is something you can only encounter by chance. Don't think too much about it. Let's take a look at what's on this ship first. The Gotha pirates have been around for so many years, so they must have a solid foundation. Belmere also perked up when he heard this. Right. Hide the good cigarettes and good wine first. We must not let that stubborn Cole find out. The two of them searched with great interest. 7 or 8 boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry, as well as a cargo hold full of weapons, were soon found. Belmere gasped. No wonder Gotha didn't care even though most of his men died. With these treasures and weapons, even if all his subordinates were killed, he could make a comeback quickly. Belmere showed little interest in these things and continued to search carefully. After all, treasures and weapons will be confiscated, but cigarettes and alcohol are yours. Finally, she found a secret compartment in the captain's room, which contained an iron box. Smoker, here. Belmere dragged out the box, which had several padlocks on it. The two opened the box and found a strange fruit inside. Belmere, what is this? Smoker looked at her oddly. Isn't this guy too European? I just wanted a devil fruit, and one popped up in the blink of an eye. This is devil fruit. Belmere was shocked. Hey! This is... There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but she handed it to Smoker without hesitation. You saved me, so this thing should be yours. Smoker shook his head. I'll leave it to you. Devil fruit is very special. Each person can only eat one. If you eat a second one, you will explode and die. So don't refuse it. However, I must remind you that each fruit is unique, and no one knows what abilities they will gain before eating it. If you don't want to eat it, you can choose to sell it. The market price is 100 million Baileys. 100 million Baileys. Belmere's eyes widened immediately. This thing is so valuable. If I sell it, I won't have to worry about cigarettes and alcohol for the rest of my life. If it were in the past, I might have made this choice. But today's experience made her understand the importance of strength. She took a deep breath and bit down hard. Ugh, it's so disgusting. Smoker watched her eat the whole fruit quietly before he asked, how is it? Do you feel any changes? Belmere looked at his hands and touched his face. Nothing has changed. Smoker couldn't help but frown. Belmere was nonchalant, it's okay, I'll study it slowly later, let's contact Cole first. He waved his hands subconsciously while speaking. Suddenly, a green wind blade flew out from the fingertips, penetrated the roof and flew out. Belmir was stunned. What's going on? Smoker also looked surprised. I know, the sickle fruit, this is the sickle fruit. The scythe fruit, a type of devil fruit paramecia, highly compresses the air as the hand passes through it, producing a slashing effect like a sharp sickle. After listening to Smoker's introduction, Belmir was overjoyed. He ran to the deck and waved continuously, and soon the pirate's ship was riddled with holes. Smoker was frightened and tried to dissuade him. All right, stop struggling. The boat can't hold up. People with special abilities are all landlubbers. If the boat sinks, we'll both die. Belmir then put down his hands obediently, staring at them and grinning foolishly. Smoker ignored her and walked over to the severed mast. The mast that two people could hug together had been cut and was as smooth as a mirror. I have to say that the threshold for developing the sickle fruit is really low, and you can immediately form combat effectiveness after eating it. Belmir, who ate the sickle fruit, is enough to deal with 99% of the native pirates of East Blue. After a while, the warship arrived. Smoker, Belmir, please don't tell anyone about my abilities. Belmir was puzzled. Hey. Why? Cole will definitely be happy. I'm not used to attracting attention, having someone with your abilities like you is enough to make him happy. I see. Belmir is a carefree person. Now that Smoker has said it, I won't think about it anymore. Okay, I don't know why, but I will keep my mouth shut. Don't worry. Thank you very much. Chapter 13. It's another energetic morning. 161 Marine arrived at the training ground in the morning light and began a new day of training. Not long ago, Belmir returned safely and turned out to be a person with special abilities. Cole was overjoyed. He had been to the naval headquarters and knew the value of devil fruit better than anyone else. The scythe fruit in particular is extremely powerful, and with a little development, it can possess the power to roam East Blue. Cole quickly arranged a sparring partner for Belmir to help her improve her strength as quickly as possible. Belmir did not disappoint everyone's expectations. In just a few months, his strength made a qualitative leap, even far surpassing Cole. On the playground, Belmir fights a group of Marines. Wind blade slash. Belmir slashed through the air with his hands, and the wind blades formed a light blue net, flying towards the opponent with a sound of breaking through the air. Careful! Get out of the way! The Marines quickly hid aside. The wind blade brushed past his body, cutting off the wooden stakes and rocks behind him. Only Cole held the sword with both hands, blocking the wind blade with all his might, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. Ah! Cole roared, his muscles bulged, and he finally broke the wind blade into pieces. Belmir on the opposite side had already raised 2 fingers. With just a wave of his hand, he could add a wind blade and send Cole directly to see God. That's enough, Belmir, no more fighting. Cole yelled stop. Damn it, you're getting stronger and stronger, even if we join forces we're no match for you. Belmir was not pretentious. He put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, yeah, that's really fun. But thanks to everyone's help, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to master the abilities so quickly. She walked to the edge of the training ground, took out a pack of cigarettes from her coat, lit one for herself, and then distributed one to everyone. The sparring partner Marine happily took the cigarette and started smoking with great enjoyment. Belmir is alone. She doesn't need to save money to support her family, and she doesn't like to dress up. Apart from food and drink, the remaining money is almost always spent on cigarettes and alcohol. So, she usually smokes good cigarettes. Although we are all comrades in arms, there is no need to say thank you for practicing with each other. But after every training session, Belmir would take out the cigarettes and share them with everyone. Cole took a deep puff of the cigarette, feeling the tobacco flavor surging in his mouth, then slowly exhaled with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Belmir, you are already the strongest person in the base. Belmir thought of Smoker and laughed dryly out of guilt. However, training alone is not enough, we still need actual combat. Belmir nodded. I understand. I've been bored after staying here for so long. You must take me with you next time you go out to sea. But I still can't believe that I can become stronger so easily just by eating a fruit. If the Marines can get a lot of fruits, the pirates won't have a chance to run rampant. Cole laughed. Don't let your imagination run wild. That's a great secret treasure. Finding one is just luck. Not far away, Smoker waved his hand toward the sky and threw a coin. A gull caught the coin and dropped a newspaper. Smoker caught the newspaper and opened it, and several wanted posters fell out. A new wanted poster? Let's see what kind of scumbags these are. Grey Hat Serduka, bounty of 1.5 million berries. Bank the Slayer, bounty 315,200 berries. Harp Girl Kafarina, bounty 970,000 baileys. Besides, Smoker looked through the wanted posters one by one. Bounties represent threats to the world government, not to civilians. Even if they are just small fish worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, they can still cause rivers of blood in villages and towns, so we must not be careless at all. Suddenly, he saw a special wanted poster. The photo shows a dark-skinned little girl, looking into the distance vigilantly. Smoker fell silent after looking at the bounty notice. What's going on? Any new pirates? Several Marines came up to Smoker and were stunned when they saw this outrageous bounty. Nika Robin, bounty. 79 million baileys. Is this true? He's obviously just a little devil. The ridiculous age and the ridiculous bounty made all the Marines gasp. Belmir snatched the newspaper, found the relevant report and started reading. O'Hara, Devil's Child. An 8-year-old can destroy an entire fleet all by himself. Extremely dangerous, harboring the same crime. Smoker quietly stepped aside and didn't listen any further. He knew the truth, but so what? If he revealed even a little bit of the information, not only would he be hunted endlessly, but the Marines in the base would also be purged. The O'Hara incident is a landmark event in pirates. I originally thought that Nika Robin was just a tool to interpret the historical text, so that Luffy would have the key to explore the blank 100 years. I didn't expect that as the plot progressed, the impact would become greater and greater. The Revolutionary Dragon, Vegapunk, Saren, and even the Giants, all were involved. By the way, how is Kuzan? In the O'Hara incident, the government's ruthlessness, Akainu's iron-bloodedness, and Sarung's rebuke. This had a huge impact on Kuzan's heart, and he even began to doubt the justice he upheld, changing his passionate justice into lazy justice. Smoker sighed. Kuzan, the so-called passion is not to believe that justice has no darkness, but to still uphold justice after seeing darkness. Also, the 2 years are almost up. Don't forget the promise you and I made. At this time, Naval Headquarters. Kuzan was sitting in his office in a daze. This is a very rare situation. In the past, he was either on a mission or training his iron fist with Garp. But since the O'Hara incident, he has fallen into deep confusion. The burning tree of all-knowing. Exploding civilian transport ship. Cold to the point of being a comrade you don't even know. ACP that will do anything in the name of justice. My good friend Saren asked me. Robin left crying. It always lingered in his mind and could not be shaken off. Justice, what exactly is it? What I insist on. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, interrupting his thoughts. Come in. The door opened and a Marine saluted and walked in with documents. Vice Admiral Kuzan, this is the recruitment notice for the elite Marine expansion class. Please take a look. Kuzan's eyes flashed with reminiscence. Ah, the elite marine class, I really miss it. Cuzin's thoughts went back to a few years ago. During the God Valley incident, the then King Rox was defeated by Roger and Garp. But Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido and other pirates also lost their shackles and poured into the new world. Plus Roger, Redfield, as well as Burndy Valudo, Babeo Navy and other big pirates. For a while, the Grand Line was turned upside down. Although Marine has Kong, the resourceful General Sengoku, Garp the Fist, and Black Arm Zephyr. But faced with the endless stream of big pirates, it is still stretched to the limit. Facing pirates of this level, without admiral-level combat power to lead the team, no matter how many people go, they will all be useless. Therefore, Kong started the Marine Elite class. Recruit the most promising Marine elites. Concentrate resources and strive to train generals who can carry the banner of justice. 10 years ago, the first elite class was opened, with the former Admiral Zephyr, who had retired to the second line, as the chief instructor. After that, a session was held every 2 to 3 years, training a large number of elite Marines. The most outstanding ones are Sakazuki, Bonisolino, Cuzin, and Monkey D. Dragon, who left Marine early. The 4 of them were called Monster Rookies. There are even rumors that the next batch of Marine Admirals will be born among them. In addition to them, there are Jun, Cake, Flying Squirrel, Dogman, and Burning Mountain. These students are collectively referred to as the Golden Generation. The Golden Generation takes the elite route, with more than a dozen students in each class, taught by Zephyr himself. After graduation, they were quickly filled into various positions, greatly alleviating the shortage of combat power among the Marine's senior management. Some days ago, Zephyr submitted another proposal. On the basis of the original, an expanded class of Marine elites was formed, and grassroots Marines were recruited from branches all over the world for training. This was a good thing, and Kong readily agreed. Thus, the first Marine elite expanded class was officially opened. As a rule, senior Marine officers can recommend students for the assessment. As the Vice Admiral of this department, Cuzin is naturally qualified. Alalalala, it's been 2 years, that guy must be getting impatient. Cuzin took out the recommendation form and wrote Smoker's name on it stroke by stroke. Chapter 14. The last month or so has been very strange. For some unknown reason, all the pirates of East Blue disappeared. Smoker went out on patrol with the boat several times, and often didn't encounter any pirates. That day, Smoker trained until night again. He removed the bandage from his hand and looked at the gaping wound on his fist, muttering to himself. What's going on recently? Why is the sea so quiet? I have already endured a lot of pain these days, and no one else has endured it, so I dare not let go and train. Everyone, please pay attention. Suddenly, Kerr's voice came from the loudspeaker at the training ground. There was tension and urgency in the voice. Everyone, gather at the dock in 5 minutes. Any delay will result in military punishment. Cole repeated it 3 times and then turned off the horn with a low beep. Smoker felt a little surprised. Cole is a very easygoing person. Although he is strict, he rarely uses military law to pressure others. What happened today? I'm so nervous. The other Marines were also confused. Whether they were lying down to sleep or strolling around for entertainment, no one dared to delay and they all changed into military uniforms and rushed to the dock. Smoker also quickly rushed to the dock. At this time, Cole and several officers had already been waiting here. When they saw someone coming, they asked him to return to the team. They tidied the Marines' appearance one by one, and if they saw anyone not doing things in a standard manner, they would scold them loudly and without mercy. Smoker quietly asked his comrade next to him, what happened to the base commander? The Marine next to him held his head high, glanced around, and made sure no one saw him, then shook his head imperceptibly. I don't know, maybe some important person is coming. Belmere happened to be standing nearby and whispered, what a big shot. 2 years ago, when the Banman royal family came here, they didn't make such a big scene. Suddenly, someone whispered coming. Smoker looked over quickly and saw a warship slowly approaching in the night. Judging from the outline, it should be a large warship of the headquarters. The only person who can mobilize warships of this specification is at least the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. Although the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral seems a bit weak in the later plot, they are all elite among the elite. For Base 161, he is definitely an important figure who is difficult to touch. As the warship approached, Smoker's expression became strange. Because the shape of this ship is so weird, there is a dog holding a bone on the bow. Hiss, isn't this the warship of the marine hero, Monkey D. Garp? No wonder East Blue is so quiet recently. Unexpectedly, this gentleman came to East Blue. The small temple welcomed the great Bodhisattva. But why is Cole so in awe? I don't think this guy is the type to curry favor with his superiors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed in the small 161 base for so many years. At this time, Belmere solved his doubts. It turns out to be Vice Admiral Garp, no wonder. When Captain Kalki was a child, his town was attacked by pirates. It was Vice Admiral Garp who saved him and led him to join the Marine. In his heart, Vice Admiral Garp is not only his superior, but also his benefactor. Smoker suddenly. After a while, the warship docked steadily at the pier. Garp munched on a donut and staggered down the stairs, followed by a group of Marines. Salute! Captain Cole shouted, and everyone saluted in a standard military salute. Vice Admiral Garp, thank you for visiting so late at night. All the officers and soldiers of Base 161 welcome you. Garp walked up to him, a casual expression on his face. Ha ha ha, little Cole, you're still as serious as ever. I'm just passing by, there's no need to be so fussy. By the way, zzz. Garp was halfway through his speech when he suddenly lowered his head, his breathing became heavy, and a large snot bubble blew out of his nose. Cole was listening and was suddenly stunned when he saw this, confused for a moment. Smoker happened to be standing next to Cole and whispered, Base Commander, Vice Admiral Garp has fallen asleep. Cole's face darkened, don't talk nonsense. Vice Admiral Garp is a war hero, how could he? Before he could finish his words, Garp's snot bubble suddenly burst, waking him up with a fright. Oh, sorry, I just fell asleep. Marines, hey. Garp picked his nose and said, let's not talk about this for now. Originally I wanted to go back to the headquarters directly after my vacation, but Kuzan asked me to pick up a kid named Smoker and go back to the headquarters. Who is it? Come out and see. Everyone was stunned and looked at Smoker. Smoker looked confused. It turned out to be Kuzan, luckily he didn't forget the appointment. But isn't this too high profile? How could I have the good of asking the legendary marine hero to come pick me up? Smoker felt his scalp tingling, but he still took a step forward. Reporting to Vice Admiral Garp, Private Smoker reports to you. Just average, hey. Garp glanced at Smoker, and at first glance it didn't seem like a big deal. But the next moment he realized something was wrong and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Then he suddenly rushed towards Smoker, so fast that it seemed like teleportation. Smoker was also shocked, and his first reaction was to step back and dodge. But before he could move, Garp's fist had already stopped at the tip of his nose, and the strong wind from the fist made his face hurt. Ka, Vice Admiral Garp. Garp opened his hand and the sea stone pendant appeared on it. Smoker looked down and a cold sweat broke out. The buttons on his collar had been neatly unbuttoned. I see, sea stone, no wonder Kuzan Brat recommended you. Garp let go of the pendant. You actually use such a messed up method to practice. You're really an incredible brat. Ha 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 ha. With Garp's observation hacky, he could naturally sense Smoker's physique, which was considered quite good for his age. As for the devil fruit ability, it is not that important. In Garp's eyes, it doesn't matter what fruit you eat, as you can just slap your brains out with one blow. Hey! Garp suddenly yawned loudly. I'm going to sleep here tonight. It's uncomfortable to be wet on the boat. Everyone, take a break and leave tomorrow morning. Smoker, don't be late. After saying that, he walked towards the base. Cole hurried forward. Vice Admiral Garp, we have prepared a room, please follow me. Ah, thank you for your hard work. I am really a little sleepy. You must have been up all night trying to wipe out the pirates, right? You must have worked so hard. Ah, there's no need to bother with such a small thing. I'm just trying to set a record for eating donuts in a row. Forward. Late at night, Smoker arrived at the training ground and Belmere was already waiting there. Smoker, I heard that you are going to take the assessment for the Elite Marine Expansion class of the Naval Headquarters. As long as you pass the assessment, you will have the opportunity to stay in the headquarters. Congratulations! I'm just going to take the test. I don't know what the result will be yet. You called me out so late, isn't that why you want to tell me? Belmere was not the kind of person who was indecisive. He must have asked her to come over not just to say goodbye. Of course, Smoker doesn't think the other person likes him. Smoker, play with me. What nonsense are you talking about? Belmere took off the hairband from her wrist and tied her hair up, then took off her coat, revealing her muscular body. Take off the pendant. I know I'm no match for you, but at least let me know the real gap between you and me. Smoker hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay. A few minutes later. The playground was a mess and the surrounding slate fence was chopped to pieces. Belmere fell on the playground with a bruised face and breathing heavily. Damn it! I didn't expect that even after trying my best, I couldn't even touch Kakuzu. This gap is really despairing. Yeah, it's still a long way off. Haha, cough, cough. Belmere laughed a few times, and then started coughing because of the involvement of the wound. You are such a badass and you don't know how to comfort people. I'm just telling the truth. On the battlefield, false comfort will only cost you your life. Smoker sat next to her. However, you are more than 100 times stronger than when I first met you. Besides, in the eyes of a strong man like Vice Admiral Garp, what's the difference between you and me? We still have a long way to go. Belmere thought of Garp's despairing speed after just one try, and murmured, haha, it's true. Why did you come to see me tonight? To see you off? I won't be moved. Haha, you idiot. Nothing much, I just felt a little emotional after seeing Vice Admiral Garp. Emotion. You know, in everyone's eyes, Vice Admiral Garp is like a guardian angel. Smoker nodded, I've heard that, because he comes back every year on vacation, East Blue is the weakest sea. Belmere sighed, I can't accept this. We are also Marines who bear the name of justice. We should be the protectors of East Blue. Smoker was silent for a while, then said calmly, after I leave, you will be the only one with special abilities. I'm leaving everything to you. Belmere, if you can be a gentle mother, you can definitely be the protector of East Blue. Hey? What's the meaning of a gentle mother? I don't want any children, ha ha ha, cough cough. Belmere sat up with difficulty, took out a cigarette and lit it, then threw the whole pack to Smoker. This is a farewell gift for you. Smoking is not good, but it will make you more manly. It turns out you're the manliest person in the base. Roll. Not far away, Garp was sitting on the roof watching the fun, and Bogart was sitting quietly on the side. Garp grinned as he heard the two bickering. Base 161? That's interesting. Chapter 15. Chatted with Belmere all night. The next day, Smoker boarded Garp's boat and set off for the naval headquarters. Then came the boring voyage. But Smoker was not idle either. 4998, 4999, 5000. Hey! It's over. Smoker finished his boxing training, took off his clothes and wrung them, sweat pouring down his face. He shook them a few times and put them on again, then turned around and prepared to return to the cabin. At base 161, Smoker is an absolute training maniac, but he is not so conspicuous on the Garp ship. Garp's ability to compete with Roger pirates wasn't achieved by fighting alone. Although everyone on his ship except Bogart is nameless, they are all the elite among the elite. Apart from their missions, they spend the rest of their time training. However, there is a lazy Garp. Garp was eating rice crackers and walking towards me like a street kid. Hey, Smoker, you're quite energetic. Do you want to find an opponent to spar with? Smoker looked back at Garp, his face full of disbelief. Discuss? With you? Are you kidding me? Garp walked to the side and sat down, crossing his legs and eating senbei. Kid, this is the first time the elite marine expansion class is recruiting students. Although Kuzan recommended you, you are only qualified to take the exam, not to join. Zephyr is a hard-nosed old man and he's not easy to fool. Smoker nodded, his expression unchanged. Thank you for telling me. I think it's a joke if you can join just by recommendation. Garp laughed. Kid, you're so confident. Do you want me to find you an opponent to practice with? Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out you didn't do it yourself. I was scared to death. Okay, I won't refuse a fight if it comes to my door. Don't you need to take a break? The pirates won't wait for me to rest. Well said. Garp's eyes showed admiration. At this time, many Marines gathered around to watch the fun. Garp glanced around and pointed at someone. Mantis, practice with him. Yes. A huge man walked out from the crowd. Smoker glanced at his epaulets. His military rank was the same as Kokel's, that of Colonel, but his aura was incomparable. Garp grinned and said, Kid, take off that pendant and show me your true abilities. Then he warned Mantis, don't damage the boat. I don't want to hear Zyahe's nagging. Mantis said okay respectfully, took off his coat and threw it aside, revealing his granite muscles. The surrounding Marines quickly gathered around, looking like they were just looking for trouble, they really were Garp's crew members. Smoker took off the pendant and bumped his fists together. Please advise me, Colonel Mantis. Smoker wasn't arrogant enough to look down on the colonel of the naval headquarters. In the comics, the colonel seems to be just a minor character, nothing special. But in fact, he is already an elite and can serve as the highest commander in any base in the world. If you really count, when Luffy went to sea, the colonel of the naval headquarters is almost comparable to the pirates with a bounty of 50 million. Commodore can be compared with pirates, which is priced at 100 million yuan. As for Rear Admiral, Drake is the best example, and his bounty was 222 million at the time. As for Vice Admiral, the gap is too big to judge. The weak Maynard Vice Admiral was killed by Bartolomeo, who had a bounty of 150 million berry. The strong ones are called Admiral candidates. The strongest one calls Admiral a kid. Mantis nodded to Smoker, rushed to Smoker in an instant, and punched him in the chest. So fast. Smoker was startled and raised his hand to block the fist. The Marines around were also surprised. This guy is a private, right? He actually blocked Colonel Mantis's attack. He's still a private with this kind of strength. Is the threshold for warrant officers so high? Damn, it's a good thing I was promoted early. Everyone was whispering. Only Garp looked at the hole made by Mantis on the deck with a serious expression. Mantis was also a little surprised to see that his attack was blocked. You're also quick. Smoker shuddered. No, I'm not fast at all, I'm very persistent. Mantis frowned, hooked his hands around Smoker's head and pressed it down, then raised his knee and bumped into him. Smoker quickly blocked it, but was still knocked off balance. Mantis took the opportunity to punch Smoker again, knocking him out and creating a big hole on the deck. Marines, beautiful. Garp, FK. Hiss. Smoker rubbed his chest and stood up. Although it hurts a lot to get punched because of the side effects of dark fruit. But fortunately, in the past few years, Smoker's tolerance to pain has also improved step by step. I even doubted if I had some masochistic attributes. The strongest men on the ship frowned. Bogart walked over to Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, there's something wrong with Smoker's aura. Ah, I feel it. Garp may seem nonchalant, but his observation haki is able to see through everything. His aura has not weakened, but the fluctuations are extremely violent. This means that Mantis's punch didn't hurt him, but it still hurt him a lot. Interesting. Suddenly, Garp yelled at the two of them. Stop playing around, both of you. Give me your abilities. Smoker and Mantis were both shocked and said in unison, yes. Mantis activated his ability, his body grew rapidly, long tentacles grew on his head, his eyes turned into huge compound eyes, and his arms grew thicker and longer, with jagged teeth growing out, like two giant sickles. At the same time, a carapace appeared on his body, and transparent wings grew out from his back, and he flew into the air with a slight flap. The Marines around excitedly shouted, "Come on! It appears! Colonel Mantis ability, Zoan Bug Fruit Mantis form. Insects are far more powerful than ordinary animals, and mantises are second to none." That's right. Not only is it incredibly fast and powerful, it also has a sharp blade, a shell, and wings. It has absolutely no blind spots. Garp chuckled. Smoker, you better be careful. After Mantis uses his ability, his combat power is no weaker than that of an ordinary rear admiral. If you can't bear it, surrender early. Don't force yourself. If you get hurt, I will have a headache. Ha 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 ha. Garp's words sounded nice, but his face was full of expectation, and it didn't look like he was trying to persuade him at all. Smoker was speechless. Didn't you let me use my ability? You are such a bad old man. He no longer paid attention to the old man who was watching the fun and turned his head to stare at Mantis hovering in the air. It's time to go. Mantis rushed towards Smoker, twice as fast as before, and his blade foot slashed towards Smoker's neck with a sharp sound. Hiss! So fast! So ruthless! Smoker quickly dodged. The blade brushed past his scalp, bringing out a gust of wind that directly cut off a section of the boat's railing. This power is stronger than Belmir's wind blade. However, Smoker reacted quickly. He took advantage of the gap in Mantis' attack and punched him in the lower abdomen, knocking him out. But Mantis just somersaulted a few times in the air, and stabilized his body by flapping his wings, looking unharmed. On the contrary, Smoker's fist felt like hitting a steel plate, causing him to feel numb. This is armor! Mantis shouted, insects have shells. After saying that, he waved his arms and forelimbs continuously, and countless light green wind blades poured down like raindrops. Smoker was shocked. Tempest kick. This is the first time I have seen the 6 styles. When I read the comics before, I thought the 6 styles were so weak and only a fool would practice them. Now that I have experienced it myself, I have discovered that for mid and low-level Marines, the 6 styles is simply a magical skill. Smoker dodged but was unable to dodge all of them. From time to time, wind blades fell on his body, leaving wounds. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Smoker couldn't roll around and scream like Blackbeard. But his face was pale, his veins were bulging, and his teeth were chattering. Those who don't know would think that she was taking a cold shower while having menstrual cramps. The surrounding Marines had already dispersed for fear of being accidentally injured. Only Garp's eyes bulged out, and he muttered to himself, "It's over, Deck." Bogart stood behind him in silence. At this moment, several wind blades happened to hit the two of them. Bogart casually brushed them aside with the hilt of his sword, as if he were brushing aside a few leaves. Garp waved his hand and slapped the wind blade into pieces like a mosquito. In severe pain, Smoker no longer held back and rushed forward to fight with Mantis. The two sides were fighting fiercely, punching and slashing each other. But anyone with discerning eyes can see that Mantis, who possesses the abilities of flight, shell, and blade, completely overpowers Smoker. The wounds on Smoker's body continued to increase, but his eyes became more and more fiery. He could feel that his resistance to the pain of cuts seemed to have increased. Garp took out another pack of senbei from somewhere and said to Bogart while eating, "I see. I know. His pain is a side effect of the devil fruit." Bogart narrowed his eyes slightly. He trusted Garp's judgment, but still had doubts. Why doesn't he use his ability? Is it because his ability is useless? Garp took a bite of the senbei and shook his head slightly. Think about it, what fruits have side effects? Whitebeard's shock fruit, Magellan's poison fruit. Besides them, there are no fruits of those three little monsters. So how could this brat's fruit ability be weak? Bogart couldn't help but frown. Then why doesn't he use his ability? Garp snorted. Arrogant little brat, he's using Mantis as a whetstone. This also shows that he is confident that as long as he uses his ability, he can end the battle quickly. Suddenly, Mantis was suspended in the air. He also had many wounds on his body, and many damages on his armor were visible to the naked eye. But compared to Smoker, who was covered in blood, he was in much better condition. "Mr. Smoker, I admit that you are very tenacious, but you can't win. Just admit defeat." Smoker took a slow breath, suppressed the wave of pain, and then smiled confidently at Mantis. "Thank you for your kindness, Colonel Mantis, but psychological warfare is useless to me." He slowly stretched out his dark palm. And the battle is over. Chapter 16. When Mantis saw Smoker's palm, his heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. But he is also a veteran who has followed Garp for many years. Although his military rank was not high, he had been through many battles and had seen many strange abilities. When it saw Smoker's action, it quickly flapped its wings and flew back. No matter what your ability is, it's always right to keep a distance. But Smoker's palm was always facing Mantis, and suddenly a powerful suction force burst out. After years of training, Smoker has already surpassed Blackbeard in the development of dark fruit, and the gravity he releases is also very concentrated. The people nearby didn't feel anything. But Mantis felt his body stiffen and was pulled over by an irresistible suction force. Damn, what kind of ability is this? Mantis's face turned pale, and he quickly flapped his wings and struggled hard. But dark fruit is known for its infinite attraction. In the original plot, even when Whitebeard fell into darkness, he did not directly fight against gravity, but attacked Blackbeard to break free from control. At this time, Mantis was even more irresistible. There was no way he could resist. For a moment, he was like an insect caught in a spider web, unable to break free and could only be pulled along. And the closer you get to Smoker, the stronger and more suffocating the gravity becomes. A few seconds later, Mantis was pulled in front of Smoker. But for him, it was enough for a counterattack. Be careful! Mantis raised his blade foot and slashed at Smoker fiercely. If used against an enemy, this blow would definitely be aimed at the neck. But it was just a sparring match after all, so Mantis turned his blade and slashed at Smoker's outstretched arm. Mantis's response was so good that even Garp couldn't find fault with it. When faced with unclear abilities, directly attacking the person with the ability is the best option. Facing the blade foot slash, Smoker didn't dodge, but reached out to grab it. Not good. Garp frowned and suddenly burst out with a burst of energy, causing his cloak to move without wind. No wonder Garp is anxious. Judging from the performance of the two just now, Smoker, who has not mastered Iron Body and Armament Haki, cannot withstand Mantis' attack at all. Mantis is fine if he holds back. If he strikes with all his strength, Smoker might not be able to save his hand. I really wanted to test Smoker's strength, but I didn't think of breaking his arms and legs. Oh no, I can't stop my strength. Mantis' eyes widened, and his blade slashed towards Smoker with a sound of breaking through the air. With his strength, the power of this blow is no weaker than the swordsman's slash. But the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. A layer of darkness appeared on Smoker's arms, like black arm guards. The moment Mantis came into contact with darkness, the power of the Mantis fruit suddenly disappeared, and he instantly turned into an ordinary person. The blade-like foot that looked like a slashing knife also turned into an ordinary arm and was easily blocked by Smoker. Note: Dark Fruit can remove the ability status. In Impel Down, when Luffy is caught by Blackbeard in the second gear state, he instantly returns to normal state. When Blackbeard lets go, he returns to the second gear state. What's going on? Mantis opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. I wanted to retract my ability just now, but I was unable to react in time. Why did it suddenly change back? Garp breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to take action just now, but something unexpected happened. Then came the surprise. Mantis, his reaction is so fast. Has his control over his abilities reached this point? Smoker smiled slightly and grabbed Mantis' arm with his backhand. Colonel Mantis, the battle is not over yet. Then he punched him in the stomach. At this time, Mantis had no insect armor to defend himself, and was hit so hard that his whole body flew into the air and almost broke in half. Then Smoker slashed his neck with a palm knife, knocking him unconscious. Colonel Mantis, lost. The Marines around were whispering to each other, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Smoker didn't care about the people around him as a dark substance like thick smoke suddenly came out of his body. What is this guy going to do? Is this his ability? So weird. The dark matter wrapped around Smoker layer by layer, turning him into a black cocoon. After a while, the darkness dissipated and Smoker's injuries had healed. Garp clapped his hands and walked forward laughing. Ha 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 ha, Smoker, you're amazing. I didn't expect you could defeat Mantis. Kuzan, you have a good eye. I feel relieved now. Someone, send Mantis to the infirmary. Smoker glanced at Mantis and said nothing more. Although he fainted, it was only a superficial wound and there was no need to use his abilities. After all, healing others' injuries is time-consuming and laborious, and there is no plan to expose this ability at the moment. Garp looked at Smoker. Although it was a little ragged, it looked intact. Come with me. Everyone else, disperse. Oh, and remember to repair the deck before dark. Marines, hey. Without waiting for anyone to object, Garp quickly took Smoker away. Back in the office, Garp sat down at his desk, crossed his legs, pointed at the sofa next to him, and said to Smoker, sit. Smoker sat down obediently and looked around the office of the legendary marine hero curiously. Sure enough, tea sets and snacks were all available. But there were no nautical charts or documents related to the work. Very Garp style. Bogart followed and sat on the sofa on the other side without Garp's greeting. Although he had a blank expression and looked aloof and arrogant. In fact, I am also very curious about Smoker's fruit. Garp found a pack of senbei, threw a few to the two of them like cigarettes, and asked as they ate. Smoker, your ability is really weird. What is it? The power of devil fruit depends largely on its mysterious nature. There are many people who can kill instantly when they first meet and be killed instantly when they meet again, such as the group of Lolita killed by Usopp. As a person with special abilities, they will do everything they can to conceal their abilities. Some extreme cases, such as Khorasan, simply conceal the fact that they are people with special abilities. Therefore, it is very rare for someone like Luffy to introduce his abilities during battle. This phenomenon is particularly evident on the pirates' ship. For pirates, betrayal is the norm. The partner behind the delivery today may stab you in the back tomorrow. So no one wants to reveal their cards. In the pirates group, many captains only have a vague understanding of the abilities of their subordinates. But in Marine, the situation is much better. Although there are some corrupted people in the Marine, most of them are worthy of the name of justice. Coupled with the constraints of military discipline, the mutual trust is still relatively high. Therefore, in the Marine team, officers have a clearer understanding of their subordinates' abilities. Garp's direct questioning of his abilities was a little abrupt, but it was not unacceptable to Marine. Considering the difference in status between the two parties, it is not considered humiliating to Smoker. If it were someone else, Smoker might have been wary. But the person in front of him was Garp. Although he is not serious in his daily life, his character is still very good, so there is no need to worry that he will betray you. My fruit is Logia's dark fruit, which can transform into darkness. Smoker no longer hides and introduces his fruit ability. I will be staying in the naval headquarters in the future, so even if I don't say it, it will be exposed sooner or later. Might as well be honest now. Of course, I only mentioned the basic properties, such as infinite gravity, forced silence, etc. Garp was amazed. Forcing the fruit's ability to become ineffective, what a powerful and strange ability. To a certain extent, it's even better than armament haki. Bogart nodded in agreement. After all, when facing some special abilities, armament haki can only fight against them, but there is no guarantee that they will not be hit. For example, Sugar that has the fruit of childlike fun. Even a powerful haki user like Cone of Green Pepper fell into her hands. Judging from the effect alone, it is not even a little bit worse than dark fruit. This needs to be replaced with dark fruit. You can touch me as you like, if you move, I lose. Garp poured the entire packet of senbei into his mouth, drank a cup of tea savorily, and then stood up contentedly. Okay, Smoker, I understand almost everything. You've worked hard, so go back and rest early. But you have to remember, although dark fruit is very strong, physical strength is the foundation of everything. Once you enter the elite Marine expansion class, practice hard with Zephyr. That old man has something in his belly. Smoker gave a standard military salute. Thank you for your advice, Vice Admiral Garp. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he turned and left. After Smoker left, Garp asked Bogart, "What do you think?" Bogart bowed his head and pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "They are both fine, you can rest assured." Garp chuckled, "These little brats are more troublesome than the other." In the Marine, the Vice Admiral has the right to recommend many things. For example, recommending branch Marines to join the headquarters, recommending candidates to enter the elite class. This is actually helping them to develop their own team. Although the Marines have marshals and admirals, their numbers are limited after all. Vice Admiral is the backbone. And each of them also has a relatively fixed team. In extreme cases, it can even be transformed into an independent force. But at the same time, the people they recommend also represent their own reputation. If the person you recommend is outstanding, it will naturally be a great honor. But if the person you recommend is too bad, you will also lose face. Kuzan has never used the referral right before, so Smoker is the first one. Although it hasn't caused a huge uproar, there are still quite a few people paying attention to it. Kuzan is Garp's follower and his disciple. But Garp was actually always very worried about him. Over the years, Garp has not cared about power and is carefree in his daily life. This is indeed because I don't want to serve celestial dragons. But isn't it a form of self-protection? After all, he has too many debuffs. He is powerful, has high prestige, has no loyalty to the world government, and his son even rebelled against the Marine Corps. even though the world government praises him highly. But if Garp showed any ambition, strategy, or wisdom, the world government doesn't mind killing people. As for the refusal to promote the admiral, it was just to keep each other's dignity. If Garp really agrees to become an admiral, the world government will be in trouble. Therefore, Garp has always presented himself as a naughty boy, just because he doesn't want to be involved in too much trouble. But I never expected that. His little follower Aokiji actually followed suit and imitated his behavior perfectly. This gave Garp a headache. While other vice admirals are working hard to cultivate their own people, you are still here foolishly accompanying me to hammer warships. Do I need you to accompany me? Can't we do something more bureaucratic? Garp saw it and was worried. But it's not easy to say it out loud, after all, it doesn't fit my personality. After several hints, Kuzan still didn't understand the hidden meaning. Many years passed in a flash, and seeing that Kuzan, this silly boy, had made little progress, Garp had no choice but to accept the reality. Forget it, let it be, at least my strength hasn't fallen. But this time, Kuzan unexpectedly recommended students. This made Garp, who was still on vacation at East Blue, overjoyed. The silly boy finally got it. But when he heard that the person Kuzan recommended was a kid from East Blue who had just become a private and whom he had only met once, he almost exploded. With no other options, he had to go there himself to test the quality of Smoker. If Smoker's performance is not satisfactory, Garp does not mind being the bad guy and will never let him embarrass himself at the headquarters. Fortunately, the result is good. Garp was very satisfied with Smoker's ability. Putting aside the power of the fruit, his skills alone are enough to pass the test. Not only that, this shows that Kuzan has a good eye. For marine generals, discovering outstanding talents is also an indispensable ability. More importantly, whether Kuzan did it intentionally or unintentionally. Finally started to train my own team. This is a crucial step for him. Smoker walks on the boat. It seems that I have passed the test of Vice Admiral Garp. In the original story, Smoker was recommended by Kuzan to join the headquarters a few years later. In a sense, he is Kuzan's close confidant. It's just that Smoker himself is so disappointing. In terms of strength, he has the most powerful Logia fruit, but he only knows how to bully weak ones by transforming into an element. Once you encounter an enemy who knows Haki, you will be defeated. On status. Not to mention, he doesn't have Garp's life, but he has Garp's disease. First, because of his bad temper, he repeatedly offended his superiors and had been wandering around East Blue Logue Town, unable to provide any support to Kuzan. After finally getting through the Summit War, I can finally return to the center. Knowing that the Marine was short of manpower, he didn't want to help Kuzan, who was temporarily taking over the position of Admiral, and his mind was full of chasing Luffy. 2 years later, I finally got my wish and went to the G5 branch, but that was also a kind of exile. I am different now. Chapter 17. Time goes by day. Smoker is either training or fighting against the Marines who refuse to obey him. The days are monotonous and fulfilling. After a long time, we finally arrived at the naval headquarters. Smoker stood at the bow early, admiring the most famous landmark in the pirates' world. As the warship got closer, Smoker's breathing became heavier. When I saw naval headquarters in the anime, I didn't feel anything. But now facing this war fortress, feeling the solemnity and pressure. Even though I knew they were not enemies, I could still feel a sense of suffocation. Entering the inner bay, Smoker felt numb all over. The mountain-like naval headquarters occupies the entire island, and its huge shadow casts a shadow over the entire inner bay. Like a giant beast entrenched in its lair. And those densely packed heavy artillery pieces reflecting cold light are the claws of this giant beast, always ready to tear the enemy into pieces. Is this the king of the sea? It's really awe-inspiring. While he was sighing, Garp walked behind Smoker. Smoker kid, this is your first time here, how does it feel? Smoker's first reaction upon hearing his voice was to shudder. It turned out that during the voyage, Garp was also curious about Smoker's dark fruit and insisted on trying some. Smoker thought that he was wearing the sea stone pendant last time, which seriously affected his performance. If I use my full strength, even if I can't win, I won't be killed instantly, right? There aren't many opportunities to compete with such a powerful max-level warrior. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. So, the confident Smoker agreed to Garp's request. Unfortunately, Smoker only lasted 3 seconds before he was defeated. In the first 2 seconds, the two men confronted each other. In the third second, Smoker was stuck head first onto the deck. The results don't seem to be any different whether I wear a sea stone necklace or not. After that, Garp, for some reason, became interested in dark fruit and would always pester Smoker to compete with him. Fortunately, Garp was more aware of the situation and he used less force each time, allowing Smoker to hold on a little longer. Although Smoker was in desperate straits every time, it was not entirely without gain. Under this pressure, Smoker's strength soared. Especially the ability to withstand blows, which is completely different from before. And Smoker understood it completely. In front of this old man. What about Logia Paramecia? These fancy things are useless. On the contrary, those Zoan users can withstand a few more attacks thanks to their strong and durable advantages. Seeing Garp appear behind him without anyone noticing, Smoker shuddered reflexively and called out Vice Admiral Garp. Then I looked at the majestic naval headquarters and said honestly, I was just shocked. It is worthy of being the overlord of the sea. It is so spectacular. But I was also secretly muttering in my heart. Faced with such a fortress, how could Whitebeard and Golden Lion dare to break into this place? What kind of terrifying existence are they? Smoker recalled the first time he fought the pirates. The opponent is just a small fish with a bounty of tens of thousands. He had just traveled through time not long ago, and he didn't take the other party seriously at all, thinking he could easily deal with him. But the result surprised him. Smoker used all means and risked his life to win the victory over his opponent. If the opponent could hold out for one more minute, Smoker would be the one to have his head chopped off. This incident taught Smoker a lesson. That is, you should never look at the people in this world with the eyes of your previous life. For example, Caribou and Buggy are just funny supporting characters in the comics and seem harmless. But before they met the protagonists, they were all overlords with blood debts and caused Marine a lot of headaches. If even they are like this, how powerful would the 4 emperors be? Smoker, Naval Headquarters, you are truly the embodiment of world justice. Ha 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 ha, you're wrong. Very wrong. Garp pointed at the warship docked at the pier, on which were several Marines who were being chased like rabbits by officers, and then pointed at Smoker. The so-called justice is not that broken building. It's people. Smoker choked upon hearing that, and stood at attention and gave a standard military salute. Yes. I will definitely not let you down. Garp chuckled and looked around. This department is good, but it's too boring. Originally I wanted to show you around, but your registration deadline is almost here, so maybe next time. After hearing this, Smoker's face suddenly darkened. During this voyage, Smoker drifted on the sea for a full month and a half. It's not that Base 161 is far from the naval headquarters, but that Garp's routes are too arbitrary. Today I saw a pirates that I didn't like, so I chased him for 2 days and beat him up. Tomorrow I will go to the next island to buy tea and rice crackers. Each time it was only delayed for a few days, but after a few days and a few more days, the sailing time was doubled. If Sengoku hadn't scolded Garp badly on the phone, he would probably still be having a good time out there. Smoker, look at the sky. The sun is setting now and lights have been turned on in many places. And the test time is the day after tomorrow morning. In other words, Smoker only has 1 day left. Smoker nodded. Vice Admiral Garp, thank you for your care these days. Garp waved his hand nonchalantly, then suddenly thought of something. By the way, when you go to the expanded class, you can't cause trouble, but you don't have to be polite when you get into trouble. That's where fists speak. Oh. Smoker was stunned at first, then he showed a weird smile. Is that so? That would be great. I am going to vent the pressure Vice Admiral Garp has put on me these days on you guys. Soon the ship docked. Smoker took the materials and reported in at the end of his shift. The staff received him warmly. Not only was he given a new military uniform, but he was also given a separate apartment in the living area. Smoker was quite surprised. He originally thought that he would be staying in a large dormitory, but he didn't expect the conditions to be so good. Naval Headquarters is not only a military fortress, but also has a large living area at the back. Tens of thousands of Marines and their families live here. Smoker followed the map and came to an apartment at the outermost part of the living area. When I entered the house, I saw that it was very large and well laid out. It had been uninhabited for a long time, there was thick dust everywhere, and the furniture was badly damaged. Smoker didn't care. He took off the pendant and used his power. Darkness spread throughout the room, swallowing up all the dust and debris, even scraping off a layer of the walls and ceiling. Then, various furniture objects emerged from the darkness one after another. Soon, the apartment looked brand new. After packing up, Smoker saw that it was getting late and decided not to train anymore. Take out the bottle of wine, put out the glasses, and prepare to have a drink and relax. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who? Alala, long time no see, Smoker, it's me. Chapter 18. The person who came was Kuzan. Smoker was a little surprised and hurried in to greet him. Long time no see. I wanted to visit you after I had packed up, but I didn't expect you to come first. Kuzan was also a little surprised to see the clean and bright room. Alalala, I was worried about you coming to the headquarters alone, so I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help. Now it seems that you are very good at taking care of yourself. I recommended you to come here without consulting you. Didn't that cause you any trouble? How could it be? Smoker smiled brightly. I owe you a big favor this time. You are welcome. Kuzan waved his hand, seeing you so energetic, I feel relieved. Then he took out a cigar and threw it to Smoker. Try it, this is South Blue's good stuff. I took a lot of effort to steal it from Hwashaishan. Put the smoker under your nose and sniff it. It is spicy with a hint of fragrance, and is indeed a rare treasure. However, he did not rush to smoke, but stared at Kuzan with a smile. Brother Kuzan, your state is very different this time when we meet. Kuzan was stunned, scratched his head and said, Really? I don't feel anything. Smoker got straight to the point, because of O'Hara's buster call. Kuzan's pupils shrank and he looked at Smoker in disbelief. Then he thought of the journey he and Garp had taken together, and he sighed and nodded slightly. Smoker sat down across from him. It seems that not only the Tree of All-Knowing was destroyed, but also your faith. On the Garp ship. Smoker knows the impact of the O'Hara incident on Kuzan. He then asked indirectly about Kuzan's recent situation. This incident had a significant impact on Kuzan. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr all noticed his change. But they can only watch and remember it in their hearts. The aftermath of O'Hara has just passed. Kuzan froze the rudder of a world government ship, which aroused suspicion even though there was no evidence. So they didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of being caught by CP. Sengoku and Zephyr were able to keep their composure, but Garp had already gone crazy. Faced with Smoker, his direct descendant, he was no longer on guard and told him all about Kuzan's changes. After hearing what Smoker said, Kuzan smiled helplessly. Smoker, you're still the same, surprisingly sensitive. Then he spoke seriously about his experience at O'Hara. Smoker knew all about this plot, but he pretended to be hearing it for the first time, asking for details from time to provoke Kuzan to continue. After all, telling is itself a form of catharsis. Sure enough, after Kuzan finished speaking, he was visibly more relaxed. Smoker, is what our Marines do considered true justice? Are those who are wanted and eliminated necessarily evil? If other people heard this, it would cause a huge uproar. Even if Kuzan is the Vice Admiral, he still has to pay a heavy price. But facing Smoker, Kuzan didn't know why and asked unconsciously. Smoker lit up his cigar and took a puff. Kuzan, do you think the world today is a chaotic one? Kuzan smiled helplessly and looked out the window at the dark sky. Not only now, even before the Great Pirates era, this world has been in chaos. Generation after generation of Marines desperately defend justice, but they can only barely maintain superficial peace. Smoker nodded. Compared to the country I lived in my previous life, the lives of people in this world can only be described as miserable. Living in a country ruled by pirates, one must endure the pirates' robbery. Living in a member country, they have to endure the plundering of celestial dragons and nobles. Living in a non-member country, you face the threat of pirates and human traffickers at any time. Yet, violence, ignorance, killing, poverty, what a fed up world. So, in the face of such a chaotic world, justice can be pure, but it can never be simple. There is an old saying in my hometown that in troubled times, severe punishments should be used. Kuzan couldn't help but frown. But behind this are the blood and tears of so many innocent people. Smoker nodded. Yes, this process will inevitably be accompanied by the sacrifice of countless people. But in today's world, justice is bound to be stained with blood. The blood of criminals, our blood, and the blood of innocent civilians. Kuzan lowered his head and remained silent. After a long while, he finally spoke with difficulty. Don't you think this kind of justice is too cruel? Too extreme justice will eventually lead to madness. Kuzan thought of the refugee ship that was bombarded by Sakazuki. And are those who carry out this kind of justice still considered righteous? Smoker nodded. That's exactly what you said. Without considering the specific circumstances, no one can judge whether it was a necessary sacrifice or just pure killing. But for me personally, I have a very simple and crude standard. Kuzan was curious, what is it? That depends on whether he will sacrifice himself when necessary. In the final analysis, it's the difference between having sex with me and having sex with me. Kuzan was stunned for a moment, then he stroked his forehead and smiled bitterly. Although I don't like Sakazuki, but I have to admit that guy is definitely not a coward. When it's time to go, people really go. Kuzan fell into a brief silence, lowering his head, wondering what he was thinking. After a long time, he slowly stood up, explained some assessment matters to Smoker, and then said goodbye and left. Smoker watched Kuzan leave. He knew very well why Kuzan was confused. First, I saw world government destroy O'Hara. I also saw my friend willing to die to save the criminal's daughter. Then I saw my companions bombarding the refugee ship. 3 consecutive hits directly burned out the CPU. But this is no reason for Kuzan to escape. The current situation on the sea is very serious and there is no room for him to be confused. Smoker didn't expect that a few words would be enough to untie Kuzan's knot. I want him to cheer up again. Destroy more pirates and save more civilians. It doesn't seem like all my work was in vain. More importantly, although Smoker also didn't like Sakazuki's shelling of the refugee ship. But to be fair, this is not necessarily a bad thing. In terms of cruelty and extremes, Sakazuki is just like the little rabbit compared to world government. The world government could kill tens of thousands of newborns at once without being sure whether Roger had any children. What will they do if the refugee ship escapes? Check one by one to see if they are innocent? Stop dreaming, I will definitely erase all the things I have come into contact with, no matter what. By then, it won't just be a few hundred people who will die. I don't know what Sakazuki was thinking at the time. But judging from the results, it did save more people. Of course, Smoker couldn't say these words directly. We can only guide Kuzan to think for himself and slowly get out of the dead end. Now it seems to be somewhat effective. Only when Kuzan disappeared from view did Smoker let out a long sigh and went back to the house. Ideological work is so tiring. I really envy Naruto's ability to talk. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Chapter 19. It was the third day. The first elite marine expansion class officially began assessment. In the huge training ground behind the naval headquarters, thousands of marine soldiers stood in neat rows in front of a high platform, waiting for something. They are the elite marines gathered from the 4 sea branches. After arriving here, I have been standing for 2 hours. Despite the howling wind, no one relaxed. Smoker stood at the back, standing upright, motionless. However, the location here is excellent, and you can see most of the marine at a glance. Smoker's eyes looked around dishonestly. These soldiers are of different heights, weights, and even races. But they have one thing in common: they are young, most of them are in their early 20s. Similarly, everyone's military rank is not high. Most of them are lieutenants, and only a few can reach the rank of major. Of course, there are very few blank slate privates like Smoker. I see. Previously, the elite marine class valued strength and trained strong people who could fight against the powerful pirates as soon as possible. The current expanded class focuses on potential. Seeing his colleagues on both sides, Smoker finally understood. Why would Garp test himself regardless of his identity? After all, compared with others, my age, status, achievements, are really nothing to show off. Not to mention that I was wearing a sea stone pendant at the time. A cold wind blew again. Suddenly, an iron gate not far away creaked open, and several tall figures were vaguely seen behind it. All the students were cheered up and straightened their bodies unconsciously. The iron gate opened, and more than a dozen marine generals in cloaks filed out. They didn't say anything and walked straight to the platform in front of everyone. 10 of the younger ones stood in a row at the back. In the front was a tall and burly old man with a purple hedgehog head. Smoker recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm Zephyr. Zephyr glanced at everyone expressionlessly. His eyes were dull, even a little lazy. But it gives people a feeling of oppression, like a mountain pressing down on their heads. Even though I knew they were not enemies, I still felt tense all over. Smoker swallowed secretly. As expected of one of the strongest men on the sea, what a terrifying aura. And the people standing behind him also had extraordinary aura. Some of them have extremely obvious physical features, making them recognizable at a glance. Hwashin, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, are they all former students? There's also a long-legged beauty swordsman. Judging from her tattoos, she should be the future admiral candidate Jun. The one who has been looking at her with lustful eyes is probably Cake, who is also an admiral candidate. Suddenly, Zephyr grinned. But in the eyes of the people below the stage, it looked somewhat ferocious. Congratulations, little guys. Being able to stand here means that your strength and achievements have been recognized. There are 2,206 people standing here today, but unfortunately, there are only 200 places for the first expanded class. That is to say, only 10% of you will be able to survive this assessment. The Marines in the audience were slightly agitated, but soon returned to silence. Zephyr pointed to the 10 people behind him. They were all very young, and judging from their ranks, they should be rear admirals. They are the examiners of this assessment and also your future instructors. Then he said to the back, "Okay. Go say hello to the little ones." The examiners grinned and jumped high from the platform and landed in front of everyone. Zephyr, now I announce the assessment method. You fight them right here in this playground. No matter if it's fight or flight, no matter what means are used, it doesn't matter if it's real swords or real guns, the last 200 people standing are the students of the first term. What? When the Marines heard this, they were all shocked. Isn't this assessment too simple and crude? Oh, by the way. Zephyr pulled out a small hourglass from his bosom. If you are completely wiped out within 10 minutes, I will have no choice but to apply for the permanent cancellation of the Elite Marine Expansion class, and I will also announce your names to the entire army. Nanny. Everyone's eyes popped out. It's fine if you don't join. After all, with a pass rate of less than 10%, it can be considered an honorable defeat. But if I were on this list, I would be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of my life. Now even if I want to slack off, I can't do that. Okay, let the test begin. Before Zephyr finished speaking, several quick-reacting Marines pulled out their guns and shot at the rear admirals. But this kind of trick naturally cannot hurt the Marine Rear Admiral. Several people slightly turned sideways and easily avoided the bullets. The impatient Jun slowly drew out his sword. It's a very interesting game. Sorry, I won't wait for you. After saying that, he rushed into the crowd, slashed with his long sword, and dozens of Marine soldiers were blown away with screams. When the others saw this, they all looked at each other. Flying squirrel, let's go. There are only 2,000 of us. If you're slow, you won't get any. Cake, Ms. Jun, I will protect you. Everyone rushed into the crowd. There were screams for a while. Groups of Marine soldiers were blown into the sky. As time goes by, a large number of Marine soldiers fell like leaks. But there are always some guys who have combat power far beyond that of ordinary people. Suddenly, Cake saw a female Marine not far away. She was about 16 or 17 years old, tall, pretty, and had long flowing pink hair. Its appearance is almost as good as that of Ji Yuan. Hey, it's not slow. I wonder how strong it is. Kaji accelerated and came in front of the female Marine and grabbed her in the face. Fortunately, the female Marine kept an eye on Kaji. Seeing him coming towards him, he quickly turned his head to avoid his grab, then quickly retreated. After a few jumps, he landed next to Smoker in a somewhat awkward manner. The female Marine touched the side of her face, staring at Kaji with her beautiful eyes, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. As expected of the elites of the naval headquarters, he just made a move as a joke. The wind created by his fingertips made his skin sting, and he had to use all his strength to barely dodge it. If the other party is really an enemy, I am afraid I can't hold on for more than a few seconds. Kaji saw Hina dodge the attack and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then he chuckled and walked towards Hina. Smoker looked helplessly at the female Marine beside him. Can you stay away from me? Although the examiners are all rear admirals, some are strong and some are weak. The two future admiral candidates named Momuzagi and Chitun are undoubtedly the best among them. If possible, stay away from them. Unexpectedly, one of them, Cake, was lured here by this unlucky female Marine. The female Marine wiped her face and said bitterly, as expected of a naval headquarters rear admiral, her strength is far beyond Hina's imagination. Smoker nodded and hummed, then responded. Hey! Who do you say you are? Chapter 20. After knowing Hina's identity, Smoker was no longer sleepy. The other party's identity information emerged in my mind. The other one. The one who has the ability of Paramecia cage fruit. When you pass your arms through someone's body, iron bars will remain to imprison them. More importantly, she and Smoker are the official couple. In Smoker's memory, he and Hina should be from the same period. But now I have been here for a few years, and Hina is also here. This means that according to the normal plot line, Hina should not have passed this assessment. Looking at Cake approaching step by step, he understood clearly. Having been targeted by this guy, it would be a miracle if Hina didn't get eliminated. At this time, Hina took 2 steps back, and Smoker finally saw her face. Delicate facial features, fair skin, and long pink hair, perfect. She is tall, with long legs and a thin waist, curvaceous figure, and more importantly, a broad mind, perfect among perfections. Smoker couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, Cake walked towards Hina leisurely, and Hina was also tense and alert. But soon both of them noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Turning my head. Smoker was holding his chin and looking at Hina, with an expression that said, "You are very good and I like you very much." The other. Kaji. Kaji's face looked extremely ugly. Laozi didn't even dare to be so blatant with Miss Jun. "How dare you be such a fangirl in front of me, do you look down on me?" Kaji rushed towards Smoker and punched him in the head. "You little brat, there can only be one man who loves this department, and that is me, Kaji-sama." If he only used 10% of his strength against Hina, he used at least 30% against Smoker, and his speed was much faster, which clearly showed some personal emotions involved. Hina didn't care too much and quickly shouted, "I can't stop it, get out of the way." Boom! A dull sound was heard. To everyone's surprise, Smoker grabbed Kaji's wrist tightly. The fist as big as a sandbag stopped tremblingly an inch away from Smoker's eyes. The other. Kaji was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled, "Not bad, kid, I didn't expect to find a treasure." Smoker gritted his teeth, he was still far behind in terms of strength. Then he shook off Kaji's fist with all his strength and leaped back to create some distance. "Instructor, please give me your guidance." While Smoker was holding off Kaji, some powerful guys also had some good performances. Although they are only low-ranking officers, their strength far exceeds their rank. Even when facing Rear Admiral, they did not collapse at the first blow. A Zoan Marine Rear Admiral in ape form. Rushing towards a tall, grey-haired young Marine. He is a very rare major among this batch of candidates. The Marine Rear Admiral punched the grey-haired Marine in the abdomen, and it actually went straight through. The grey-haired Marine showed no sign of pain. Instead, he smiled strangely and his body turned into green sticky liquid. Marine Rear Admiral was shocked. "Devil fruit ability? Little devil, tell me your name." The grey-haired Marine smiled smugly. "I'm Gaspard from West Blue 33. I'm a gummy man who ate a gummy fruit. Fists are useless to me." Marine Rear Admiral frowned slightly and tried to pull his fist out. As a result, he found that his fist was stuck to the candy and he couldn't pull it out. Gaspard raised his fist. The fist instantly swelled to the size of a bucket, with green spikes growing on it, like a green mace. "Take one first." Then he punched the Marine Rear Admiral in the face, causing him to stagger back and bleed from his mouth and nose. Gaspard laughed wildly. "Although you have speed and strength, you can't hurt me with your attacks. As long as I have this ability, I will be invincible." When he was in West Blue, Gaspard once defeated pirates with a bounty of over 50 million by himself using gummy candies. The key is that I was almost unharmed. Thanks to this military achievement, he was soon awarded the rank of Major. If it weren't for the short time he had been in the army, it wouldn't be difficult for him to be awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Marine Rear Admiral touched the side of his face. The attack just now didn't seem to cause much damage. What a great ability! It looks like paramecia, but it can elementalize the body just like Logia. In that case, I will give you the first lesson in advance. Shave. Suddenly disappeared from Gaspard's sight. What? Gaspard was shocked and looked around quickly, but he couldn't find the other person at all. However, the powerful devil fruit still gave him enough confidence. "It's useless. No matter what kind of attack it is, it can't hurt me." Puff. Suddenly, the Marine Rear Admiral appeared in front of Gaspard and punched him in the stomach, knocking him flying and causing him to kneel heavily on the ground. Gaspardai held his stomach, his eyes bulged, drooling, his face full of disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! Then his eyes turned white and he fainted. The Marine Rear Admiral sheathed his fist in satisfaction. It seems that I have mastered the use of armed haki and can use it in actual combat. The other side. Jun is fighting with a Marine swordsman who is ugly and looks like a skeleton. The Marine swordsman is exactly what T-Bone was when he was young. At this time, T-Bone had gained a lot of fame with his right-angle swordsmanship. Recommended by the branch leader to take the assessment. T-Bone held the knife in both hands and roared to attack. A violent storm of slashing attacks poured down towards Jun. The rocky ground was as brittle as tofu under his blade. Compared to T-Bone, Jun seems like a leisurely stroll. She held the famous sword, Kumpala, but she did not draw it from its sheath. He simply deflected the opponent's attacks with ease and commented on his moves. Not bad, the foundation is very solid, and it can be seen that he is practicing hard. But the sword moves are too violent and direct, and the defense is not delicate enough. You have to draw your sword quickly and with all your strength, but you can't let the sword get out of control, otherwise it will be like this. At this time, T-Bone raised his sword high and chopped it down fiercely. Jun dodged the sword like a nimble butterfly. Jinpiluo put his hand on the sword and pushed along the T-Bone. T-Bone suddenly felt himself lose balance, his steps became unsteady, and he staggered a few steps. Jun took this opportunity to unsheath the kinpala and gently stroked T-Bone's neck. T-Bone felt a chill on his neck and was startled. He touched it with his backhand and found that there was only a hole on his collar. T-Bone put away his sword and sighed deeply. As expected of the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, he is as powerful as a monster. Although I was prepared, I didn't expect the gap to be so big. It's really despairing. Jun smiled slightly and sheathed his sword. Why? Are you so shocked? No. T-Bone grinned, I can only feel happy that there is such a powerful force in the justice camp, and I didn't say I gave up. After saying that, he slashed towards Jun with lightning speed and slashed her chest with the sword. Jun smiled slightly, and the two of them crossed paths. After a few breaths, T-Bone fell heavily to the ground and fainted. The long sword in his hand also cracked and then broke into several pieces. However, even so, he still held the hilt of the sword tightly and did not let go. Jun smiled slightly. What a weak sword, but it has a strong swordsman's heart. Forget it, I'll teach you slowly after the class starts. Similar scenes occurred all over the training ground. However, there are only a few people who can fight against senior generals. Being able to avoid being killed instantly is already a sign of extraordinary talent. Most people collapse at the first touch. Every time these rear admirals attack, large numbers of Marines are killed. It's not that no one has thought about hiding further away and using the kite-flying tactic to delay time. But several examiners were obviously well prepared. There are people who are specifically responsible for dealing with this situation. Once you see someone taking advantage of a loophole like this, rush over like a tiger, and the result is self-evident. These guys were the first to be eliminated. After a few rounds, everyone found that it was better to resist than to hide. So we had no choice but to continue fighting. Zephyr stood on the dais. Although he had a cold face, but looking at the energetic but screaming Marine soldiers below, I couldn't help but let a smile appear on the corner of my mouth. They are all the future of justice. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. He saw Kaji fighting with Smoker and Hina. And the fighting was extremely fierce. What on earth is that BD Kaji doing? Is he serious about this? With this style of play, who can pass the test? This expanded class should just be cancelled. Just as he was about to intervene, he suddenly stopped. Forget it, let's take a look first. At worst, I can just leave those two little guys here. So, I continued to watch the show leisurely. At this time, Smoker had already taken off his sea stone necklace and was fighting with Kaji. Watch this! Kaji's fists turned into a shadow and slammed towards Smoker, throwing dozens of punches in an instant. Smoker raised his arm to block, blocking all the punches. But there was a cracking sound of bones breaking in both arms, and Smoker broke out in a cold sweat due to the pain. Kaji kicked Smoker hard on the shoulder, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Smoker adjusted his posture in the air and landed, his feet leaving deep marks on the stone slabs. The two arms could not bear the weight and twisted into strange angles. But the next moment, Smoker was covered in black smoke. Within a few breaths, all the injuries disappeared. Kaji's eyes almost popped out of his head. Damn it, what kind of ability does this guy have? This recovery ability is even more exaggerated than Zoan. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out. Kaji frowned, paper arts. Then he twisted his body into a strange shape like dough and avoided several cold gunshots. Turning his head, he saw Hina holding two guns picked up from the battlefield, with the muzzles pointed at him and emitting wisps of smoke. Hina said loudly, although Hina is not strong enough, she will not stand here stupidly. Then he pulled the trigger and bullets poured out. Kaji couldn't help but frown secretly. What a troublesome girl! Tempest kick! Then he kicked out, and a wind blade rushed towards Hina. Cake has already stopped his efforts. Although this blow will seriously injure Hina, her life will not be in danger. Dark water. Smoker used gravity to drag Hina, who was unable to react, to his side. The wind blade hit nothing and flew away into the distance. That was a close call just now. Hina is very grateful. Hina came out of Smoker's arms with a red face and reloaded the gun neatly. Kaji saw the two standing side by side, and they looked so well matched. The key is the appearance of a loving couple. Thinking back to my 34th failed confession to Jun, Kaji broke through the defense in an instant. How can I fix it? I'm going to get serious now. I will never let you pass the test together. Zephyr in the distance couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand, that idiot. Sixth style, moonwalk charge. Kaji jumped high up, stomped his feet hard on the air, and a huge shock wave instantly appeared behind him. Using the recoil, Cake rushed towards Smoker like a cannonball. Smoker threw Hina away and quickly jumped away. Kaji hit the spot where the two had just stood, creating a deep pit. The entire playground shook a few times, and the huge shock wave blew away the unlucky candidates around. Zephyr's eye twitched slightly. Jun cursed inwardly, idiot. The other rear admirals also had serious expressions and exchanged glances with each other. This is different from what we agreed on before. Smoker fell to the ground in a mess, and then his arms turned into darkness, covering Kaji like a curtain. Gravity dark curtain. Kaji is a veteran of many battles, so how could he easily let such a strange thing get close to him? He just shaved and ran away from the dark area. While in the air, he did not forget to use the flying finger pistol to make several bloody holes in Smoker's body. Smoker endured the severe pain and absorbed the damage with darkness. Kaji looked at the other examiners and saw that they were all defeating their opponents with great ease, but his side was endless, so he gritted his teeth. Damn it, I can only use haki. Then, his hands suddenly turned black, and just as he was about to attack, several gunshots were heard from the platform. Everyone looked at it in surprise. It turned out that Zephyr had fired the shot. Seeing everyone looking over, Zephyr grinned. Time's up. Congratulations to all the little devils who are still standing. From today on, you are members of the first elite Marine expansion class. All the Marines. Whether they were standing or lying down, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The examiners looked at each other and returned to the podium. Kaji was about to make a real move when he was suddenly interrupted. He suddenly felt like he had accumulated enough strength to punch but hit nothing. But rules are rules, and he cannot do whatever he wants. He looked at Smoker, then at Hina, snorted and left. Smoker sat down on the ground with a thud, feeling sore and weak all over. The gap between me now and Kaji is still too big. At this time, Hina stepped forward and handed over a handkerchief that exuded a faint fragrance. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Hina would never have been able to hold on. Hina doesn't know your name yet. Smoker took the handkerchief. East BLUE 161 base, Smoker, please give me your guidance. Chapter 21. 10 minutes later. Only the selected Marines were left on the training ground. Other Marines who were knocked down were either carried away by medics or left the scene in disgrace. Although these losers will be sent back later. But when Smoker saw the way Zephyr looked at them, he felt that it wasn't that simple. Congratulations, little devils. Zephyr's gruff voice interrupted Smoker's thoughts. Smoker was stunned, but without thinking any more, he turned his head to look at Zephyr on the platform. Zephyr looked at the wounded but high-spirited Marine soldiers below the stage. Especially seeing some younger people. There was a hint of tenderness unconsciously revealed in his eyes. If my child hadn't been killed, he would be about this age. Zephyr's son was born when he was 39 years old, which makes him the same age as Smoker and Hina. From today on, you are part of the expanded class. I promise you'll have a blast in the next few years. But... He glanced at the instructor standing behind him. There are still more people than I expected. When Kaji and others heard this, their faces froze. Although the target for the expanded class is 200 people, according to Zephyr's plan, it would be good if the number of students could exceed 100. As a result, some excellent Marines appeared and successfully slowed down the examiner's pace. Especially Smoker, who held Kaji back for several minutes. As a result, 240 to 50 people were left behind, much more than originally planned. However, Zephyr did not dwell on the matter too much and accepted them all with a wave of his hand. According to him, these little guys not only need to learn and practice. In the future, you will have to participate in actual combat. Although it is overcrowded now, maybe it won't be overcrowded by the time of graduation. All the students felt a chill on their backs at once. The next step is to divide the classes. Several Marines put up a board on the platform, which contained a roster. Smoker took a closer look. Everyone was divided into 10 classes. Zephyr serves as the chief instructor. Rear admirals serve as instructors. Each person teaches a class of more than 20 students. I was actually assigned to the same class with Hina and Gaspardai. As for the other students, I don't know them and it seems they don't have many roles in the comics. And my team leader instructor. It was none other than Kaji, who had a wretched face and sloppy appearance. Soon, all instructors called their students to their side. Some hold a small meeting to introduce themselves to each other. Some introduce life in naval headquarters. Some people who are impatient start practicing directly. Especially Jun, all the students who used swords were assigned to her. She took them aside and started practicing with real swords and guns. Kaji dragged a large bag from the bushes. Then he took Smoker and others to the exit corridor of the training ground. Hey, do me a favor. Everyone is curious, what is inside? Weapons? Protective gear? They don't look like. When I opened it, I saw ribbons, fireworks, rose petals, and other things. All the Marines were confused. Only Smoker's face darkened, could it be? As expected, Kaji placed the bag in front of everyone with an excited look on his face. Today is the first day that Ji-Yuan and I will serve as instructors. On this memorable day, I would like to propose to Miss Ji-Yuan for the 27th time. So, now you guys come and help me set up the venue for the proposal. Student. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. So, while other Marines were sweating profusely on the training ground, Smoker can only decorate the corridors of the training ground with colored ribbons and balloons. When Ji-Yuan finished teaching and walked through the corridor, Cake suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee with a bouquet of roses in his hand. Dear Ji-Yuan, today, the two of us become instructors together. On this special day, with everyone here to witness it, please marry me. Then, the hidden Marines jumped out, removed a piece of curtain revealing balloons, ribbons, and a neon sign that read "Marry Me." Other Marines also quickly lit fireworks, and countless streamers flew all over the sky. Ji-Yuan, Smoker, Hina, other instructors and students. Gaspardai held up 2 bouquets of flowers and waved them while crying, "Oh, this is love. I'm so moved." Smoker and Hina looked at him. Gaspardai, what are you two looking at me for? Smoker, Hina, nothing. Seeing that Jun lowered her head and said nothing, Cake took a step forward and said softly, "Miss Jun, please accept my love." Ji-Yuan suddenly raised his head, veins popping out on his forehead, and shouted angrily, "I refuse." Then he applied armament haki on Kinpala, blew Cake away, and then left. After a while, Kaji, with a big bump on his head, ran back in a flash. He looked around and asked in confusion, "Where's Miss Ji-Yuan?" Smoker rolled his dead eyes. "She's gone." Kaji was stunned for a few seconds, then slapped his thigh. "Oh, she must be shy. What a reserved girl, worthy of being called my girl." Hina was speechless. "If Hina is not mistaken, you were rejected, right?" Kaji said angrily with sharp teeth, "What nonsense are you talking about? She is just shy. She must have already fallen in love with him by now." Then he had a look of longing on his face. "Ah! We are one step closer to our wedding. I have to prepare for the 28th proposal ceremony." "Oh!" Gaspardai's eyes sparkled, "It really is a great and pure love." Smoker sighed and said to Hina, "Let's go." Hina was already feeling very uncomfortable under the watch of the crowd, but when she heard Smoker's call, she quickly followed him and they walked and talked side by side. "Smoker, now that we're done with training, what are we going to do?" "Well, I came late, so I wanted to walk around and get familiar with the environment. And my dormitory is missing a lot of things." "Hina too, how about going shopping together?" Sure. By the way, where do you live?" "No 3011-21, Building E, 10th Block Street." "Well, what a coincidence, Hina also lives in Block 10, not far from you." "Oh, really?" Kaji looked at the two people walking further and further away, and his expression darkened slightly. But soon he shouted with joy again. "Ms. Jun, wait for me. Hina arrived a month ago and is quite familiar with the headquarters." She brought Smoker to the commercial street in the living area. Walking down the street, Smoker couldn't hide his surprise on his face. Hina asked with a smile, "Are you surprised?" "I was also shocked when I first came here." Smoker nodded. Logue Town is the most prosperous town in East Blue, but compared to this place, it is nothing. But think about it, this is normal. There are tens of thousands of Marines in the naval headquarters, each with their own family, which means a size of more than 100,000 people, comparable to some small countries. More importantly, the Marine is treated quite well. Even if he is just a private soldier, he can easily support his family. In addition, naval headquarters will not have pirates looting, nor will it have the burden of heavenly gold. Over time, a prosperous commercial district naturally formed. Hina took Smoker to a market entrance. "Mr. Smoker, the things inside are very good and cheap. Hina will accompany you for a walk." "Oh, thank you for your hard work." Smoker sighed secretly. "When I read comics in my previous life, I thought Hina was a cool and cool queen. I didn't expect that he had such a warm and lively side. I don't know if it was influenced by the original owner." Smoker is full of curiosity and affection towards Hina. But soon, this good feeling is gone. Entering the market, Hina was like a fish returning to the sea, moving around excitedly and enthusiastically. Smoker followed behind with bags in his hands. I was clearly shopping for myself, so why were 90% of the items Hina's? When he was training his endurance, Smoker could run around Shuakan Island for a whole day and a whole night without sleeping. Now, after only half a day, I feel my calves are cramping. Looking at Hina, who is still walking fast with light legs, Smoker could only sigh secretly and drag his tired body to follow. Chapter 22. The next day, Smoker follows the notification. Arrived at a classroom early. However, he was like an eggplant hit by frost. He finally finished shopping with Hina yesterday. When I got back to the apartment, I felt like my legs didn't belong to me. Even using the power of the dark fruit, I can't eliminate that kind of fatigue. Smoker remained silent. It seems that dark fruit can only eliminate negative physical conditions. As for the psychological effects, it still depends on the individual. I don't know if this is a problem with the properties of dark fruit, or if I simply didn't develop it enough. After a while, Hina came in. Different from Smoker, she was in high spirits and sat next to Smoker naturally as she entered the door. Smoker couldn't help but shudder. Soon, all the students arrived. Kaji walked into the classroom on time. It can be seen that Cake takes the first class very seriously. Also dressed up carefully. Neatly combed hair, straight and expensive suit, shiny leather shoes. If you ignore the face, the image is pretty good. When he confidently entered the classroom and saw Smoker and Hina sitting side by side, his expression froze. Why? Why? The first lesson was actually very simple. Everyone introduce themselves and get to know each other. Kakiai will introduce the development of marine, which is also a routine operation. Finally, let me talk about the recent teaching plans so that everyone knows what to do. Smoker listened with great interest and half a day passed quickly. During the lunch break, Smoker was about to leave when he was suddenly grabbed by someone. Smoker thought it was Hina, so he turned around and saw. It turned out to be Kakiai. Hey! Instructor Cake, what are you doing? Cake glanced around furtively, making sure there was no one around before narrowing his eyes. Boy, you knew Hina before. Smoker didn't react and was stunned for a moment. I don't know him. I just saw him for the first time yesterday. There seemed to be a raging fire in Kaji's eyes. First time meeting. I can chase such a beautiful girl on the first day. Tell me quickly, what method did you use? Smoker was shocked. Catch. He quickly shook his head to deny, no, we are just ordinary friends. Not started yet. Ordinary friends. Cake angrily took out a notebook and slapped it hard. This is the information of all of you students. Hina was a famous military beauty in the original branch. She is said to be quiet. If she didn't like you, how could she be with you every day? Smoker blushed, that's because. No, how do you know so much? All the beauties Kaji was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized what was happening and angrily said, shut up. I'm the one asking you a question now. Ah. Smoker rolled his eyes. Rear Admiral Cake, actually, I think with your qualifications, you are totally worthy of the Rear Admiral Jun. What? Really? Do you really think so? Kaji's eyes widened and his face turned red. Smoker nodded seriously. In terms of strength, family background, military achievements, and looks. Strict, what are you lacking in? My only shortcoming is my skill in pursuing girls. Kaji's eyes lit up and he immediately grabbed Smoker's hand. Brother Smoker, teach me. I can agree to anything. Smoker pulled his hand away without leaving a trace. Rear Admiral. Call me brother. Hey brother Cake, the thing is, if you want to pursue Jun Rear Admiral, you have to analyze what kind of girl she is first. Is he the obedient and well-behaved type, or the independent and strong type? Is he the emotionally simple type, or the experienced type? Is he the cold and aloof type, or the gentle and friendly type? In fact, pursuing girls is the same as fighting pirates. Both require knowing yourself and the enemy, and fighting 100 battles without defeat. And both require strategy and tactics. The addition directly turned into circles of eyes. And there are so many things to pay attention to. Of course. I heard that Rear Admiral Jun and Vice Admiral Tsuru have a very good relationship. Yeah. Have you ever had time to chat with Vice Admiral he? This. Besides fighting and proposing, what other topics do you and Jun Rear Admiral have in common? This. Brother Kaji, when it comes to a woman as outstanding as Jun Rear Admiral, you should attract her, not pursue her. This. Kaji felt as if he had suddenly been enlightened, and everything became clear to him. He grabbed Smoker's shirt hem and said, "Brother Smoker, you have to help me." Smoker patted Kaji's shoulder. "Brother Kaji, it's no use asking me for this. But it's girls who understand girls best. Isn't there a suitable person in our class?" Kaji's eyes lit up. "Hina. But will she agree?" Smoker smiled slyly. "Whether you agree or not depends on your sincerity. This is a transaction between men." In the pub, Smoker and Hina sat together, each with a cocktail. Smoker took a sip of wine to moisten his throat. "That's the thing. Of course, whether you agree or not is entirely up to you." Hina rubbed her brows. "Smoker-kun, you really can cause trouble for Hina. The reward is pretty good, isn't it? A naval headquarters Rear Admiral is teaching us the 6 styles without reservation. This is a rare opportunity. In addition to the conditions offered. After training every day, I give them special lessons and teach them the Marine 6 styles. Although Cake is not yet a Vice Admiral, he is a rare genius among his peers. He is a master of Rokushiki and is more than capable of teaching Smoker and Hina." Hina sighed. "You're right. Hina can't refuse such an offer. In that case, I'll agree to it." Knowing that Smoker is his strategist and Hina is his insider, Kaji was so excited that he almost cried. Smoker first proposed the idea. "First of all, for the next month, don't mention any nonsense like marriage. Then change your image, and when you meet, just chat politely about business, and leave promptly after that, without any dragging of words." The next day, Cake happened to have a document to deliver to Jun. He followed the plan and went to find Jun with the documents. Seeing Cake coming over, Jun frowned slightly. But out of politeness, he did not show any impatience. After giving her the documents, Jiaji gave her a few things to note. Then he turned around and left cleanly. Jun had originally thought of how to get rid of Cake, but seeing this, all his words were stuck in his throat, and he felt very uncomfortable. Cake caught a glimpse of Jun's stunned face and felt secretly delighted. Smoker, good brother. Chapter 23. The next day. After the training, Kaji brings Smoker and Hina to the abandoned ship dock. This is the most remote corner of the naval headquarters, and usually few people come here. Hundreds of scrapped warships are piled up here, like a huge tomb. Smoker and Hina walked and looked. Madara's damaged warships are piled up like a hill, as if witnessing history. Kaji chuckled, "How does it feel to be here?" Smoker, "It's spectacular." Hina, "Very sad." Kaji, "It's quiet here, let's practice here from now on." Smoker nodded. "This is a great place." Suddenly, Hina saw several strange wreckages of warships. The bow was sunken and riddled with holes. But it didn't look like it was destroyed by a cannonball, nor did it look like the scars left by running aground or colliding with a ship. "Mr. Cake, what's going on with these ships?" They look a little weird. Cake looked at those huge ships with admiration in his eyes. In the past few years, Mr. Garp and Brother Kuzan often came here and used these warships as sandbags for training. These are what they left over from their training. However, the sea is not peaceful right now. They need to go on missions, so they rarely have time to come over. So don't worry about anyone disturbing us. Practicing boxing. Hina looked at the crushed warships in shock. It seems hard to accept that someone could do this. Smoker was not surprised. After all, Garp once flattened 8 mountains with his fists in order to beat green pepper. Sure enough, if you want to reach the top, your body is the foundation. Especially the side effects of dark fruit are very obvious. If your physical fitness is not up to standard, you will die faster when facing a strong enemy. Kaji led the two of them around and came to an open space. Then he turned around and moved his shoulders. I didn't have enough fun during the assessment a few days ago. Come on, let me see your level. Smoker and Hina looked at each other and rushed forward at the same time. This time, Smoker didn't slack off, Cake didn't let the team down, and Hina also gave it her all. The three of them fought directly together. 10 minutes later, Kaji picked up the tattered cloak on the ground. Smoker and Hina were gasping for breath in the rubble. Ha 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 ha, brother Smoker, I knew you weren't that simple. I didn't expect you to be so strong. With your foundation, practicing the 6 styles is more than enough. But you, Hina, although your fighting skills are great, your body is too weak. You need to train more. Smoker rolled over and sat up. I am really impressed. The Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral is simply a monster. Kaji looked very pleased with himself. Of course, Lao Zi is a genius. Seeing his cocky look, Hina said "huh" in dissatisfaction, but Smoker didn't say anything. Because Cake was not bragging. Among the younger generation of Marines, apart from the 3 future admirals, he and Jun are the best. The fact that they were given the same title as the monster trio speaks volumes about their talent. In the Marine, Admiral is undoubtedly the top combat force, able to directly fight against 4 emperors. When facing the Kafu and Shishibukai, they were basically crushed. However, ordinary vice admirals would often be badly beaten when facing the vice admirals and Shishibukai. The one who fills this huge gap in combat power is none other than the admiral candidate. Although it is not shown in the comics. But according to Smoker's prediction, the strength of the admiral candidate is no less than that of the vice admiral. So, don't think that Cake is just a rear admiral now. But in terms of strength, they may not be worse than those vice admirals. Smoker glanced at Hina and tried to help her up. But as soon as her arm was touched, Hina groaned and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Jiaji was stunned and said a little embarrassedly. What's wrong, Hina? Are you hurt? Did I hit you too hard? Hina shook her head. It's none of your business, Hina is just too weak. It turned out that in the battle just now, in order not to be held back, Hina gritted her teeth and fought. But after all, the difference in strength is too big, and his body is not as strong as Smoker's. After blocking Kaji's punch, his arm was injured and he could hardly move. Seeing her painful expression, Smoker sighed, let me do it. After saying that, he released darkness to cover Hina. After a while, the darkness dissipated. All the injuries on Hina's body have disappeared. Smoker wiped his sweat and took a long breath. Cake and Hina were shocked. Especially for Cake, it was the first time he saw this devil fruit that could heal injuries. What kind of abilities do you have? I ate the dark fruit and gained the power of darkness, which can absorb damage and pain. Can such a powerful ability be used without limit? Of course not, this absorption is temporary, and someone needs to bear the pain. Hina was shocked and said anxiously, Smoker, are you going to bear all this for me? No, I will never agree to this. Smoker smiled and patted Hina's shoulder. Don't worry, the pain can be absorbed and released. Just go find some pirates to bear it. But unfortunately, I can't go out to sea in the near future. Kaji's eyes were shining. Brother Smoker, your ability can absorb anything? Can you absorb the damage after training? Smoker nodded, of course, that's how I practice. Kaji slapped his thigh and said, great. I'll take care of the pirates. By the way, can you use this ability on other marines? Cake was born in the marine, so he has a strong sense of belonging. Whenever there is something good, the first thing he thinks of is to benefit the marine. Marine's training intensity is actually very high, which will inevitably cause physical damage, which will more or less affect the improvement of strength. If this kind of damage can be recovered, then everyone can continue to practice with high intensity, and their strength will inevitably increase dramatically. Smoker shook his head repeatedly. Sorry, this ability consumes a lot of energy. It's okay to restore a few people or to deal with emergencies occasionally, but it won't work for more people. He doesn't want to be a tool. I see. Kaji looked regretful, then said shyly, can I ask you for a favor? Can I find you to recover after I finish my training? It is true that Cake has talent, but he does not rely solely on talent. Before becoming an instructor, he was also a training fanatic and had many injuries left over from training. Smoker nodded. It will definitely be fine if it's just the two of us. You and Hina can always come to me. Kaji thanked him repeatedly, grinning foolishly. Hina's eyes also sparkled and were full of admiration. Next, Smoker and Hina started formal training. Hina faced the keel of the abandoned warship. Punch after punch. Soon, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his white fists were covered with Madara bloodline. But Hina seemed to feel nothing and just kept waving her fists. And Smoker started practicing the 6 styles directly. Kaji, brother Smoker, you should have heard of Rokushiki, right? Ah, I know. Shave, Iron Body, Paper Arts, Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, Finger Pistol. 6 extremely powerful moves. If you learn all of them, you can even fight against Demon Fruit power. Very good, then which one do you want to practice first? I'll teach you. Iron Body. Oh, you're going to learn Iron Body. Kaji's eyes widened. Mr. Smoker, you won't change your mind? I suggest you learn how to shave. Iron Body is a defensive technique in the 6 styles. It gathers strength in the body and temporarily possesses iron-like hardness. But when using Iron Body, you cannot move freely and are completely a sitting duck. However, many Marines and CPS like this move very much, and they often use Iron Body to resist damage. Then he contributed one famous scene after another. In fact, anyone with a higher fighting talent doesn't like this ridiculous move. On the contrary, moves like Moonwalk and Shave are very useful. Smoker certainly understands this. But he was carrying the dark fruit, so he couldn't avoid many attacks and could only take them. Since you are going to be beaten, you should learn how to be beaten. Brother Kaji, stop talking, I've made up my mind. Let's start now. Cake nodded solemnly. Since you insist, okay then. However, Iron Body is not gained through training, but through beatings. After saying that, he raised his armed fist and walked towards Smoker with a sympathetic but firm look on his face. Bang! 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 MMM! Bang! FK, be gentle. Chapter 24. In the abandoned military port, Hina clenched her fists and smashed them hard on the abandoned warship. The keel of this warship is made of fine steel that requires several people to hold. With every punch Hina threw, the entire warship trembled slightly. If you look closely, the keel of this sandbag warship has begun to dent slightly. Just looking at the momentum, her fist is several times more powerful. Although my hands are covered in blood. But Hina continued to wave her fists expressionlessly, as if she was not the one who was hurt. Compared to the dullness on her side, Smoker's side was much more intense. He is conducting combat training with Cake. Kaji shouted, "Be careful, shave." Then the figure disappeared in an instant, and the only sound around was the dong-dong sound of footsteps. "Bring it on." Smoker was shirtless and covered in bruises. But there was a gleam in his eyes. Before he could finish his words, Kaji appeared behind him and punched him in the back. Almost at the same moment, Smoker's back muscles bulged visibly. Clang! Kaji's fist landed on Smoker's back and was perfectly blocked. But when fists collided with flesh, it did not make a dull thud, but a crisp sound of hitting metal. Kaji jumped back with a look of admiration and amazement in his eyes. "Yes, that's it. Let the power flow through the muscles. Remember, Iron Body is not about actively taking the attack, but a backup plan when you can't dodge. Whether it's Iron Body or the armament haki you'll learn later, you have to feel the opponent's attack and focus your defense on one point. Those who cover their entire body with power without caring about anything are idiots." Smoker nodded, "I understand." Smoker agreed with him 100%. The whole body armament haki is just for visual effect, but it is actually not very practical. World Destroyer Burndy Verido used full body armament color. But he was defeated by Luffy, who had just mastered the armament haki with the Aaron Car. As for Virgo and Pika, using full body armament color against an enemy stronger than themselves is just courting death. In fact, the truly powerful ones would not bother to use such tactics at all. Not only does it waste haki, but the defensive effect is also poor. What's the point? Just as Smoker was relaxing, Kaji suddenly punched Smoker in the stomach. Smoker cried out in pain, fell to his knees, and was unable to stand up for a while. Seeing this, Hina didn't care about training anymore and rushed over to help him. "Smoker, are you okay?" Kaji laughed, hee, with a smug look on his face. "Don't relax, a hole. I told you that training is the same as combat. I remember the time when I was knocked vomit by Zephyr's punch. It feels so good to be a daughter-in-law and become a mother-in-law." Kaji chuckled, and his vulgar temperament became even more vulgar. Smoker took a few deep breaths and slowly stood up with the help of Hina. "Ah, sorry, I was lax just now." "Hina, I'm fine, thank you." "Well, be careful." Hina glared at Kaji resentfully and went back to punching. Kaji stretched his muscles. "Ah. I just moved around a bit and now I'm in great shape." "Smoker, I'm going to train now, so you better digest what I just taught you." "Good." Although Kaji was training them, he didn't keep an eye on them all the time. After teaching them some cultivation methods and key points, they were left to understand them on their own. Most of the time, they practice on their own. Soon, it was dark. The day's training is over. Hina's hands were bloody. "I stopped training at this time, my hands couldn't stop shaking and cold sweat broke out on my forehead." Such a serious training injury would normally require at least half a month of recuperation. Smoker came to Hina, held her hand, and said distressedly, "It's too messy." As he spoke, he released darkness to cover Hina. After a while, the darkness slowly dissipated and Hina's hands became white and flawless again. Hina clenched her fist, walked to the abandoned warship, and punched it hard. With a loud bang, a deep fist mark was left on the dragon bone. Hina nodded with satisfaction, a smile on her face. "With Smoker, you don't have to worry about physical damage. As long as you can endure the pain and fatigue, you can practice without restraint." In just one day, his strength had increased visibly. Smoker's eye twitched slightly. In the original work, Hina is an agile and skillful fighter, and most of her skills are control-based. But because of this butterfly, she has completely misplaced her skill points and is now hurtling down the path of a berserker. Smoker shook his head and used his ability to absorb Kaji's negative status. Kaji felt relaxed all over. Although this is not the first time I have felt this ability. But I still couldn't help but admire it again and again, and then felt sorry that this ability could not be used on a large scale. Finally, I gave him a warning, Brother Smoker, if you encounter a seriously injured Marine, you can't hide it. Of course, I won't leave my friends alone. Hina put on her coat and draped it over her body. Hina is hungry. I'm going to eat something. I don't want to talk nonsense with you guys anymore. Come together, Brother Jiaji, today is your treat. Don't go too far, okay? Brother Kaji, it's time to find some pirates. I've accumulated a lot of negative status. I won't be going out to sea recently, but don't worry, I asked my friends for help, and they will be returning tomorrow. The three of them walked and talked. They didn't notice that Zephyr and Kuzan were silently watching them from the mast of the warship in the distance. Zephyr rubbed his chin. Little ghosts, I was wondering if the atmosphere has changed a lot recently. It turns out you are giving me some special treatment. Kuzan came forward and said with a smile, Alara, Mr. Zephyr, you see, Brother Smoker is very reliable. But I didn't expect that he has this ability. It's a pity that he can't use it easily. Zephyr chuckled, there's nothing to regret. Training is not only about training the body, but also about tempering the will. It's best to take one step at a time. Besides, didn't he say that he would naturally take action if he encountered a seriously injured person? Alara, you are worthy of being Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr nodded, then suddenly thought of something, glanced at Kuzan, and grinned. Kuzan brat, Kaji has been working so hard, have you been slacking off lately? It's better to do it today than to wait for a day like this. Let me see if you have made any progress. When Kuzan heard this, his face darkened. Time flies. It has been half a year since Smoker came to Naval Headquarters. During the past 6 months, the three of them practiced together almost every day, and each of them made rapid progress. Smoker has learned 6 styles. Of course, due to time constraints, I can only say that I have mastered it initially and am still far from being proficient. Among these, the ones he cares most about and has the best grasp of are Iron Body and Moonwalk. The reason is simple. The properties of dark fruit make it more vulnerable to attack. Since you have to take the damage, you have to train your Iron Body. For me, this is an absolute life-saving skill. Now Smoker is no longer afraid of ordinary sword damage. As for Moonwalk, it's all because of the sense of crisis. As a Marine, I will have to go to sea. Maybe we will encounter a shipwreck or something like that. Although Moonwalk can only stay in the air for a short time and cannot fly across the sea. But it can also save your life at critical moments. Kaji has also made great progress. Because of Smoker, he can practice without restraint. In the past 6 months, his armament haki has made significant progress. Its strength has already surpassed that of Jun. Among the younger generation, apart from those 3 monsters, Cake can already stand out from the crowd. But among the 3 people, the one who made the most progress was Hina. Although she was excellent half a year ago, her abilities were mainly reflected in her combat awareness and combat skills, and her physique was not outstanding. But now it is different. Not only has the strength increased greatly, but he has also mastered the Razor, Moonwalk, Tempest Kick and Paper Arts. His fighting ability is totally different from before. During the exhibition tour training of the training class, the opponents who were evenly matched with each other half a year ago can now barely move a few moves. The days just passed one by one. This day, after the training, the instructors did not let the soldiers disperse, but gathered them at the training ground. Chapter 25. Smoker and all the other Marines are standing on the training ground. Soon, Zephyr came out. The students were a little surprised that as the chief instructor, he did not participate in daily training. But once it appears, it means there is something important to announce. Zephyr walked up to the platform and got straight to the point without any further ado. Congratulations, little devils, there is good news today. The Marines looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing this. Smoker's eyes also twitched slightly. Congratulations isn't a nice word here. In 90% of the cases, they have thought of new ways to torment them. What happened this time? Swim up from under the waterfall? Thrown onto an island full of ferocious beasts and poisonous insects for survival training? Fight in groups until only one person is left standing? Or did he personally beat the students half to death? Zephyr took in everyone's expressions. You have made great progress in the past 6 months. I am very pleased. But you haven't been out to sea for half a year. I'm afraid your bodies have become rusty. You are lucky. A group of pirates appeared near our headquarters today. I will take you there to relax. All personnel, assemble at the dock. As Zephyr spoke, the eyes of the people in the audience became brighter and brighter. When we were told to go to the pier, we couldn't help but burst into cheers. I've been running around in a few training grounds for the past 6 months and I'm almost getting moldy. Soon, a group of people came to the dock and set off on 2 warships. The sea breeze was blowing and everyone was busy on the boat. Hua Shaishan came to Zephyr and asked with a worried look on his face, Teacher Zephyr, who is the target this time? The pirates who dare to come near the headquarters can't be unknown people. With so many students, I'm afraid. Facing the powerful pirates, these trainees are as fragile as chickens. Don't worry. Zephyr lowered the telescope. There was a big storm a few days ago, and those guys were in a panic and accidentally came near our headquarters. I checked, it's not some amazing pirates group. Hua Shaishan suddenly realized and touched his head embarrassedly. Sorry, I was overthinking. It doesn't matter. Zephyr's eyes were full of encouragement. The essence of justice is to protect, not to destroy. As a Marine commander, you must be willing to sacrifice, but you must also be cautious. Unless it is necessary, you must never put your trusted subordinates in danger. Hua Shaishan stood at attention and said solemnly, Yes. At this time, the flying squirrel also came over. Teacher Zephyr, our goal is... The Marine Intelligence Department had just discovered the pirates when they were intercepted by Zephyr, so no one else knew the intelligence about these pirates. It's Golden Lion's men, the Butcher Gavent. Gavent. Golden Lion's men. Hua Shaishan and Flying Squirrel's expressions became solemn. A few years ago, Golden Lion broke into naval headquarters and was thrown into impel down by Sengoku and Garp. His subordinates also scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. However, there are also some ambitious people among Golden Lion's subordinates. Some people, unwilling to be lonely, took the opportunity to set up their own business and started to venture into the Grand Line. It's not something extraordinary. Butcher Gavent, bounty of 111 million Baileys. After the collapse of the Flying Pirates, he gathered some of the scum and formed the Blood Wolf Pirates. Isn't this guy too much for the students? We have just entered the era of big pirates, and the bounty has not yet expanded, so hundreds of millions of pirates are still very important. Except for Zephyr, Cake, and Jun, no one on the ship was sure of victory. Zephyr didn't care. It's just Shiki's little brat. With so many of you keeping an eye on it, there will be no problem. Besides, I'm here. Although this pirates group is not very strong, it is large in scale, with 500 to 600 members, which is very suitable for children to practice. Everyone thought about it and it made sense. Zephyr was still here. With his strength, he could smash Gavent's head like a watermelon with just one slap. If you say anything more, you will be slapping your leader in the face. Suddenly, Zephyr seemed to have thought of something. By the way, it seems that our headquarters has received a new batch of devil fruit. Notify everyone that the student who can defeat Gavent will have a chance to get the devil fruit. All the instructors said in unison, yes. Soon, the news spread and the Marine cadets screamed with excitement. A good devil fruit can help people reach the sky in one step. For a moment, everyone was eager to try it out. When the Blood Wolf pirates saw the warship from afar, they also filled their sails and fled with all their might. The two sides chased each other and soon ran away. The warship is faster than the pirate's ship, but its speed is limited, and it will take some time to catch up. During the pursuit, Smoker and Hina chatted while fiddling with the weapons. Smoker, what do you think of the mission? Butcher Gavant, with a bounty of over 100 million, is indeed difficult to deal with. Are you interested? Hina nodded. I am indeed interested, but with Hina's current strength, she is definitely no match for him. But you, why don't you give it a try? In her mind, the pie that Zephyr had painted was indeed a bit hard to swallow. There are over 100 million pirates, enough to compete with the instructors. They are definitely not something the students can handle. If there is such a student, I'm afraid it's only Smoker. After all, Cake also said that Smoker's strength is no weaker than Rear Admiral. Smoker shook his head. I'm already a user with special abilities, so I have no interest in Devil Fruit. Of course, if you want, I can help you get it. This. Hina frowned slightly. She was a little moved. But I also know that eating fruit is like opening a blind box, which involves considerable risks. So I was a little confused for a while. Smoker saw her expression, understood what she was thinking, and couldn't help but feel moved. At this moment, an arrogant voice came from behind the two of them. Ah ha ha ha, isn't this the coward Smoker? Why is he hiding here? Did the pirates scare him to the point of peeing his pants? Hearing this, Smoker just frowned slightly, and his face showed no joy or anger. Gaspardai, you really are a dog that can't change its nature. What? Wasn't the lesson instructor Kaji taught you enough? The person who came was Gaspardai. He stared at Smoker with a malicious smile on his face, and when he heard Smoker's words, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Kakiai is not here now. I want to see who can protect you this time. After saying that, the arm slowly changed into a green cone, approaching Smoker step by step. Chapter 26. When the assessment was first conducted. Except for the students who persisted to the end. Some people with outstanding performance were retained. Among them was Gaspardai. Although he was defeated by the instructor. But the gummy fruit is a rare special paramecia fruit after all, so Zephyr let him keep it. Also left behind were T-Bone and others. However, they are very calm. I am here to stay, so why do you care how I stay? The instructors did not treat them differently. They knew that these people were just unlucky, but their abilities were good enough. But Gaspardai was stuck in a rut and always felt that others looked at him strangely. The most unusual one is Smoker. In fact, Smoker only follows him because he will betray in the future. But Gaspardai didn't know that. He always felt that Smoker looked down on him, so he was full of hostility towards Smoker and always found fault with him. If Smoker is still the original owner, he will fight back if he is dissatisfied. But now, what adult would get angry with a little kid? Seeing that his provocation had no effect, Gaspardai launched a sneak attack. But his luck was really bad, and he was caught by Cake in his first sneak attack. Kaji was immediately enraged. UBD, how dare you attack your comrades, and even sneak attack them? Without saying a word, he rushed up and beat him up violently, causing him to stay in the hospital for half a month. In fact, this is also Kaji's way of protecting him. Attacking comrades is a big taboo. If you don't punish them severely, once it's known, you may be kicked out of the marine directly. Gaspardai knew this too. The result is that he didn't want to nor dare to bear a grudge against Kaji, but instead put the blame on Smoker. The same is true today. When Gaspardai saw Smoker's face, he couldn't help but step forward to provoke him. Idiot who doesn't know what's good for him. Forget it, one punch is better than 100. Smoker looked at Gaspardai coldly. He took off the pendant and put it in his pocket, then walked towards the other person step by step. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Smoker. It was Hina. Hina had long been unhappy with Gaspardai. In the past, she would suppress her anger only when Smoker didn't want to pay attention to her. Now seeing that Smoker didn't seem to want to endure it anymore, he volunteered to give him a beating. Gaspardai, get out of here. If you want to fight, Hina's here for you. Gaspardai smiled contemptuously. By you. By me. Hina's figure disappeared instantly. Gaspardai didn't have time to react and was kicked away by a whip kick. His body hit the deck heavily, smashing several empty barrels into pieces and raising a cloud of dust. Hina said coldly, with this kind of strength, you dare to jump in front of Hina. Gaspardai walked out slowly from the smoke and dust, with a green dent on the side of his face, but it quickly returned to normal. Smoker frowned and wanted to go forward to help. But when Hina Chong gave him a look, he stopped. Since Hina wants to try, let her do it. But without armament haki or flour, I'm afraid she won't be a match. While Smoker was thinking, Gaspardai walked up to Hina. He was tall and strong, standing in front of Hina like a high wall. Suddenly, Gaspardai grinned. Go to hell. Then suddenly several spikes appeared from the fist and hit Hina hard. Paper arts. Hina's body seemed to become weightless. Twisting with the wind caused by the attack, he narrowly avoided the attack. He picked up a wooden stick and hit him hard on the shoulder. The wooden stick was deeply stuck in the hole. Hina frowned slightly and tried to pull it out, but after trying several times, she found that she couldn't pull it out. So he let go decisively, jumped a few meters, and created some distance. Is this the ability of the gummy fruit? Luckily I didn't use my fist just now, otherwise I wouldn't be able to pull it out. Gaspardai roared, and suddenly his body was covered with spikes, and he rushed towards Hina. Smoker frowned and his fist turned black. Suddenly, Kaji's angry voice was heard in the air. Gaspardai, what do you want to do? He had just returned from Zephyr's ship using moonwalk and saw this scene. Gaspard cursed in his heart, this guy is in the way. But he did not dare to delay and stopped quickly. Ah, Instructor Cake, we were just sparring. Is that so, Hina? Hina frowned and was about to speak when her arm was suddenly grabbed. Smoker came forward. Don't worry, Commander Cake. We are just sparring. Gaspardai was a little surprised, but he also went along with it and said, ah, that's it, Rear Admiral Kaji, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Without waiting for Kaji to answer, he turned and left. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Smoker and Hina. Were you talking about devil fruit just now? I'm so sorry, I'm also interested in the devil fruit, but I won't give it to you. Ah ha 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 ha. Hina looked a little unhappy. Gaspardai is a person with special abilities, and even after getting the devil fruit, he cannot eat it anymore. He obviously does this just to disgust himself. Smoker didn't care at all and said calmly, it doesn't matter whether you are interested or not. If Hina doesn't want it, then it's up to you. But if Hina wants it, you don't stand a chance. Gaspardai's smile froze and his expression gradually became gloomy. Smoker ignored him and turned to ask, Hina, do you want a devil fruit? Hina wants it. Smoker smiled at Gaspardai. You hear me, Gaspardai, you don't stand a chance. Gaspardai stared at Smoker for a long while before he said coldly, we'll see. After saying that, he turned and left. Kaji frowned and looked at his back, but didn't say anything. The farce did not attract much attention. Soon everyone dispersed and continued to prepare for battle. Smoker and Hina are also preparing. But Hina was a little absent-minded. Smoker, what do you think of Gaspardai's strength? Him? His basic combat power is average, but his abilities are hard to deal with. Hina nodded. Indeed, as long as he doesn't encounter a haki user, he is almost invincible. After spending so much time with Smoker, Hina's vision is much higher than that of ordinary people. This kind of elemental paramecia ability user is as difficult to deal with as the Logia ability user. At least I don't have any effective means. Smoker knew Hina's worries and reluctance. Your basic combat power is stronger than his. The only thing you lack is the fruit ability. I'll pick you a good devil fruit later, and then you can give him a good beating. Hina chuckled. You think devil fruit is cabbage, and you're still trying to be picky. Smoker was about to say something when the warship suddenly began broadcasting. Everyone, assemble on deck, ready to fight. In this battle, I and all the instructors will not take action. Whether you win or lose, whether you live or die, it all depends on your own ability. All the Marines were stunned, with different expressions, some were excited, some were nervous, some were solemn. But they all shouted in unison, yes. Zephyr and the instructors stood on a high place, watching everyone's performance with smiles on their faces. Soon, the pirates and the warships came into contact. After a fierce bombardment, the pirates' ship was blown to pieces. Then the warship caught up with the pirates' ship and stuck to each other. Gavin didn't know the admiral was there yet, and when he saw the warship was full of blank Marines, he immediately perked up. So he raised his long sword and roared loudly. Guys, kill all the Marines and rush out. Although the pirates were nervous, seeing the captain's confidence, they felt like they had been given a shot of adrenaline and rushed forward roaring. Marines and pirates fought each other. In terms of numbers, pirates far outnumber Marines. But they were facing elites recruited from all over the country, the kind that I would have to beat 10 of them against on the battlefield. For a time, the pirates were losing ground. Right angle slash. T-Bone swung his sword, the zigzag sword light flashed past, and several pirates fell to the ground with screams. Get out of the way, let me do it. A pirates holding a spiked iron shield charged at T-Bone like a bull. T-Bone held the sword in both hands, got into position, and slashed again, sending pirates flying along with their shields. The pirates struggled to get up and were horrified to find that all the spikes on the shield were broken, with a deep knife mark on it, almost breaking it in two. Gaspardi landed on the pirates' ship under fire. Seeing this, several pirates raised their swords and guns and stabbed, and they hit the target easily. They were delighted at first, then horrified to find that the other party had not shed a drop of blood. Gaspardi stared coldly at the pirates. Scum, tell me where your captain is. The pirates were so frightened that they were shaking all over and unable to speak. Gaspardi frowned, revealing a look of disgust. Despicable and weak pirates. How pitiful. After saying that, several spikes emerged from his body and pierced all the pirates. Since you won't tell me, I'll find it myself. Gaspardi muttered, searching the pirate's ship. Wherever he passed, he saw pirates stabbed and lying in a pool of blood. Smoker and Hina are also very active. Hina pumped her fists. With every punch thrown, a pirate broke a bone. Even if the pirates want to fight back. But the face of her moonwalk and shaved, jumpsuit Kakuzu cannot touch. Smoker also strolls through pirates. When facing such an enemy, there is no need to use the ability of the fruit. Physical combat alone is more than enough. Bite. Smoker raised his arm and used iron body to block the pirate's sneak attack, then broke the blade and stabbed it into the opponent's throat. Hina, save your energy, there are big fish behind. Hina kicks one of the pirates away. Hina knows. Soon, the Marines beat the pirates until they cried for their parents. The cotters of the Blood Wolf pirates could no longer sit still. A Marine was swinging an iron rod and fighting bravely against the enemy when he suddenly felt darkness around him. A strong pirate who was over 3 meters tall, with most of his body length being legs, appeared behind him at some point. Not good. Marine was about to move. Suddenly, the long-legged pirates kicked over with a whip-like kick, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. He quickly raised his knife to block. But this whip kick was so fast and fierce that it directly broke the steel knife into pieces and then hit his arms heavily. Marine screamed, broke through the guardrail and flew out, falling heavily into the sea. When he floated to the surface, his eyes had rolled back and he had passed out, with his arms twisted into a knot. The Marines around were shocked. "Ace, how are you? Hang on. Be careful, it's Toru from the long-legged tribe. Watch out for his kicking skills." A few people who were good at swimming quickly jumped into the water to save people. On the other side, T-Bone's sword was blocked by a female pirate with a charming face and a hot body. She held two blood-red daggers and easily blocked T-Bone's sword. "The bounty is 24 million berry, Bloodfang Abby, she lives up to her reputation." Abby chuckled, "I didn't expect that Marine brother actually knew me. You look so happy in the fight, do you want me to accompany you?" T-Bone narrowed his eyes and grinned in an ugly smile. "I couldn't ask for more." Smoker and Hina also found the opportunity to come to the pirate's ship. As soon as they boarded the pirate's ship, a tall figure appeared behind them and smashed their heads with both fists at the same time. Iron body. Smoker concentrated his strength on the side of his face and took the punch head-on. He was knocked back several meters, and his legs left deep marks on the deck. The punch was powerful, but it did not break his iron body. Smoker wiped the non-existent dust off his face. Hina didn't know how to use iron body yet, so she avoided it with a shave and then counter-attacked with a tempest kick. Several wind blades hit the attacker, forcing him to retreat again and again. But the strange thing was that there was no blood on the other party's body, but a lot of gravel fell off. Smoker was stunned. Opposite him was a burly fellow, wearing heavy stone armor. There were still a few scars on the stone armor left by tempest kick, which were slowly healing. Laozi is a member of the Blood Wolf Pirates. He is an armored man who ate the armor fruit and can turn any inorganic substance into armor. With just the two of you, you can't possibly hurt Laozi. Smoker. Why do these people with special abilities always like to introduce their abilities to their opponents? In the distance, Zephyr and the instructors stared at the battlefield. Several instructors stepped in from time to time to rescue students in danger. Seeing the cotters take action, Zephyr also perked up. Interesting, it looks like Gavant can't help it anymore. The other instructors nodded one after another, also looking forward to the show. Suddenly, Zephyr frowned, covered his mouth and started coughing. This coughing fit was extremely severe. Zephyr's face flushed and he couldn't help but bent down. The instructors were shocked. Jun, who was nearest, rushed forward and patted him on the back. "Teacher Zephyr, what's wrong with you?" Zephyr coughed for a while, finally recovered, took a few deep breaths, and then waved his hand. "I'm fine. I'm getting old and have some issues. Just keep watching the game." The instructors looked at each other and could see the worry in each other's eyes. However, the battle was fierce and Marine soldiers were frequently injured, so they had no time to be distracted. Plus, after Zephyr finished coughing, it seemed like there really was no problem. So they turned their heads and continued to stare at the battlefield. Chapter 27. Iwato is tall. Now wearing heavy stone armor, his figure is even more exaggerated. At first glance, it looks a bit like the rock puppet in Warcraft. When Hina saw that Tempest Kick didn't work, she was not surprised but became more motivated. "Smoker, you stop the others, leave this to Hina." After that, without waiting for Smoker to answer, he rushed forward. Smoker. Although Iwato is wearing stone armor, his speed is not slow. Seeing Hina coming over, he raised his fist and hit her. The fist was covered with rocks, like a huge stone hammer, and it seemed that it could cover half of Hina's body. Hina was not afraid at all. She clenched her fist and punched out. The two fists collided, creating a shock wave. It forced both of them to take a few steps back, and the attack was surprisingly evenly matched. Iwato, Nani! Hina, what the hell? Then, both of them roared and punched each other like a violent storm. For a moment, the two fist shadows were stuck together, neither giving in. What a mess! Smoker was cleaning up the minions around him while secretly observing the battle situation. Although Iwato and Hina are equally matched. But after all, one relies on external forces, and the other relies on one's own strength. Soon, Iwato ran out of strength and his movements became a little slow. Hina saw the right moment, penetrated Iwato's defense circle, and punched him in the stomach, directly penetrating the stone armor. Iwato's eyes bulged out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his stomach with both hands, backed away and kept saying, "Impossible, impossible." Hina sneered, "It seems that you gave up training after obtaining the power of the fruit. Your body's defense is ridiculously weak." Iwato seemed to be stimulated by something hateful. He clasped his fists and punched Hina hard. Hina dodged nimbly and used Tempest Kick to draw a wind blade, hitting the crack in the abdomen. A stream of blood spurted out from the crack, and Iwato screamed in pain. "Damn woman!" Iwato's eyes were red, and he yelled angrily, "I will tear you into pieces." Then the stone armor on his body broke into pieces, turning into a pile of rubble that fell onto the deck. "Hina, it seems like you are the one who has been shattered. With the armor fruit, everything can be armor, sword armor." Yan shouted loudly. Suddenly, all the swords on the ground, in the warehouse, and even in some people's hands flew towards him, densely arranged to form a blade armor. Especially the hands, the 10 daggers turned into claws, reflecting the faint cold light. Iwato grabbed Hina and said, "Let's see how you catch it." Hina frowned. The opponent's entire arm was covered with cold blades, making it difficult to attack him. You can only use Moonwalk to jump into the air and use Tempest Kick to release several wind blades. Although some of the swords and knives on his body were broken, new ones were soon replenished. Damn it, there's no end to this. Hina became impatient and landed back on the deck. She grabbed a heavy cannon and swung it, smashing it hard on Iwato. Iwato let out a scream and fell through the deck into the lower cabin. Hina let out a long sigh and threw the heavy artillery aside. "Hey, is this the time to die?" However, a cold voice came from below the deck. "Gun armor." Hina was startled and stepped back quickly. Countless bullets shot up through the deck. Hina was unable to dodge and was grazed on the right shoulder by the bullet. Iwato jumped up again, with many more guns and cannons on his body, looking like a fortress. It turns out that he just fell into the armory and absorbed all the guns as armor. Ha 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 ha, firepower is power. Lao Zi in this state is invincible. Then, hundreds of gun barrels on his body fired at the same time, instantly knocking down a large number of surrounding pirates. "Ah, Iwato-sama, it's us. Get out of the way. Master Iwato is going crazy." Hina was injured because she wasn't paying attention. Now that they were face to face and were prepared, he was able to easily avoid the attack. Just as he was about to fight back, a wild voice suddenly came from the air. "Ah ha 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 ha, this is really embarrassing, let Lao Zi do it." Smoker and Hina looked up. It turned out that Gaspar Dai was dealing with the enemies around him and rushing towards this side. While in the air, spikes suddenly appeared on his body. Not good. Smoker was shocked and rushed to Hina at high speed. Gummy crossbow. Countless green spikes shot towards the deck. Although it is hardened from soft candy, its hardness is comparable to that of steel. Wooden boards and barrels were pierced and shattered. The steel gun barrel was also hit with numerous dents and holes. The remaining pirates had no time to dodge and were shot to pieces amid screams. The sea breeze blew and the smoke dissipated. There were only 3 people left on deck. Iwato in full armor, Smoker who noticed something was wrong in advance, and Hina who was rescued by him. Iwato stared around blankly, his expression showing shock and confusion. Smoker's eyes turned cold as he looked at Gaspardai. A hole. His attack just now clearly enveloped Hina. If I hadn't taken action myself, Hina would have been in great danger this time. Gaspardai ignored them and landed heavily on the deck. Gummy shackles. 4 globs of green gummies shot out of him. Iwato was unable to react in time and was hit in the hands and feet by the jelly beans, dragging him to the ground. Then the gummies hardened instantly, sticking him firmly to the deck. Gaspardai leaps high and his right hand turns into a green sledgehammer. Seeing this, Iwato quickly operated the gun on his body and fired. Bullets rained down on Gaspardai, but failed to cause any harm at all. The next second, the green sledgehammer hit Iwato's face hard, smashing his head. From a distance, Zephyr saw this scene and looked somewhat unhappy. It's not because of cruel means. Although he himself would not kill, he certainly would not ask others to do so. He is just compassionate, not stupid. But his attack did not take into account the safety of his comrades nearby. Of course, he didn't know about the conflict between Gaspardai and Smoker, he just thought that this guy was too ruthless. Gaspardai looked at the rock pile under his feet. The other person's head was already shattered into pieces, with a large pool of red and white blood flowing out. He nodded with satisfaction, glanced around, and saw that there were still a few pirates who were not dead yet. He also saw Smoker and Hina and immediately smiled maliciously. It's in the way. Gummy crossbow. He fired countless spikes in all directions, and amid screams, the remaining pirates were killed in one fell swoop. Smoker protected Hina and used Iron Body to block the spikes. Gaspardai grinned, his face full of amusement. Oh, sorry, I didn't hurt you by mistake just now, did I? I didn't expect you to stop me. Well done. Smoker's face was frighteningly gloomy, a hole. Then his hands turned black and he walked towards Gaspardai step by step. Since this guy has the intention to kill me, there is no need to keep him. On the warship, Zephyr stared at the cabin not far from Smoker and others, and his brows suddenly frowned. You guys, go to Smoker. Ji Yuan was stunned, what's wrong? Teacher Zephyr. Gavint's aura has been hiding over there, but just now his aura suddenly changed. Go over and keep an eye on him. Yes. Just as several instructors were about to set off, the cabin next to Smoker and 3 others suddenly exploded. A thin pirate with long hair came out. He is the target of this time, Gavint. The 3 of them were originally on edge, and when they heard the noise they unconsciously turned their heads to look over there. Gaspardai was excited, oh, this is the biggest prize. I didn't expect it to be hiding here. The legendary Golden Lion's subordinates are actually this kind of people. Gavint had a sick smile on his face and was playing with a lighter in his hand. Ha 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 ha, Lao Zi won the bet, what a great ability. It's only fitting that Marine's life be used to witness Lao Zi's new abilities. After saying this, countless white powders suddenly emerged from his body and quickly covered the entire deck. Then a spark came out of the cell phone, and instantly the deck was filled with fire and there was a violent explosion. The explosion was quite large, and Marines on the nearby ship were also affected. Although no one died, many nearby were burned. 3 people at the center of the explosion were also exposed. Gaspardai's body turned green and was slowly recovering from his injuries. It seems that if it weren't for the ability of the fruit, he would have been seriously injured. Smoker absorbed the surrounding explosions and protected Hina behind him. Gaspardai was shocked and said, damn it! What kind of ability do you have? Smoker touched the white powder at his feet and rubbed it. Flower. Flower explodes when exposed to open flames, no wonder. Gavint laughed, yes, it is flower. Lao Zi is a pink man who ate the pink fruit and can release all kinds of powder. The explosion naturally attracted Zephyr's attention. There's something strange about the explosion just now. Let's go take a look. Just as he was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. Something is coming from the sea. Very fast. Not good. A few seconds later, the expressions of several other Grandmaster instructors who had the ability to observe things also changed. Oh no! Such a huge aura, it's the Sea Kings. A few breaths later, a Sea Kings that was 100 times larger than the warship emerged from the sea. What's this? Help! Hold on tight! The Sea Kings did not launch an attack, but the currents they stirred up almost capsized the warships and the pirates' ship. The people on the boat hurriedly grabbed the mast ropes and managed to stabilize themselves. The people who fell into the water before were miserable. Struggling in the huge waves, some were simply swept away by the current and disappeared without a trace. Hateful! Zephyr was horrified. I never expected to encounter such an accident. But on the Grand Line, nothing is surprising. Damn it, I was so careless. Zephyr was filled with self-blame and yelled at several instructors. You guys go save the people, I'll deal with this Sea Kings. After that, he used Moonwalk and rushed towards the Sea Kings like a cannonball. The next second, he appeared next to the Sea Kings who looked very happy. Haki covered his hands and punched Sea Kings in the chin. Sea Kings only felt a huge force erupting from below, and was thrown into the air, screaming and slamming heavily onto the sea surface farther away. Ah! The Sea Kings screamed miserably. The huge waves pushed away all the warships and pirate ships. When Gavin saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. Black Arm Zephyr. Even though he was only a pirate's worth over 100 million, he had at least been in the flying pirates for a few years and had a lot of experience. He recognized Zephyr's identity at a glance. He knew very well how powerful this person was. This is a person who can fight directly with his captain. What merits and abilities did I have that deserved the Marine to send out an admiral to deal with me? At this moment, Sea Kings turned his head and glared at Zephyr, flicking his tail at the same time. It was so big that its tail swept past the pirate's ship that Smoker and his crew were on, and the anchor just happened to be hooked on its tail. Chance. Gavin is a gambler who takes life and death lightly. A stream of purple powder was sprayed directly at the Sea Kings' heads. It was a poisonous powder with an extremely pungent taste. It turned out that he wanted to drive the Sea Kings away and tow the ship away. However, given the size of Sea Kings, their eyes are their only weakness. The highly toxic powder sprayed onto Sea King's eyes, causing them to scream in pain. He jumped up high and was about to smash down on the two warships. Damn it! Zephyr's eyes were red with anger. With these two warships destroyed, everyone was left drifting on the sea. He didn't care about the strangeness of the purple smoke and rushed in directly, knocking Sea Kings aside with one punch and avoiding the two warships. The Sea Kings finally got scared, wailed, and dragged the pirate's ship away. He is extremely fast, several times faster than a warship. Zephyr was relieved to see that the warship was fine. Then he saw Smoker, Hina, and Gasper die on the boat, and his face suddenly changed. Just as I was about to use Moonwalk to catch up, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my chest and throat, and I suddenly felt that I couldn't breathe. Unable to maintain Moonwalk any longer, his body tilted and he fell heavily onto the warship. Seeing this, Jun's face changed and he hurried to his side. Military doctor! Military doctor! Zephyr covered his mouth and coughed violently, his entire face turning purple. Damn it! At a time like this, a military doctor rushed over and examined Zephyr. Oh no! Zephyr Admiral already had asthma. And after inhaling the poisonous smoke just now, his condition has completely worsened. The medicine on the ship can only relieve the symptoms. We must return immediately, otherwise our lives will be in danger. Zephyr took a sharp breath and struggled to sit up. I'm fine. The three little devils are on the boat. Your Moonwalk can't catch up with them. After saying this, he struggled to get up despite everyone's dissuasion. At this time, Kaji was holding two Marines in each arm and carrying another Marine on his back, and was using moonwalk to return to the deck. He happened to see this and grabbed Zephyr's arm. "Mr. Zephyr, they are students in our class, leave them to me." "But..." "No buts. This is my responsibility as a teacher. My moonwalk can catch up with Sea Kings." Zephyr looked at Kaji. His moonwalk just now was enough to carry 6 people, and if he was alone, he might have been able to catch up with the Sea Kings. So she squeezed his hand tightly and nodded with difficulty. "Cake, Teacher Zephyr, don't worry." Then he turned to Jun and said, "I'll leave the teacher to you. Return immediately." "Jun, ah." Before she could finish, Kaji flew away. Chapter 28. Towed by the Sea Kings, the pirates' ship shuttled through the sea like a sharp arrow. Gavent laughed like crazy. "Great, Lao Zi escaped from Admiral. Hey, you guys, cheer for me." Smoker and Hina didn't bother to pay attention to this madman and just held on to the cable tightly to avoid being thrown out. Gaspardai had been very unhappy with Gavent before. Seeing him so rampant, he could no longer bear it and rushed forward with a roar. Gaspardai threw a punch, and Gavent also sneered and stretched out his fist. The 2 fists bumped together. Gaspardai's arms deformed, trying to wrap around the other person. Gavent snorted coldly and pulled his hand away suddenly. Gaspardai was shocked. Impossible. A strong person can indeed break free from the control of the gummy fruit, but this guy did it too easily, as if the gummy fruit had no effect at all. Gavant smiled contemptuously, and a lot of powder fell from his arms. "I've been following your battles. You seem to be able to stick to your enemies. This is scale powder, this is how moths get rid of spider webs." Then Gavernter released a stream of white powder, and Gaspard was sprayed all over before he could dodge. "Ahem, what is this?" Before Gaspardai could react, Gavent kicked him away, breaking the fence and falling into the sea. Hina was very surprised. Aside from the instructor, this was the first time anyone had been able to attack Gaspardai. Gaspardai was killed. He was able to use haki. Smoker shook his head slightly. "No, this guy just discovered the weakness of the gummy bear. Flour can harden the fudge. As long as it is dipped in flour, it can attack Gaspard." "Gavent, oh. There are also people with keen observation skills in the marine." After Gaspardai fell into the sea, he instantly felt powerless all over. If nothing unexpected happened, he would die in the sea in a few minutes. At this time, Cake caught up using moonwalk. Seeing Gaspardai struggling in the sea, he was suddenly in a dilemma. If he continued to chase the ship, Gaspardai would be dead. But if he rescued Gaspardai, he would definitely not be able to catch up with the pirate's ship. Kaji stopped in the air, looked at the ship, then at Gaspardai. With one last gritted tooth, Vice Admiral Gaspardai rushed into the sea and fished it out. After all, at this moment, his identity is not just a friend of the 2, but an instructor of everyone. "Sorry, Smoker, Hina, please don't die." Sea Kings is at full speed. In a short while, it swam 100 miles, and then suddenly began to sink. "Oh no, it's going to dive." Smoker quickly cut the anchor chain. The Sea Kings dived into the sea, leaving the pirate's ship where it was, spinning in the waves and whirlpools. When the boat stopped, Gavin slowly stood up and looked at the marine in front of him with a hint of contempt in his eyes. "Your comrade is dead, let Lao Zi take you to accompany him." "Goodbye, marine." Psychedelic powder. Colored powder gushed out, instantly covering the entire pirate's ship. The psychedelic powder can make you hallucinate. Without Lao Zi's help, you will, hey. He suddenly discovered that the colored powder was becoming thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a black hole in Smoker's palm, which was rapidly swallowing up the psychedelic powder. Gavin was surprised. "Damn it, you're also a person with special abilities." In the previous battle, he hid in the cabin and observed secretly, and naturally noticed Smoker. At that time, this guy was fighting hand to hand the whole time, looking like a master of physical skills, but I didn't expect him to hide so deep. But there's nothing to worry about. This guy's abilities must not be that strong, otherwise why wouldn't he use them? Humph, you are such a dishonest brat, what is your ability? Smoker had a weird look on his face. I'm not Shabai, why should I tell you my abilities? Gavant was choked, feeling that he was being implicated, and his face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Just as he was about to take action, Smoker spoke again. It's rare to have such peace and quiet, Hina, you should be his opponent. Gavant. The other. Hina was a little surprised, but not scared at all. Okay, leave it to Hina. As soon as the two fists touch, they will go forward to fight. Don't worry. Smoker grabbed her and stretched out his right hand. Release. In the darkness, a white devil fruit slowly emerged. This devil fruit is for you. Don't worry, it's definitely worthy of you. Hina's eyes lit up and she bore fruit. Gavant's pupils shrank. He suddenly raised his hand, and iron powder emerged from his palm and condensed into a long sword. Iron powder slash. A knife shadow slashed towards Hina. Smoker flashed in front of Hina and blocked the attack. The attack formed by the condensed iron powder was no less powerful than that of a steel knife, leaving a huge wound on Smoker's chest. Smoker, oh. Over the years, he has been injured hundreds or thousands of times. I discovered a pattern. That is, facing the same type of attack, the dark fruit's double pain debuff seems to be weakening. Although it is very slow, it is still very obvious if you stretch the timeline. Hey, what a brutal attack. Don't worry, I will definitely return it in full. Hina, eat. Good. Hina was worried about Smoker, but she knew that talking nonsense was useless, so she quickly started eating. Damn it. Gavant was very anxious and released 2 more slashes. Double iron powder slash. This time Smoker did not block, but took the initiative to expose Hina behind him. The slash hit Hina's body, cutting her into 3 pieces. Gavant felt relieved. Ha, idiot. But then a shocking scene appeared. Hina turned into a puff of white smoke and instantly returned to her original state. What kind of ability is this? Smoker's injuries have healed. Since you like introducing the fruit ability before the battle, it's okay to tell you. This is the most powerful Logia devil fruit, the smoke fruit. The strongest one is to describe Logia. Smoke fruit. Lodge. 2 voices sounded at the same time. Hina's face turned red with surprise, while Gavant's face turned pale with fear. Smoker, Gavant, just find the weakness of this fruit. An hour later. Gavant lay on the deck with a bruised face and nose, unable to move a finger. Facing the Logia fruit, he could only passively defend himself without mastering Haki, and all his means were ineffective in causing any damage. That's why it took so long. On the one hand, it is because Gavant is quite strong and his basic combat power is stronger than Hina. On the one hand, Hina wanted to use him to hone her abilities. The effect is quite good. After just one battle, Hina's control over smoke fruit has improved significantly. It was Gavant's bad luck. With his strength, if he really wanted to escape, Hina would definitely not be able to stop him. But now he is isolated in the ocean with nowhere to go. He can only fight on until his strength is exhausted. Hina stood aside, panting. Phew, hey. This guy is really hard to deal with. Smoker walked forward and held Hina's shoulders, using his fruit ability to drain away her accumulated fatigue. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. After all, he had a bounty of hundreds of millions before he ate the fruit. Then, he backhandedly released the pain and fatigue onto Gavant. Gavant was already exhausted, and suddenly received so many negative statuses that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Hina stretched her body and raised her hand, with a puff of white smoke swirling in her palm. As expected of a devil fruit, this feeling is so amazing. Smoker nodded. In the first half of Four Seas and Grand Line, Logia's ability is unmatched. However, ability is just the icing on the cake, physical strength is the foundation. Smoker originally wanted to wait until Hina became stronger before giving her the devil fruit. But Gaspardai's previous attack, which did not distinguish between friend and foe, made him feel a sense of crisis. This time I was beside him. But even tigers take naps, and he couldn't stay with Hina forever. Who can guarantee that a similar situation will not happen again? In this case, it would be better to hand over the fruit to Hina as soon as possible, at least there will be an extra layer of protection. Don't worry, Hina isn't the kind of idiot who gets carried away by her abilities. She won't fall behind in her training. But, what should we do next? Smoker shrugged helplessly. I don't know. When you were fighting just now, I checked and found that the sail, rudder, and anchor of this ship were all broken. We can only float on the sea. Hina was shocked. What? Floating on the Grand Line is not a good thing. However, even if such a large pirate's ship was intact, they alone would not be able to control it. So, we use moonwalk to get back. Smoker shook his head. We were towed by the Sea Kings and drifted for so long that we were at least 100 kilometers off course. It was impossible to use moonwalk to get back. Moonwalk is very physically demanding. It's fine for short distances, but long-distance flying is pure fantasy. Hundreds of kilometers, if a few admirals come, there is still hope, but I don't have that ability. More importantly, we don't know the direction, so we should not run around aimlessly. That's okay. Hina nodded helplessly. Let's take inventory of the supplies on the ship first. We don't know how long we will stay here. So the two of them started searching. It must be said that the Blood Wolf pirates were indeed wealthy, and since this ship was the main ship, the two found a lot of food and fresh water, as well as a cabin full of treasures and weapons. Hina breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we have enough food and fresh water to sustain us for a long time. Smoker nodded. It's a pity that I don't have a den mushy, otherwise I could leave this damn place right away. He said as he released the darkness, sucking everything in. Unlike Blackbeard, Smoker can control gravity very precisely. Even Hina, who was just a few feet away, didn't feel anything unusual. In this way, the two of them lived a wandering life. They stayed on the deck every day. In order to conserve their energy, the two stopped practicing and took turns using their abilities, one releasing white smoke and the other releasing black smoke, trying to attract the attention of nearby ships. Unfortunately, they were out of luck. 1 day, 2 days. 5 days, 10 days. There was no sight of a single ship. At this time, Gavant was already on his last legs. Because of the serious injuries, his health continued to deteriorate. Smoker didn't feel much about this and didn't pay much attention to it. The crimes this guy committed cannot be atoned for with just one life, so it would be considered lenient if he died like this. So he went back to see Gavant every day, ready to throw him away after he died. That day, Smoker seemed to have thought of something, took out a fruit and placed it next to Gavant. Hina asked curiously, Smoker, what are you doing? Are you putting up offerings? This guy is not dead yet. Smoker stared at the fruit. It's just an experiment. We'll know the results soon. A few more hours passed. Gavant lived up to everyone's expectations and took his last breath. Almost at the same time, strange patterns began to appear on the surface of the fruit, and it turned into a devil fruit. Hina was shocked. What's going on? Smoker showed an expression that said, as expected. If I'm not mistaken, this is his pink fruit. After the person with special abilities dies, their special abilities will be randomly attached to fruits. Of course, the specific principles need further study. And the fact that the transition was so smooth this time was also due to luck. Smoker spoke calmly, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. If Blackbeard can do it, I can do it too. If you don't have any clues, then experiment little by little. No matter what, the method of snatching the fruit power must be mastered. While being excited, Smoker did not forget to give instructions to Hina. Hina, don't tell anyone about this, understand? Hina nodded repeatedly. She is not that kind of naive person. She knew very well what this meant. After Gavant's death, life became even more boring. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the stored food and fresh water were consumed. Fortunately, it rained twice in between, and Smoker absorbed a lot of rainwater, which finally solved the urgent problem. As for food, fishing. I have to say, in a hellhole like the Grand Line, it is a miracle that a ship without sails or rudder could sail safely for so long. For a moment, Smoker didn't know whether his luck was good or bad. That day, the two men were sitting by the boat fishing. One head was emitting black smoke, the other head was emitting white smoke. Two columns of smoke shot straight into the sky. Suddenly, Hina dropped the fishing rod in her hand and pointed into the distance. Smoker! Look over there, is that an island? Smoker was stunned, quickly looked over there, and then shouted excitedly. That's right! Island, it's an island! Chapter 29. After seeing the island, Smoker was extremely excited. 1 month, do you know how I spent this month? Staying on a moldy boat, you will get rotten. Although Hina was with me. But every day the sun is shining above and the sea is steaming below. Sticky and smelly all over. There are no more extra thoughts. Smoker quickly ran to the side of the boat and reached out to feel the current. With luck, we are approaching the island. Hina also seemed very excited. Great, if we get closer, we can use moonwalk to reach the island. A few hours later, the boat slowly drifted near the island. The entire picture of the island also appeared before the two of them. There are high mountains and green trees on the island, and there are many seagulls flying in the sky. Smoker and Hina's eyes lit up. Very good, not a deserted island with only rocks. When they were close enough, the two used moonwalk to get to the island. When my feet touched the ground, I finally felt like I had escaped death. It's not their fault. Two people with special abilities are on a bad ship. A strong wind or a big wave could make them die in the belly of fish. In this case, unless it's Aokiji who is not afraid of falling into the water, or Golden Lion who can fly. Otherwise, who wouldn't be suspicious? During this month, they felt like there was a knife hanging over their heads at all times and they had to sleep with one eye open. The two came to the island. Smoker used his ability to suck the ship directly over. There are still a lot of equipment on the boat, it can't just float away like that. Then the two of them found a safer cave and had a deep sleep. I don't know how much time passed before I woke up slowly. When they came to their senses, they finally thought of a way out. Hina, Smoker, what should we do next? Smoker shook his head. There's nothing we can do. We don't know where we are. We can only try our luck and wait for a ship to rescue us. Hina sighed, well, anyway, let's search this island first. Smoker naturally had no objection. The two of them walked around the island and quickly explored it. They were lucky. There was fresh water, plenty of fruits and animals on the island. At least they didn't have to worry about dying of thirst or starvation. The only downside is that this doesn't seem to be the flight path. Since it is not a regular route, merchant ships and cruise ships will not come. If merchant ships and cruise ships don't come, pirate ships won't come here for no reason. Without the pirate ships, the warships will not come. The two couldn't help but look at each other. In the end, Smoker had a better attitude and waved his hand. Forget it, don't be sad. This is not the calm belt, there will always be ships passing by. Anyway, there's food and drinks here, so let's just wait here. Hina knew that he was trying to persuade her, so she sighed secretly and nodded. So, the two began to survive on the island. In order to live more comfortably, Smoker dismantled the pirate's boat and built a small wooden house on the beach. Although it is simple, at least it can shelter from wind and rain. Moreover, the view here is wide, and it is easy to see if a ship passes by. The island is damp. Smoker dug a cave in the rocks far away from the coast to store food. That's all. The two searched for supplies during the day, and at night they searched for supplies in an indescribable way. Either exercising or practicing dual cultivation, the days are monotonous, fulfilling and shameless. 2 months passed in a flash. On that day, muffled boom-boom sounds were heard in the sky above the island, and puffs of white smoke burst out from time to time. Hina is practicing in the air. She combined elementalization and moonwalk. By spraying smoke, not only can the flight speed be increased several times, but it can also save energy. Although it does not involve crossing the sea or island. But there is no problem in circling the island a few times. Not only that, after such a long period of practice, Hina has mastered the smoke fruit very well. She doesn't rely on elementalization like the original smoker. Instead, it uses the spray of smoke fruit to increase speed and power. Although the moves are not so luxurious and gorgeous, the improvement in strength is real. Moreover, as your physical fitness improves in the future, there will be greater room for improvement. At the same time, Smoker stood in front of a huge rock and slowly raised his right hand. He felt something quietly, stretched out his hand, and a thin strand of dark substance emerged from his palm. With a strong swing, the darkness lashed the boulder like a whip. Enter from one end and fly out from the other end. Wherever it passes, the rocks it touches seem to disappear out of thin air, and the cross-section becomes neat and smooth. Smoker smiled. Done. This move, let's call it Dark Whip. This is a new move developed by Smoker. He had already noticed that Dark Fruit's ability is more about control, pulling the enemy to its side and attacking. And the darkness released was very random, without any operation. Even if it is the dark acupuncture point that shatters everything. Just let it spread freely. Wait until the enemy is dragged into the darkness, then use the powerful gravity to crush it. The damage is not low, but it is extremely dull. So, Smoker began to try to control the shape of darkness. Sure enough, not only are the moves more flexible, but they are also more powerful. The ability of the devil fruit is not fixed, but depends to some extent on the user's thoughts. In Blackbeard's eyes, darkness is infinite gravity, and its method of attack is to devour everything. Influenced by this idea, no matter what ability he uses, the source of gravity is above his body. Therefore, it is impossible to avoid attacks, nor is it possible to create a gravity source remotely. Smoker has no such constraints. No matter how powerful the dark fruit is, it is just an ability. There is no need to have so many rules and regulations. Who stipulates that the source of gravity must be oneself? Who stipulates that gravity sources cannot be created remotely? Who stipulates that only one gravitational source can be created? It's all because of habit. The bigger your imagination, the greater the potential of dark fruit. At this time, Hina flew over from a distance and landed behind Smoker. Is this the new move you've been researching? It's so powerful. Smoker put his arm around Hina's slender waist. This is just the beginning, we still have a long way to go. The two of them returned to the house lovingly. In the cabin, Hina had already grilled several fishes, and they began to eat. Smoker ate 4 or 5 fish in one go and wiped his mouth. Still no sight of a ship today. Hina nodded. Hina flew around the island several times but didn't find any ships. Okay. Smoker nodded, with no hint of disappointment in his tone. It doesn't matter, there will always be a chance. In the past 2 months, the relationship between the two has heated up greatly. A single man and a single woman, full of vigor and vitality, busy day and night. Instead of being so anxious to ask for help, It would be best if a boat came, but if not we will continue to be happy. Besides, there's food and drink here, the environment is great, and I'm here with you, so why worry about staying a few more days? Cut. Hina rolled her eyes at Smoker in annoyance, her expression becoming more charming, which made Smoker's mouth dry. Just when he was considering whether to execute him on the spot, he suddenly heard a few muffled noises coming from the distance. Boom! It sounds like thunder, but a little different. Smoker was stunned. Hey? What's that sound? Hina also frowned, it sounds a bit familiar. The next second, there were two boom sounds and several shells fell. The hut was torn apart in an instant, and the blazing flames engulfed everything. In the distance, a warship was parked there quietly. There was still smoke coming out of the muzzles of the guns on the side of the ship. Chapter 30. Senior officers all have their own ships. Although the displacement and standard have strict requirements. But the specific style of each ship will be different depending on the different commanders. The most distinctive one is Garp's Doghead warship. At present, this ship looks normal from the outside. But the captain's room is extremely luxurious. The walls and ceiling are covered with walnut, and the chandelier is also a precious crystal chandelier. The paintings on the walls were all by famous artists, and the cabinets inlaid with gold and silver were filled with all kinds of luxurious ornaments. In the middle of the room, there is a leather sofa that looks like a bed. In short, this house doesn't look like a military command room at all, but more like a royal mansion. On the sofa, a female officer with long golden hair was leaning lazily on the sofa, with her cloak of justice casually draped aside. A marine soldier was reporting to her. Rear Admiral Zane, the suspicious building on the beach has been destroyed. According to the requirements of the scientific forces, the power of the new shells has reached the expected value. They asked if they could end the mission and return to the branch as soon as possible. Zane held his cheek and said nothing, and it was unclear whether he was listening. After the marine soldier finished his report, he didn't dare to disturb him. He just stood straight and waited quietly. After a long while, Zane picked up the wine glass from the side and took a sip. Tell those old men that the shells the marine needs are not just about power. Safety, storage durability, ease of transportation, manufacturing cost, all need to be considered. This mission is a real combat test, not just firing a few blank shots to get by. Tell them they can leave if they want, but I won't sign the report. The marine soldier swallowed and bowed slightly. Yes. Then I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Hey, kid! Zane suddenly called out to him. The young marine was stunned, and quickly turned around and said, Rear Admiral Zen, do you have any other instructions? Zen flicked his thumb and a gold coin flew into the marine's hand with a ding. Your reward is yours, go down. The young marine took the gold coin, which was enough to cover his 2-month military pay, and his face was filled with excitement. With this gold coin, you can help your mother with treatment. He put his feet together and saluted respectfully. Thank you. Your Highness Zen. Zen waved his hand expressionlessly, and the young marine hurried away. Before leaving, he glanced at the strange man huddled in the corner of the room. The weirdo is tall and thin, wearing a cape. His face was painted with exaggerated oil paint and there was a long sword on his hip. He was looking through the window at the results of the recent gun test. He waited until the soldiers left before duck walking over to the opposite side of Zen and plopped down on the sofa. You are worthy of being the pride of our North Blue, Rear Admiral Zane. I heard that you have only been in the G2 branch for half a year, but you are already deeply loved by your subordinates. Only people like you are qualified to be our partners. The weirdo gesticulated while speaking, and his expression was extremely exaggerated. But there was some compliment in his tone, and there was some caution in his eyes when he looked at Zane. Partner. Zane smoothed his hair and slowly sat up straight. It's too early to say this. I haven't even said I'll cooperate with you. From our current position, we may drop shells on your ship in the next second. Are you right? Diamante. The weirdo is none other than the top executive of the Donquixote family, codenamed Cube Diamante. Diamante choked slightly when he heard this. The woman opposite had her eyes narrowed slightly and her look was lazy, like a sleepy cat in the sun. But he seemed to be stared at by some ferocious beast, and although he looked relaxed, he was actually tense and the hair on his back stood up. Diamante laughed dryly, Zane, Rear Admiral, you are such a joke. Whether we are enemies or friends, we will have to wait until you meet the young master to decide. At least we are not enemies now. Zane looked at Diamante dimly, then suddenly chuckled and leaned back on the sofa. Let me tell you, you look so nervous. You have a point. Anyway, I am somewhat interested in Doflamingo's purpose. I heard that you guys are doing very well in North Blue. I didn't expect you to leave your family and career behind and come to Grand Line. Speaking of Doflamingo, Diamante straightened up, his eyes fanatical. 2 years ago, the young master made a special trip to Logue Town to witness that unprecedented ceremony. How could a mere North Blue accommodate his ambitions? However, with your help, we will be able to establish a solid presence in the Grand Line as soon as possible. Zane shook his glass, his expression half smiley. I'm a Marine, how can I help the pirates build their power? Don't be so heartless, Master Zen. Diamante leaned over and smiled meaningfully, didn't we have a pleasant cooperation before? Zane's eyes narrowed slightly. I remember warning you, the Donquixote family, never mention this matter again. Diamante's cape fluttered slowly behind him. Lord Zen, if it weren't for our cooperation back then, you wouldn't have come to the great. Before he finished speaking, the 5 fingers of Zane's left hand turned into sharp cones and stabbed directly into Diamante's neck. Diamante was prepared and quickly waved his cloak, turning it into an iron shield to block in front of him. He is the user of the floating fruit, which can make everything as soft as silk. This cloak looks light, but it is actually made of steel and can be transformed into an iron shield when needed. What Diamante didn't expect was that the spike went straight through the shield and hit his throat. The sharp cone slowly extends, seeming to pierce into the skin, and one can even feel a faint warmth. Diamante felt cold all over, his throat tightened, and he murmured, "Hacky." Zane didn't comment. "This is the last time. If you mention this again, I'll cut a hole in your throat. Do you understand?" Diamante quickly showed weakness, retracted his power, and his shield turned back into soft cloth. "I'm sorry, Master Zen, I made a mistake. I didn't mean to threaten you." Zane retracted his ability, his fingers returned to normal, and he resumed his lazy look. "I'm just teasing you, why are you so nervous? I believe your young master won't do such a stupid thing." "Hey, you're not going to be mad, are you?" No, no." Diamante touched the blood spot on his neck and denied it repeatedly. But in his heart he cursed, "Crazy woman, exactly the same as before. Anyway, we understand each other, so the young master came to you." Zane did not deny this. The one who knows you best is often your enemy. Especially the enemy who cannot be defeated no matter what means are used. Back in North Blue, I and Doflamingo had been fighting each other for several years, dozens of battles, big and small, but neither of us could do anything to the other. Later, in order to expand his power and get rid of this plague god, Doflamingo, he took the initiative to propose cooperation with Zen, and together they wiped out dozens of underworld forces. With this achievement, Zan was promoted to Commodore and transferred to Naval Headquarters. A few years later, he was promoted to Rear Admiral and served as the Deputy Base Commander of the G2 branch. Doflamingo also lost his biggest enemy and a number of competitors, and successfully unified the North Blue underground world. On the surface, this cooperation is a win-win situation. But Zane always felt he was being tricked. I thought there would be no chance for us to meet again. I didn't expect Doflamingo to come to Grand Line and take the initiative to seek cooperation with me. What a confusing guy. This guy is a lunatic. Zane and Diamante thought so at the same time. Chapter 31. In the captain's room, Zane shook his glass. Diamante, you have nothing to do anyway, so tell me what Doflamingo wants from me. Based on what you said, I can decide whether to bring a gun or alcohol, so you should think it over before you speak. Diamante laughed dryly. Master Zen, you really know how to joke. Then he moved closer. In fact, the content of the cooperation is very simple. Our family wants to use the G2 area as the base camp and carry out slave trade on the Grand Line. So, we need you to cover it up for us. Of course, you will get the benefit. Zane was stunned at first. Slave trade. Then he lowered his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a while, he raised his head again. In the G2 area, the slave trade makes about 10 billion in profits every year. But these businesses are in the hands of pirates and underground forces. If you join in rashly, you will not be able to get anything left. Diamante laughed. Master Zen, we are pirates. The strong will grow stronger, the weak will perish. If that day comes, it will be because we are inferior to others in skills. But, with family like us here, young master will never fail. Zane didn't comment, picked up the glass and took a sip of wine. But I was secretly complaining in my heart. God's family. Although he didn't like it, Zane had to admit that Doflamingo was indeed a talent. Bold, treacherous, ruthless. The strength is also remarkable. But my mind is not clear. Although he doesn't have the overwhelming strength of Whitebeard, he still loves to play the game of being a loving family. The key is to find some reliable ones. But his so-called family members are more weird than each other. They may not be very strong, but they all have their eyes high. Especially Diamante and that slug Torbil. Most of his abilities are in bragging and talking nonsense. They are two conspicuous bags that are more likely to cause trouble than help. Loyalty is true loyalty. But all that's left is loyalty. There was a little mushroom-headed kid who was quite steady. But this guy is quite low-key and I haven't seen him many times. Of course, no matter how arrogant Zane was, he would never say these words. After working in the system for so many years, he still has the emotional intelligence to expose people without hitting them in the face. Of course I believe in the ability of your Doflamingo family, otherwise I wouldn't have taken you through so much trouble. Zen's mission is to test the new artillery shells brought by the Marine Technology Force and collect combat data. In fact, the best option is to wait in the routes where pirates often appear. But she was curious about Doflamingo's proposal, so she ran to this remote place. However, this meant that the voyage would be much longer. In fact, on this ship now, not only are there people from the G2 branch, and scientists and their guards, people from both sides mixed together. In fact, it's not very effective. G2 Marine dislikes the guys in the science unit for being stubborn. Scientists dislike G2 Marine for being simple-minded but strong-limbed. It's okay if the time is short. As time went on, various contradictions emerged one after another, which made Zane very annoyed. If this crappy task hadn't been forced upon her by her superiors, she would have thrown this mess away long ago. In her mind, going through so much trouble was already a huge sacrifice. Diamante slapped his thigh. That's right, Master Zen. You and the young master are working together, that's a strong alliance. And we are sincere. Xize smiled slightly and shook the wine glass. Really? I like sincere partners. I wish us a happy cooperation. Diamante hastily raised his glass to clink glasses. But Zane had already taken back his glass and was sipping it on his own. Diamante's expression was a little stiff, and he could only shrink back awkwardly. On the edge of the island, in the ruins, Two clouds of smoke, one black and one white, rose up. The white smoke quickly gathered and transformed back into Hina's appearance. Although the bombardment was fierce, it had no effect on her. However, Hina couldn't take care of herself. He quickly moved a few pieces of wood away, revealing Smoker, who was trapped underneath. "Smoker, are you okay?" Compared to Hina, Smoker is already crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. There were wisps of black smoke on his body, and he couldn't tell if it was due to darkness or the explosion. Although Smoker has been training his pain tolerance over the past few years, this is the first time he has been bombarded. Damn it, it hurts so much. Smoker's body was first torn apart by shrapnel, then the high temperature carbonized his flesh, and finally the powerful shock wave twisted his limbs to pieces. Just hearing it makes your scalp tingle with pain, because dark fruit has strengthened it several times. Hina hurriedly helped him up. "Smoker, are you okay?" Smoker looked at the warship with hatred. "There's something wrong with these guys." Hina was stunned. "What's wrong?" "Our house is a shelter no matter how you look at it. It shouldn't be a target for the Marines. Why would they open fire without saying anything?" "Forward." Hina's eyes looked a little vague. "Well, there was a hole in the wall yesterday, and since it was troublesome to saw wood, Hina used the pirate's flag to cover it." Smoker. On the warship, Zen came to the window of the command room and looked at the island from afar. "When will your young master arrive?" Diamante stood up. "After the last day, you will be able to meet. You notify Doflamingo to change the meeting place. I will wait for him on this island." Diamante was stunned and asked anxiously, "Hey? But? No buts, no waiting after the time is up. Or?" Zane's eyes turned dangerous. "What surprise have you prepared for me?" Diamante choked upon hearing this and laughed dryly. "How could it be? Okay, I'll contact the young master first." Diamante was also helpless. In North Blue, I am considered a well-known figure. But in front of Zen, he had no capital to be arrogant. He walked to the corner and used Den Den Mushi to contact Doflamingo. The warship also began to turn and slowly sailed towards the island. Hina watched the warship approaching from a distance. "Great, Smoker, the warship is coming. We are saved now." Smoker patted Hina's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, just hide and see what happens. I don't know why, but I always feel that something is wrong with this ship." Although Hina felt strange, she did not question it and followed Smoker into the woods. Soon, the warship docked beside the ruins of the hut. Zen walked off the boat and looked at the ruins, his voice in amazement. "One shot blew up the house in front of me, leaving nothing behind. The new model is indeed powerful." Then, a group of scientists in white coats hurried down, ignoring Zen, and started studying the ruins on their own. Zen knew the character of these scientists and didn't get along well with them. So he turned around and walked away, calling a few officers. "Pass on my order. The scientific forces guards will stay on site to protect the scientists' safety. Everyone else, search nearby to see if there are any more pirates lurking here." "Yes." Marine received the order and started to act accordingly. At this time, Diamante walked over carelessly. "What a beautiful island! I'm going to stretch my muscles. I'll come back to see you when the young master arrives." Naturally, Zane would have no objection. Although the people here are all his trusted confidants, there are still many people and many eyes. The other party is pirates, the farther away from you the better. So Diamante took his sword and walked away with crab steps. Seeing him leave, a marine captain walked up to Zane. "Rear Admiral, do you want to?" After saying that, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. This captain is an old subordinate that Zane brought over from North Blue, and he is one of the few people who knows Diamante's identity. Zane hesitated for a moment. "Not yet, just find a few people to follow him." "Yes." In the distance, Smoker and Hina were holding binoculars, quietly looking at the coast. Although Smoker has been here for a long time. But apart from the people in the original plot, I basically don't recognize the others. So Hina acted as the tour guide. Those in white are Marine Tech. That female officer is Zane. She is the princess of the Principality of Todaneo, North Blue. I was previously a colonel in North Blue. After I eliminated dozens of dark forces, I was promoted to naval headquarters. Not long ago, she was appointed as the deputy base commander of the G2 branch. North Blue. Smoker subconsciously thought of Doflamingo. Who are the top leaders of the G2 branch? The base commander is Vice Admiral Geisha, and the deputy base commanders are Rear Admiral Gumir and Rear Admiral Zen. I see. Smoker nodded. It seems that the other party's identity is no problem. Why don't we go out? Suddenly, Hina wondered, hey, who is this guy? It was Diamante she was looking at. He has no uniform, doesn't look like a marine, doesn't look like a scientist, and doesn't look like a government official. Could he be a nobleman from some country? Smoker asked curiously, let me see. When he saw the man clearly, he was stunned. Granted, Smoker didn't know many people, and Diamante happened to be one of them. So it's this guy. Looks like we can't go out. This Rear Admiral Zane is really weird. What's the meaning? This guy's name is Diamante, and he's one of the senior officers of the Dongquixote pirates from North Blue. Is this true? Why is the naval headquarters Rear Admiral with the pirates? I don't know about that. This Diamante seems to have left alone. Why don't we ask him in person? Diamante walks in the jungle. Suddenly, he found some scattered footprints. Hey, is there anyone else on the island? If the Marine discovers any strangers on the island, he will naturally go back and report it first. But Diamante was not a Marine, and was arrogant by nature, so he followed without thinking, and after going around in circles, he came to the other side of the island. This place is far beyond the Marine's search range. On the beach, Hina changed into a Marine uniform and waited quietly for Diamante. Oh, hello. Diamante glanced at Hina's uniform and said sarcastically, this Marine, Private Miss. Hina had a blank expression on her face and said calmly, Diamante, I didn't expect a guy like you to come with the warship. Diamante's pupils shrank, what an ignorant little girl. As he spoke, he pulled out a silk ribbon from his waist, shook it slightly and it turned into a sword, piercing Hina's throat. Hina dodged by transforming into an element, then the white smoke recondensed around Diamante and punched him in the chest. Diamante was startled and quickly raised his cloak. Bullfighting cape rewind. The cloak was wrapped around his body layer by layer, instantly turning into a steel shield. Hina's fist left a dent in the shield, but did no damage. Damn it, a Logia user. Diamante was about to fight back when suddenly a large black hand reached out from behind and grabbed his neck. Damn it, what's going on? Diamante was about to resist when he suddenly realized that he could not control his cloak. Smoker stripped Diamante of his abilities. Let the iron cloak wrapped around your body become a cage. Smoker sneered, you are the kind of person who will tie yourself up in knots. Diamante yelled angrily, who the hell are you, UBD? Let me go. But he could only rage helplessly. As convenient as the floating fruit was in the past, it is as embarrassing now. Smoker pulled the sea stone pendant from his pocket and hung it around Diamante's neck, and Diamante instantly collapsed. Damn, it's sea stone. Hina hadn't expected the fight to be so easy, so she stepped forward. Smoker, do you need to be tortured? Smoker shook his head. No need. Even though this guy is an idiot, he won't betray his captain. You're right. I won't betray Dover. Smoker didn't bother to pay attention, carefully avoided sea stone, and took out a Den Den Mushi from Diamante. Long wave Den Den Mushi, great. With it, we can contact headquarters directly for help. Hina breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there is some good news. However, Hina is still uneasy. Why are the pirates on the warship? Why don't we go investigate? Okay, no problem. Smoker turned and looked at Diamante. It just so happens that I have some things I want to confirm. Chapter 32. Somewhere on the Grand Line not long ago. The flamingo-shaped pirate's ship is moving at full speed. If any merchant ship from North Blue saw this ship, they would definitely flee for their lives. On board was the Doflamingo Pirates, the group that dominated North Blue in the early years and has been causing trouble on the Grand Line recently. At this time, Doflamingo was in the conference room with several top executives. There is a huge conference table in the middle of the meeting room, which is piled with maps and books, as well as a cute den mushi. Doflamingo is talking to someone. Yuan number %. Asterisk and Yuan %. Click. Doflamingo put on the den mushi and sat back down at the table. Phew. That crazy woman Zane actually changed the meeting place at the last minute. I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still so cautious. Pika said in a shrill voice, Dover, that woman is too arrogant. Do we really want to cooperate with her? With our strength, we can definitely defeat those competitors. Why should we give her a share of the profits? Phew, that's true. Doflamingo stood up and said, but our goal is not money, but to get a stable territory. He walked to a nautical chart and drew a circle to mark several islands. These islands are very suitable in terms of population, resources, and location. The only problem is that it's hard to hide it from the eyes of the G2 branch. So, winning over that woman can avoid many unnecessary battles. It is necessary for us. Pika frowned and said, but does she have to be the partner? Virgo was sitting at the table drinking coffee. Hearing this, he looked up and said, in the G2 base, the one who knows us best is none other than Zane. If she can stand on our side, our safety can be greatly improved. Winning her over is the best solution at the moment. Hey. At this time, Toripole also came over with a long snotty nose. Dover, Virgo, that crazy woman is very greedy, she will definitely ask for a huge amount of money. Doflamingo and Virgo said in unison, you're too close, Tori. Phew. Greedy is good. The slave trade was originally a cover and bait, so what's wrong with giving all the profits to her? Besides, Doflamingo smiled sinisterly, if I wasn't greedy, how could I send her to the execution platform? Doflamingo plopped down next to Virgo. What do you think of the plan, man? Virgo nodded, Dover, whatever you want to do, I will make it come true. Phew, please. At this moment, the hatch was knocked open with a bang. Everyone's eyes glanced over there. Doflamingo said calmly, what's wrong? Several top officials felt nervous. Although Doflamingo seemed very calm at the moment, the few of them grew up together and knew his character very well, so they could naturally hear that Doflamingo was angry. When Doflamingo was young, he fell from the altar of celestial dragons to the mortal world. After another miserable period, probably to find a balance, he usually pays the most attention to the level. People in lower positions, regardless of whether they are right or wrong, and regardless of the reason, are not allowed to disobey or offend those in higher positions. When he was meeting with top officials, no one else was allowed to intrude. Several top officials looked at the person who came in, their eyes were as cold as looking at a dead person. The person who came was a young man who had just joined the group, named Sinio Lu. He had only been a member of the Doflamingo Pirates for a short time, but several of them were deeply impressed by him. This guy is outstanding in ability, reliable in work, calm in character, and loyal to his family. He is a rare talent. Doflamingo and the top codders liked him very much and even proposed to train him to become a codder. I just don't know why I was so reckless today. At this moment, Seniolo's forehead was sweating and his face was pale. My lords, something has happened. The life card left by Master Diamante has shrunk. Life cards are a product of New World. The paper made by mixing human nails into the material can represent the vitality of the owner. The life card shrinks, symbolizing that the owner's vitality is weakening. Although this kind of paper is rare. But Doflamingo still managed to get some through his connections for himself and the top officials to use. What? Impossible. When the people in the conference room heard what Senor said, they were all shocked. Senor held out his palm. There was a piece of paper in his palm with Diamante's name written on it. At this moment, the paper is burning, with only a few edges left. Originally, there was nothing wrong with Master Diamante's life card, but it suddenly started burning just now. It only took a few seconds for it to become like this. Doflamingo's face turned dark, veins popped out on his forehead, and a bloodthirsty aura suddenly erupted, causing even several top officials to change their expressions. Senor was in even worse condition. He was forced to retreat again and again, and only managed to stand firm after reaching the door. Phew 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 phew, you are so brave. How dare you attack my family? No matter who he is, I will tear him into pieces. After saying that, he snatched Diamante's life card and jumped out of the window. Dover. The subordinates behind wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Doflamingo used his ability to fly away, and after a few flashes he disappeared into the sky. Hateful. Virgo slammed the table and stood up. Pika, is Dover's life card with you? You are responsible for the direction. Torre, keep contacting Diamante and tell us as soon as there is any news. Senor, notify everyone, take your positions, and sail at full speed. Everyone was shocked and quickly followed his orders. On the island, the sea stone on Diamante's chest has been removed. At this time, his eyes were white, foam was coming out of his mouth, and he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, already unconscious. Smoker stood over him and gave him a light kick. This guy has practiced well. He survived all this damage. Hina looked at Smoker, a hint of heartache flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just now, Smoker transferred the absorbed pain to Diamante. Just 1/3 of it made Diamante look like a dying person. I can't imagine what kind of pain Smoker just went through. Although dark fruit can withstand damage, the pain is real. Don't worry, Hina. Smoker probably guessed Hina's thoughts and tried to comfort her. My training over the years has not been in vain. My tolerance for pain is far greater than that of ordinary people. This guy can't bear it, it's just that he's too useless. If Diamante was still conscious, he would definitely curse. Do you have cat biscuits? It's fine to train your defense. Who in their right mind would exercise to feel pain? Hina knew that Smoker didn't want to make her worry, so she stopped pestering him and just said calmly, it's good that you know. Then, she looked at Diamante, what to do next? How to deal with this guy? It is best to bury it directly, which is clean and sanitary. Didn't I tell you that there is something I want to try? Smoker held out his palm, and darkness oozed out like oil, slowly flowing towards Diamante. I developed a new move, and I've never used it on anyone before. It's a good opportunity to try it out. It can be considered as making good use of waste. The darkness flowed to Diamante and wrapped into a large black ball several meters square. Then the black ball slowly sank into the darkness, leaving only a semicircular deep pit in its place. Hina asked curiously, what kind of move is this? It doesn't look like anything special like a dark acupuncture point. This move is called confinement. It can absorb this guy and the surrounding space completely. In the darkness, he won't be harmed by gravity, but he will also never be able to escape. This move is very suitable for pirates. Let them slowly reflect on their dirty lives in this claustrophobic space. Hina was shocked after hearing this. Devouring space? You can even do such a thing. Then a trace of sympathy appeared on his face. Confinement. That's a good name. It sounds much scarier than Chief Cake's confinement room. However, if you don't plan to kill him, remember to let him go for a while, otherwise you will go crazy if you don't die. Smoker smiled slightly. Of course, this is a rare experimental material. I can't bear to let him die. Hina's eye twitched slightly. Well, originally I just couldn't live, now I can't die either. Suddenly, footsteps were heard not far away. Marine soldiers have searched here. Smoker and Hina looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Bump. Bump. On the coast, Zen had people set up parasols and lounge chairs, prepared chilled wine and fruit, and began to enjoy the sunshine and beach. The sea breeze caresses you, making you sleepy. She moaned in comfort. Ah! This is life. In the eyes of marine senior executives, Xian has both strength and brains, and is a first-class general. The only thing that deserves criticism is that he loves to enjoy himself too much and never compromises himself in terms of material things. What about eating and living together? What about simple meals? Sorry, it has nothing to do with me. Even when Sengoku and Zephyr came, they only said one sentence. I fought hard, spent my own money, what's wrong with enjoying myself? If the marine inspection team comes, we will be even more confident. What? You ask me where the money comes from? Don't you know that I'm the princess of the Principality of Todina? No matter how powerful your marine inspection force is, can it trace its investigation to the Principality of Todina? What do you mean? Since when can marine interfere in the internal affairs of member states? Tisk tisk tisk. You are in trouble. You are in big trouble. Just when Zane was dozing off, he suddenly realized something. She stood up slowly without changing her expression, took off her sunglasses, stretched herself like a lazy cat, and then put on the cloak of justice. A few seconds later, the sound of several vibrating silk threads was heard in the air, as if the strings of a musical instrument were being plucked. You're early, Doflamingo. The marines around were surprised to find that a person suddenly appeared in the air out of nowhere, standing in the air. Everyone was horrified and quickly raised their guns and aimed. Doflamingo looked down at everyone. Phew 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 phew, long time no see, Zane, Rear Admiral. As soon as he got on the island, the life card that was indicating his location suddenly stopped moving. I don't know why, but it's definitely not a good thing. He glanced grimly across the beach, finally focusing on Zane. Where's Diamante? Hearing this, Zane's anger rose. Damn, we agreed to have a secret meeting. You, a lunatic, it would have been fine if you had arrived early, but you actually showed up in front of so many people. You have to know that there are not only his own subordinates here, but also many people from the Marine Technology Force. If these people find out, we'll be doomed. Zane took a deep breath. Calm down. Calm down. In this situation, there must be no politeness or compromise. I just hope this idiot doesn't bring up the idea of cooperation in public. The thoughts in Zane's mind were like a revolving lantern, but his expression remained unchanged. I didn't expect you to show up at a time like this, Doflamingo. It's really unfortunate. I have a mission to complete and can't compete with you. Put away these dangerous lines and leave immediately. I can pretend I never saw you. Doflamingo ignored her hint, stared at her coldly, and said again, Where is Diamante? Zen took a puff of his cigarette and cursed in his heart, how the hell do I know where it is? Who knows, maybe it's somewhere on this island. If we look carefully, we can find it. Suddenly, she remembered that her subordinates had reported that Diamante had gone to the other side of the island. If I'm not mistaken, your subordinates are waiting for you over there. If you hurry up, you might be able to meet them. Doflamingo lowered his head and murmured, I see, it's over there. Then he put his hand on his forehead and laughed a few times, his laughter was full of madness and sorrow. Zane was also a little confused. What's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with him all of a sudden? I got anxious and started speaking rudely. Pirates Doflamingo, this is the marine base, leave now. Do you still want me to take you to meet your subordinates? Hearing this, Doflamingo couldn't hold back any longer and roared, you damned woman, I'm going to rip your head off with my own hands. I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish. What did you say? Zane's face instantly turned dark, like the bottom of a pot. Although she is not cruel and bloodthirsty, but in terms of temper, he is much worse than Doflamingo. It's rare for me to humble myself, but this guy just came up and started to scold me. Chicken Feather Man, you are looking for death. Everyone, fire volley. The Marines around noticed that the atmosphere was not right and had already consciously formed a line, waiting for their superiors to give orders. Now that he had received the order, there was no time for hesitation. He raised his spears and guns and started firing crazily. The soldiers who were searching nearby heard the noise and hurried back to the beach. Seeing the scene in front of him, he joined the attack without thinking twice. For a moment, everyone's attention was attracted by Doflamingo. I didn't notice two strange Marines sneaking in. Chapter 33. These two Marines are naturally Smoker and Hina. After they captured Diamante, they knocked out two unlucky Marines, stripped them of their clothes and disguised themselves. They were dragged into the food storage cave and hidden there. While shooting, Smoker muttered to himself, strange, why are they fighting? Hina whispered, Marine fighting pirates, isn't that normal? Smoker frowned, also confused. The guy just now was definitely Diamante, and he didn't look like he was hostile to Zane at all. Could it be that Zane doesn't know the other person's identity? Impossible, how could a Marine from North Blue not know the highest-ranking executive of the Doflamingo family? Not sure, let's hide our identities first and observe to see what they are up to. Smoker also specifically checked the information about Doflamingo because the timeline was different. Mingo's current bounty is 160 million Baileys, which has not yet reached its peak and is still at the supernova level. In terms of strength, it is basically on par with Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Of course, it also depends on what kind of Rear Admiral it is. If it was Cake or Jun who took action, they would definitely be able to pin him down and pluck out his hair. Smoker stared at Doflamingo, and felt the urge to have a fight with him. In the past 2 years, the enemies I have encountered have been relatively extreme. Either Garp, Zephyr, or at least Kaji. Or ordinary pirates and students of the same period. In every battle, I either killed the opponent instantly or was killed instantly by the opponent. I had never encountered a suspenseful or life or death game. Therefore, Smoker really wants to find an opponent who requires him to give his all to test his own level. On the beach, Zane and Doflamingo fought. Doflamingo used the power of the fruit to dodge in the air and easily avoided the hail of bullets from the Marine soldiers. Smoker raised his eyebrows. Young man, you are so arrogant. In that case, let me add some spice to it. He picked up a few guns from the side and followed Belmir's method, stringing the triggers together with ropes. Puff, 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 puff. Smoker pulled the rope, and 5 or 6 guns fired at the same time. The firepower was so strong that the surrounding Marines looked at them sideways. The smarter ones began to look around to see if there were any spare guns. The eyes of the scientist hiding aside lit up. This guy has some skills, connecting muskets to increase power. Connecting multiple gun barrels in series is an idea, but it's too complicated. It's better to improve the bullets and loading methods. Can we develop a device that can automatically load bullets? The Marine has no shortage of weapons. More and more Marines followed suit, and the firepower increased greatly for a while. Doflamingo finally felt troubled and couldn't help but take action against the Marine soldiers. 5 color strings. Several colored threads slashed at the Marine soldiers like blades. A whole chicken feather man! Zane instantly appeared in front of the marine soldier and put his hands on the ground. Wall of thorns. Large patches of black thorns emerged, densely packed and crisscrossed, forming a wall. 5 color strings cut through some of the black thorns, but was still stopped. You are no match for this chicken-feathered man. Take the scientists and evacuate. I'll cover your retreat. The marine soldiers didn't hesitate and quickly retreated after responding. Smoker was in the crowd, looking at Doflamingo, not knowing what he was thinking. Hina tugged at his sleeve. Smoker, let's retreat too. Smoker looked around and saw that everyone around him was running and he was the only one standing there, which was indeed a bit unsightly. After all, the two of them are just in disguise now, so it is better to be cautious. Just now, Smoker got a little carried away after seeing Doflamingo, and he fired a wave of firepower, which was already very eye-catching. If you continue to behave in a way that doesn't fit in with the others, you'll be recognized. Then I might be mistaken for a spy sent by Doflamingo. That's really like yellow mud falling into your crotch. Smoker followed Hina's advice and evacuated. Forget it, I'll just watch the battle from the sidelines this time. If you want to fight, there will definitely be another chance in the future. After everyone evacuated, only Zane and Doflamingo were left on the beach. Zane spat lightly, the means are still as despicable as before. Doflamingo is in midair and has great maneuverability, so he appears more calm. Phew 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 phew, you're such a naive guy to complain about pirates being mean. Zen, the attack power of the thorn fruit is good, but unfortunately, it is not suitable for protection. After saying that, his figure flashed and rushed towards a few marines who didn't have time to run away. Fruit of Thorns. Smoker was also shocked when he heard the name. Isn't this the ability of Mr. One's partner, Miss Two Fingers Sarah? It turns out that Zane is the previous user of the Thorn Fruit ability. Because the two women are very different in appearance and fighting style, Smoker didn't recognize it for a moment. However, Zane's strength is much stronger than Mrs. Two Fingers, so why did he die later? Is it because of Doflamingo? At this time, Doflamingo approached several marines, raised his hands with a sinister smile. Get rid of you first. Suddenly, his heart tightened and he subconsciously dodged. Almost at the same time, a dozen sharp spikes flew past his body, leaving long tears on his suit. Doflamingo was sweating coldly. It was a life and death situation just now. If you are a little slower, you will be ripped open. Zane pointed his palm at Minga, with several spikes extending from his palm. I didn't expect you to be able to dodge it. Wasn't that observation hacky? It seems you haven't been idle in the past 2 years. If you are not afraid of becoming a sitting duck, you can continue to attack my subordinates. Sacrificing a few people to kill you is a good deal no matter how you look at it. As he spoke, he approached Doflamingo. At the same time, thin and sharp spikes grew on his body, densely arranged, as if he was wearing a suit of armor. The marine soldiers were all horrified when they heard what Zane said, "Hey!" However, Smoker noticed that no matter whether their expressions were panic, fear or anger, they did not relax their weapons at all. It turns out they were acting. What an amazing chemistry! After hearing what Zen said, Doflamingo really stopped chasing the soldiers and slowly landed on the ground. Phew phew phew, a new long-range attack technique? That's really troublesome. But, Super Whip! Doflamingo suddenly launched a sneak attack while speaking. The fine threads condensed into a whip and lashed at Zane fiercely, leaving bottomless gullies on the ground wherever it passed, as if the entire beach was cut open. Shave! Zane used his speed to dodge, while approaching Doflamingo and smashing his spiked fist into his chest. Ming Ji's armament haki was not well developed, so he didn't dare to take this move head-on. With a move of his fingers, the silk thread pulled his body back quickly to dodge, and at the same time, he manipulated several thin threads to tightly entangle Zen. The silk thread rubbed against the thorn armor, making a teeth-grinding friction sound and sparks flying everywhere. Zen was not panicked at all. Suddenly, several thick spikes emerged from his armor, stretching the silk threads, and he took the opportunity to jump out. Smoker and Hina watched the fight from a distance, both marveling at it. Smoker couldn't help but admire. Zane's abilities are really well developed. He can attack and defend, and can also attack from a distance. He's simply a Kimimaro. Hina was stunned. Who? Nothing. An acquaintance of mine who had bone hyperplasia died of the disease. Oh. At this time, an officer shouted, "Everyone, support Rear Admiral Zane." Inside. The Marines shouted in response and then raised their guns and fired. Doflamingo dodged several bullets and looked at the Marines with cold eyes. If it weren't for Zane, it would only take a minute for me to sink all this dregs to the bottom of the sea. But with Zen around, he couldn't free his hands. But if I ignore them and fight while dodging bullets, it's too passive, and I might end up capsizing in the gutter. By this time, Doflamingo had calmed down a little. Seeing that there is no bargain to be made, and his reinforcements would not arrive in time for a while, he didn't hesitate any longer and found an opportunity to jump high into the air and land on the silk thread in the air. Phew 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 phew, Zen, there are too many bugs around, let's stop here today. The next time we meet, it will be your death, so enjoy your last life. Zane sneered, "Oh, I'm not afraid of you." Doflamingo looked vicious. "Just wait, I will cut off your head with my own hands and avenge Diamante." After saying that, he leaped away, leaving Zen stunned. No. What happened to Diamante? The Marines around looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't know. Zane's face was gloomy, and he always felt that something was wrong. Search. Dig deep to find that BD. Yes. Then all the Marines took action. However, with only 100 people, how could they possibly search such a large island in such a short period of time? Only one or a few people could be responsible for each area. Smoker and Hina deliberately went to the direction where the Marines were hiding. "Leave this to us, you guys go over there and take a look." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Even so, no one noticed that the two Marines had been swapped. After searching for a long time, everyone returned empty-handed. Report, nothing found. Report, no abnormalities found. News kept coming back that Diamante was indeed missing. Zane couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What's going on? That idiot fell into the sea and drowned? I can't be locked up. On second thought, it's not a bad idea not to work with Doflamingo. That guy is generous with money, but he's crazy in his actions. You never know when he'll go crazy and bite you back. As for the previous collaboration, after this incident, I confirmed that the other party had no substantial evidence. Otherwise, why would you have to be so humble? Wouldn't it be nice to fight face to face? After all the trouble, Zane was exhausted both physically and mentally. Forget it. Let's go back. So, Marine boarded the ship and left. Smoker and Hina also got in successfully. As for the two unfortunate Marines, by the time they woke up, the warship would probably have sailed away. Fortunately, there is a lot of food in the cave, and there are birds and animals on the island, so there is no need to worry about going hungry. As for when we can be rescued, after eating the stored food for a few days, they will be able to find the den mushi buried in the food. After boarding the warship, Smoker and Hina avoided everyone and stole a den mushi to the bottom cargo hold. Kaji was drinking alone in front of their graves. Suddenly, the telephone in my arms rang. When I picked up the phone, it turned out to be Smoker. I almost fainted from fright. I bravely stopped for a while and found that the two were actually fine. I couldn't help but feel surprised and happy. Just as he was getting excited, Smoker's next words calmed him down. "Brother Jiaji, there is something else I need to report." Then, Smoker told Cake everything that happened next. Cake held the den mushy and fell silent. He also knew about the G2 branch's mission to test fire new artillery shells. She also knew Zane. At this time, the marine scientists and the shell data were all on Zen's ship. If she is really connected with the pirates, then it would be a big deal. Smoker, I will report this matter to Teacher Zephyr right away. You and Hina stay hidden on the boat for now, stay safe. After saying that, he hung up the phone and went to find Zephyr in a hurry. In a huge office, Zephyr sat behind a desk. At this moment, his face was solemn, his breathing was rapid, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he was fighting against something. There was a spray next to him. Zephyr was trying hard not to cough, but illness could not be fought with sheer willpower. After persisting for a while, I couldn't help coughing a few times and breathing became difficult. As a last resort, Zephyr stretched out his shaking hand, took the spray and sprayed it into his mouth, and then he recovered. He took a few greedy deep breaths, stared at the spray in his hand, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that I would be inseparable from this kind of thing for the rest of my life. The last experience dealt a heavy blow to Zephyr. He had asthma. I just never told anyone because I was afraid people would worry. As a result, he was contaminated by the highly toxic dust and his condition deteriorated rapidly. After the doctor's diagnosis, he concluded that he was suffering from a combination of poisoning and illness, and that he could no longer be treated and could only rely on sprays to relieve the symptoms. Actually, it's nothing. What really saddened him was that when his students needed him, he was unable to do anything because of his illness. Damn it! Zephyr clenched his fist and crushed the spray. Da-da-da! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Teacher Zephyr, I'm Cake, and I have something to report to you. Is it convenient for you? Zephyr said calmly, come in. Kaji walked into Zephyr's office, his expression unusually serious. Teacher Zephyr, there is something I must report to you in person. It has to be in person? What's the matter? Tell me. So, Jiaji reported everything in detail. When Zephyr heard that Smoker and the others were still alive, he was overjoyed. But then he heard that pirates appeared on Zen's ship, and he was furious and immediately wanted to go out to sea to clean up the mess. That's right, Zane is also a student of Zephyr. In the end, it was Kaji who persuaded him. The current information is just Smoker's one-sided statement. We still need to investigate the real situation. As for the candidates for the investigation, isn't this a ready-made? On the same day, the two sides spoke again in the lower cargo hold of the warship. What? Not only are they not coming to pick us up, but they're also asking us to go undercover and investigate Zane. Do you know that this is someone else's territory? Are you ready for a new identity? It's not that I'm afraid of danger, it's mainly because I'm not good at it. I've never done this kind of mission before. Don't button it. Hello? Hello. Chapter 34. Received a lurking mission. Smoker and Hina were so worried that their faces turned green, and they could only go to inquire about the news dejectedly. Soon, their worries turned into joy. Just a few days before Zane went to sea, the G2 branch had just undergone a major change. The branch's Marines were assigned to serve as officers at various bases within the jurisdiction. The vacancies in personnel are filled by Marines from various bases. There were already a lot of personnel changes, and G2 branch received this urgent task. It's too late to screen the list one by one. In desperation, they could only cram the top 100 people onto the ship based on their daily training results. In other words, there are quite a few Marines on the ship now, but they don't actually know each other, and they are not much better than Smoker and Hina. Now the two of them stood up and began to divide the work and investigate. Smoker is responsible for getting information from other people. He wanders around every day, chatting with this person or that person. Hey, Zion Ensign, good morning. Has little, do you want to go and throw 2 clubs? Because I am a Marine, I have no pressure in acting. Soon, Smoker became familiar to everyone. As for Hina, her appearance was too outstanding and she stood out when she walked outside. So, she stayed in the cabin every day, using her elemental ability to sneak into the data room to look through information. While Smoker and Hina were busy, Zane was about to break down. In the office, she sat behind her desk, looking at a report. His face turned red, blue, and white. In front of her were several soldiers standing erect. They all had a look of pride and confidence, and there was clear stupidity in their eyes. Zane slowly put the report down and looked up. This is the report you wrote in a week. Several Marines puffed out their chests. Yes. Rear Admiral. Thank you for your compliment. Zane wanted to say I didn't praise you, but he opened his mouth and it turned into a sigh. At this moment, she no longer had the elegance and ruthlessness she had when facing Brother Ming. All that was left was a deep feeling of powerlessness, like a hen that had been struck by plague. This time, Zen came out under the pretext of protecting the safety of marine scientists. So they took the score list and directly pulled the most capable ones onto the boat. I never expected that. It's true that these guys are elite. But they all only grow muscles and not brains. He is fearless and smart when dealing with pirates. But when they are needed to help with administrative matters, they all become mentally retarded. For example, when assigning dormitories, the winners will be chosen by drawing lots without considering their level or gender. The guy in charge of purchasing supplies, he simply bought dozens of barrels of liquor and completely ignored the food and fresh water. And this time too. The 2-page report that several people spent a week writing was half filled with typos and half with doodles. What's worse is that, after half a month of sailing, I found that dozens of people were missing from the crew list. Zane stared blankly at the ceiling, tears streaming down his cheeks. If I'm wrong, let the pirates kill me. Why do I let these bastards torture me? No, you have to bring out the soldiers you chose, even if you cry. So, Zane suppressed his emotions and tried to put on a gentle smile. Don't you have anything to say? Report to Rear Admiral Zen. A tall Marine stepped forward and said, Isn't it time to eat? Zane's face froze, his eyes twitching slightly. Another Marine was a little smarter and asked awkwardly, Rear Admiral Zen, is our report not well written? The other soldiers noticed that the atmosphere was not right and looked at Zen guiltily. Zane's expression became calm again. No, I'm not angry. Hey! The Marine breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're not angry. I feel relieved. The people around also smiled with relief. Zane slowly stood up, and his fingers turned into 5 sharp cones. I'm not angry. Why should I be angry with a group of dying people? Marines. In the corridor, Smoker and Hina were walking and talking. I've checked these past few days, but I didn't find anything wrong. The breaking point is still with Zane. But the other party is a rear admiral after all. With our identities, it is difficult to have substantive contact. If you do it too deliberately, it will easily arouse vigilance. Suddenly, there were ghostly howling sounds coming from the next room. Help! Rear Admiral went crazy and killed people. Suddenly the door was pushed open, and several Marines with bruised faces and noses rushed out crying and bumped into Smoker. Ouch! Ah! This caught them off guard, and Smoker managed to control himself from transforming into an element with great difficulty, and the few of them immediately rolled into a ball. The report in one of the Marines' hands flew out. It hurts, it hurts. Smoker stood up and helped those people up one by one. Hina also bent down to pick up the documents on the ground. Your documents are in a mess. Then she glanced at the contents curiously and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's okay, it's just waste paper. Marine. Zane heard this in the room, and rushed to the door with a start, holding Hina's shoulders with both hands. You also think this is a pile of waste paper? Hina was unable to react for a moment and asked in confusion, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Zain suddenly burst into laughter, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. She patted Hina's shoulder hard. You're right, it's just a pile of waste paper. Hey, you look unfamiliar, what's your name? Hina. Hina quickly stood at attention and saluted, Rear Admiral Zain, Marine Warrant Officer Hina reports to you. Zain nodded and stretched out his hand to the side, list. A Marine quickly took out a booklet filled with names of people. Zain flipped through the book quickly, his eyes moving back and forth between the book and Hina. Smoker and Hina's hearts suddenly rose to their throats. Pill. After the two received the undercover mission, Kaji arranged for a fake identity. Even within the G2 branch, there were already files on the two of them. The only flaw was the ship's roster. Because there is no name of Smoker and Hina at all. Although it can be explained as a misprint, if you don't believe it, call the G2 branch. But it will certainly arouse suspicion. Unexpectedly, after reading it, Zain threw the list directly in Marine's face. He conjured up a long thorn and started whipping it while cursing. A hole. Hina's name is not in there. Count it again. If you make another mistake, you'll be jumping into the sea and feeding the sharks. Yes, yes. A few Marines picked up the list and ran away in a hurry. Smoker and Hina were stunned. Is this even possible? Zain threw the thorns away, turned back, and looked Hina up and down. No matter her temperament or appearance, she is pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at her. More importantly, she also felt that those documents were just waste paper. For a moment, there was a feeling that heroes think alike. Hina Warrant Officer, from today on, you will be my personal assistant. Smoker Hina. Just then, there was another burst of noise in the corridor. Where's Zain? I want to see Zain. Hearing the sound, everyone looked over curiously. Only Zain looked like he had a toothache. After a while, several white-bearded old men came trotting over angrily, followed by a dejected Marine. Zain Rear Admiral. I said I needed an assistant, and what kind of idiots did you find? Let him get the gunpowder. This BD actually brought a torch into the explosives warehouse. Does he want to blow us up? That's right. And there's more. Several other scientists also began to complain, as if hundreds of ducks were quacking. Zain felt like his head was going to explode. She's not afraid of the pirates, just do it. She is not afraid of her superiors, she can just confront them. She is not afraid of her subordinates, she can just beat them up. But she was afraid of these marine scientists. He can't be beaten or scolded, he's stubborn and stubborn. The key is that every time they look at me, it's as if I'm looking at a mentally retarded person, but I'm really not as smart as them. At this moment, a tall and thin old man raised his hand, and the other scientists immediately shut up. Rear Admiral Zen, we don't want to embarrass you, but without an assistant, it will definitely affect the progress. Zain also secretly had a headache. The test of the new artillery shells requires debugging while testing them. Our ship is not an experimental ship like the scientific corps, so how can it have such good equipment and environment? So most of the time I can only ask Marine to be my assistant. But Zen knew the character of his soldiers. Those rough guys can do some lifting, but those who are a little more delicate are not up to the task. But Zain couldn't care less and decided to shut these old guys up first. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Smoker. Compared to the dull soldiers around him, he looked much smarter. So he pulled Smoker over. Dr. Aubrey, I'm sorry these assholes are bothering you. This Smoker is a new assistant I found for you. He is very interested in research and has a lot of talent. Let him follow you. After that, he grabbed Smoker's head and whispered in a voice that no one else could hear. I don't care what method you use. You can use the people, money, and things on the ship as you like, but there is one thing. Don't let these old guys bother me anymore. Smoker. Dr. Aubrey frowned at Smoker. 2 meters tall, with an inverted triangle body, thick arms, and marble-like muscles, he doesn't look like someone who likes science. In the past, he would never have wanted such an assistant. But after spending half a month on the warship, his tolerance limit has been pushed again and again. He looked at the light in Smoker's eyes that belonged to an intelligent creature and sighed slightly. Okay, let's just go with him. Just like that, Smoker was taken away directly by the scientists. Zane looked at Smoker's back and sighed. I hope he can last longer. Then he said to Hina, come with me. Smoker followed Dr. Aubrey to the stern of the warship. Originally this should have been just a deck, but now a house has been built here to serve as an experimenter, making the entire warship look a bit out of place. Next to the laboratory, there is a heavy cannon and 7 or 8 shells of various shapes, and several men in white are doing tests. At this moment, an explosion was heard in a laboratory. Then a group of people in white clothes ran out in a panic. As soon as I came out, puffs of purple-blue smoke came out of the laboratory. Dr. Aubrey hurried forward and grabbed one of the young men. Matsumiao, what's wrong? Cough 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 cough. Song Miao coughed violently a few times and barely recovered. I'm sorry, Dr. Aubrey, the gas bomb failed. Before Dr. Aubrey could say anything, Smoker's eyes widened. Poison gas bomb. Is the research of the Marine Science Corps so wild? Even this kind of stuff exists. Dr. Aubrey was also horrified. Confused. How can you research this kind of weapon? Song Miao looked depressed. A few days ago, Dr. Guy Sakharin from MAD published a research paper on poison gas bombs. I just wanted to try. Dr. Aubrey pointed at the pine seedlings with his fingers trembling slightly. Stupid. Do you know how terrible this weapon is? Smoker nodded secretly. Yes, although weapons are neither good nor evil, weapons like biological and chemical weapons should not be. Dr. Aubrey, with the conditions of this ship, how can we research poison gas bombs? Why don't we wait and go back? Smoker was stunned when he heard this. So that's the reason. Okay, I get it, I was thinking wrong. That's right, these scientists only focus on technology and implementation. Whether or not the results are used, and how they are used, is none of their business. Song Miao looked at the laboratory, his face full of regret. What should we do now? The highly toxic material has leaked and there is no way to clean it up. It's okay if this lab is destroyed, but if it's delayed for too long, the surrounding labs will also be affected. Smoker was stunned. Is this a big safety accident that I just saw? This won't do. So he took a step forward, and the darkness in his hand spread, soon covering the entire laboratory. Marine scientists were all shocked. Dr. Aubrey asked in confusion, Smoker, are you a person with special abilities? It's a bit complicated to explain, just think of it as the gravity fruit. Smoker began to take back the darkness, and soon the entire house had disappeared. Smoker wasn't worried about being poisoned. When Blackbeard broke into the second floor of Impel Down, he used darkness to absorb Magellan's poisonous wall, and he was not affected at all. As long as the main body is not contaminated with poison, there will be no problem. Matsuda grabbed Smoker's hand. Thanks, Smoker-kun, you really helped me a lot. Dr. Aubrey also nodded secretly with a smile on his face. Smoker was secretly delighted. These scientists were easy to deal with. But soon, he was no longer happy. When scientists learned that Smoker's darkness could absorb and release, their eyes lit up with excitement. The original laboratory was extremely crowded. Now they use Smoker as a storage room. He stuffed everything into his body and took it out when needed. By the end, they even used Smoker as a trash can. All the waste gunpowder, highly toxic substances and other difficult-to-handle substances are given to Smoker. Smoker. Chapter 35. Since crossing over, Smoker lives a life isolated from technology. But the knowledge and experience he accumulated in his previous life made him never underestimate the power of science. In the pirates' world, most people look down on technology. That's because they are at too low a level. People who stand at the top of all forces, whether it is the government, the Revolutionary Army or the pirates, their attitude towards technology is exactly the opposite. They never stop pursuing technology. Whether it's Big Mom coveting Germa's life sciences, or was it Kaido who asked Mingo to cultivate the artificial devil fruit? Even Yim asked Vegapunk to research the Holy Mother Flame. It can be said that in the pirates' world, technology is the most powerful force with the greatest potential, but also the most difficult to obtain. After entering the Marine, Smoker has also been keeping an eye on the tech troops. In the original novel, this organization is very mysterious and only appears briefly in Punk Hazard and Warhead Island. Smoker's current status is too low to touch them. But if you take it too seriously, people might think you have ulterior motives. Helplessly, Smoker could only temporarily give up the idea of contacting the technological forces. Unexpectedly, this time, I was somehow connected to the technology team. It seems that my luck is really good. Even though these scientists have some weird tempers and don't have a good relationship with the Marines. But Smoker got their pulse right. I became familiar with them in just a few days. As for what pulse is, it's naturally about technology. Marine scientific forces are also divided into different directions. The scientists on this ship are all from the Gunnery Institute. Their main focus is guns, cannons, and shells. And Smoker was also a military enthusiast in his previous life. Various classic guns and cannons are readily available. When it comes to rolling up his sleeves and doing scientific research, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes for these scientists. But talking about development directions and ideas without thinking is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Soon, he, the assistant, became a mentor. That day, Smoker was eating in the cafeteria. A hedgehog-headed scientist walked into the cafeteria with a plate and hurried to sit next to him. "Mr. Smoker, let's eat together." "Oh, Researcher Il, please take a seat," Smoker said as he shifted his position. Yer didn't even say hello and went straight to the point. "Mr. Smoker, the concept of the automatic rifle you mentioned last time was simply genius. Can you explain it in more detail?" Smoker: "Oh, no problem, I once thought of a design." After that, he dipped his hand in wine, drew a structural diagram of AK-47, and then began to explain. Yer's eyes lit up when he heard this. Soon, a large group of scientists gathered around. Even Dr. Obuli, who had the highest academic attainments, was among them. These stubborn and difficult scientists are now like a group of well-behaved primary school students. Many people even took out paper and pen and started taking notes. Smoker talked for a long time and finally finished explaining this classic gun type. Looking at the scientists' admiring eyes, he couldn't help but laugh dryly and gave them a few more instructions. Firearms research is not isolated. If we want to make breakthroughs, we cannot just focus on breakthroughs in firearms themselves, but also strengthen research in other fields. For example, alloys can reduce the weight of guns and enhance portability. For example, optics and scopes can make everyone a sniper. For example, there is still great potential in the chemical industry and gunpowder. And the production line we talked about last time, if successful, it can also greatly reduce the cost of gun manufacturing. In short, don't work in isolation. Make the most of the advantages of integration. Haha, just some humble opinions, please refer to them for reference only. All the scientists listened to Smoker. First he looked shocked, then solemn. They looked at each other, stood up at the same time, and clapped their hands vigorously. No, thank you for the compliment. In fact, Smoker is ashamed. This is not just standing on the shoulders of giants, it is actually stepping on the heads of giants. But in this world, I am an absolute pioneer. Now, Smoker and this group of experts have a very harmonious relationship. He gave ideas and pointed out a general direction. Scientists will be excited to study and realize it. This is also thanks to the abnormal development of science in the pirates' world. Vegapunk has started researching the Terminator. Germa 66 begins research on genetically modified humans. But the Marines' weapons were only at the level of World War I. Although there are many problems with the ideas proposed by Smoker because the two worlds are different. But scientists are enjoying it. After all, in their eyes, success is progress, failure is accumulation, and they won't lose either way. Looking at the scientists in front of him who were discussing enthusiastically, Smoker felt relieved. This can be considered as a good relationship with the scientific forces. If we have any contact with them in the future, it will be legitimate. Although I can't think of the purpose now, it's always a good idea to pave the way first. At worst, when I get tired of fighting and killing, it would be nice to take up a sinecure in the Science Corps. Of course, the reason why Smoker is so diligent in imparting technology is also to improve the strength of grassroots Marines. In the grand line, what determines the pattern of maritime power is undoubtedly the high-end combat power. To put it simply, there are several Emperor-level combat forces and several Admiral combat forces. But what really affects the quality of life of civilians are the low-level Marines and the numerous small pirates. The four emperors do have the tyrannical fighting power to destroy a country by themselves. But even if they work themselves to death, how many people can they torment? What really dyed the sea bloody were the little pirates that were everywhere. The technology I have handed over should be able to take the equipment of Marine soldiers to a higher level. This poses no threat to the big pirates, but is a disaster for the small pirates. Imagine this. A bloody pirate group. When they encountered a Marine unit that they could barely fight against. As a result, the enemy suddenly changed from flintlock rifles to automatic rifles. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. These days, Smoker is pestered by Marine scientists every day. Either giving lectures, answering questions, or drawing designs. It wasn't until everyone had a project that they stopped bothering Smoker. And Smoker finally had time to look for Hina. At this time, it has been 7 days since the two separated. When Smoker saw Hina, he was shocked. "Hina, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Hina's fair face was full of fatigue. His eyes were dark, his hair was messy, and his eyes looked a little dull when he looked at Smoker. It looks just like the way he looked before his sudden death in his previous life. However, she did have a lot of expensive jewelry on her neck, ears, and hands. Hina is fine, just a little tired and didn't get enough sleep. The documents on this ship are such a mess, it's just a pile of garbage. Smoker sobbed in pain. Why don't we just forget it and think of another way? No. Hina shook her head stubbornly. As her assistant, Hina can look through everything openly. We must not give up such a good opportunity. Don't worry, once Hina has dealt with the previous mess, it will be easy. It turned out that when Zane recruited Hina as his assistant, he initially just wanted her to help him deal with some documents and affairs, and didn't expect her to be of much help. But I didn't expect that Hina had amazing talent in administration. Everything she handled was arranged clearly and neatly, and everything was handled neatly by Zen himself. Zion was very touched and immediately handed all the work to Hina. He became a hands-off boss. Every day I either practice or sunbathe on the deck. Chic and comfortable. Hina was in a miserable situation. She worked day and night for 3 days and finally cleaned up the mess that Zane had left. But before she could catch her breath, Zane asked her to take over all the affairs on the ship on his behalf. The work of various departments on the ship, except for those military secrets, is all gathered here at Hina. Hina was stunned. With this, apart from not having the title of Rear Admiral and the authority to read confidential information, what else is the difference between me and the Supreme Commander? How could the other senior executives on the ship agree? But what she didn't expect was that when G2's elite players heard about this, not only were they not unhappy about having their power taken away from them, but they were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Very good. Zane Rear Admiral finally stopped tormenting them. Finally someone tells them what to do, instead of scolding them when assigning tasks and beating them when handing them in. Just like that, Hina seized power without knowing why. In this way, Hina's movements naturally became much more convenient. You can look up information and check people at will. But the side effects are also obvious. If the backlog of work on Zane's hands was garbage, then now he was facing a garbage dump. Just looking at the catalog made Hina feel dizzy. Hina barely slept for 4 days, and finally she figured out some of the issues. Only then I have time to meet Smoker. Hiss. Smoker took a breath. She is totally treating you like a beast of burden. Don't you hate this kind of boring administrative work? Hina raised her gold and diamond-studded hand and gently wiped the tears from her eyes. No way, she gave too much. When Zane was in a good mood, he would grab a handful of gold coins and stuff some jewelry into Hina's pockets. Or he would share with her his fine wine and cigarettes, which were high-end items that even money could not afford. In just a few days, Hina saved up a box of gold coin jewelry. With her military rank, she wouldn't be able to earn that much even if she didn't eat or drink for several years. Smoker sighed. Forget it. It's a rare opportunity. Let's not talk about this for now. You should take a rest. Hina also felt her eyelids becoming heavier. Okay, remember to call me in an hour, I have a meeting. After Smoker helped Hina to sleep, he sat aside and smoked. How did a good girlfriend become a social animal? But he is better than a social animal, at least Zane is really generous. This is somewhat similar to Doflamingo. Wait, Doflamingo seems to have forgotten something. What the hell? Diamandi. This guy has been locked up for a week, right? There was no food or drink, no sound or light. Could he have starved to death? If he didn't die, he would have gone crazy, right? Dark fruit is not a fortified fruit, and anyone with special abilities can go in and check it out at will. If Smoker wants to know Diamandi's situation, he has to let him out. However, there were so many people on the boat and Smoker didn't dare to let him out easily. If someone finds out, you're doomed. Helplessly, he could only run around, prepare some food, drinks, newspapers, oil lamps, etc., and breathe them all into the darkness in one breath. I hope that with these things, that guy can last a few more days. Please don't die. The information in your belly is very valuable. An hour passed quickly. Hina had a good sleep and felt much better, so she said goodbye to Smoker and went back. Because the work has been sorted out and is no longer a mess. So in the days that followed, although Hina was still very busy, it was a world of difference from the beginning. In addition to handling work, he even had time to practice with Zane. In the training room, Hina and Zane are practicing. It's more like Zane instructing Hina than training. Zane stretched out his left hand, and the spikes shot at Hina like a machine gun. Hina naturally would not reveal her abilities, but simply used her body and reflexes to dodge attacks. Yes, that move just now was beautiful. Not only must you pay attention to the attack in front of you, but you must also learn to predict it. When you attack, you must predict your opponent's dodge. When you dodge, you must predict the enemy's attack even more. Although we were together for a short time. But Zane likes this assistant more and more. At such a young age, his strength and ability are already remarkable. Even in the headquarters, such excellent soldiers are rare. I didn't expect that the defense change would bring out such a treasure. Zane gave a wicked smile at the thought. Hina, come faster. Can you do it? Hina stood still, panting, and responded with a stubborn look. Very good. Zane stretched out his hands, and the spikes poured down like a rainstorm. Hina gritted her teeth and dodged, but due to lack of physical strength, her speed was much slower. As time went by, scars began to appear on Hina's body. Seeing this, Zane raised his eyebrows, and not only did he not relax his attack, but he sped up his attack. As time went by, Hina became more and more tired, and her scars increased, gradually staining her military uniform red. At this moment, she was powerless to dodge, and could only use paper arts to carefully feel the weak airflow when the spike approached, and sway her body slightly to dodge. Hina enters a trance state. Although his vision was blurred, his perception of attacks became clearer, and he even dodged many invisible attacks unconsciously. In the distance, Zane was secretly surprised. Observation Haki. No, it hasn't awakened yet, but it already has its prototype. Zane was a little distracted and unconsciously launched an attack without holding back. Zane was horrified, not good. The spike speed increased by twice as much and shot towards Hina's lower abdomen. Seeing the tragedy happening, Hina's body tilted unconsciously. The spike brushed past the side of the waist, leaving only a tear in the clothes. This seemed to have exhausted all of Hina's strength. She closed her eyes and fell to one side helplessly. The other one. Zane rushed over and caught Hina. Hina tried to open her eyes. Zane, Rear Admiral, I'm fine, what just happened was... Zane's eyes sparkled. Congratulations, Hina, you've awakened Observation Haki. That's an ability that even I'm not proficient with. Observation Haki. Hina's eyes lit up, that's great. Zion smiled, silly girl, don't get excited yet, you are too tired, take a good rest first, and I will help you consolidate the results of your practice later. Hina nodded gratefully. Then please, Zane Rear Admiral. Soon, 2 medical soldiers came with a stretcher and carried Hina away. Zane smiled and sent them away. When everyone left, the smile suddenly faded. Chapter 36. Hina was sent to the infirmary, and after being bandaged, she asked someone to notify Smoker. Smoker was arguing with the scientists when he heard the news. Upon hearing the news, he didn't care about anything else and left everyone behind to run to visit. I was shocked when I saw Hina's bloody body. After hearing what happened, he was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to find Zane to settle the score. No matter what mission it is, Lao Zi doesn't believe it. Just tie her up and torture her. I don't believe that we can't pry open her mouth. Hina was so anxious that she almost jumped out of the bed, and it took a lot of effort to persuade him to stop. If there was no one else in the infirmary, the two would have been completely exposed. After Smoker calmed down, he quickly used his ability to heal Hina. However, now that I am in the enemy camp, I dare not heal them directly. I can only treat the most serious wounds a little bit, and let the others recover slowly. After finishing his work, Smoker sat next to Hina and clumsily peeled an apple for her. Hina leaned on the hospital bed, staring at him with a smile. Why are you grinning? Smoker handed her the apple unhappily. You've been keeping a close eye on her for a few days. Did you find anything? Hina shook her head as she ate. Absolutely nothing. Apart from a few bounties and member information, there is nothing related to Doflamingo. But considering that she comes from North Blue and is an old enemy of Doflamingo, it is reasonable to collect this information, but it cannot be used as evidence. Smoker nodded helplessly. Well, I'll have to keep working on you. Hina seems fine, but how are you doing? Smoker's face suddenly fell. It turned out that he had just had a great chat with the scientists. A complete account of the evolution of guns in the past. From single shotguns to automatic rifles, from assault rifles to machine guns, as well as sniper rifles, signal guns, howitzers. Although the specific craftsmanship and technology were not discussed, the direction of future firearms development was also pointed out. It was enough to save marine firearms research hundreds of years of detours. The scientists were amazed and cried and begged Smoker to join the scientific corps. Smoker's scalp tingled and he quickly refused. But the scientists were convinced that Smoker was a genius and kept pestering him. If Hina hadn't sent a message, he would probably still be arguing with her. Hina couldn't help laughing. These scientists are indeed very powerful. No matter Smoker or Zane, they were completely subdued. When a scholar meets a soldier, he cannot explain himself clearly. It would be a headache for a soldier to meet a scholar. The two continued chatting, and suddenly Hina asked, "By the way, did that Diamandi guy confess? Is he so stubborn? Another week has passed, why haven't I found out anything yet?" Smoker's forehead was sweating. "What's wrong?" "That." Smoker swallowed, "I forgot about him." "Forgot?" Hina's eyes widened. 7 days. Smoker nodded with difficulty. "More than 7 days, including the previous few days, it's almost half a month." "Injury? Because I couldn't find a suitable place, I didn't release him. Then I got busy and forgot about it. I'll find a place now." Hina sighed, "Forget it, no need. The doctor said that Hina will be able to leave the day after tomorrow. Let's go together then." Smoker was stunned, "But it will take 2 days. Can Diamandi bear it?" Hina smiled sweetly, "I have endured so many days, these 2 days won't be a big deal." Hina has found a lot of information about Diamandi in the past few days. This guy did all kinds of evil when he was in North Blue, and he has killed at least 800 people. Not to mention confinement for a few days. Even if he was cut into pieces, Hina would not feel any psychological pressure. Smoker thought about it for a moment and nodded. "All right, that guy is not an easy person to deal with. If he couldn't hold on, he would have died long ago. If he can hold on, these 2 days won't matter. I'll wait for you then." Suddenly, they heard footsteps and quickly shut up. Da-da-da. There was a knock on the door. "Hina, can I come in?" Hina was shocked and mouthed to Smoker, "Zane Rear Admiral." Smoker's face fell and he reluctantly opened the door. Zane nodded to Smoker and walked over to sit next to Hina. "Sorry, did I bother you guys?" When Smoker saw Zane, the anger he had suppressed started to rise again. But remembering what Hina just said, it was thanks to Zen that she was able to awaken her observation haki. For a moment, Smoker didn't know whether to be angry or grateful. Well, he decided to leave and calm down. So, before Hina could even start talking, he spoke first. "No interruption, sir. Dr. Ubli just happened to be looking for me, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, he forced a polite but stiff smile and walked out the door. Hina was a little embarrassed. "Sorry, sir, that's just his temper." Zane smiled slightly, "I understand. After all, it was me who hurt you like this. It's normal for him to be angry." Hina was stunned and said quickly, "No. Actually." Zane waved his hand, "It's a good thing that I can express my feelings for you without any reservation. I really don't mind." Although Zane spoke calmly, Hina was still keenly aware of the sadness in her eyes. Could it be that Rear Admiral Zane also has someone he likes? What kind of person could make such a proud woman like her never forget him? The fire of 8 trigrams ignited in Hina's heart. By the way, being able to awaken observation haki at your age is considered penultimate talent. Hina perked up. "Yes, Hina has to thank you." "That's not necessary." Zane patted Hina's shoulder and stood up. "Okay, seeing you so energetic, I feel relieved. Have a good rest these 2 days, don't worry too much about work, I'm leaving first." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Hina suddenly called her, "Zane Rear Admiral." Please teach Hina how to practice Haki. As a member of the expanded class, Hina was no stranger to Haki, but she didn't expect to awaken here. Zane looked at her dimly, and after a few seconds, he spoke slowly. Haki is a very rare power. Ordinary people have no chance to come into contact with it. Even many rear admirals have not yet mastered this power. There are 3 types of Haki: armament Haki, observation Haki, and the extremely rare conqueror's Haki. Hina nodded. Of course she knew this knowledge. Let's not talk about conqueror's Haki for now. The other 2 types of Haki are tickets for the strong. Those who have 2-color Haki are not necessarily strong, such as Amazon's miscellaneous ADC. But those without 2-color Haki are definitely not strong. The highest level is Supernova. Even if you are a rare Logia user, without Haki, your upper limit will be locked. Everyone has different fighting styles and personalities, so their Haki is different. Your awakened observation Haki is the ability to sense the enemy's aura and predict their attacks. Zen spread out his palm, and a thin thorn emerged from the palm, and then the surface of the thorn suddenly turned black. Actually, I'm better at armament Haki. So. Zen Rear Admiral. Hina suddenly spoke, staring at her with burning eyes. Hina wants to learn both types of Haki. I see. Zane met Hina's gaze, smiled slightly, and nodded, okay, then I agree. 2 days later. Hina recovered well. However, she did not learn Haki immediately. Instead, she quickly set up an interrogation room, called Smoker, and released Diamandi. There was a surge of darkness, and Diamandi was thrown out. He looked around blankly at first, then his eyes widened and he rushed towards Smoker. Smoker and Hina were shocked. This guy is so tenacious. After being confined for half a month, you still want to resist. The 2 were very moved and posed. Prepare to knock him down and shove him back into the darkness as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Diamandi slid down to his knees, hugged Smoker's thighs and burst into tears. Ah! You finally let me out. Please don't lock me in, oh. Smoker Hina. Yes, after being locked in the dark for more than 10 days, this can be considered as a strong will. Alright. Get out of here, BD. If you don't let go, Lao Zi will lock you up again. Diamandi had been holding onto his thigh tightly, but upon hearing this he quickly let go and sat quietly aside. But he kept sobbing and looked like he had been abused. Smoker didn't bother to answer in circles and just got straight to the point. Tell me, why are you on the warship? What is the relationship between your Doflamingo family and Zane? Okay, I'll tell you. Diamandi started directly from more than 10 years ago and explained the cause and effect clearly. It turned out that Doflamingo had offered to take his father's head in exchange for the qualification to return to Marineford, but was ruthlessly rejected. From then on, he hated celestial dragons and hated this world. His only purpose in life is to destroy the world. To achieve this goal, he has been accumulating strength in North Blue. 3 years ago, after the execution of the Pirates King, he took advantage of the Pirates era to come to Grand Line. He accumulated a lot of wealth through plunder, drugs, arms, etc., but he never had a stable place to live. If it were ordinary pirates, this wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, wandering around won't interfere with looting. But Doflamingo has gone beyond vulgarity and is determined to build up power, preferably a formal one, so he must have a base. Therefore, he planned to develop the slave trade in the G2 area and take the opportunity to operate a stable territory. The reason why he approached Zane was to ask her to provide him with shelter. Hina frowned and asked, why did you choose her? She should be your old enemy, right? Diamandi nodded. We are rivals indeed, but we are not enemies of life and death. Besides, we have worked together before. What? Smoker and Hina were both surprised. Smoker hurriedly said, speak clearly. Well, it looks like the undercover mission can be declared completed. Yes, yes. Diamandi began to talk about the collaboration that year. It turns out that in the early years, the Principality of Todina was weakened by the gold from heaven, pirates and gangs were rampant in the country, and the people were living in misery. Seeing this, Zane resolutely joined the Marine as a princess. Because the world government has a rule. Marine Admiral is exempted from paying the Tianshangjian fee in his/her country, while Vice Admiral is exempted from paying half of the Tianshangjian fee. As for other generals, there are also corresponding exemptions. Therefore, after becoming a Marine, Zane has been obsessed with promotion. She would try anything that could lead to promotion. After all, as long as your position is promoted, your country can reduce or exempt the high amount of heavenly gold. That's what Doflamingo saw in that. Using promotion as bait, he lured her to cooperate with him to eliminate the underworld forces. As for this time, it is actually the same old trick. According to Doflamingo's plan, the slave trade is one of the few things that pleases celestial dragons. Therefore, it is very likely that Zane agreed to cooperate with Doflamingo in order to get promoted. And this time, once she agrees, she won't get away so easily. Smoker and Hina looked at each other. Hina's eyes were complicated. In her mind, the world government is great, and the Marine Corps is even more great and glorious. I didn't expect there were so many twists and turns and tricks in the process. It was really shocking. Smoker, on the other hand, was much more indifferent. As a time traveler, he naturally understood that Marine was a big melting pot. There is indeed admirable justice in it, but it is also mixed with disgusting darkness. His requirements are not high, as long as good outweighs evil, it is enough. I will also try my best to let the positive energy prevail over the evil wind. As for world government, from him to 5 elders, from celestial dragons to CP, it is colorful. In his opinion, the only bright spots in the entire world government system are Magellan and Hanyabal. Smoker frowned and said, "Your cooperation on Grand Line has not even started yet, so I won't pursue the truth or falsehood. But you said you worked together in North Blue, do you have any evidence?" "Yes. Yes." Diamandi nodded repeatedly. That crazy woman thought it was perfect, but in fact we secretly brought in a recording phone bug. Hina wondered, how could she not arrange for a body search for such a private matter? It's natural to talk about things like this. But after a few of them wiped out the mafia, Dover deliberately said something like it's a pleasure to cooperate together and make a fortune together. Zane didn't pay attention and agreed. Although I can't hear the specific content of the cooperation, it can prove that we have cooperated. I see, this is really a deliberate plan. Smoker said sarcastically, why didn't you bring evidence to threaten her this time? She will definitely obey. Diamandi shook his head, you underestimate that woman. Given her personality, she will definitely choose to fight to the death, which is not a good thing for us. Besides, North Blue's cooperation is to fight the mafia after all. Although it will make her lose the trust of Marine's top brass, it won't be enough to get rid of her. Dover wants to use this cooperation to leave more evidence. When we march into the new world, we can send her directly to the gallows. Smoker nodded, I see. Then start asking other questions. Diamandi had been locked up for more than 10 days, and his mental defenses had already collapsed. As long as you don't get put in solitary confinement, everything else will be easy. What's the matter with the young master and the not-so-young master? Is there anything that can't be sold? So, Diamandi talked endlessly about the news. There are members of the Doflamingo Pirates and other organizations. Smoker and Hina listened with great interest. However, none of the three noticed that a figure appeared outside the interrogation room at some point. Chapter 37. The Sexy Flamingo on the Pirate's Ship. Doflamingo looked gloomy and sat alone in the conference room. Back then, he and 4 other top officials jointly formed the Pirates Group, and he has been a middle school student all the way to where he is today. The relationship between himself and the top cadres has long transcended that of superiors and subordinates, and they are treated like family members. After years of living on the edge of a knife, although there have been casualties among crew members and even cadres, the core few people have always been there. Unexpectedly, one person was killed today. In Doflamingo's eyes, this is no different from cutting off one of his arms. Heartbroken, he slowly stood up, opened the safe in the corner of the room, and took out a den mushi from it. This is a recording phone bug that recorded the conversation between himself and Zane. Half a month ago, the two people who originally had different positions completely fell out. Doflamingo wanted to give the den mushi to Marine at that time. The reason why he kept it and didn't give it away was not because he changed his mind. But he understood that with Zane's background and achievements, these things alone would never be able to bring her down. How can we make the most of it? While I was thinking, the door was slammed open again. Doflamingo. Who? As he spoke, he pulled out the 5 color strings. Recently, Ming Ge is like a powder keg that can be ignited at any time. In just these few days, he has found fault and killed several of his subordinates. Report to the young master, it's me. Doflamingo couldn't help but frown. It turned out to be Senior. Remembering that the last time this guy broke in, there was a reason, Doflamingo put away his threat and temper, and patiently asked, "What's wrong?" Senior said excitedly, "Master, it's Lord Diamandi's life card. It's moving again." Doflamingo, Nanny. Other cadres also rushed over when they heard the noise. When they heard it, they were all shocked. Oh my! What's going on? The cenotaph has been built, the 7th day of mourning has passed, and you're telling me now that you're not dead. Is this reasonable? Is this appropriate? Senior placed the life card with only a corner left on the table, and sure enough, the paper began to move slowly. Phew, that's great, that's great. Adjust the course and proceed at full speed according to the instructions. After saying this, he glanced at Senior with satisfaction. When they were building Diamandi's grave, they wanted to put the life card in it as his remains. It was Senior who insisted on keeping this life card despite angering the cadres. Now it seems that he might have guessed the current situation. Doflamingo looked at him with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Loyal, strong, capable, and with good vision. It's a blessing to have such subordinates. He walked to the closet, took out a fine suit, and slapped it into Senior's arms. Thank you for your hard work. This one suits you better. Senior's eyes flashed with excitement. Thank you, young master. No, I'm the one who should thank you. Thank you for saving my family. Phew. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was extremely solemn. A few minutes ago, Diamante was talking about North Blue's 8 trigrams. The current Sakazuki Vice Admiral, formerly the North Blue Admiral, is also a sullen man. I also visited Happy Street back then and ordered 3 at a time. Although he was in disguise, the store happened to be owned by the Doflamingo family. Smoker and Hina listened with great interest. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. You're having such a great time chatting, why don't you let me have some fun too? The 3 of them were shocked, it was actually Zion. Zane stood in front of Smoker and the other 3, his face livid and his eyes cold. Diamante, I didn't expect you to hide on my ship. What a great trick! She arrived late and didn't know that Diamante was captured. I only heard the second half of Diamante talking to them about the plan tirelessly, and thought the 2 were Diamante's subordinates. She looked at Hina, with a trace of pity and regret in her eyes. And you disappoint me so much. Marine is a place where Yang is stronger than Yin. There are many strong men, but there are only a handful of strong women. It's rare to come across something that catches my eye, but I didn't expect it to be a fake. Although they have not been together for a long time, she really admires Hina. Hina was young after all. When she was stared at by him, she couldn't help feeling guilty when she thought about how nice Hina was to her. Smoker took a step forward. What a shame, Rear Admiral Zane. How did you find us? Zane smiled coldly, you disguised well, I really didn't see any flaws in your words and deeds. But... She pointed at Hina and said, such an outstanding Marine is more than qualified to join the elite Marine class. How could she be an unknown person? And a warrant officer with no background actually knows Haki, isn't that too weird? As long as you pay a little attention, do you think you can hide it from me? Hina was secretly upset. After awakening Haki, I was so excited that I forgot that I was not supposed to know about this power. Moreover, an interrogation room was opened as soon as he was discharged from the hospital, which was like walking into a trap. Smoker nodded, I'm grateful for your advice. I really underestimated you. You are worthy of being the Spear of North Blue. Got it, just stay here quietly. Since we've been together for the whole journey, I can consider this as you surrendering yourself. Zen spoke nicely, but he showed no mercy when he attacked, and directly shot out a dense field of thorns. There were a lot of shots going to Smoker and Diamante, but not so much going to Hina. Oops! Diamante was too weak at this time and couldn't dodge at all, but luckily his cloak was still there, so he quickly stood it up and turned it into an iron shield. The thorns have no Haki attached to them and cannot pierce the iron shield. After a series of clanging sounds, all the thorns were blocked. Smoker did not use the fruit, but easily avoided the spikes by shaving. Zane was shocked. Not only because Smoker learned how to shave, but also because he was much faster than Hina. What's going on? Pirates can use razors so skillfully. If it was a surprise to Smoker, it was a complete shock to Hina. Because they have trained together, Zane knows Hina's strength inside out. According to her estimation, Hina would not be able to dodge the attack just now even if she used her observation Haki. This is exactly what happened, Hina was shot in both legs. But after the thorns pierced it, they actually went straight through, leaving a few holes that healed instantly. Zane was shocked. Lodge. In the first half of the Grand Line. As long as you don't meet the big guy who has nothing better to do than frying fish, Logia is absolutely invincible. Zane's teeth were chattering. How could such an excellent person become a pirate? However, this becomes tricky. Haki can indeed deal with Logia, but it is by no means that simple. Those who have not mastered Haki are still very dangerous when facing Logia users. In Marine, only the Vice Admiral can use Haki proficiently. This proficiency includes two aspects. First, it performs stably and can turn Haki attacks into normal attacks. Secondly, the control is precise and can maintain stable output, rather than being exhausted by a single burst. As for the ordinary Rear Admiral, in other words, it is just the beginning and the performance is very unstable. Zane is very talented and has no problem fighting with Haki. But now, in such a small space, facing so many enemies, and Logia users, it can never be excessively cautious. Fortunately, the other party seems to be smoke, not magma, or something like that. Zane snorted coldly, don't think that Logia is invincible. There are many ways to deal with Logia. After saying that, he jumped out of the house and touched the wall of the interrogation room with his hand. A row of spikes emerged, blocking the door tightly. Then, countless tiny spikes suddenly grew out of the walls, floor, and ceiling. All the spikes fell down, layer upon layer, densely packed. The whole room seemed to be covered with a layer of scales. Then another layer of spikes appeared, and fell down again. So layer after layer, and layer after layer. In just a few breaths, dozens of layers of thorny scales were stacked up. The entire interrogation room also turned into an airtight box. Chapter 38. Zane trapped the three in the interrogation room. Before we return to the branch, the three of you stay here. If you dare to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. After that, she stopped talking nonsense and turned and left. Zane is very confident about his moves. After years of development, the thorns I released are like steel. After forming a wall, it is even stronger than steel plates. Even though it's only a palm-thick layer, it can't be blasted open even with a cannon. At this time, the interrogation room was completely sealed off by Zen, and it was pitch black inside. Smoker and Hina are fine. Diamandi let out a sharp cry, tears streaming down his face, and banged on the door desperately. Let me out! Please let me out! Help! Suddenly, there was a friction sound from behind. A flame appeared in the darkness. It turned out that Smoker had lit the candle. Since Smoker developed his body into a storage space, he went into stockpiling mode, stuffing everything in. Not only are the categories complete, but the quantity is also large and filling. Diamandi saw the light and froze for a moment, then pounced on the candle like a wild animal. Then he held it carefully and hid in the corner, shivering. Smoker's eye twitched slightly. Tisk tisk, it seems like he was traumatized by the past. This move is more powerful than you might think. But it's just right for those who have committed the most heinous crimes. From all the performance, confinement can actually block life cards. If you throw in those celestial dragons and CP. Tisk tisk. At this time, Hina frowned and said, Smoker, let's find a way out quickly. Smoker responded, nodded, and went over to touch the wall. So solid. Then he turned and looked at Diamandi. Diamandi, can you use your ability to tear this wall apart? Diamandi held the candle and became more calm. Although I was still a little trembling, at least I could still communicate. No, the floating fruit can only make the walls soft and can be shaped at will, but it cannot tear and destroy them. This house has no exit. No matter how twisted it is, we are still trapped inside. Suddenly, white smoke came out of the room. It was Hina using elementalization. However, she searched everywhere for a long time but still found nothing. In desperation, she could only stop the elemental transformation. No, there is no exit, and I can't get out. This is the biggest weakness of smoke fruit. Like marsh fruit, does not have strong attack power. In the main storyline, Frankie was able to kill Caribou with just a barrel of wine. Why not try using strength? Hina walked to the door, clenched her fist, gathered her strength, and punched the door hard. There was a loud bang, and the whole room shook a few times. But there was only a slight dent at the place where the punch landed, and it was becoming flat again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hina was shocked. It's so hard. And it can repair itself. What should I do? I can't repair what I destroyed quickly enough. Smoker watched carefully for a while. Use your ability to influence the things around you. This is the awakening of the fruit's ability. This guy Zane is such a genius. In the main storyline, except for a few jailer beasts, the awakened ones at least have the strength of Shishibukai. Unexpectedly, Zane, who is just a rear admiral, also awakened, which is simply heaven-defying. However, she has obtained the fruit for more than 10 or 20 years, so it seems reasonable that she can awaken. Smoker took a step forward, let me do it. I reached out and touched the wall. A darkness emerged from my hand, clinging to the wall like asphalt. After a while, the darkness disappeared. There was a big hole in the wall, with the edges cut neatly. Okay, there's an exit. Suddenly, Smoker turned and looked at Diamandi. Diamandi's heart tightened. What do you want to do? Sorry. Detention. Oh, no, please, damn. Smoker stuffed him back into the darkness and left the interrogation room with Hina. In this way, several people escaped without anyone noticing. Let's go find Zane. Since we've been exposed, we have to catch that woman even if it means making the entire ship our enemy. Hina understands. After saying that, both of them used elemental transformation and sneaked into the cabin. After Zane locked up a few people, he hurried to the office. Although my mind is full of question marks. But she has more important things to do now. That is to strengthen defense. Diamandi has shown up, I wonder if that BD Doflamingo will show up? I am not good at aerial combat. It's okay to fight on land, but it's dangerous to fight on sea. And Smoker. This guy has been lurking in the Science Corps for so long. Was any information stolen? Even directly attacking scientists? Although he didn't get along with those scientists, Zane knew their value. If anything happens to them, I will be doomed. Originally, Zane wanted to solve it himself. But when she thought of the scientific forces, she hesitated. As for the Science Corps, it is no longer no, it is not G2 branch's business. Forget it. Let's report it to headquarters. So she turned and rushed to the communications room. As I walked, I thought of Smoker and Hina's 6 styles. Where did these guys learn the 6 styles from? Has Marine been infiltrated to this extent? This is really disturbing. And Hina, this kid doesn't seem to be in too deep of a situation. If possible, I still hope to save her. But that Smoker is hard to deal with. Alas! Such an outstanding young man is not a force for justice. Arriving at the communications room, Zen drove the soldiers out and started talking to headquarters. Yes, that's right, 3 people. They are all from the Doflamingo Hei's group. One is a top executive named Diamandi, and the other 2 should be newcomers named Smoker and Hina, but I don't know if they are real names. Suddenly, she heard someone on the other end snatch the phone. Just as I was wondering, a familiar and majestic voice sounded. Zane shuddered and subconsciously stood at attention. You, I didn't expect you to be here, Mr. Zephyr. What? You're coming here in person? No, 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 they are just a few petty thieves. I have already caught them. Really no need. Hello? Hello? Naval Headquarters. Zephyr hung up the phone, his face full of question marks. This side says that side is in league with the pirates, and that side says that this side is the pirates' subordinate. What are these 3 little brats doing? At this time, he was not the only one in the room. Except for the trembling signalman. Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru were drinking tea and eating senbei. Sakazuki, Bonasalino, and Kyuzan also sat quietly aside. It turned out that Garp was bored, so he started to ask people for fun. It just so happened that everyone was free today, so we got together. Because they were too conspicuous, they went into the communications room to hide away. Unexpectedly, I received a call from Zen by chance. Or open to the public? Zephyr asked, who is this guy called Minga? With his status, Ming Ge is really not worth paying attention to now. Oh, him. Bonasalino was from North Blue, so he took the initiative to speak and gave a brief introduction. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyuzan spoke up. Alara, Smoker is Doflamingo's subordinate? Are you kidding me? Bonasalino scratched his head. But Zen and Doflamingo have always been sworn enemies. It's hard to believe that there is any connection between them. At this moment, Sakazuki suddenly stood up. Teacher Zephyr, the journey is long, why don't you let me go for you? Zephyr's face darkened. You? You want to kill the 3 of them? Sakazuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Teacher Zephyr, why are you looking at me like that? Zane and I are friends. I can only take out the other 2 at most. Zephyr's face darkened, get out of here. Oh. Sakazuki sat back down with a droopy face. He drank a cup of tea and said faintly, no matter what the positions of both parties are, 2 things are certain now. First, the enemy is that Doflamingo. Second, the scientific team is in danger. The most urgent thing is to send reinforcements. As for who is good and who is evil, we can investigate slowly. Zephyr nodded, yes, Zaya, he is right. In fact, there is no need to worry so much. Any one of the people present here, no matter who is a pirate's subordinate, would not cause any trouble if he walked over. Even if Doflamingo came, he would just be pinned to the ground and his hair plucked. Zephyr walked to the door and put on the cloak of justice. This concerns the scientific corps. We can't let a few little guys mess around. There's not much to do in the elite class right now, so I'll go over there and stretch my muscles. At this time, Sengoku, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up, take Sakazuki with you. If things really get serious, there will be someone to help take care of you. Sakazuki said yes and left with Zephyr. On the warship. After Zane finished his call, he walked back down the corridor. She was a little worried. I didn't expect that Mr. Zephyr would come here in person. This is not going to work. Suddenly, her observation Haki sensed someone attacking from behind. He quickly turned around and blocked the opponent's punch with his left hand. The 5 fingers of his right hand turned into sharp cones, piercing through the opponent's shoulder and nailing him to the wall. After seeing the other person clearly, Zane was shocked. Smoker, it's you. Veins popped up on Smoker's forehead, and he endured the pain as he grabbed Zane's wrist. The Dark Fruits ability was activated, and Zane was surprised to find that the spike on his right hand suddenly returned to its original shape. I wanted to activate the ability of the fruit, but there was no response. How could it be? Before she could react, thick smoke suddenly emerged and enveloped her. Damn it, Hina, it's you. By this time, Smoker had absorbed the damage and grabbed Zane and took him into an empty room. Chapter 39. Smoker held Zane down tightly. But it's not that easy to catch Zane. The incident just now happened suddenly and I was restrained because I didn't have time to react. Now, even though no thorns can emerge from the struggling, they are still difficult to deal with. Soon, the smoke wrapped around her began to dissipate, and Smoker felt more and more exhausted. Humph, if you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Smoker pulled the sea stone pendant out of his pocket and pressed it against Zane's forehead. Unlike Smoker, Zane had not undergone any special sea stone resistance training, and he collapsed to the ground instantly, without any strength to resist. Damn it, sea stone. Smoker quickly asked Hina to find some chains and tied Zane up tightly. Sea stone is really useful. It is a sure kill for people with special abilities. You must never relax your sea stone resistance training in the future, otherwise you might suffer a great loss. Smoker and Hina didn't make it hard for Zane. They tied her up and threw her on the sofa. The two of them sat opposite each other. Rear Admiral Zane, calm down now. How about we talk? Zane stared at the two men coldly. I have nothing to discuss with you. I never thought you could escape. I underestimated you. Where's Diamante? Why isn't she with you? Smoker lit a cigarette and took a long puff. It seems you have misunderstood something. Diamante is not here. He is just a prisoner like you. Zane was stunned, then frowned, and said, What do you mean? Who are you? Hina and Smoker were both students from the first elite marine expansion class. They were stranded on the island while trying to capture pirates. We saw Diamante disembarking from your ship, so we came to investigate. Of course, this is also our mission. Smoker, Diamante has confessed, and the truth is clear. In fact, the relationship between you and Doflamingo is not that complicated. Yet. Zane secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If what the other party said was true, at least those annoying scientists wouldn't be hurt. But then my heart tightened again. This shows that what I have done cannot be concealed. However, she showed no sign of weakness. Now that we have figured it out, what are you going to do next? Smoker lit up a cigarette and took a puff. Actually, I personally don't mind working with the pirates. As long as the result is good, why can't we borrow the power of the pirates? It can reduce the consumption of the marines and also let the pirates fight each other. So, I never thought that the cooperation between marine and pirates was unforgivable. Zane raised his eyebrows. Oh. Smoker continued, so, I want to work with you. Cooperate? Zane was stunned. What do you mean? Doflamingo has something I want. But it's too difficult for Hina and I to deal with the entire pirates group, so I would like you to join us. As a reward, we can help you get back the Den Den Mushi, so that even if Diamante accuses you, it won't be a threat. Zane's eyes lit up. Oh? Tell me more. A few days later. The Flamingo Pirates ship is sailing at full speed. Doflamingo stood on the bow with a gloomy face, looking out to the sea. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from behind. Without turning his head, he asked, "How are you doing lately?" Señor, dressed in a suit and tie, said respectfully, "Master, everything is normal. A few days ago, Lord Diamante's life card briefly lost its sensitivity, but it has not happened again since then." Doflamingo nodded, "Very good, keep sailing." "Señor, yes." At this time, Toribel came over and said, "Hey, Dover, don't worry, Diamante is very tough." "Too close, Torre." Doflamingo complained, then grinned. Phew, of course I know. I'm just curious, who dares to hurt my family? I must find him and destroy his bones and ashes. The next day, their ship arrived at an island. Señor looked at the life card in his hand. At this time, the life card reacted strongly and kept moving in the hand. "Young master, it should be on the island. Why don't I go investigate first?" Doflamingo nodded. "Good. Your abilities are very suitable for reconnaissance. But the enemy who can defeat Diamante must be no simple character. You have to be careful too." Señor's eyes flashed with gratitude, and he said yes, then jumped high from the ship's side, turned 3,600 degrees in the air, and dived into the ground with a plop. Doflamingo turned around and ordered, "Officers, follow me, and the rest of you stay to watch the ship." After saying this, he was the first to get off the ship, followed by the two highest-ranking officials, and then Gladius, Mahabes, Laoji, and Yora. Virgo did not appear, and Monet, Sucrose, Buffalo, and Baby 5 have not joined yet. Soon, Señor swam back. Master Diamante is just ahead. He was captured by the marine. The other party is Zane and an unknown male marine. 2 people. Phew, I really underestimated you. Lead the way." "Yes." Not far away, Zane and Smoker stood in an open space. Diamante was hung in the air with his hands tied behind his back. Zane was holding a Den Den Mushi and talking to someone. After she hung up the phone, Smoker stepped forward and said, "Hina just reported that the Doflamingo pirates have arrived." Hina turned into an element and floated in the air, looking like a white cloud from a distance. Doflamingo was discovered as soon as he approached. Zane looked around. There are many huge rocks around, and there is a cliff not far away. "Why did you choose such a place? This is a good place for the other party to display their abilities." Smoker's expression also looked somewhat helpless. "There's nothing we can do. There are civilians on the island. After searching around, this is the only place far enough from the settlement. I have asked the Marines to hide in the town. They are not needed to participate in the battle. They just need to protect the civilians. And the warships and technological forces have already hidden far away." Zane nodded. "Okay, it's well arranged. Hina falls from the sky. Doflamingo is here, almost all the officers are here." Before he could finish his words, a huge rock arm suddenly stretched out from the cliff. One of its arms was as big as a warship, and it reached straight towards Diamante. "Uneducated BD. Zen raised his hand and several thick thorns emerged from the ground, nailing the rock arm tightly and making it unable to move at all. Doflamingo, nice to see you again. Doflamingo is suspended in the air. It was you who captured Diamante, Zane. Zane took out a hair tie and tied up his hair, looking much fresher. The process is a little complicated, but the results are similar, so it's okay for you to understand it this way. A vein popped up on Doflamingo's forehead. You should know the consequences of hurting my family. Zane scoffed. You are so old, but you still like to play house. Although boys mature later, Dover boy, you mature too late. Doflamingo. Smoker, Omega. Slime chains. Torrible suddenly attacked, and a chain of green slime lashed towards Zen. Smoker was prepared and reached out to absorb the slime. Torrible was shocked. Hey! Damn, what kind of ability is this? Pika also slowly emerged from the rock arm. His face looked a little ugly. Just now, Zen used his observation haki, and the thorns attacked his body directly. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been almost anally RD. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but curse in a low voice, damn woman. Zane's face darkened, who are you talking about, you shrill-voiced sissy? Pika almost broke down, Dover, I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her. Hey, come on. Zane rolled up his sleeves and was about to take action. Smoker quickly stopped her, calm down, Rear Admiral Zane, don't forget the plan. Doflamingo is up to you, Squealer and Slug are up to me. Pika paused, shrill voice. Torrible's eyes widened, Slug. Smoker ignored them and said to Hina, the rest is up to you. Keep an eye on Diamante and don't let anyone take advantage of the situation and rescue her. Hina smiled confidently. Don't worry, Hina is here. Good. Smoker walked over to Zane. Okay, everything is ready, go. Chapter 40. Zane pointed to a hill not far away. Hey, Doflamingo, do you dare to fight with me over there? You don't want to accidentally hurt your subordinates, do you? Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo held up his glasses and sneered, it's rare that you can be so considerate. After saying that, he moved his fingers, and his body rose from the ground under the traction of the silk thread and flew over first. I'll leave this to you. Zane warned, and chased after him using moonwalk. Compared to Doflamingo, Zane flew very low. She knew she was not good at air combat, and she also wanted to prevent Doflamingo from making a sneak attack. A few seconds later, the two men climbed to the top of the mountain and started fighting. The aftermath of the battle spread far away, and even Smoker could hear it clearly. From a distance, dense spikes appeared on the top of the mountain from time to time. Then there was another sharp friction sound, and it was cut off by an invisible blade. Smoker secretly smacked his lips. No wonder Zane wanted to fight in another place. Otherwise, if he couldn't control it properly, he might kill Diamante who was tied up. He is a precious hostage, he cannot die now. Sure enough, this guy Zane is very experienced. Smoker turned his head and looked at Pika and Torrible. Slug, Squealer, where do you want to fight? I'll let you choose the place. Squeaky voice. Pika was so angry that his veins popped out and half of his body was buried in the ground. He wanted to use his ability to attack. Wait, Pika! Torrible hurriedly grabbed him and shouted angrily to Smoker, Marine, come with us if you have the guts. After that, he dragged Pika to the other side. It will neither disturb Doflamingo nor affect Diamante. Smoker said to Hina, be careful. Then he followed without hesitation. Hina picked up a saber and walked over to Diamante, quietly looking at the remaining 4 cotters. Hina's job is to guard. I don't want to fight you. Please don't act rashly, just wait quietly for them to decide the winner, otherwise. Hina slowly pulled out the knife, you will suffer the consequences. Xiao La was in a violent mood and said angrily, "Just a little girl like you think you can stop us?" After saying that, he rushed over. Hina's face turned cold, and she stabbed behind her with her backhand. The tip of the knife grazed Diamante's neck but missed his throat. But the sharp blade cut a piece of flesh from the chin. Blood gushed out instantly, staining his clothes red. Diamante's mouth was covered, so he couldn't scream and could only twist his body and make a woohoo sound. Yora stopped in his tracks. "Damn it! Despicable Marine!" Hina ignored him completely, and her expression didn't even change. Hina has made her words clear. This guy's life is in your hands. Oh, there's one more thing. Hina doesn't know how to use a knife. The last one was just a coincidence. With the next knife, Hina herself won't know where she will hit. Gladius, Mabeus, Laoji, Yora, Smoker, Pika, and Torbil came to a reef. Looking at the huge rocks around him, Smoker sneered, "You've found a really good home ground." Suddenly, Smoker glimpsed Doflamingo's pirate's ship in the distance. "Lucky, I accidentally saw the loot." "Go to hell!" Pika screamed and his body merged into the rock. Torbil also shouted, "Sticky chain!" A slimy chain stuck to several huge rocks. He pulled it hard, and the rocks fell down like meteor hammers. "Tisk, little trick! Shave!" Smoker dodged to the side in an instant, easily avoiding the boulder. Then a giant rock palm appeared from behind him and slapped him hard, but Smoker dodged it easily again. "Your fruit is interesting, but you can't hit me with such a clumsy move." Smoker uses moonwalk to jump into the air. Tempest kick. Several wind blades slanted down, cutting the giant rock palm into pieces. But Pika hid very quickly and disappeared. "You're quick at hiding, sissy. Your voice is a perfect match for this fruit that only knows how to hide." Pika is the user of the stone fruit, which allows him to move freely among rocks and is very stealthy. Smoker hasn't awakened his observation haki yet, and is afraid that he will secretly run to save Diamante, so he keeps talking trash. Fortunately, Pika's IQ is not high, so his defense is easily broken. "You deserve to die." A rock giant about 50 or 60 meters tall suddenly jumped out and pounced on Smoker with a roar. "Cow Wayne!" Smoker looked up. "Ah, it's really scary." Torbil sprayed out countless mucus, instantly covering the nearby ground. Smoker was not paying attention and his feet were also stuck. "Pooh, let's see how you escape. You are now the mouse on the sticky mouse board." Smoker tried to pull his leg out. But the mucus was extremely viscous and we failed after several attempts. Looking at the coming fist, Smoker crossed his hands in front of him to block it. "Iron Body Gang!" The rock giant's fist fell like a meteorite, creating a shock wave. The ground was like water with a stone thrown into it, causing ripples. Countless boulders and trees were also blown away by the strong wind. Then, Torbil raised the cane in his hand, opened the cover at the end, and revealed a lighter. "Ho hey hey, Marine, it's not over yet. This slime can explode." He lit the flame and as soon as it touched the slime, it caused a violent explosion. Flames shot up into the sky, and billowing smoke and dust swept across the beach. Even Hina couldn't help but look sideways. "There's a flaw." Yora had been looking for an opportunity, and rushed forward when he saw this. A transparent cloud-like smoke appeared in the palm of my hand, and I was about to touch Hina. She is the user of the art fruit ability, which allows her to materialize her imagination into transparent smoke. Any target touched by the smoke will be transformed into a work of art. Seeing that he was about to touch Hina, Xiao La showed a grim smile. "You are finished." "I never expected this." As if she had eyes in the back of her head, Hina ducked to avoid Jora's attack and backhanded him in the stomach. This punch was powerful and heavy. The violent force penetrated Yora's body directly, shattering the clothes on her back. "Wow!" Xiao La screamed, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Hina hooked her foot, turned her over, and took out a stack of bounty warrants to identify them. Yura, Smoker said, your abilities are worthless. After saying that, he raised his foot and broke Yura's neck with a snap. Yura! The other three were so angry that they couldn't control themselves and were about to rush forward. Hina raised the saber to Diamante's throat. This guy is a top cadre, so he should be given higher priority than you, right? Hina's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the anger of the other three. They looked at each other with complicated expressions, but both stopped. Then, Hina looked behind her not far away. The same as you. These little tricks don't work on Hina. Originally Senor was lurking not far away, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After hearing what Hina said, I broke out in a cold sweat. Observation hacky. What a scary guy. He did not dare to delay and left quietly. Far away. The explosion was over, but the flames were still burning. In the flames, Smoker slowly stood up. His iron body was already quite powerful, and Pika's boulder didn't cause much damage. But the explosion in Toribel was different. His slime is like the oil in a firebomb. Not only is it flammable and explosive, it also has extremely high temperatures. It is also extremely sticky and will remain attached to the target, causing continuous damage. At this time, Smoker's body was covered with burns and scorch marks, which looked horrifying. Pooh, this is what happens when you go against our Doflamingo pirates. Look at what you're like, you deserve it. Smoker was hunched over, panting like a cow, and shaking all over. After a while, the pain subsided, and he looked up and grinned at the two of them. With the blood all over his body and that smile, he looks a little creepy. It hurts, BD. But I think I'm getting used to it. The burns this time were worse than those caused by Zane's bombardment. The pain is more intense. But the strange thing is, Smoker feels more bearable. Hee, thank you. I believe that after this time, my endurance will become stronger. Toribel was puzzled and snorted coldly. Are you talking nonsense? You idiot who almost got burned to death. Pika's true form also emerged from the rock. No matter how strong you try, you have no chance of winning now. We are the highest officials of the Doflamingo pirates. We are Dover's family. We will never let him down. Pfft, hee, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Smoker seemed to have heard a joke and couldn't help laughing. I laughed louder and louder, almost to the point of tears. Toribel, what are you laughing at, a hole? Smoker stopped laughing and wiped away his tears. Family, you actually said family. I know a lot of people who have dogs and cats, and they all say their pets are family members. Why? Do you particularly like Doflamingo's simulated head? Shut up. Pika's veins bulged and his eyes were bloodshot. We and Dover have supported each other all the way to where we are now. What do you know, UBD? The surrounding stones gathered around his arms. Pika leaped high and smashed Smoker hard with his rock arm. Iron body. Smoker raised his left arm to block the blow, then smashed the rock with his right fist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sure enough, the pain will not ease, but the tolerance will continue to increase. Toribel jumped high. Slime machine gun. The slime shot towards Smoker like a bullet. It is so powerful that it can easily penetrate rocks. Paper arts. Smoker relaxed his body, dodged all the bullets, and jumped to the side. You two have very interesting abilities, and fighting you is fun. But sorry, I'm in a hurry. After saying that, a puff of black smoke came out of his body and wrapped himself up. After a few seconds, the black smoke dissipated and all of Smoker's injuries were healed. Pika and Toripol were both shocked. What? What kind of ability is this? Smoker grinned. Round 2. Chapter 41. Smoker activated his ability, and darkness surged, instantly covering the beach. Seeing this strange scene, Pika and Toripol felt their scalps tingling. They are so black and numerous, and look difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the two men had rich combat experience and decided to strike first in an instant. Slime current. Toripol sprayed out mucus, which rolled towards Smoker like a tide, trying to cover the darkness. The darkness and the slime collided and entangled with each other, looking evenly matched. Smoker was not in a hurry. Dark Cave Road. A powerful gravitational force suddenly erupted in the darkness, instantly swallowing up the mucus. Toripol was horrified. Impossible. What kind of ability is this? Pika half melted into the earth and screamed, "Tore, get out of the way." Suddenly, a huge rock fist stretched out from the ground and smashed towards Smoker. Smoker was not in a hurry, and the dark A-cup ointment suddenly increased its gravity. The fist stopped in midair and slammed heavily to the ground. Pika was horrified and tried several times, but the rock arm could not move at all. He realized something was wrong and tried to pull out his body, but Smoker was faster. Dark Whip. The dark whip lashed at the rock arm like an ordinary steel knife cutting tofu, cutting it in half in an instant. This kind of cutting is not like cutting with a sword, but rather erosion. The places touched by the dark whip disappear directly. Ah! My arm! Pika screamed and jumped out from the ground, covering his arm. He was sweating profusely. His arm was broken at the root and blood was gushing out like a tide. The stone fruit allows Pika to swim among rocks and manipulate them freely. When the main body is completely hidden in the rock, smashing or chopping the rock will be ineffective. But when he was not fully integrated, his body was one with the rock. At this time, just attack the moving rocks to damage his body. In the original plot, Zoro used this method, and a trouble wind chopped him down, causing him to vomit blood. When Smoker attacked just now, Pika neither completely merged into the rock nor pulled back its body in time, so it suffered the same amount of damage. Toripol was horrified. Pika. Then mucus spurted out, blocking his wound tightly and barely stopping the bleeding. A hole, who the hell are you? Pika's voice trembled with fear and pain. Smoker didn't bother to answer, he just said coldly, "Your fruit is good, you can take it." Dark Water. Pika and Toripol only felt a huge suction force, and their bodies rushed towards Smoker uncontrollably. "Pika, be careful!" Toripol released a ball of slime, sticking Pika firmly to the ground. He flew in front of Smoker and was knocked unconscious by a slap. Smoker grabbed Treble's neck with his elemental palm, and his fruit ability disappeared instantly. The mucus on his body slid off, revealing his skinny body in a box. Toripol is actually very thin, but his body is covered with thick mucus, which makes him look bloated. Seeing the box, Smoker's eyes lit up. This guy is a top official, and the things he needs to keep personally must be extraordinary. He hastily sucked Toripol and the box into his body. At the same time, the slime that stuck to Pika also disappeared, and while Smoker was staring at the box, he quickly drilled into the ground. Smoker was stunned and quickly increased the gravity, trying to pull him out. Unfortunately, the ground blocked the gravity. Although the ground was torn apart, Pika had already escaped. "I was careless and got tricked. What a pity, the shishi fruit is still very good. I just didn't expect that diving underground would free me from the constraints of the dark fruit." Smoker vaguely discovered a flaw in dark fruit, that gravity can be blocked. "However, I can't think about it now, there are more important things." Smoker targeted Doflamingo's pirate's ship. "Even if we can't catch Pika, at least we can collect some interest." He came to the pirate's ship and used gravity to pull the ship ashore. The crew tried desperately to control the ship and escape, but to no avail. The smarter ones jumped into the sea directly, and Smoker didn't bother to pay attention. The stupider ones were dragged into the darkness along with the boat. Doflamingo never dreamed that his home would be robbed. "Hina here." She was staring at those cotters. Several cotters were concerned about Diamante's life or death and did not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, a stone wall rose between Hina and Diamante, trying to separate the two. Hina reacted quickly and drew her knife to chop Diamante's head. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow, and the saber was knocked off by the stone wall, leaving only a wound on Diamante's forehead. Then 7 or 8 stone spikes emerged from the ground and stabbed Hina into a hedgehog. Several other cotters were delighted, Master Pika. Gladius still felt unsatisfied. As soon as he touched the ground and activated his ability, the stone spikes that pierced Hina suddenly exploded, blowing Hina into pieces. Foolish woman, this is what happens when you go against the Doflamingo family. But before he could finish, white smoke condensed in front of him and transformed into Hina's appearance again. You! Gladius was horrified. Before he could react, he was punched away by Hina. After so much training, Hina's fist was as powerful as a hammer. Gladius was beaten to the ground with blood spitting out of his mouth. He grabbed his chest and struggled to get up, his face full of horror. Damn it! Be careful, this woman is Logia. Master Pika, please take Master Diamante away first, and leave this to us. Pika glanced in Smoker's direction with some fear, and said nothing, but just shrilly, be careful. Then he used his ability to drag Diamante underground. From beginning to end, he did not tell anyone that he and Toribel had been defeated. In the Dongquixote family, subordinates must unconditionally devote their lives to their superiors. In Pika's eyes, only Doflamingo and a few other top executives were his companions, and the lives of others were not important. If we can use them to delay some time, it would be a good use of their resources. At this time, several other cotters also took action. 100,000 tons of pressure. Mahabais jumped high in the air and hit Hina hard. Hina dodged it easily by using elemental transformation. Just as she was about to counterattack, she suddenly felt something in her heart and quickly raised her hand to block, preventing a sneak attack. The force of the blow was so strong that Hina was pushed several meters away. When she looked up, she saw a burly old man. Don't think that Logia can bully G, I can also use Haki. Take that, Diong Fist. Rao Ji rushed towards Hina, made the G sign with both hands, and launched a torrential rain of attacks. Hina did not dare to be careless and quickly took action to resist. The two of them went back and forth, and for a while they were inseparable. Such strong strength and speed, this old man is Lao Ji. Hina jumped high. If you think I'm the kind of loser who only relies on fruits, you're totally wrong. Tempest kick, rain. Wind blades slanted down like a rainstorm, and Lao Ji and others hurried to avoid them. From the actions of several people, Hina has already figured out that only Lao Ji can use Haki. This is great. I don't have to worry about others and can focus on dealing with Lao Ji. Shave. Hina's figure disappeared and instantly appeared in front of Lao Ji. She threw a punch, but was blocked by Lao Ji's backhand. And Lao Ji's Diong punch was also perfectly dodged by Hina using her observation Haki. The two sides fought back and forth, and the fight was fierce. Of course, others will not be idle either. Gladius, Mahaba, and Sainyor all joined the battle. Although they can't use Haki and can't deal damage, they can still hold the enemy back at least. But the price was that everyone got slapped in the face more or less. After fighting for a while, Hina found the right moment and punched Lao Ji in the face. Lao Ji's body tilted, but he did not fall down. Instead, he held her wrist tightly. Girl, you're very fast. Unfortunately, the attack is not strong enough. In front of my armament Haki, it's all in vain. Hina frowned and sneered, Hina knows her weaknesses better than you do. Since you are so confident, take another punch. After saying that, he raised his other fist and smashed it hard into Lao Ji's face. Lao Ji did not dodge or evade, but covered his face with armament Haki, ready to take the attack. In vain. Before he could finish his words, there was a loud explosion and Lao Ji was blown away. He rolled on the ground for a few times before he stood up with difficulty. Blood was coming out of his mouth and nose. He said in a trembling voice, "What kind of move is this?" Hina sneered and raised her milky white fist. Rao Ji muttered, "Elementalization. This is not simply elementalization, but rather compressing the smoke and releasing it instantly when attacking, thus creating an explosion. How is it? This punch is quite good." This move was designed by Smoker, and was inspired by Tyrant Bear's compressed air bear impact. Although it is not as strong as bear charge, it also has a shorter pre-swing and can be cast almost instantly. This move can effectively make up for Smoke Fruit's low physical attack. I see. What a genius move. Lao Ji stood up shakily and got into position again. But I am a cotter of the Dongquixote family. I will not give in so easily. Suddenly, Smoker fell from the sky. He kicked Lao Ji's head into the mud. In terms of physical strength, Smoker is much stronger than Hina. Lao Ji screamed and was stepped on to death. Smoker. Hina was surprised and happy. Gladius, Mabeus, and Senior, however, looked pale. It turned out that Lord Pika did not come here after defeating the enemy, but was chased here. Escape. Senior reacted the fastest, diving into the ground and swimming away. Smoker frowned slightly but did nothing to stop it. We have just tried it, the land will block gravity. Anyway, he is just a small character, so he can just run away. But Gladius and Mabeus were not so lucky. Facing Smoker and Hina, they could not hold out for even a minute before they were both thrown into darkness. Chapter 42. The Hills in the Distance. The battle between Zane and Doflamingo reaches a fever pitch. Doflamingo's clothes were torn to pieces, blood was oozing from his mouth and nose, and there were several hideous bloody holes on his body, oozing blood. However, he seemed to feel no pain, and touched the ground with both hands, awakening his fruit ability. Desolate white line. In an instant, half of the mountain turned into a white line, pressing towards Zen like a tsunami. Zane's body was also covered with scars, with a bloody wound on his cheek. Seeing the white line pressing down, she used her shaving move to pull back and create some distance. Don't think you're the only one who has awakened, Broken Moon Thorn. Millions of thorns broke out of the ground, like a black jungle, blocking the white waves. Countless thorns were cut by the white lines, and countless white lines were torn by the thorns. For a moment, the whole mountain was divided into black and white. 5 color strings. Doflamingo found the right moment to attack. Several colorful lines slashed towards Zane's neck, trying to decapitate her with one blow. So fast. Zane's pupils shrank. Although he sensed the attack, it was too late to dodge. He could only raise his arm covered in armament haki and take the blow. 5 color strings cut the arm. A string of sparks was produced, accompanied by a teeth-grinding friction sound. Zane's armament haki is not mature and strong enough. Although the silk thread was blocked, it also left a deep scar on the arm that was deep enough to see the bone. Taking advantage of the moment when Doflamingo relaxed after succeeding, Zane ignored the severe pain in his arm and controlled the thorns to counterattack. Several dark thorns pierced Doflamingo's face. Wire shield. A shield made of white lines appeared in front of Doflamingo. This move is very effective in defending against slashing and blunt attacks, but is much less effective in defending against piercing attacks. There was a crisp sound, and most of the spikes were blocked. But a spike as thick as 2 fingers broke through and pierced Doflamingo's shoulder. Both of them were hit hard at the same time, and they jumped back together to create distance between them. He covered his wound, gasped, and stared at the other person. Huff, huff, huff. Zane covered his arms. Blood gushed out of the wound, dyeing half of the body red. Damn it, my arm can't move. What's even worse is that the blood loss is too fast. I haven't seen him for a few years, and this guy has become so strong. Compared to Doflamingo who went out on his own, Zane went to the elite marine class for further studies. I originally thought that my strength had improved a lot. Not to mention beating Ming Ji, at least he can have a clear advantage. Unexpectedly, both sides suffered losses. Doflamingo wasn't much better. He gritted his teeth and pulled out 2 thorns. The severe pain made his face pale, and drops of sweat mixed with blood fell down. Phew 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 phew, ha 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 ha. Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter. This is the first time we've played against each other since you left North Blue, but I didn't expect the same result. Zane sneered. If it weren't for your minions messing things up last time, you would have been dead. Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo didn't care about her sarcasm. Once Pika and the others have dealt with your subordinates, you will be dead. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being stupid and having no family members worth your trust. Deed. Zane looked impatient. Don't try to fool me with your loving family routine. I'm not one of those fools who would cry tears of gratitude after hearing a few nice words or seeing a few pie in the sky. It's okay to lie to people, and it's okay to be stupid, but you only lie to stupid people, you are really evil. Doflamingo choked when he heard that, his smile gradually faded, and his expression became gloomy. Phew 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 phew, whatever you say. The final outcome is that I chop off your smart head and make your skull into a wine glass. Suddenly, Doflamingo jumped high. Several black wind blades fell, leaving a bottomless pit on the ground. In the distance, Smoker and Hina rushed over using moonwalk. Smoker yelled, Hina, protect Zane Rear Admiral. Leave this guy to me. Yes. Hina accelerated and rushed towards Zane. Doflamingo angrily said, don't even think about it. 5 color strings. The colorful threads cut Hina into several pieces. However, there is no haki wrapped around the thread. Hina turned into a cloud of smoke and reappeared in front of Zane. Lodge. Doflamingo's heart sank. These 2 marine soldiers seemed to be more difficult to deal with than imagined. Seeing Hina appear, Zane said please with difficulty, and then fell to the ground weakly. The thorns created by the awakening of the fruit then all disappeared. After all, Zane was not as tough as Doflamingo, and he was already at the end of his strength. In order to deceive Doflamingo, he was just bluffing. In fact, Doflamingo could have killed her with just one move. Now he suddenly relaxed and fainted. Hina picked up Zane and prepared to moonwalk away. Doflamingo was furious, give that woman back to me, and I'll chop off her head. Several threads with haki slashed towards the 2. The other. Looking at Zane, whose face was pale in his arms, he gritted his teeth, protected her in his arms, and prepared to resist with his body. Suddenly, Smoker appeared in front of them. Iron body. There was a friction sound, and 5 wounds appeared on Smoker's chest, but the attack was also blocked. It hurts, it hurts. I have suffered too few cuts in the past. Doflamingo held up his finger. Bullet string. Tempest kick. The 2 attacks collided in the air, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hina flew away holding Zane. Phew 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 phew, marine soldier, you dare to stop me alone, you are so brave. Doflamingo laughed maniacally and stabbed Smoker with a white line spear. Dark Cave Road. Darkness spread from Smoker's body, covering the threads, and all the threads were absorbed. When Smoker's ability is revealed, normal people's first reaction is confusion. Doflamingo is no exception. He was shocked, what kind of ability is this? Smoker held out his palm, dark water. Doflamingo was caught off guard and was sucked in. Then his wrist was tightened and was held tightly by Smoker. Humph, close combat. Dropping ruffian string. This move is Doflamingo releasing 5 silk threads from above the enemy's head, which can penetrate the enemy's body and cause devastating damage. Doflamingo is much taller than Smoker, so this move is just right for him. But the next second, he was surprised to find that his ability seemed to have failed. What is going on? Take your time to think about it. Smoker punched him in the stomach. Doflamingo was directly knocked away dozens of meters, and he crashed through a series of huge rocks and trees before falling heavily to the ground. Doflamingo tried hard to get up, but suddenly his body stiffened, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. He had already suffered a lot of injuries when he fought with Zane just now. Because he had newly developed the ability to sew wounds with thread, his health bar was longer than Zane's. Although he successfully drained Zane's health bar, he also had very little health left. Just now, I was caught by Smoker, and my ability suddenly failed. All the wounds that had been sutured opened. Now he was hit by such a heavy punch and his health bar was directly emptied. Smoker rushed forward to finish off the enemy. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the ground and Senor suddenly appeared, holding Doflamingo and about to dive underground. You can't escape, dark water. A huge suction force came, and the two of them couldn't help but fly up. Senor grabbed Doflamingo's ankle with one hand and a boulder embedded in the ground with the other, barely able to stabilize his body. But as the suction grew stronger, the boulder began to loosen. Senor shouted in despair, "Young master! Wake up!" The strong pulling feeling and sound made Doflamingo regain some consciousness. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the last bit of strength to activate his ability. Shield White Line. A shield made of white lines suddenly appeared, blocking the two people. The white shield lasted only a few seconds before being torn apart by gravity, but it finally seized the opportunity. Senor held Doflamingo in his arms, dived into the mud, and disappeared completely. Smoker landed where the two disappeared. I didn't expect that Senor didn't escape. Never mind, the recording and stuff are all there. As for Doflamingo, it won't matter if he lives a few more days. After all, before going to Dressrosa, Doflamingo was just an ordinary pirate, and the danger was not that great. As long as you keep a close eye on him, he can't cause any trouble. Chapter 43. Smoker flies with moonwalk. Suddenly, white smoke was seen rising not far away. This is Hina using her observation haki to sense Smoker coming and using her ability to summon him. Following the instructions, Smoker landed on the beach. At this time, Zane was lying on the beach, looking pale, and Hina was guarding her. Seeing Smoker fall to the ground, Hina rushed forward and checked the scratches on his chest. "Smoker, how are you? Did you block that for us?" His tone was full of self-blame and heartache. Smoker didn't care. "This injury is nothing." He originally wanted to save more and absorb it all at once. "I didn't expect Doflamingo to be at the end of his strength and fall so quickly." Smoker squeezed Hina's hand. "Don't worry, you know my ability. As long as I'm not dead, I won't die." Hina, After that, Smoker used his ability to absorb all the damage, and then the two of them came to Zane together. Zane was lying on the ground, covered in wounds. Especially the wound on the arm, although it had been bandaged, it was still oozing blood. The originally blue and white military uniforms were now mostly stained red with blood. Because of excessive blood loss, her face was pale and she had fallen into a coma. Smoker sighed, "Then again, her condition is more worrying. How about you also help Zane Rear Admiral with his treatment?" Smoker hesitated for a moment, his expression somewhat hesitant. Although she fought Doflamingo, it was confirmed that both sides were enemies, not friends. But I don't know what their previous relationship was, what stage their cooperation has reached, and whether the problem is serious. She is cooperating with us now that we have a common enemy, Doflamingo. What if we cure her and she turns against us and takes the evidence? We have to be on guard against this. Hina looked at Zane and held her cold hand. Anyway, Rear Admiral Zane has always taken good care of Hina, and Hina can't just sit there and watch. "Smoker, please save her." Hina begged him softly, and Smoker couldn't resist. He immediately released darkness to heal Zen. After a long while, the darkness slowly receded and Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is seriously injured. This guy has a tough temper. To put it nicely, he is resolute. To put it bluntly, he is reckless. After treatment, the injuries on Zane's body have disappeared. But she was still sleeping with her eyes closed, and her face was still a little pale. I have absorbed her hurt and pain. However, she lost too much blood before and is still very tired. I think she needs to sleep a little longer. Compared to using abilities, it is better to recover naturally. At least the mental burden is not that great. And I can save some trouble. Hina nodded, that's good enough. Smoker stood up and walked out. The town on this island is quite far from here. Zane can't stand the hassle. Let's just stay here tonight. You stay with her, I'll go out and clean up. Smoker arrived at the seaside, and as darkness filled the beach, the pink flamingo boat was thrown out, and dozens of pirates on the boat fell onto the deck. They were suddenly trapped and suddenly appeared again, all with surprised and dazed expressions. But before they could figure out the situation, Smoker took action. In just a few breaths, they were all knocked down. Then, many transparent balls appeared in Smoker's hands, which were the pain accumulated before. He threw the ball at the pirates, and there was a sudden howling of ghosts on the ship. By the time peace returned to the ship, the pirates were already dying. Seeing this, Smoker nodded with satisfaction and stuffed them back into the darkness. According to his previous behavior, these pirates are just dregs, with only two possible outcomes. Those with a bounty will be sent back to the base, and those without a bounty will be thrown directly into the sea to feed the fish. But now, Doflamingo's slave trade gave him great inspiration. Slavery is the most corrupt system in the pirates' world, bar none. As a time traveler, Smoker naturally hates it. However, he knew very well that no matter the productivity of the pirates' world or their own strength and status, they are unable to change this system. This is tragic. Smoker pondered for a long time, and suddenly he had an epiphany. Since you can't eliminate it, then join it. Simply recycle the pirates and sell them as slaves to fill the gap in the market. In the pirates' world, bounties represent a threat to the government. Therefore, the threshold to become a bounty hunter is very high. Although the crimes of the pirates were all blamed on the captains and officers, many pirates were responsible for many deaths. It's just that the government doesn't take these guys seriously, so there is no bounty, giving them the opportunity to slip through the net. In the past, the criteria for judging smokers were very simple and crude. Regardless of whether there is a bounty or not, as long as they stay on the ship for half a year, they will be killed. Now that I think about it, it was indeed a waste. Why not sell them as slaves? For most of the pirates, given their crimes, simply killing them would be too easy. It would be better to sell them as slaves. Let them die slowly in slavery and torture day after day. Compared to ordinary people, pirates are undoubtedly physically stronger and more competitive. One more evil pirate's slave means one less innocent civilian slave. If so, why not do it? And you can make some money. Can a just cause be called a law? After dealing with the pirates, Smoker cleaned up a few rooms and the three of them settled down. Zane slept through the next day. If she hadn't specifically ordered that no one should come to see her, the warships would have arrived long ago. Zane's eyelids moved and he slowly opened his eyes. The next second he sat up suddenly. He first looked around, then hurriedly checked his body, especially his arms. When he found that all the wounds had disappeared, he showed an incredible expression. At this time, Smoker and Hina heard the noise and came in. Hina took a few steps forward. Zane Rear Admiral, are you okay? Zane nodded and asked, where is this place? Where's Doflamingo? Smoker lit up a cigarette and took a deep puff. This is Doflamingo's pirate's ship, which I have seized. The guy escaped, and only a few cotters and crew members were captured. I see. Zane nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly asked, where is what we are looking for? I've got what I'm looking for. As for what you want, it should be on this ship. Since you are still sleeping, we did not search the ship without permission. When Zane heard this, he quickly struggled to get up. So what are you waiting for? Go find it now. To her, the recording telephone bug was a death warrant. As long as I don't destroy it, I won't feel at ease. Zane stumbled towards the captain's cabin. Previously, Diamandi had already explained the location of the recording telephone bug. Smoker didn't hide it and told Zane directly. Zane glanced around the room, came to the corner, removed a wall panel, and revealed a safe. When I opened it, I saw a lot of stuff inside. Confidential documents, deeds, contracts, maps, den mushi. You can tell at first glance that this is the result of many years of hard work by Doflamingo. At this time, Smoker and Hina also came in. Zane didn't care about the two of them and searched on his own, and soon found the recording telephone bug. Because Zen's name is clearly marked on the den mushi. Zane's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and clicked on the den mushi. The den mushi suddenly opened its eyes and began to play the recording intermittently. North Blue's forces are too diverse, we want to dominate North Blue. This money is just the first batch, as long as we continue to cooperate, the benefits will be greater. I can also promise you that I will not invade your country in the future, please consider it. Colonel Zen, it's a pleasure working with you. Click. The recording is finished. Smoker and Hina looked at Zane with strange expressions, secretly on guard. Although the dialogue is unclear and incomplete. But from the sound of it, it seems that these two people are working together very closely. Zen was angry and anxious, his teeth were chattering, and he felt very aggrieved. Doflamingo, that BD, deliberately made the signal unclear, so that the conversation was cut short. Originally, the two sides were discussing the elimination of underground forces, but now it has turned into a conspiracy to rule North Blue. If this recording falls into the hands of the naval headquarters, even if it cannot be used to convict me, it will be enough to make me sit on the bench for the rest of my life. However, her expression soon relaxed. This is a special recording phone bug that can save recordings permanently, but they cannot be copied. In other words, the recording in front of you is unique. Seeing Smoker looking at the den mushi, Zane's heart tightened and he snatched the recording den mushi. Thank you so much this time. But don't worry about this den mushi. Just let me take care of it. The recording telephone bug is a special type of telephone bug. It has extremely strong vitality and defense, and is difficult to kill with ordinary means. So, Zane had to take it back and deal with it properly. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly. The task assigned by Kaji is to investigate Zen. This den mushi is important physical evidence. Smoker took a deep puff of his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground and stamped it out, saying indifferently, Zayan, Rear Admiral, you played such an important recording in front of us, aren't you afraid that we will report you? Zane tightened his grip on den mushi and his eyes became dangerous. You heard it, and there's nothing I can do about it. But as long as I'm alive, no one else will hear these recordings. But I heard it. You heard a bird. Suddenly, Zane realized that the sound was wrong and he froze. She turned her head mechanically toward the door. A tall and burly figure was looking at him with a half-smile. Hey! Zane's eyes nearly popped out and he was speechless. Zaziz. Zephyr-sensei. Chapter 44. Smoker and Hina were shocked. Teacher Zephyr. I didn't expect Zephyr to come here in person. Hina was particularly shocked. She was worried that Doflamingo would make a surprise attack, so she kept on guard using her observation skills. But even so, he didn't detect Zephyr's presence at all. Zephyr nodded to Smoker and Hina before stalking behind the table and plopping down on the couch. Zen, I never thought that your experience at North Blue would be so wonderful. Zane forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Teacher, you are joking. After saying that, he quickly took out a fine cigar from his pocket, presented it to Zephyr with both hands, and then obediently helped him light it. At this moment, she was secretly groaning in her heart. Although I knew Zephyr was coming, who could have imagined that it would be such a coincidence that I could hear the recording on the spot? This is really a no-brainer. However, she still felt a little relieved. Although my teacher is strict, he is actually a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Whenever his subordinates messed up or made mistakes, he would beat them or scold them, but he would always find a way to help clean up the mess. But a second later, Zane was stunned. Another tall figure walked into the cabin. Sakazuki, you are here too. Sakazuki stared at her calmly, his poker face showing no emotion at all. Long time no see, Zane. Zane's head was covered with cold sweat, and he said in panic, I can be cunning. Bah, explain. Speaking of which, Zane and Sakazuki have a deep connection. Back when they were at North Blue, the two of them were direct superiors and subordinates. Later, Zen became a colonel and joined the Marine Elite class, and his instructor happened to be Sakazuki. It can be said that more than half of her long military career was spent under Sakazuki's command. The reason why she was able to awaken her abilities so early was inseparable from Sakazuki's careful guidance. Sakazuki didn't say anything, and walked towards Zen step by step. Zane stepped back and accidentally bumped into the table. The table shook, and with a clatter, the unfortunate Den Mushi fell to the ground. Smoker couldn't help but say, Sakazuki Vice Admiral, that Den Mushi is important evidence, please. Before he could finish his words, Sakazuki was seen standing in front of Zen, his right hand turning into hot lava. Smoker was stunned. As expected of Akainu, he's going to take action right now? Too direct. Zion was so anxious that tears were about to come out. Brother Sakazuki. Sakazuki slowly reached out his hand, but did not attack Zane. Instead, he picked up the Den Mushi and squeezed it, turning it into a lump of charcoal. Smoker Hina. Den Mushi. Sakazuki walked up to Zephyr and bowed deeply. Teacher Zephyr, I guarantee with my character that Zine will never collude with the pirates. If anything goes wrong, I am willing to take full responsibility. Zephyr didn't reply, but just read the documents left by Doflamingo. After a while, he said unhappily, the evidence is destroyed, what's the point of saying this? Do you want me to convict a rear admiral without any evidence? Stand up, this is the first time I see you bending over, I have to give you some respect. Smoker, tell Cake that this matter ends here. Yes. Sakazuki straightened up, thank you, Mr. Zephyr. Suddenly, Zane threw himself on top of Sakazuki, hugged his waist with both hands, tears in his eyes. Brother Sakazuki, I knew you would believe me. Sakazuki's body stiffened, and an embarrassed but helpless expression appeared on his poker face. After a while of struggling, Sakazuki walked in front of Smoker and Hina. Thank you for taking care of Zane. Smoker looked surprised. The legendary Akainu was surprisingly easy to talk to. Could it be that he was cold on the outside but warm on the inside? Hina, on the other hand, looked at this and that and suddenly understood everything. However, Zane got furious when he heard this. No, what do you mean by thanking them for taking care of me? I can handle Doflamingo myself. Sakazuki, stop it, if it weren't for those two, you would have been beaten to death by Doflamingo. Zane looked embarrassed, when did you and the teacher come here? Zephyr flipped through the documents and said, we arrived just as your battle began. If I hadn't seen that you almost lost your life, I wouldn't have lifted you up so high and put you down so gently. Smoker frowned when he heard this, Teacher Zephyr, since you and the Vice Admiral are here, why did you let him leave? Zephyr didn't care. It's more important to know whether your subordinates are black or white than to know whether they are a small fry. Okay. Smoker was helpless. There is no way. In the eyes of Zephyr and Sakazuki, Doflamingo is now just a small fry. At most, others are fish fry, but he is Crucian carp skin. But Smoker knows how dangerous this guy is. However, the situation is not that bad. Doflamingo is badly hurt this time, and he probably won't rise like in the original plot. Besides, there are still a lot of wool to be taken from him. After hearing what Zephyr said, Zane's heart moved. Teacher, you mean? Zephyr nodded. Although you have cooperated with Doflamingo, it is just the underworld's thugs robbing each other. It is not a fault. As for that recording, it's too intentional to be trusted. You are lucky this time. I will not hold you responsible. Really? That's great. Zane finally smiled and bowed to Zephyr. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Then he turned to Sakazuki and raised his voice unconsciously. Thank you too, Brother Sakazuki. After that, no one said anything else. Zephyr continued to concentrate on the document, his expression changing from one to another. Smoker and the other four stood quietly aside. After a long while, Zephyr finally let out a sigh of relief. This Doflamingo, tell me about him. Everyone looked at Zen. She was the one who was most familiar with Ming Ge among the people present. Zane explained Doflamingo's personality, moves, style, and past experiences in detail. Except for the fact that they were once celestial dragons, almost all other information has been dug up. Of course, Smoker had no intention of adding this detail. After all, he couldn't explain the source of the news. After listening to this, Zephyr rubbed his brows. Smoker, you're right, we shouldn't let him go. Sakazuki asked curiously, Teacher, what's wrong? He knew Doflamingo, but that was all he knew. When Doflamingo came to prominence, he had already left North Blue. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether Ming Ge is there now. I thought he was a petty thief, but I didn't expect him to be so well hidden. He has infiltrated the country, the pirates, the underworld, even the government and the marines. It's not like pirates to go to such great lengths to do this. Zane nodded as well. I agree with this. That guy is very dangerous. We should get rid of him as soon as possible. With new hatred and old grudges, Zane hates Doflamingo to the core. Not only Doflamingo. Zephyr shook the information in his hand. After entering the Great Pirates era, the dark forces gradually grew stronger. We in the Marine Corps wanted to place people there, but the results were not satisfactory. CP did infiltrate successfully, but those guys didn't share any intelligence with us, which put us in a passive position. I think this is really an opportunity. The other four. The night before. In the small town on the East Island. It was late at night and the town was peaceful. Suddenly, there was a sound of dogs barking in the street. After a few seconds, there was a whimper and then silence again. Senor helped Doflamingo walk with difficulty, stepping over the body of a dog. When they arrived at a mansion in the town, the two stopped. Young master, this is the tallest building. Doflamingo nodded and walked into the house with Senor. Soon, several screams were heard from the house and blood splattered on the windows. After a long time, Pika came over with Diamandi. This is the Doflamingo Pirates emergency plan. When the members of the Doflamingo Pirates fled, the top officials will gather at the tallest building on the island closest to the east. Seeing Doflamingo, Pika hurried forward. Master, are you okay? Diamandi burst into tears and fell to his knees. Damn it! Young master, it's all my fault. It's all because I'm useless. Doflamingo laughed a few times. It has already happened, so don't worry about it. I am willing to pay any price for my family. But, Diamandi, what happened in the past few days? Tell me now. Yes. Diamandi wiped her tears and began to tell the story. However, I must never mention the fact that I was put in solitary confinement. Then, Pika and Senor also talked about their battle experiences. After hearing what the three said, Doflamingo covered his forehead in pain. I see, I was impulsive. Not only did he not get the support of Marine, but he also made Zane stand on the opposite side. And Toribal rescued Diamandi, broke Toribal. In addition, almost all the cotters, crew members, and assets were killed. Doflamingo was like going back to the time before liberation overnight. Diamandi slowly stood up and looked around. By the way, young master, where is Virgo? He's gone on other missions. Oh, so what are we going to do next? Doflamingo gave a weird smile. Of course I'm going to regroup. This little setback can't destroy my ambition. Let's expand our team first, starting with this town. At this time, it was already dawn outside. The townspeople who got up early have already started working. When someone noticed that the door of the building was open, they felt it was very strange and came over to check it out. As a result, he found blood and dead bodies everywhere, and he couldn't help but scream. Pika heard the noise and asked, Dover. Phew phew phew, what a bunch of noisy ants. Make them disappear. Pika nodded, glad to help. Then the body slowly merged into the wall. There were shrill screams outside, and then silence returned soon. The living townspeople have turned into a pile of minced meat. Doflamingo led his men, walking past the corpses expressionlessly. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard a child crying. Dad, Mom, everyone, what's wrong with you? Pika frowned, not expecting there were any survivors, so he decided to go back and deal with them. Doflamingo stopped him, let's go and see. Several people came to the place where the crying was happening and looked around secretly. It turned out to be a few children. Most children see this scene. Either they are vomiting non-stop, they are already unconscious, or they are crying non-stop. There was only a green-haired girl carrying a baby on her back. Although tears were streaming down her face, she was still desperately pulling her friends to take them away. But those kids were too scared. Not only did no one follow him, but someone pushed her away harshly. The green-haired girl bit her lip until it almost bled. She had no choice but to wipe away her tears, carry the baby on her back, and head into the woods alone. Looking at the girl's thin back, Doflamingo licked his lips. Senor, you follow this little girl. Pika, clean up the rest. Pika, Senor, at your service. Young master. After saying that, they slowly sank into the soil together. Sigh sigh sigh. Perhaps, children are also a good choice. Pirates, start from the very beginning. Chapter 45. 2 days later. On Zen's boat. Zephyr called Smoker and Hina to the command room. The two of them went into the house and took a look. Zephyr sat behind a huge desk with thick documents on the top. 2 days ago. Zen's warship picked them up. Many marines searched Doflamingo's pirates' ship inside and out. Toilets and trash cans were not spared. Probably because he has never suffered a big loss. Doflamingo did not develop the habit of hiding information in 3 burrows. As a result, the massive amount of intelligence he had collected with great effort over many years was seized by Zephyr. These 2 days. He stayed up all night reading the materials and finally managed to get through it. As soon as the two arrived, Sakazuki and Zen followed. Looking at the dark circles under their eyes and Sakazuki's slightly hunched figure, Smoker showed a look of understanding. Bah! Despicable! On the boat. I always look for places where there is no one. Seeing that the 4 people were all there, Zephyr pointed to the sofa and motioned for them to sit down. Zane, Smoker, Hina, you guys have done a great job this time. He patted the documents on the table and pointed to the box next to it. These are all the information about the underground world. Both the quantity and quality far exceed those of our intelligence department. Zane was surprised and said, "Really?" Zephyr nodded. From these data, it can be seen that the scale of the underground world has far exceeded Marine's expectations. It has reached a point where it has to be restricted. However, many member states have conflicts of interest with them and even help them evade capture. The so-called underground world refers to industries such as slavery, shipping, funeral services, and pleasure quarters that wander between black and white. The strength, background, and harm of some of these industry leaders are no less than those of the big pirates. However, compared to fighting and killing, they are better at conspiracy and intrigue, and with the cover of protection. It was difficult for the Marine to reach them, let alone deal with them. On the contrary, CP, who is good at intelligence and disguise, has made considerable progress. Doflamingo's information is both extensive and accurate. Various power divisions, black market transactions, codders, contacts, transaction records, everything is available. It's simply a stunner of the Marine Intelligence Department. Zephyr suddenly took a deep breath, took out a spray and sprayed it. I never expected that a little pirates would have such ambitions and means. It seems that it was a mistake for me to let him go. Zane slapped his thigh and said, "Teacher Zephyr, I told you so. The most dangerous thing about that BD is not his strength, but his thoughts and schemes. Really, you should have just taken action right then." Zephyr. Sakazuki quickly glared at her, "Don't get carried away." Zane was instantly silenced. He shrank back with a wry smile, showing none of the dignity of a rear admiral. Zephyr waved his hand nonchalantly. "Sakazuki, don't be so harsh, Zane is also a hero this time. With this information, it will be much easier to deal with the underground world in the future. So, your achievement is tantamount to opening up a new battlefield." The three of them stood up quickly. "Ahem. Mr. Zephyr, you are too kind. This is what Hina should do. It's all thanks to your good training, teacher." Zephyr. "Sakazuki. Sit down right there." Zephyr resisted the urge to punch someone and looked at Smoker and Hina. "You two little devils, you killed Gavant before, and I said I would reward you with a devil fruit. But I didn't expect that you were all Logia users. Plus, you have made great contributions this time. I don't know how to reward you for the time being. Why don't we talk about it after we get back to headquarters?" "Don't worry, I won't forget it." Smoker and Hina quickly saluted and said together, "Yes." Zephyr nodded, "Well, in that case, you guys go back first." Seeing that he had ordered them to leave, Smoker knew that he had something to tell Sakazuki and Zen, so he tactfully took Hina away. As soon as I got out, I could vaguely hear Zephyr saying something, followed by Zane's noise. The two did not dare to stay and hurried back to the cabin. Because of their recent achievements, they were assigned a single room that only officers could use. Although the sound insulation is poor, there is nothing we can do. But living with Hina is better than sharing a big bunk bed with a bunch of rough guys. Hina chatted while cleaning up. "I don't know what Mr. Zephyr said to Rear Admiral Zine, but it seems that Rear Admiral is not happy." After a while, when he didn't hear Smoker's answer, he looked over curiously. "Smoker." Smoker was seen holding a box in his hand in a daze. It was the treasure chest that exploded from Toripol's body. Hina walked over and asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is the devil fruit that was snatched from Doflamingo's executives," Smoker said as he opened the box. "The snow-white devil fruit looks similar to smoke fruit, original. This is Logia snow fruit, a lower-level fruit of frozen fruit. Although it is not outstanding among Logia fruits, it is still very precious." Hina reached out and touched the snow fruit. The Logia fruit is not weak. Even if an ordinary marine eats it, he will be trained immediately. Of course, we can't rely too much on the fruit. Hina sublimated a sentence. After all, it is the people who are powerful, not the fruits. Smoker didn't say anything, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. Who said this? It's full of pua. If that's the case, how come all the 4 emperors Admiral Shishibukai have top fruit? In the pirates' world, I have heard of top warriors with no fruit, but who has ever seen a warrior with a trash fruit? The only rubber fruit, and it's Nika's alias. Hina naturally had no idea of Smoker's wild thoughts and continued chatting. Smoker, the officers of the Doflamingo pirates, what are you going to do with them? But please don't lock someone up for half a month again. Hina thinks it's inhumane, although there's no need to be humane with pirates. Smoker lights a cigarette. I haven't decided yet. He was also a little worried. They had tortured Diamandi before and raided Doflamingo's house, so they had basically squeezed out all the intelligence. Now the most precious thing on them is the devil fruit. I have to say that the fruits of all of them are pretty good. Sticky fruit is somewhat similar to wax fruit. It can release extremely viscous, flammable, and explosive mucus. The control ability is first class and the damage is not low. The explosion fruit and the ton squeeze fruit. One can detonate inorganic matter, and the other can greatly increase weight. If used properly, it is explosion style and weighted rock. If I can get these fruits, plus the pink fruits on hand, you will have 4 high-quality fruits developed. However, although I successfully obtained the pink fruit last time, luck played a big role. The transformation mechanism of the devil fruit has not yet been explained in the plot, so everything has to be speculated. The only case is when the slime explodes and the salamander fruit moves to the nearest apple. But staying away is definitely not that easy. The pirates' world has a long history. Over the past few hundred or thousand years, tens of thousands of people with special abilities have died. I believe that there were at least 800 people who died near the fruit. If it were really that simple to solve the mystery of ability conversion, how can Blackbeard be the fruit hunter? Think about the inheritance of a few fruits. Blackbeard obtained the shock fruit in the curtain, the process is unknown. It seems that Big Mom ate the nun to obtain the soul fruit. Alabasta has 2 Zoan fruits that have been passed down from generation to generation. Giza's Badgers wants to kill Luffy and steal the rubber fruit. What do these have in common? What role does dark fruit play? Smoker thought hard, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hina, please help me get some fruit from the kitchen. Remember, 1 of each. Hina didn't understand, but she said happily, okay. Chapter 46. Hina moves very quickly. After a while, she brought a large basket with many fruits placed in it in a mess. Smoker looked at it. Bananas, apples, pineapples, cantaloupe, pears. Yes, these are the only shapes of devil fruit. As for that piece of sugarcane, let's put it aside for now. Smoker, what do you want with all that fruit? Although Smoker has become a big eater through training. But these big eaters are only interested in meat, and fruit is just a passing taste. Smoker put his arm around Hina's shoulders. I'm going to do an experiment, a great experiment. If it succeeds, hee. If you succeed, you won't have to worry about devil fruit for the rest of your life. Hina was about to open her mouth when the door was suddenly kicked open. Seeing the person coming, Hina jumped out of Smoker's arms as if she had received an electric shock. Smoker looked at him with flaming eyes. But when he saw the appearance of the person coming, he couldn't help but be stunned. Who is this person? He was skinny, wearing dirty clothes, his face was covered with thick dust, and a section of his long beard was burnt off. The man saw Smoker and his eyes lit up. Smoker, I've been looking for you these past few days. Smoker was shocked. Dr. Aubrey. How come you've become like this after just a few days of not seeing you? Aubrey was so excited at this moment that he grabbed Smoker's hand without disturbing the couple's consciousness. Smoker-kun, it worked. Smoker is a bit baffling. What are you talking about? What succeeded? It's all successful. You talked a lot to everyone before, and everyone worked like crazy on research, and it all came to fruition. What? Smoker was a little dumbfounded. He remembered that he was drunk and boasted to these scientists about the firearms technology in his previous life. But when I spoke at that time, it was disorganized, not systematic, and not detailed. These guys just did it based on their drunken talk. In fact, for these scientists, know the direction, know the goal. You're already halfway there. Aubrey held Smoker's hand and chattered non-stop. You're right. After the gunpowder is granulated, its power and combustion are significantly improved. And there are shells. Conical shells are much more powerful than round shrapnel shells. We also added some alloys to make them even better. Also, that AK-47 you mentioned. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Today is the perfect time for a test launch. Come with me and take a look. After saying that, he pulled Smoker towards the laboratory. Hey, slow down. Smoker didn't know where this old man got so much strength. I didn't dare to pull it hard and hurt him, so I could only look at the basket of fruits reluctantly. Then he was dragged away unwillingly. On deck, all the test items were neatly stacked. A heavy gun, a group of conical shells, and a group of round shells. 2 guns and several magazines filled with bullets. Several scientists and marines were busy. Smoker picked up the gun and looked it up and down. At least in terms of overall appearance and structure, it is 70% similar to the AK-47 of the previous life. Touching the gun body and buttstock, they are polished to be extremely smooth, and all the parts fit perfectly. Smoker couldn't help but exclaim, "It's incredible that we have achieved results in such a short time." Aubrey said complacently, "Of course, don't underestimate our gun house." But then he sighed. However, this is also thanks to the fact that we have a user of the shape-shaping fruit. He can shape anything into the shape he wants, so the progress is so fast. But she can only solve the problem of samples. There is still a long way to go to achieve mass production. Smoker smiled. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but at least we have taken the first step. After hearing this, Aubrey's previous worries were swept away. That's right, ha, the advancement of technology is unstoppable. Next comes the test firing. First he fired a few shots at the sea, then he fired his gun at a row of targets. Aubrey was holding the experimental records, surrounded by a group of scientists, all with joyful expressions. Suddenly, a big hand reached out and snatched the experimental records. The scientists glared. "Who are you? How dare you delay our experiment? Do you believe me? Lao Zi will report you to the leader." But when they saw the identity of the person, they were instantly silenced. It turned out to be Zephyr and Sakazuki. Just now, Smoker saw that the effect was good, so he asked someone to invite Zephyr and Sakazuki over. It's a rare opportunity to have the Admiral and Vice Admiral here, so we must show them around. As long as they are satisfied. The research funding behind this will be huge. Zephyr looked at the experimental results. Although his expression was calm, his fingers were trembling slightly. What did I see? Conical shells, power unknown, but range increased by 1/3. New automatic rifle, firing rate increased 10 times. A bolt-action rifle generally fires 20 to 30 rounds per minute, while an automatic rifle generally fires 600 to 800 rounds per minute. Excluding the time it takes to change magazines, the difference is about 10 times. This is a good thing that can directly improve Marine's foundation. As a senior Marine officer, he knew the current situation of Marine very well. With Roger's shout, the era of pirates begins. Pirates from all over the world are emerging in endless numbers like leaks, making Marine particularly uncomfortable. But what's even worse is The young people who were supposed to join the Marines, instead, became pirates for the sake of freedom and dreams. As one grows, the other shrinks. Marine began to feel a lack of momentum. Now Marine is basically a third-generation person. The first generation is my generation, which is full of talented people. Not only does he have 3 top fighters, Garp, Sengoku and himself, but he also has Crane, a super capable think tank. The second generation is Sakazuki and his group, and they can be considered as successors. Although Garp's son ran away, the remaining 3 little monsters all have the potential to be admirals. There are also young generals headed by Cake and Gosano, who are all capable of fighting. However, by the third generation, as we enter the pirates era, the situation takes a sharp turn for the worse. The quality of marine newcomers has seriously declined. In addition to Smoker and Hina in front of us, I haven't encountered any amazing talents in these years. Zephyr has been worried about this. Marine's current strength positioning is very embarrassing. Can crush any pirates group, but can't suppress the entire field. This leads to a result. Once the Marines become too aggressive, the pirates, who were originally fighting on their own, will band together for warmth, leading to an escalation of the war. This is a deadlock that cannot be untied. Unless there are a dozen more Marine admirals at once, they can directly kill through New World. Otherwise it will be in vain. Because of the war, many people were left homeless and suddenly became pirates. But this time the results were different. Although it poses no threat to the big pirates of New World, but he was able to quickly wipe out the pirates of Sahai and Paradise. Over time, the New World's pirates will not be replenished and will naturally weaken. It's like a big tree. Although you can't cut it off directly, you can pour boiling water on it every day. Seeing Zephyr appear, Dr. Aubrey was so overjoyed that his beard trembled. Zephyr Admiral! Why are you here too? He has been in the laboratory these days, oblivious to what is happening outside and has no idea what is happening outside. Long time no see, Aubrey. Zephyr smiled and said, I have long since resigned as Admiral. I am now just a second-tier old man. Dr. Aubrey shook his head quickly. That won't work. In my heart, you will always be the Admiral. If you hadn't stood up against all odds, the Science Corps would have been disbanded long ago. You are the benefactor of our entire Science Corps. Smoker was stunned. Zephyr has such a deep connection with the tech force? That's right, there are quite a few disabled people in Marine, but only Zephyr got the Crusher. I originally thought it was a benefit obtained through Admiral status. Now it seems that it may not be the case. Zephyr watched another test launch. Even made himself a target, being hit by shells and bullets. Only then did he leave with Sakazuki, feeling satisfied. On the way, he suddenly asked, Sakazuki, what do you think of Smoker? Sakazuki paused for a moment and said, he is a versatile person who is good at both literature and martial arts. Zephyr smiled bitterly and nodded, yet, what a troublesome little brat. I haven't received any reward for my last achievement, and now I've made another great achievement. I don't know what to do. Forget it, let's leave it to Sengoku and Tsuru, they're smart. Also, Sakazuki, what have you and Zane thought about what happened last time? Sakazuki looked at Zephyr with a determined look. Strictly obey orders. Smoker. After he brought Hina back. First, he hung a big lock outside, and then used elementalization to get back into the house through the crack in the door. Holding a bunch of fruits, he smiled sinisterly. This time, even if the 5 elders come, don't even think about making me open the door. He. Chapter 47. Smoker returned to the house. He took out a torch, lit it, and handed it to Hina. Smoker, what are you going to do? I want to try and see if I can deprive other people of their abilities. Hina was shocked, is this possible? There are countless people with special abilities on the sea. If they could really take away their abilities, there would be chaos a long time ago. I was just trying. No matter what happens next, don't move, just watch from the side. Okay, Hina understands. Smoker nodded. Darkness surged out from under my feet, spreading along the floor, walls, and ceiling, soon covering the entire room. The room is like a black box. There was no light except the torch in Hina's hand. All the sounds around him disappeared. Smoker still feels dissatisfied. Close your eyes, concentrate, and feel something silently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and exerted force. The thick layer of darkness collapsed instantly and became more solid. If it was originally a thick layer of cotton wool, now it is a thin layer of iron plate. Smoker did the same thing again, adding several layers of thickness. Hina just watched quietly. Perhaps because of the loss of sound and light, the sense of touch has become particularly acute. She noticed that the gravitational field around her was constantly changing. The flames on the torches seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, constantly changing shape. Smoker heaved a sigh of relief when the surroundings were completely enclosed by darkness. Take out one of each fruit and lay them out in a row. Torbal, Gladius, Mahaba, 3 fruits. Let's start with Mahabashi. The ton squeeze fruit is average, so it's not a pity if it fails. Release. Smoker throws Mabayas out. Mabayas was locked up for 3 days without food or water. When he came out, he first looked desperate and numb, and then looked at the light source in confusion. After seeing Hina, he screamed, "It's you!" But before he could move, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Finger gun! The steel-like fingers ruthlessly penetrated Mabayas' neck. He felt a sharp pain and lost consciousness instantly. Smoker ignored him and just stared at the fruits nervously. A few seconds later, a pineapple suddenly deformed. Threads grow on it and the color turns reddish-brown. Original. This is... Hina was so shocked that she was speechless. Smoker looked delighted. This is his ton squeeze fruit. As expected. After the ability user dies, the fruit will be reborn on the fruit. At present, it must be the same kind of fruit. Alabasta can inherit the fruit. After Gavin's death, the pink fruit appeared on the ship, indicating that the fruit conversion has a range. The ton-crushing fruit appears a few seconds after the host dies, so there is a delay. This means that the transformation is not completed instantly across space, but more like the reincarnation of the soul. Just one case. Smoker got several speculations. So he struck while the iron was hot. Killed Torbal and Gladius. He also got the sticky fruit and the boom boom fruit. Then he took out the fruits he had obtained before. I have to say, the 5 devil fruits together are really spectacular. Smoker smiled happily. In fact, there are still several issues that have not been verified. For example, if there is no fruit in the devil fruit's respawn range, will it expand the scope of rebirth, or continue to wait until the right fruit appears? For example, Big Mom is suspected to have gained his abilities by devouring nuns. Does this mean that living things can also have blocking abilities? But to Smoker, none of this matters. Because Smoker has mastered the method of depriving the fruit of its power. Smoker put his arm around Hina's slender waist. See, it's a masterpiece. Hina took a while to come back to her senses and swallowed. Smoker, I don't know why, Hina is a little scared. You must not spread this ability of yours, even to Zephyr-sensei and the others. Smoker stroked her pink hair lovingly. Of course. I'm not that stupid. Then he looked at the bodies of Toribal and the others. These guys all have bounties. Toripol is 60 million pele, Gurudaiu is 25 million pele, Mabayas is 7 million pele. Including Jora and Laoji, the bounty is definitely over 100 million. Whether you keep it in exchange for military merit or sell it to bounty hunters, it is a good choice. Don't waste it. Smoker muttered, stuffing them back in. Then, he waved his hand, and the solid darkness around him began to dissipate and return to his body. The devil fruit on the ground was also collected. Fruit hunter. If Blackbeard can do it, why can't I? Smoker. Although there are many people with special abilities, the grand line is too large. With just Smoker alone, and at most Hina. You can't catch many people with special abilities even if you work yourself to death. What's more, they have to be captured alive and then killed. But asking comrades for help would be too conspicuous. Smoker was speechless for a while. Obviously, depriving Marine of the fruit's power would benefit Marine. But I dare not reveal a single detail. I feel so depressed. We must find a way to capture a large number of pirates alive. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a rhythmic whistle sounded in the distance. Hina listened attentively. Smoker, a warship is coming, it's the headquarters warship. The whistle just now was sounded by a warship. The sound of a warship's whistle is very particular and can convey information. Smoker has no idea about this, but Hina is very good at it. Oh. Then let's go check it out. After the two went out, they saw Zephyr and Sakazuki, and went to the deck together. Zane was already waiting on the deck. It turns out that this ship is Zephyr's ship. At that time, the two saw Smoker and his group fighting from afar, so they took the lead and used moonwalk to reach the island. Later I didn't go back to the boat, but just let it follow me from a distance. Now that Zane is going back to G2, and Zephyr and the others are going back to headquarters, it's natural that they have to go their separate ways. Zane saw a few people and went to meet them. Teacher Zephyr, Brother Sakazuki, are you leaving now? There was a hint of reluctance in his tone. Zephyr chuckled, rarely joking. It's time to go. You're living too comfortably on your ship. If I stay any longer, my old bones will rust. Zane chuckled, like a peony blooming. You're trying to taunt me, but I won't listen anyway, so it's useless for you to say anything. Then, she looked at Sakazuki, her eyes misting over. It's been a long time since we last met. I'm afraid it will be extra long this time. Sakazuki nodded expressionlessly. It's all for justice. Zane choked and hummed softly. At this time, the two ships were close. Zion sighed, Teacher, Brother Sakazuki, and the two of you, hurry up and get on board. Zane, take care. Zephyr said, jumping onto the boat first. Smoker also saluted and followed him onto the boat. Hina waved her hand and said, Rear Admiral Zane, thank you for your care during this period. Hina will go to G2 to see you if there is a chance. Zane's expression froze at first, then instantly changed to a smile. Well, come on, Hina, you must become a female marine like Chief of Staff Crane. Sakazuki was the last to leave. He said nothing at first, but when he passed by Zane, he stopped and sighed heavily. Be safe and be careful. Don't force yourself. If the situation is critical, retreat when necessary. Chapter 48. Arrived on Zephyr's ship. Smoker and Hina finally relaxed. This time, it was just a simple training project. As a result, he first surrounded Gavant, then fell to a deserted island, then lurked on the G2 warship, and finally fought against Doflamingo. I was away for nearly 3 months. So, the way Zephyr looked at them was just like a teacher looking at a top student who had been absent from school for 3 months. On the first day on board, Zephyr showed concern for them. The next day, he started urging them to practice more. Every day, they find someone to accompany them in actual combat training. There are hundreds of people on a ship, and there are also several Rear Admiral Commodores, so there is no need to worry about having no opponents. Zephyr sometimes takes to the field himself. Although Smoker and Hina's strength has greatly increased. But when facing Admiral, we lose in various ways every time. Sakazuki sometimes can't help but feel itchy. In order to prevent the ship from being damaged, he did not use any abilities but only used basic combat power. But even so, with his monster-like physique and perfect two-color haki, he can still torture Smoker and Hina to death. They all lay on the deck, doubting their lives. This day, Zephyr trained the two again. Sakazuki just stood aside and watched the fun. When the training was over, Zephyr took out 2 small boxes. Smoker, Hina, I've got a little gift for you, I hope you like it. He. Thank you, Mr. Zephyr. Hina happily took the box. But Smoker looked at Zephyr's malicious smile and felt that it was not that simple. When I opened the box, my eyes twitched slightly. This is sea stone. In the box lay a necklace with a pendant hanging from it, which was exactly the same as her own sea stone pendant, only brighter in color. Looking at Hina's one, it's similar to mine. Smoker first touched Hina's necklace, and instantly felt a familiar feeling of weakness. Sure enough, the purity is less than 20%. He touched his own again, and suddenly his legs went limp. FK, this one is at least twice as pure. Smoker gritted his teeth and put on a new necklace. That feeling is like donating 3 pounds of blood, or having a fever of 40 degrees Celsius. He has been wearing the sea stone necklace for 3 years and has developed good resistance. Wearing the previous necklace, although I cannot use the power of the fruit, my basic combat power can at least be maintained at half. But wearing this necklace, I have to breathe heavily after walking a few steps. I guess I am not even as good as an ordinary soldier. At this time, Hina exclaimed from the side. She was wearing the necklace, half kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly. This reaction is also normal. After all, Hina had never experienced sea stone resistance training. The low purity alone was enough to make her unable to bear it. Zephyr squatted in front of Hina. How do you feel? Hina's forehead was covered with sweat. Is this sea stone? Hina feels so weak. Zephyr chuckled and stood up. From now on, you two must wear this necklace except when sleeping. You are not allowed to take it off whether you are eating, drinking, defecating, or studying. This. Hina looked embarrassed. Smoker patted her shoulder. Okay, no problem. Zephyr looked at Hina's expression. Whatever, Hina has never experienced sea stone resistance training, so she doesn't know the benefits. He took off Smoker's necklace and threw it back to Sakazuki. Sakazuki caught it and held it in his hand, but his expression did not change at all. Hina, take off your necklace and go practice with Sakazuki. The other. Just kidding, he's still wearing sea stone. Isn't it unfair for me to win like this? 2 minutes later, Hina was stuck upside down on the deck. Legs up in the air, twitching slightly. Sakazuki was just panting slightly, and once he stopped moving, there was nothing unusual to notice. Smoker quickly pulled Hina out. Hina lowered her head, feeling too embarrassed to face others. The sea stone in Smoker's necklace is 33% pure, about twice as pure as yours. Hina showed a shocked expression, and Smoker also had a serious look on his face. That necklace is almost her limit, but Sakazuki can easily defeat Hina after wearing it. It seems that there is still a hopeless gap between me and the top powerhouses. Zephyr handed the sea stone necklace to Smoker. Sea stone is the biggest weakness of people with special abilities. In recent years, pirates have also started to see sea stone weapons in their hands. Fortunately, the sea stone they have is generally not very pure, so resistance training is necessary. As long as you can adapt, even if the enemy uses sea stone, you will be able to retain a certain amount of self-defense power. Of course, there are more benefits. Training with sea stone is hard, but it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's also a benefit for people with special abilities. Hina suddenly realized. I see, Hina, I understand. Thank you for the gift. After saying that, she put on the necklace swiftly. Although his body swayed slightly, he still gritted his teeth and held on. Smoker also put on the necklace. Zephyr was pleased with their attitude. Very good, keep it up. After saying that, he was about to leave with Satsuki. Suddenly, Smoker called Sakazuki. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, how much pure sea stone can you handle? Sakazuki was stunned and thought for a moment. If the purity is below 20%, you just can't use your abilities, but your basic combat power will hardly be affected. The purity is about 50%. Although it can be used for training, it will be very stressful. When it reaches 60%, it will almost completely lose its combat effectiveness. Smoker showed a shocked expression. More than 60% of sea stones will rarely appear outside of Wano Kuni and the world government. In other words, there are almost no pirates who can completely restrain him with sea stone. No wonder he is called a monster, no wonder he can become an admiral in the future, the reputation is well deserved. But Sakazuki was not complacent. It's no big deal. I heard that the monsters in the New World can withstand sea stone with a purity of up to 70%. The enemies of justice are still very powerful. We must not take it lightly. After saying that, he turned around and followed Zephyr away. Smoker frowned. He was probably talking about Kaido and Anti. Their physical fitness was originally much stronger than that of the three admirals, so it was normal for them to be able to withstand sea stone of higher purity. More importantly, most of their strength lies in their physical fitness. A steel balloon, an extra long health bar. Even if I don't use my abilities, and I only have a little bit of my strength left, I can still easily take down the Emperor's vice-chairman. The road ahead is still long. Hina, how about practicing a little longer? With the necklace. Bring. Add. Time flies, and 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The naval headquarters is also within easy reach. That day, Smoker threw a coin high up and got a newspaper from the newspaper delivery goal. Smoker flipped through it casually. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw an unexpected piece of news. The more he looked, the more shocked his expression became. After reading it, he hurried to find Hina. Oh no, Hina! Something happened to Zane Rear Admiral. Chapter 49. In the training room. Smoker and Hina huddled together, reading the newspaper word for word. Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Princess of the Kingdom of Todaneo, North Blue, Bradley Zane. During his tenure at North Blue, he colluded with pirates Don Quixote da Flamingo. Resisted arrest, won over loyal followers, held important members of the Marine Science Corps hostage, killed 1 scientist and 17 Marines, escaped successfully. Marine is wanted, and the Kingdom of Todaneo has issued a statement to revoke her princess status. There is also a bounty on the docket. The fallen Marine Rear Admiral, Bradley Zahn, has a bounty of 202 million berries. Wow, he stole Drake's nickname. After reading it, Smoker and Hina looked at each other. For those who do not know the truth, this report is shocking enough. It's really shocking that a promising Marine star turns into a wanted criminal. But for Smoker and Hina, this is no longer shocking, it's magical. Hina just felt anxious and angry. What's going on? Didn't Mr. Zephyr say that he would not pursue the matter? SHH. Smoker covered her mouth with his hand, looked around to see if there was anyone around, and then let go. Calm down. Go ask Mr. Zephyr first. In the office, Zephyr was sitting behind his desk, reading the same newspaper. Sakazuki sat on the sofa opposite. The brim of the hat was pulled down, casting a shadow over his face, making it impossible to see his expression. After a while, Zephyr put down the newspaper. Sakazuki. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Sakazuki nodded and said solemnly, Teacher Zephyr, it doesn't matter, it's all for justice. Zephyr sighed. I am well aware of the danger of this mission. The underground world is a place where people are eaten without leaving any bones. It is even more dangerous than the battles of the pirates. But I'm sorry, Zane is indeed the best candidate. Sakazuki looked up, his eyes showing worry, but more of determination. Zane is also a marine, he should sacrifice everything for justice. I am really worried about her, but which marine doesn't worry about their family behind the scenes? We will never push dangerous tasks onto others just because of our own weakness. Zephyr sighed, nodded, and said nothing more. What is there to say? Everyone understands the truth that needs to be said. Talking too much is just noise and makes you seem pretentious. It would be better to let him have some peace and quiet. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. Hina rushed in with a newspaper. Smoker followed behind somewhat awkwardly. Teacher Zephyr, why did Rear Admiral Zine defect from the Marine? Hasn't Doflamingo been pardoned? Hina doesn't understand. Sakazuki said coldly, Zen has become a traitor to Marine. All you need to do is cut off her head. You don't need to understand the rest. If you understand, get out of here. You. Hina was angry and anxious. How could Rear Admiral Zane betray Marine? Others don't understand, don't you understand? Sakazuki's expression suddenly turned gloomy, he stood up quickly, staring at Hina with hawk-like eyes. I'm saying this one last time, get out now. His arm suddenly turned into red-hot magma, dripping with a sharp hissing sound. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Zephyr sighed, stop it. Sakazuki, put your ability away, it's too dangerous. The new carpet is burned through. You shouldn't be on board with your ability. Sakazuki snorted, retracted his ability, and sat back on the couch. Smoker also quickly pulled Hina to his side. Zephyr sighed, forget it, Sakazuki, tell them. But I know it's confidential and they can't access it with their identities. But the two of them participated in the whole process and knew the whole process. If they had doubts and went back to talk about it, it would affect the plan. Sixki was silent for a while, then said in a muffled voice, okay, whatever you want. You are the leader, you don't care, why should I be afraid? Then, Zephyr told Smoker the reason. It turns out that after Zephyr received Doflamingo's information, he immediately sent a copy to Sengoku and Crane. As for Garp, never mind. Paper is not expensive, but it should not be wasted. Sengoku and Tsuru, two smart guys, quickly devised a plan to infiltrate the underground world. Select a group of Marines, use this information, and infiltrate the underground world. If that were all, then Zen wouldn't be in any danger. But he came up with a bold idea. The underworld is also divided into gangs and factions, and it can be said that there are big guys everywhere. Placing an undercover agent next to a big boss can indeed help you obtain intelligence, but it is indeed a bit petty. Why don't we train our own marine bosses? If we advance, we can suppress other forces in the underground world. If they retreat, they can absorb money from the underground world and feed back to Marine. When Sengoku heard this, he also applauded, saying that women are indeed as good as men. But there is only one problem, that is, who will be the boss? Being an undercover agent is easy, there are plenty of Marines who are brave and careful. It's different for big guys. First of all, you must have strength. It is difficult to convince others without a strong fist. Secondly, you need to have strategy and scheming, at least you need to be ruthless enough, otherwise you will not be able to beat others. Once again, we need to be able to make money, at least to be self-sufficient. We can't always count on the Marine to subsidize us, right? Finally, you need to have the style of a big boss, know how to enjoy life, and have style. There are actually quite a few Marines that meet the first two requirements, but these two directly kill 99% of them, even those three monsters. After choosing, it seems that Zane is the most suitable. So the task fell on her. The reason is ready-made, it is connected to Doflamingo. The fact that Doflamingo was able to obtain so much information shows that he has deep connections with the underground world. When Zane ventures into the underground world, someone will naturally seek him out for verification. In this way, Doflamingo can be used as a cover. Zen was strongly opposed to this mission. It's not because I'm afraid of death, but because of the country. Her purpose of joining the Marine was to reduce the heavenly gold for the kingdom of Totteneo. If they betray the Marine now, what will happen to the kingdom of Totteneo? But Sengoku had anticipated this and offered very good conditions. One is to secretly promote her to Vice Admiral. In this way, the kingdom of Totteneo can reduce half of the heavenly gold. Compared to when he was a Rear Admiral, he can save about 20 billion Baileys a year. With this money, people's lives should be much better, right? The second is to build a marine base in the kingdom of Totteneo to protect them from attacks by pirates. As expected, Zane was tempted and took on the task without hesitation. After hearing what Zephyr said, Hina was stunned. I see. Sorry, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. When Zane received such a dangerous mission, he should be the one he was most worried about. No wonder he reacted so strongly just now. Sakazuki nodded. Nothing. But this is a confidential mission, you must keep it a secret. If you leak the secret, I will execute you personally. Smoker and Hina shrank their necks. Yes. Distant seas. There is a sailboat. Zen stood at the bow, looking out to sea. There were a dozen crew members on deck. They are the subordinates that Zane brought from North Blue to G2, and they are her absolute loyal fans. When Zen ran away, these people chased him and fled together. Zane was also having a headache. I was carrying out the mission, and defecting is also a credit. You guys, if you defect, you really defected. Zion wanted to cry but had no tears, so he could only lead them. So, a fake traitor led a group of real traitors and formed his own force. At this time, a man ran over. No. No, Captain, what is the name of our pirates group? There was a piece of cloth on the deck with the words, "Become pirates first, then start a business, make it bigger and stronger, and create more glory." Zion looked in a certain direction in the distance and murmured. Let's call it Sakura Fubuki Pirates. Chapter 50. A few more days passed. Smoker and Hina returned to the naval headquarters after a long absence. So many things have happened in these days that both of them feel as if they were in a different world. That evening, Smoker and Hina called Kuzan, Cake, and other acquaintances and VIP, Ace and other good classmates. Hold a lively party at home. What surprised Smoker was that Cake even invited Jun. The banquet is in full swing. He drank a large glass of wine in tons and tons. Smoker, you are amazing. You actually defeated Doflamingo. Smoker smiled and waved his hand. I don't dare to take credit for it. It was Rear Admiral Zane who defeated him. Hina and I just helped. Kaji patted him on the back, it's already amazing. Doflamingo is a supernova, one of the best. In front of high-end Rear Admirals like Cake and Jun, he naturally couldn't cause any trouble. But for ordinary Rear Admirals, it is definitely a very difficult and powerful enemy. Smoker is just a private soldier, but he can intervene in the battle between them. This performance is amazing enough. Jun nodded and sighed. I just didn't expect that Zane would collude with the pirates. Jun and Zen are from the same period. There aren't many strong women in Marine, so the two have always had a good relationship. I didn't expect that after such a short time of not seeing each other, such a change would happen to the other person. The pirates must have used some tricks to lure their friends into depravity. Jun had already drunk a lot, and the thought of this made her even angrier. She touched the gold bira at her waist, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. It was that sinister pirates named Doflamingo who harmed Zane. Just pray that he doesn't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make him regret coming into this world. Kuzan and Cake nodded in agreement. No matter what happened, killing Doflamingo was the right thing to do. Smoker took a sip of wine, unsure. He is a former celestial dragon. If the world government wants him dead, they will only let CP do it. You have no chance. Hina wanted to defend Zane. But since it was a confidential mission, she opened her mouth but ended up lowering her head in frustration. Ah! Knowing the truth but not being able to tell it. It hurts. At this time, Kuzan's head moved closer to Smoker. Brother Smoker, I heard your abilities are pretty cool. Can you let me see it sometime? Smoker said angrily, no. With my current strength, any ability I have is useless in front of you. I don't want to humiliate myself. If I wasn't traveling with Sakazuki, I might have wanted to give it a try. But on Zephyr's ship, he had been abused by Sakazuki all the way. I have no interest in such a difficult challenge now. Kuzan smacked his lips and moved closer to Hina. He started saying things like ice can't freeze smoke, so why not go and practice? Hina sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? The magma can't burn away the smoke. I was stuck on the deck. Seeing that both of them ignored him, Kuzan could only smack his lips and shrink back helplessly. After chatting for a while, Smoker put down his glass. Let's not talk about those fighting and killing things. I brought you presents, Hina. Hina nodded and went back to the inner room to carry out a few boxes. When they opened the box, the eyes of Kuzan, Cake, and other male marines lit up. Inside are rare high-end liquors and cigars. It turned out that after Smoker seized Doflamingo's ship, although documents, treasures, weapons and other things must be handed over, but there are still a lot of unimportant things like cigarettes and alcohol. Zephyr waved his hand. Let Smoker choose first and take whatever he wants. It can be considered a benefit for the hero. Although Sakazuki felt it was inappropriate, he didn't dwell on such a small matter and just turned a blind eye. In Marine, not everyone likes high positions and generous salaries. But when it comes to tobacco and alcohol, he will never give in. Kuzan, Cake, and others began to fight for it without giving in to each other. Only Jun sat at the table, sipping red wine quietly. Looking at Cake who was half frozen, with his left hand still inserted in Kuzan's nostril. Look at VIP lying on the ground, being driven crazy by 1,000 years of death. Look at Ace who is foaming at the mouth after being picked by the monkey. A flash of disdain flashed across her beautiful eyes. Tisk, a bunch of childish guys. If it weren't for Cake's sake, how could I, who am so elegant, be fooling around here? Cake and Jun were classmates at the same time. Apart from the three monsters, they are the best in the elite class. If Cake hadn't always been pestering Jun, Jun wouldn't have rejected him so much. In fact, whether it is out of friendship or colleague relationship, Jun didn't mind getting closer to Cake. Now, with Smoker's advice, Kaji decisively changed his strategy towards Ji-Yuan. From clinging and licking dogs without thinking, it became playing hard to get, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, 3 shallow and 1 deep. These tricks that were used up in the previous life. In the pirate's world, it's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Jun was tricked without realizing it. In just a few months, their relationship became better and better. Even Jun himself didn't realize it. Even though Kaji spent just as much time hanging around her as before, she didn't feel annoyed at all. Sometimes, even when he is very busy and doesn't show up for a long time, she still feels uncomfortable. This time too. Smoker, please add on the meal. Cake asked Jun to join him, and she followed naturally. Seeing Jun drinking alone, Hina certainly wouldn't ignore her. She took out an exquisite box. After opening it, it turned out to be a beautiful necklace. The main body is made of platinum, the chain is as smooth as silk, and the pendant is a sapphire that seems to contain a sea of stars, emitting charming blue light. It was also loot from the Doflamingo ship. Rear Admiral Ji Yuan, this is a gift for you. Look, this color and style are especially suitable for your skin tone and temperament. This is what Zion taught her. A female marine is first and foremost a woman. No matter how strong, how resolute, how focused, how wise. There is no resistance to cute things, flowers, cakes and jewelry. Ji Yuan glanced at the necklace and fiddled with it casually. As a marine, the most important thing is the belief and strength to protect justice. Gorgeous external things will only distract you. Hina was unable to react for a moment. Rear Admiral Ji Yuan, you are teaching me a lesson, but no need to be so distant. Ji Yuan took the box without leaving a trace and put it in her cloak. Just call me sister. Oh, okay, Sister Ji Yuan. Well, Hina, come and have a drink with me. Smoker, cuisine, cake. Chapter 51. The next day, Smoker and Hina showed up at the training ground on time. When the students saw this, their eyes lit up. I'm almost depressed from training every day. It's rare for the two of them to come back, and finally find a reason. They all gathered around and talked non-stop. There are those who care, those who inquire, and those who are 8 trigrams. That's great. It really makes us students proud. I'm from North Blue. That Doflamingo is the most vicious pirates in North Blue. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat him. Smoker, you deserve the position of chief. Smoker was stunned. Chief. Oh, yes, you don't know yet. In the last assessment, you defeated Gavant, and then you defeated the even more vicious Doflamingo. You are now the undisputed chief of the expanded class. It turned out that news of his deeds had already been reported back long before Smoker came back. Although the Marines who were able to enter the elite expansion class were all young and arrogant. But no matter how arrogant you are, you still have to give in. Therefore, everyone is quite convinced that Smoker is the chief. At this moment, a voice came from a distance, "Assemble." Everyone shuddered reflexively and ran back to line up. At this time, Kaji walked in front of everyone with a document. I have an appointment here. Due to time constraints, I won't read out the whole thing. I'll just give you the main points. Smoker is now appointed as Lieutenant Colonel of Naval Headquarters, and Hina is appointed as Major of Naval Headquarters. If you want to know more, go back and look at the notice board. There was a sudden noise from the audience. Everyone was surprised. Hina was only a warrant officer and Smoker was only a private. The two of them were promoted several levels. Smoker and Hina were also a little surprised. It's not because the promotion was too fast, on the contrary, it's because the reward was too light. Not to mention anything else, just Smoker improved the gunpowder and shells and increased the foundation of the entire marine, so giving him a Commodore is not too much. Smoker and Hina looked at each other and didn't say much. The two of them believed that strength was the most important thing and did not care much about military rank. And Zephyr and Sakazuki are aware of their contributions. This shows that this was intentional by the top management. Although I don't know the intention, Zephyr will not let himself suffer any loss given his personality. So he saluted and gladly accepted the appointment. The other students looked at him with envy. Their daily focus is on training and learning, and they go to sea less frequently than ordinary Marines, so their promotion will naturally be slower. Among more than 200 cadets, only a few older captains became majors. Others are still stuck at the level of lieutenant or even sergeant. And Smoker has become the first lieutenant colonel among us. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. After finishing the morning training, Smoker and Hina wanted to leave immediately. Suddenly, an annoying voice came from behind. I didn't expect you two to survive. It's a pity that I accidentally fell off the boat, otherwise you wouldn't have been in any danger. Smoker, let me give you a piece of advice. The chief position is only given to you temporarily, and it will change hands soon. Smoker's eyes turned cold and he slowly turned to look at him. Gaspard. Yes, I haven't settled the score with this guy yet. No matter how he provoked him before, Smoker didn't bother to respond. After all, you are not a child, there is no need to take trivial matters seriously. But in the previous battle, he actually attacked Hina, which had crossed the bottom line. Falling off the boat? Wasn't he knocked out? His fists are weak, but his life is strong. Fly out. Everyone's eyes turned to Gaspardi. Gaspardi's face turned red and his defense was immediately broken. You sharp-tongued BD. You can feel the hardness of my fist with your body. I have been very busy these past few months. I was quite sorry when you died. Now that you're back, Chief, do you have the guts to accept my challenge? Oh. Smoker sneered, that's what I want. The students around were also cheered up after hearing this. Well said, Smoker. Teach that BD a lesson. Chief, we support you. But some people still have concerns. Is Smoker okay? I don't know. Although Gaspardi is a BD, his strength is real. What bullshit strength? He just relied on the devil fruit. Without the devil fruit, Lao Zi will beat the shit out of him. The ability of the fruit is also part of your strength, and there was one time when I almost beat you to death without using the fruit. What the hell? You still say that? I have to say, Gaspardi's ability is too tricky. Although there are weaknesses, not many students, male or female, know how to cook noodles, let alone know that flour can harden soft candy. He has always been invincible in the class. Even if all the others joined forces, they couldn't hurt him at all. As a result, he became more and more arrogant and domineering. Now it is basically a situation where people hate dogs. However, Gaspardi's psychological quality is extremely good, and he doesn't care about the accusations and criticisms from others. There is a bit of aura of being indifferent to the criticism of thousands of people. Soon, everyone made room for them. Smoker, Hina, and Gaspardi were in the middle, surrounded by a circle of spectators. Smoker spit the cigarette out of his mouth and was about to go up and beat the guy up. Suddenly, Hina stopped Smoker. Smoker immediately understood that she was going to do it herself. So he gave up his seat and retreated into the crowd. Hina stared at Gaspardi. Speaking of which, our last battle was interrupted by Instructor Kaji. It's just in time to settle our accounts first. I don't care, it doesn't matter who my opponent is. But I won't stop just because you're a woman. Please try your best, don't use this as an excuse if you lose. Gaspardi's face darkened, I will lose to you. After saying that, he roared and rushed towards Hina with great momentum. Shave. Hina's figure suddenly disappeared. Don't think you're the only one who can do this. Shave. Gaspardi's figure also disappeared. There was a loud bang in the air, and the two men's fists collided, then quickly separated. Smoker was stunned. Hey? Gaspardi has made great progress. A marine next to him nodded. Yes, after the last incident, he took the initiative to learn the 6 styles. Even Instructor Cake said that he has made great progress. After saying that, he glanced at Smoker, as if asking, aren't you worried? Smoker was naturally not worried at all. No haki, no sea stone. Take the head and play with Hina. The two men separated after exchanging fist fights, and Gaspardi rushed forward again. This time it was a kick towards Hina. Hina tried to block, but suddenly dense green spikes appeared on her legs, like a mace. Hina was a little surprised, frowned, and immediately avoided it with paper arts. Gaspardi raised his legs and slowly retracted the spikes. How about this move? It's hard to deal with, isn't it? But you can dodge it, so you deserve praise. After saying that, he continued to attack. Every time it attacks, spikes will appear on its body. If it were an ordinary marine, it would be difficult to deal with it. Hina used Tempest Kick to cut off Gaspardai's head and jumped back a few steps to create distance. Not bad, I didn't expect you could combine taijutsu and abilities. Hina thought you were just a loser who relied on the fruit. Gaspardai's head slowly grew out. Thanks to you, I was able to discover my weaknesses. As a thank you, I will let you have a good taste of my moves. Hee. Hina laughed a few times without commenting. Gummy Swamp. Gaspardai releases the gummies. It covered the entire training ground in an instant. Hina used Moonwalk to stop in mid-air, and then used Tempest Kick. Several wind blades attacked the gummy, cutting it off easily, but they quickly returned to their original state. You can't escape. Gummy Crossbow. Gaspardai stretched out his hands and sprayed out countless green spikes. I have to say, Gaspardai's current moves are very similar to those of Zane. But whether it's speed or skills, the difference is not even a little bit. Hina had undergone special training with Zane, and this level of attack could not cause any pressure at all. Gaspardai laughed. Idiot, how long can your moonwalk last? My gummies are unlimited. A frog in a well. Hina dodged an attack, suddenly accelerated towards Gaspardai, and punched him in the face. Gaspardai didn't dodge or evade, and sneered, your attack on me. Ugh. Before he could finish his words, Hina punched him away. A stream of blood spurted out, mixed with a few broken teeth. Gaspardai fell heavily to the ground, and before he could catch his breath, Hina landed heavily on his chest. The tremendous force made him spit out a large mouthful of blood, and then a hand grabbed his neck. Hina's hands were slender and white, but Gaspardai felt as if he was being pinched by a vice and could hardly breathe. I want to transform into an element, but I can't break free. Hina looked down at him, her eyes full of sarcasm. Even Logia doesn't claim to be invincible, and you, a Paramecia, actually took the attack head-on. That's so stupid. Hateful. Gaspardai's eyes were bloodshot as he activated his ability regardless of the consequences. The gummy candy covered Hina's feet and quickly hardened to imprison her. You can't escape. Gummy thorns. Countless gummy spikes sprouted from Gaspardai's body. In an instant, hundreds of spikes pierced Hina directly. The other one. Ms. Hina. Gaspardai the BD. The Marines around were shocked. Only Gaspardai had a grim smile on his face. What's the use of nice words? Victory or defeat determines everything. But the next second, his expression changed, full of horror. Hina still looked at him coldly, and there was white smoke everywhere where the spikes passed through. Your moves. Hina suddenly turned into white smoke and broke free. Then he appeared beside him, fist raised, and smashed it hard into Gaspardai's face. It's not worthy of being called a thorn. This punch is very powerful. Gaspardai's face was twisted, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. Hina snorted coldly, picked up her coat on the ground, and left gracefully. Chapter 52. Far away. A group of instructors stood quietly on the platform where the students could not see them. They had a complete view of the battle just now. Kaji stroked his chin, looking very proud. Hina played well, but unfortunately she let down her guard at the end. If she hadn't transformed into an element, she might have been overturned. The other instructors looked at Kaji with disdain, but they were also amazed in their hearts. In the past, she would have been so proud of herself, but now she has learned to retreat in order to advance. The rank has been raised. Can licking a dog make people mature? How about we lick it too later? At this time, Zephyr stepped forward. Kuzan also followed leisurely behind, he came to watch the fun. Zephyr said to Kaji, you are wrong, Hina hid beautifully. All the instructors looked confused, except Kuzan who seemed to be thinking about something. Zephyr saw Kuzan's expression and said, explain it to them. Kuzan nodded. Hina didn't transform into an element after being attacked. Instead, she used her observation haki to predict the attack and transformed into an element in advance to avoid the attack. Although she is not yet proficient, it is already remarkable considering her age. During the Summit War, Aokiji used this move to avoid Whitebeard's Naginata. One day, when Hina's observation haki reaches the level of foreseeing the future, combined with the elementalization. Even if facing Admiral, we have the confidence to get out of this situation safely. After Kuzan's explanation, everyone suddenly understood and looked at Kaji with unfriendly eyes. This BD not only has Logia under his command, but also special paramecia that can transform into elements. More importantly, there is a stronger smoker. What virtue do you have, UBD? Zephyr took a puff of the cigar smoker gave him. Well, although it is a bit spicy for the throat, it is still quite appetizing. I don't like the soft and mushy texture. After 3 months, the gap has already become apparent. The better ones can try to learn the 6 styles. Also, how many of them have special abilities? Fire burns the mountain 1 step forward. I just counted a few days ago, and there are 27 people with special abilities. There are more than 200 students and 27 of them have special abilities, which is a very impressive ratio. Even the later beasts pirates, including the Endower, did not reach this level. Zephyr nodded. Inform them that they will train with you during the day and be sent to the special training room at night. I will give them special training. When the instructors heard about the special class, they couldn't help but shudder. Aokiji and the 2 instructors felt their legs weaken. At night, the 27 students with special abilities stayed under the instructor's pitying gaze. I have to say, young people are full of energy. Although I know I will face more rigorous special training. But his eyes were full of excitement. Smoker grabbed Hina and protected everyone in front of him. The special training room is not a room, but a playground surrounded by high walls. Under the light, the floor and walls reflected a faint cold light. Special steel. Smoker was shocked. I heard from scientists in the technology core that this is the latest research result of Vegapunk. The high wall that blocked the Whitebeard pirates during the Summit War was made of this kind of steel plate. At this moment, Zephyr fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the training room. Welcome, little devils! Everyone lined up quickly. Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr is no slouch either. You are all people with special abilities, and you are an important force in protecting justice. So, I will give you special training from now on. The first lesson is also the most important lesson. Zephyr shouted, and his aura suddenly exploded. All the students' faces suddenly changed, as if a wild beast appeared before their eyes. Just standing there made me feel stiff and breathless, as if a mountain was pressing down on my shoulders. This is not Conqueror's haki. It's just that Zephyr has been fighting for years, and he has a murderous aura. Resist with the intention of killing me. After saying that, he raised his leg and kicked out violently. A green wind blade that almost covered the special training room slashed towards everyone. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. How can you just start fighting right away? Everyone used their own skills to quickly avoid the attack. Some of them transformed into human animal forms, their speed and strength increased greatly, and they jumped away at the critical moment. Some bodies turned into balls and fled in all directions. There were 3 swordsmen, however, with a look of unwillingness to admit defeat in their eyes. They are students under Jun and have had to deal with wind blades many times. Wind blades are also blades, so just cut them off. The 3 of them looked at each other and raised their swords to meet the enemy. With a ding sound, the blades collided. The faces of the 3 men changed drastically, as if what they had chopped off was not a light wind blade, but a huge moving warship. The knives in their hands shattered instantly, and the 3 of them flew out. Fortunately, their training with Jun was not in vain, and they let go in time to avoid breaking both arms. But he fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up. Smoker and Hina looked at Zephyr, then at the wind blade. Is this the same person who practiced with me on the warship? This wind blade is beyond Hina's imagination. It's clearly a cutting skill, but it has the effect of a heavy blow. It's simply terrifying. Zephyr laughed. You did a good job hiding, little brats. Now let's talk with our fists. Of course, I'm not a devil, I won't use haki on a cute student. Students. Zoan users all transform into the most powerful human beast form. Paramecia's ability users are also ready to go. Smoker is also on high alert. Dark Fruit is most afraid of opponents like Zephyr. Hina, use your observation haki to the maximum and don't relax. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr's figure disappeared, and then appeared in front of an armadillo ability user. He punched him and knocked him dozens of meters away. He hit the wall and fainted. The gorilla user nearby rushed forward, wrapped his arms as thick as old trees around Zephyr's neck, and used the guillotine directly. Zephyr did not resist and let him retract his arm. Well, the strength is good. Guy of the cat fruit stretched out his sharp claws like blades and slashed Zephyr's chest fiercely. A burst of sparks flew by, and Zephyr's clothes on his chest were shattered, but there were only 5 faint white marks on his body. Impossible! Guy was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Zephyr chuckled, that's impossible. He then grabbed the gorilla's arms and twisted them, untying the restraints like a tie, then slammed him straight into Catwoman, knocking them both unconscious instantly. Hiss! The remaining students gasped. If the other 3 swordsmen underestimated their enemies, these 3 were directly crushed. The 3 of them were from West Blue. One was good at speed, one was good at strength, and one was good at defense. They were a famous combination, but I didn't expect them to be defeated in the first second of their encounter. 3 more. Zephyr smiled and waited for the next attack. But everyone was frightened, their faces grim, and they were on guard, not daring to make a move. Since no good kid raised his hand. Zephyr looked around at everyone, then finally looked at Hina and grinned. Let's start with you, Hina. Chapter 53. Looking at Zephyr's eyes that were 70% teasing and 30% belligerent, Hina felt her scalp tingling. I've learned some experience from being beaten up recently. The more I retreat, the harder Zephyr beats me. She gritted her teeth, with a fearless expression on her face, took a stance, and said loudly, Please give me your guidance, Teacher Zephyr. Nice momentum. Zephyr nodded, then rushed towards her. Hina quickly released white smoke, and the entire training ground was instantly covered in white smoke, and then she quickly used moonwalk to jump into the air. But there was no way this little trick could be hidden from Zephyr. Zephyr chuckled, a little clever, but not much. In Hina's perception, Zephyr's aura that was as hot as the sun suddenly disappeared, and then appeared before her eyes. Don't worry, little girl, I won't need to use the armed color this time. As he spoke, he waved his fist. The fist, with great momentum, hit Hina like a meteor. The other. This punch was ordinary and did not have any armament haki attached, but in Hina's eyes, it was like the sky falling and the earth splitting, and there was no way to avoid it. When he tried to transform into an element, he only felt his body become paralyzed and he couldn't move at all. At the critical moment, Smoker finally couldn't help but take action. Dark water. A huge gravitational force appeared, affecting both Zephyr and Hina. Hina was sucked into Smoker's arms without any resistance. Zephyr simply shook his body, exerted force on his feet, and escaped from the gravity range. Great timing. Smoker puts Hina down. Ah! I took advantage of you. In the previous battle, Zephyr quickly discovered that gravity could not penetrate solid objects, and could be effectively blocked by lifting the ground. Even 1 second is enough for Zephyr to do a lot. But now there is special steel everywhere, which cannot be damaged, and we can only get rid of gravity by our own strength. Hina said nervously, Smoker, be careful, Teacher Zephyr is serious this time. Smoker patted her tense back. I know. Don't worry about attacking this time. Just dodge. Then he shouted, everyone, come to me. Everyone looked at each other, and when they saw that Zephyr was just watching and had no intention of taking action, they gathered around. As a time traveler, Smoker is certainly aware of the gap between a student and an admiral. It's no longer a mouse and a cat, it's a mouse and a tiger. If Zephyr really wanted to kill him, with the dark fruit, he would still have a chance to kneel down and surrender. As for the others, surrender is just a luxury. Since they were going to let him go, Smoker would discuss countermeasures without hesitation. As expected, Zephyr watched with interest, making no attempt to intervene. The Marine cadets chattered for a while, then dispersed and sent the wounded to the side. This time they were no longer standing randomly, but in a staggered arrangement, some in groups of several, and some standing alone at the back. Zephyr saw this and bumped his fists, making a metallic clanging sound. Have you finished discussing this? I am getting impatient. Come on, round 2. He rushed towards the person who had the ability of the bear fruit in front. Suddenly, a strange light came out from the hands of the female Marine at the back. The pale yellow light zigzagged between the students, connecting them together like a chain. A faint halo appeared on everyone. Zephyr punched the bear man in the stomach. The bear man spat out a mouthful of blood, but he managed to hold on and even grabbed Zephyr's wrist with his backhand. The moment he was punched, everyone else turned pale, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Especially the girl who emitted the light, she almost fainted. Oh! This is the one with the ability of the tandem fruit, right? Connecting targets in series to share damage, a very good ability, but unfortunately the user is too weak, and needs more training. Zephyr commented secretly in his mind while fighting. White Wind Tempest Kick. Hina appeared in the air, firing white wind blades. Zephyr did not dodge or evade, but smashed the wind blade with his body. The bear man yelled, Gaspati, Lay, and Tectal, come together. You don't need to tell me. Gaspati rushed forward and hugged Zephyr tightly, turning into a gummy cage, sticking to his limbs. Lays is the user of the whip fruit. She pulled out a thorn whip from behind her, swung her hand, and tightly entangled Zephyr. Tectal is the user of the bubu fruit. He stretched out his hands and several rolls of cloth suddenly popped out from behind him, wrapping Zephyr into a mummy. Attack! Smoker roared and released several black blades. Hina releases a white smoke bomb that imitates a bear charge. Others also showed their talents. Some had spikes on their fists, some had shining blades on their hands, and some had claws exposed, and they all rushed towards Zephyr. Boom! 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 Countless attacks overwhelmed Zephyr, and smoke and dust filled the special training room, making it impossible to see what was happening. Everyone looked at the smoke and dust quietly, their expressions full of solemnity. Hina murmured, it should work at least. Lays swallowed her saliva, if this is all right, it's too exaggerated. The bear man walked forward, holding his stomach, after all, it's just flesh and blood. Smoker stared at the smoke, frowned and remained silent. If it's Big Mom or Kaido, this attack is not even as good as scraping. But Zephyr's physique is definitely not as good as the two monsters, I wonder if he can break through the defense. Sudden! A shocking momentum burst out from the smoke and dust. Zephyr slowly walked out, shirtless, revealing a body of steel. There were several scars on the chest, and the black color was faintly fading. Amazing, you actually hurt me. He glanced at Smoker. In fact, other people's attacks are no big deal. But this kid's attack. Although he noticed something was wrong at the first moment and used armament haki to cover his body, he was still a step too slow and was hit in the chest. Very good, congratulations, you passed the test. Everyone relaxed immediately, and some of the young and lively ones jumped up. But I still want to see what you can do. Keep going. Until one of us can't stand up. What? All the students widened their eyes. You are such a bad old man. Get on it. Zephyr rushed into the sheep's, no, rabbit's nest like a lion, and immediately there was a sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. 10 minutes later. All the students fell to the ground, twitching all over. It's so unreasonably powerful. He's the admiral after all. Smoker was also beaten so badly that he was totally disoriented. I wanted to use my abilities, but I couldn't even feel which direction Zephyr was in. Finally, using Hina as bait, he used gravity to capture Zephyr and pulled him to his side. But the result was even more tragic. Zephyr attacked Smoker at close range and he felt like he was about to burst into bile. Zephyr was almost unharmed, and even the wound on his chest began to scab over. Ha ha ha, little devils, I haven't had so much fun in a long time. This is the first lesson. No matter what abilities you have, your physical strength is the foundation. One more thing. Zephyr called Smoker to the front of the group. You call him chief? That's interesting. I declare that from now on, the strongest student in the training camp will serve as the chief and have the same power as the instructor. Are you convinced? Everyone said in unison, I give up. Even Gaspati could only lower his head and acquiesce. Smoker, work hard, now you are the legitimate chief. Chapter 54. Zephyr looked at the people staggering around. Everyone, get up. Don't hesitate because of a minor injury. Line up. The students looked at Zephyr resentfully. But no one dared to argue. One by one, they stood up obediently and lined up again quickly. Smoker found that the front position had been given up, and he immediately understood and stood over without hesitation. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Zephyr issued new orders. Everyone, take off your shoes and socks. Everyone didn't understand what was going on, so they just took off their shoes and socks and threw them aside, then stood barefoot on the cold metal. Suddenly a strong smell filled the air. Several female Marines almost choked. Zephyr seemed oblivious. Do you know who this special training room was built for? It's you, the ability users. After saying that, he smiled maliciously, took out the remote control and pressed it. The floor of the entire special training room suddenly changed, and dense silver-white protrusions appeared on the ground. All the students felt their bodies go limp, and some even stumbled and fell to the ground. Smoker's face changed. This damn familiar feeling, it must be sea stone. As expected, Zephyr grinned and continued, this is the work of the marine science class. The entire training room is buried with sea stone, and what's even better is that the purity can be adjusted. The purity is now 8%. Start running in 30 seconds. Those who can't stand up can go back home. Then, he walked up to Smoker and Hina, staring at them with narrowed eyes and a half smile. Smoker and Hina closed their eyes in pain. Ah, it seems there is no way to escape. The two of them gritted their teeth, took out the sea stone necklaces and put them on, and instantly felt like there was not a drop left. All right, kids, start running. You are not allowed to stop until I tell you to. Even if you get dizzy, you have to keep running. Yes. The poor students wailed and started running with their legs flapping. Under the influence of sea stone, this group of elite marines performed worse than recruits. Zephyr stepped aside. He smoked a cigar and watched them leisurely. If he sees who runs slower, he'll pull out his gun and shoot a burst of bullets at the back of the person. The student screamed and sped up. The older generation of strong men are not keen on the power of the fruit, they trust their own bodies more. Garp and Zephyr don't eat devil fruit at all. Sengoku eats mythical beasts that can strengthen his body. Although the crane ate the fruit, it was not to increase its strength. At that time, most marine warriors were named after body parts. But this trend changed in the next generation. The younger generation of marines started a trend of pursuing fruits, hoping to obtain powerful fruits to soar to the sky, and instead slacked off in the training of haki and physique. Especially the three little monsters, with the help of magma, sparkling and frozen fruit, their strength is almost as strong as the older generation. It makes countless young and middle-aged Marines jealous. They only see the cool fruits, but ignore their strong physique and haki. The older generation of Marines were very dissatisfied with this. Therefore, they invested a lot of resources to build this special training room to force those with special abilities to exercise. Little devils, be patient. The training now will benefit you for the rest of your life. Zephyr was smoking a cigarette and thinking about random things. The students were in a miserable situation. Without orders, they dared not stop. 1 lap, 2 laps, 5 laps, 10 laps, 30 laps. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground and fainted. Zephyr raised his hand. The medical team filed in with stretchers and carried the trainees away skillfully. One after another. There are fewer and fewer people on the training ground, and they are all at the end of their strength. Smoker is no exception. He brought with him a higher purity sea stone, but his physical strength was not as good as the others. The only capital is the tempered will. Smoker's mind was already blank, his breathing was heavy, and every time he took a breath, his chest felt like it was on fire. His legs felt heavy and he just moved mechanically, as if they were not his own. After an unknown amount of time, Smoker finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell on the playground. In the moment before he fainted, he noticed that there were no students standing on the training ground. At this point, there was a pile of cigarette butts under Zephyr's feet. Since then, the students fell into hell mode. During the day, I was tortured to death by the instructors, and at night I was trained to the point of being worse than death. Some ordinary students were lucky enough to get devil fruit when they were on missions. As a result, he was coaxed and dragged in by people with other abilities, and was completely trapped in the sea of fire. Several people with special abilities died at sea while performing their missions. Some could not stand the rigorous training and eventually returned home. There were still about 20 people in the training camp. And Smoker's leading position has always been as solid as a rock. The training ended that day. Smoker and Hina invited Zephyr to have a midnight snack. Zephyr is a conservative person. I don't usually socialize with people. But for some reason, he really enjoyed going out to eat and drink with Smoker. Maybe I really like the two juniors. Or maybe, if Zephyr's son were alive, he would be about the same age as Smoker. Zephyr drank a bottle of wine in large quantities and was obviously a little drunk. You two are too obsessed with the 6 styles. You fight like idiots. What a mess. Smoker and Hina were both confused. Is there anything wrong with the 6 style? At the age of 13, Lucci mastered the 6 styles and was called the genius of CP9. Why do you become an idiot when you come to us? Zephyr opened another bottle of wine. The 6 forms are a training method, just like push ups and squats. They are designed to improve one's strength, speed, endurance, evasion, wrist and finger strength, and even recovery. They are not meant to be used directly as fighting moves. Shave, you've kicked the ground dozens of times in a row. If you have that much skill, can't you just take one step? Finger pistol, if you can poke with your finger, why not use your fist? Are you only exercising one finger? Not to mention iron body, this move is meant to allow people to better feel the power within their bodies and help practice armament haki, rather than just standing there and getting hit. Paper arts, moonwalk, and tempest kick are more practical, but they are just auxiliary. Only life return is a bit interesting. Smoker was puzzled, but they are agents of the world government. Suddenly, his wrist tightened. Seeing Zephyr looking at him with a half-smile, he immediately shut his mouth, but his heart was like 1,000 horses galloping. It turns out that the world government's cultivation has gone astray. It turns out that the Marine executives knew the truth but just stood by and watched. It turns out that the Marines are not blindly following the orders of the world government, but are holding back. Smoker lowered his voice. Teacher Zephyr. What is the relationship between world government and marine? Zephyr's eyes were slightly cold. Relationship, hee. He shook the liquor in his hand and drank it in one gulp. It's time to go, thank you for the hospitality. What I said tonight was all drunken talk, don't take it to heart. Some things will naturally let you know when the time comes. Chapter 55. Time flies. Time flies and it is now C Circle Calendar 1505. A warship braved the fierce sea breeze, broke through the waves, and shuttled across the Grand Line. Hina stood at the bow. The sea breeze blows, her pink hair flutters, and her clothes stick to her body, highlighting her graceful figure. 2 years later, Hina has become taller. Under Smoker's careful care, my mind has become more open. She looked at the sea for a while, then turned and said, Smoker, what are you looking at? You are so focused. Smoker was sitting on the railing, reading a newspaper intently. Hearing Hina calling him, Smoker slowly raised his head and exhaled a long puff of smoke. In the blink of an eye, Roger has been dead for 7 years. The sea is really uneasy. Is there another big event? There are no particularly big things, but there are a lot of small things. There was an attack by pirates in Tim Kingdom, a member of the world government. They took 500 soldiers hostage and killed them. In the end, the world government intervened to calm the situation. There is also an obituary. Princess Scarlet of Dressrosa died young. I heard that she would have been an excellent heir to the throne. Hina nodded, it's really overwhelming. After saying that, he ignored it. She has little interest in the news. The news from various countries is more numerous than the waves on the sea and is not worth paying attention to at all. Smoker is different. He needs to read these news and see how much his appearance has changed the plot. At least it has no impact on Rob Lucci and Cyrus. Colonel Smoker. Lieutenant Colonel Hina. At this time, several marine soldiers ran over panting. Commander Naito Oro sent back a message. He has found the traces of the Fang pirates. Where? 9 o'clock, 3 hours away. Smoker nodded. Finally caught these bastards. Chase them down. Colonel. The marine's face looked very unhappy. Smoker, what's wrong? Look at the direction they are heading, it's Pumisoma Island. Pumisoma Island. Smoker was stunned and said to the side, sea chart. A marine quickly opened the nautical chart. The Tusk pirates are less than 2 hours away from Pumisoma Island. Smoker's expression turned serious. In other words, of the so-called 3 hours, the other party was stationary for more than an hour. Yes, yes. Smoker fell silent. At this distance, it is impossible to go around and intercept. Hina looked at the map. Smoker, how about Hina go over? Smoker stopped it without hesitation. This distance cannot be covered by moonwalk alone. Although smoke fruit can fly, it is affected by the weather. The sea breeze is very strong today. Once you become an elemental, you can't control the direction at all and it's easy to get lost at sea. Smoker stared at the sea chart with serious eyes, and the information about the Fang pirates flashed through his mind. Captain Bender, bounty 133 million berries. The deputy captain, Machete Mocha, has a bounty of 60 million berries and his combat power is not weak. What's worse is that they are not the elite pirates group. Instead, it was a fleet of 8 large sea ships and 500 to 600 people. In the first half of the Grand Line, pirates groups of this size are extremely rare. Once we reach an island where civilians live, it will be a tragedy if so many pirates are released. Smoker gritted his teeth and gave the order. Call Oro, expose your position, and do everything you can to delay the pirates' progress. Throw away all unnecessary baggage on the warship, reduce the load, and sail at full speed. Yes. Several marines saluted and hurried to convey the order. After everyone left, Hina came over, looking worried. Isn't it too much to let Oro hold off such a powerful group of pirates by himself? Knight Oro is both their classmate and their good friend. He is the user of the night owl form of the bird fruit, and the only student in the expanded class who can fly long distances. In terms of investigation and tracking, he was naturally top-notch, and had made great achievements. But in terms of strength, it can only be said to be average. Even if it is just to contain them, it is very dangerous to face the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Smoker sighed, I just hope that the Fang pirates will see the marines nearby and voluntarily give up Fumisoma Island. Hina, if it comes to a critical moment. Don't worry, Smoker, as long as we're close enough, Hina will try to get there. Well, thank you for your hard work. Smoker walked to the railing and looked out to sea. Be careful, Oro. At this time, there were more than 100 people on the ship, almost all of whom were Smoker's classmates. Originally, the elite expansion class only lasted 2 years. After graduation, we will return to each branch to strengthen the grassroots strength. But for some reason, their period was extended a lot and they haven't graduated yet. This also resulted in them having fewer opportunities to go to sea, and everyone's military rank was not high. The highest Smoker is only a colonel. But it's not all bad. With the infusion of a large amount of resources, the students' abilities have been improved qualitatively. After mastering almost all 6 styles, he began to work hard on practicing Haki. Especially Smoker and Hina, who have already mastered the 2-color Haki. If the 2 of them join forces, they can fight Zephyr for a while. This time, they came out to capture the Fang pirates. According to the original plan, the task should have been completed a few days ago. But the Grand Line is really weird. Just as the 2 sides were approaching, a strange ocean current suddenly appeared. The Fang pirates were not affected, but the warship was suddenly swept away to who knows where. By the time they regained control of the direction, they had already lost track of the Fang pirates. In desperation, Smoker could only let Naito Oro scout around. It took a few days, but we finally got news about the Fang pirates. A few days ago, the Fang pirates were being chased very closely by the Marines. Marine hadn't shown up in the past few days, so they would definitely plunder without restraint just to let off steam. Therefore, Smoker was also very anxious at this time. Far away, Naito Oro hovered high in the sky. Although the speed was very fast, there was no sound at all. At this moment, he slowly put away the Den Mushi, showing a helpless expression. Smoker is such a difficult guy. But he still has the ability to judge people. Such a difficult task can only be entrusted to me. Then, he stared at the pirates' ships below, spread his wings, and rushed down like an arrow. No matter if you are a large fleet or a supernova, don't even think about touching the people. As a marine, I will never let you do whatever you want. Chapter 56. In the distance, Naito Oro transformed into a dark shadow and flashed past a pirate's ship like lightning. Before the 7 or 8 pirates could react, several deep scratches were instantly left on their bodies. Blood spurted out instantly, leaving only a sharp wail. The other pirates were startled and rushed over. What's going on? What happened? Suddenly, several black balls the size of walnuts fell onto the deck and rolled everywhere. The pirates were confused. What is this? Suddenly, the black ball exploded with a loud bang, and violent flames and countless tiny steel balls scattered. There was a sudden sound of ghosts howling on the deck, and flames were burning on the sails. The pirates finally reacted and started shouting while putting out the fire. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The enemy is in the sky, be alert! Some pirates pulled out their guns and shot into the air, but Oro dodged them nimbly. These black balls are Marines' new bombs. In recent years, Smoker has become more and more familiar with the people in the technology unit. He gave scientists a lot of ideas. In return, when scientists develop new weapons, they will give them to Smoker first. These bombs are Smoker's little creation. After the explosion, there were not only shock waves and flames, but also countless tiny steel balls and nails. Smoker equips Oro with this bomb specifically. After all, no one can resist the temptation of strategic bombers. Naito Oro hovered in the air, his eyes glowing. As expected of Colonel Smoker, he even managed to get such an awesome bomb. With these bombs, I can be considered a main force. Oh, and this gun. He pulled out a gun from behind his back, which had a large magazine loaded on it. It seems to be called a light machine gun. The effect of its implementation. Oro swooped down again, flames coming out of his body, and he started to attack the pirate's ship. From this point of view, it won't be a problem to delay it for an hour. Not far away, on the flagship of the Fang pirates. Bender looked at Oro with a gloomy expression, and the deputy captain Mocha stood beside him. Captain, the lookout has verified that he is the only one there. Let me take care of him. Bender didn't care about the lives of the crew members below. Don't be in a hurry. You need to be patient enough to deal with birds that are out of range. Such intensive attacks, such high-speed movement, even if he is a bird he will get tired, so he can attack only then. He looked at the wailing pirates on the ship and raised the corners of his mouth. Isn't it for dealing with this kind of situation that I brought these minions with me? In the distance, the warship was sailing at full speed. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth and looked at the sea with a frown. At this time, Hina came forward. Smoker, I've spoken to Mr. Zephyr, he'll be joining us as soon as possible. Coincidentally, Zephyr was taking the next elite expansion class out to sea and happened to be nearby. When he heard about what happened here, he hurried over here. Please keep Zephyr-sensei informed of your location. His expression didn't relax at all. The problem now is not the lack of combat power. Hina can defeat the entire Fang Pirates group by herself. The problem now is that it is beyond reach. Even if Zephyr came, it would be useless. Oro, you have to hold on. Colonel Smoker, Colonel Smoker. A soldier rushed over. Report. Lieutenant Colonel Oro has made contact with the enemy and successfully slowed them down. According to the current situation, we can catch up with the pirates before they land on the island. Well done. Smoker patted the railing of the boat and finally smiled, and Hina breathed a sigh of relief. Go full speed ahead, don't waste the opportunity created by Oro. Yes. Report. At this time, another marine ran over. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand and his face looked extremely ugly. Colonel Smoker, this is a coded order from Teacher Zephyr. Encrypted instructions. Smoker's face changed. Marine communications are classified into different levels of confidentiality. There is no need to encrypt ordinary instructions at all. Similarly, all encrypted instructions are of great importance, even related to the life and death of a country. In the main storyline, on Fiyin Island, the message that Kara sent to Luo was an encrypted instruction, but it just happened to fall into Virgo's hands. Give me. Smoker snatched the instruction and looked at it. What's so important? Are there any changes in the monsters in the new world? Or is there unrest in some country? Or maybe a world-destroying natural disaster happened somewhere? But when he saw the contents of the note, his expression suddenly became strange. First I was nervous, then I was stunned, and finally I became angry. Are you kidding me? Oro is risking his life to hold back the Fang pirates. Tens of thousands of residents on Fumisoma Island are in danger. Now just for something like this, we are left standing there for 3 hours. Hina had just seen the secret order, and her face was full of disbelief, but also fear and confusion. But, after all, he is a god. Dozens of miles away, there was an incredibly luxurious ship. On the boat, an old man wearing a tight white coat and a transparent hood was kicking a slave angrily. The slaves huddled on the ground, covered in wounds and tattered clothes, and dared not utter a word even though their heads were bleeding. "BD slave! Useless trash! You're swaying back and forth, disturbing my view of the scenery." After fighting for a while, the old man still felt unsatisfied, so he took out a golden pistol and fired a few shots. Hiss! The slave on the ground shook violently and exhaled his last breath. But there was a hint of relief in his blurred and numb eyes. The old man put away his gun and shouted to the side. "Throw this thing out, and bring me a stronger slave." "Really? They're all trash." "Yes, Bancroft's saint." A man in black wearing sunglasses walked out from the shadows. He first threw the slave's body into the sea like garbage, and then brought in a new slave. Bancroft sat back on the slave's back. This time the slave was very strong, and no matter how he moved, he dared not move at all. The old man nodded with satisfaction, and his expression became much better. Tell me, who am I?" "You are the descendant of the 20 kings who founded the world government, Saint Azambaran Bancroft from the great Azambaran family. The old man is none other than the world's noble celestial dragons. The man in black is the CP agent who serves him, Nika." After hearing Nika's answer, Bancroft nodded with satisfaction. "Well said, very well said. The lowly people in the lower world only need to serve God, and do not need any other thoughts, just like him." After saying that, he kicked the slave's back of the head hard. The sharp heel left a wound and blood gushed out instantly. But the slave could only grit his teeth, not daring to move, not even to groan, or even to show an expression of pain. Nika bowed slightly and said, "You are right. There won't be anything that's an eyesore along the way, right?" Bancroft hated having other ships in his forward view. He just encountered a small fishing boat and sank it directly. The previous slave was killed because of the bombardment. "Saint Bancroft, we have thoroughly cleaned up this sea area. Whether it is the pirate ships or the fishing boats, they will sink to the bottom of the sea. It will not affect your mood. There are 2 warships in the distance. We have asked them to stay where they are. Look, is this arrangement okay?" Brush! Bancroft suddenly drew his knife and slashed Nika in the face. There was a big cut on Nika's face and his left eye was also cut. Adult! Nika quickly knelt on the ground. Years of domestication have prevented them from having any negative emotions when facing celestial dragons. Bancroft sheathed his knife. "If you think I should be satisfied, then why ask me? If you think that I should be dissatisfied, then who gave you the courage to neglect God? Nika, you are teaching me that I lost my temper. The front has been cleared. I guarantee with my life that there will be no mistakes. Humph, this won't happen again. Yes, thank you for your gift." Chapter 57. When informed of celestial dragons' orders to stay put. On the warship, the Marines looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Smoker was furious. "What a joke! It's fine if you like to make people kneel down. Laozi can't afford to offend you, so the worst that can happen is that he'll just stay away from you. Now we are separated by dozens of miles and don't interfere with each other. Why use such a high-level secret order just for traffic control? This is on the sea, with nothing to block it. It will take at least half a day for you to slowly pass by and slowly walk away. Then why go to Fumisoma Island? Want to have a feast? For the pirates, whether it is marine or civilians. After 800 years of domestication, obeying celestial dragons has become an instinct ingrained in their bones. But where does Smoker come from? The birthplace of the saying are kings, princes, generals, and ministers different in kind, everyone receives equal education. Aside from Wano Kuni, who looks a lot like Xiao Rizi, Smoker treats everyone equally. I don't need you to kneel, and don't make me kneel either. What happened to celestial dragons? Why should I spoil you? Just because your ancestors were awesome? No matter how awesome he is, can he be more awesome than who has father? Smoker wanted to rush over without thinking twice. But looking at the others, he still couldn't speak. It's fine for me, but I have a whole ship of subordinates. I can't let my impulse harm all the people on this ship. Notify the navigator, mark the location of the celestial dragon's ship, and analyze their route. Look out, keep your eyes open. Helmsman, make a turn and rush over. Just as everyone was about to carry out the order, suddenly the voice of Den Den Mushi came from Smoker's arms. After the call was connected, it was discovered to be Zephyr at the rear. Hey, Smoker! Just got a notification. Someone from the government will come to your ship later. No matter what they want to do, try to cooperate with them and don't cause any conflict. I will be there as soon as possible. Before Smoker could react, Den Den Mushi closed its eyes and fell asleep again. No. What do you mean? What does it mean to cooperate as much as possible? This scale is too difficult to grasp, right? When it comes to dealing with pirates, I am familiar with them. But this is my first time dealing with the government. Fortunately, Zephyr said he would come as soon as possible, so Smoker felt a little relieved. Soon after, Smoker felt two auras approaching quickly. This speed, this aura. Moonwalk? It doesn't look like it. After a while, a small boat came over from afar, and it turned out to be a speedboat. World government has this kind of technology. MD, I knew they had something up their sleeve. As the speedboat approached, two CP agents jumped onto the boat, each looking more impressive than the other. One had hair that looked like petals, and his head looked like it had blossomed. The other was even more bizarre, as he was holding a fan to cover his face. Agent Blossomhead took a step forward. Naval Headquarters Colonel Smoker. We are world government agents Gizmunda and Maha, commandeer this warship now. From now on, we will be responsible for all matters on the warship until the world nobles leave. Smoker retreats tactically. The other Marines also looked towards Smoker. Smoker's tenure as the chief in recent years was not in vain. All his colleagues were convinced by him and habitually obeyed his orders. Even Gaspati, who was a rebellious person, did not dare to oppose openly. In the headquarters, they are trainees and have to obey the instructor. As long as they go out to perform a mission, their identities will be transformed into Special Operations Forces. As long as Zephyr is not around, Smoker will take the lead. Therefore, even though CP is well known, it also has the reputation of being the world's aristocrats. But whether to execute the order depends on Smoker's expression. After hearing what the two said, Smoker's face darkened. Gizmunda and Maha? Isn't this the CP0 of the future? As soon as I came here, I acted like a big shot. I gave you face. If I can't afford to offend celestial dragons, how can I afford to offend you? So he said with a fake smile, haha, what can I do for you two? We still have a mission. Gizmunda said expressionlessly, the great world noble, Saint Bancroft, is coming to Fumisoma Island. We have detected pirates nearby and need you to be their escort. Smoker's eyes lit up. Hey! The pirates you're talking about are the Fang pirates. We don't want lowly pirates to run into the world's nobles. Oh. Smoker's face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. Isn't this a coincidence? Aren't you going to deal with these pirates? By the way, you can also gain the government's favor for free. I see. For Marine, the safety of the world's nobles always comes first. Don't worry, we will fully cooperate. Gizmunda and Maha were stunned. What's wrong with this guy? You had a sullen face just now, how come you changed so suddenly? But he speaks very nicely and seems to be a talented person. For smokers, as long as it does not interfere with their own business, they can easily say nice words. You two have worked hard on this journey. Go take a rest first. Leave the rest to me. Smoker was in a good mood and waved to the side. Ace, take the two adults to the command room and get out the high-end cigarettes and alcohol that Teacher Zephyr has stored. I have been thinking about these cigarettes and alcohol for a long time. Teacher Zephyr was very strict and counted the numbers clearly, so I never had a chance to make a move. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of the official reception to get some. After all, it is reasonable for a powerful person in the world government to drink several boxes of wine and smoke several boxes of cigarettes in one meal, right? Ace understood what he meant and left with the two agents. After CP left, Smoker whispered to Hina, "Tisk, Celestial Dragon's dog does good things sometimes." Hina rolled her eyes at him unhappily. As Smoker's bedmate, she naturally knew Smoker's true attitude towards the government. Every time Smoker enters Sage mode, he uses mental communication to delay time when facing the energetic Hina. When you relax your body and mind, you will say things that were common in your past life but are now considered unbelievable. At first Hina wanted to argue a little. But how could a man who had entered Sage mode spoil a woman? He immediately started to complain. When it comes to ideological and political topics like this, men are always better than women. Not to mention that Smoker had been baptized by Red ideology from elementary school to undergraduate in his previous life. Completely crushes Hina in theory. After several rounds of ideological and political classes, Hina was also brainwashed. Although we cannot treat celestial dragons like pigs, at least we will no longer treat them as gods or emperors. However, seeing that there was no conflict between Smoker and CP, Hina secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's best to live in peace. After all, it's not easy to get a job. Smoker stood at the bow and shouted loudly. "Everyone, chase them at full speed and destroy the Fang pirates." The Marines were delighted. Oh! Suddenly, Gizmunda popped his head out of the cabin. "Colonel Smoker, you misunderstood. Your duty this time is to guard. As long as the Fang pirates don't cause any trouble, you must stay by the noble's side." "What?" Smoker's face darkened again in an instant. "I'm AFG idiot. I actually have expectations for these CP agents." Chapter 58. Hearing Gizmunda's order, Smoker was stunned. "Do you listen to what you are barking at? No pirate with a sound mind would attack a government ship. Doesn't that mean that I have to sit back and do nothing about the Fang pirates? My comrades are still fighting hard. There are still tens of thousands of residents on Fumisoma Island. I don't accept it." Smoker's face darkened. "The best defense is offense. If the pirates crash into the world's nobles, wouldn't it be a major misconduct for our Marines? Gizmunda, this is not something you should consider, Marine, you have overstepped your bounds. Maha, Marine is just the power of the world government. It doesn't need ideas, it only needs execution." There was a flash of coldness in Smoker's eyes. Now it's just the two of them. Or. Suddenly, a huge and familiar aura appeared in his perception. Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr rushed over using moonwalk. After landing on the deck, he didn't even have time to catch his breath and hurriedly walked up to the few people. "What's going on? What are you doing?" How could he not feel the tense atmosphere just now? "Nothing, Mr. Zephyr." Smoker responded first, then recounted what happened. At the same time, he also vaguely spoke about the situation on Fumisoma Island. Zephyr's face changed drastically when he heard this. "I did tell Smoker to try my best to cooperate with CP, but I didn't expect the situation to be so urgent. Zephyr is the admiral known as the non-killer. This is how they treat pirates. What's more, tens of thousands of civilians and their own students." Without even thinking, he bluntly said to CP, "Smoker is right. All threats to celestial dragons must be eliminated in advance. If your superior is not satisfied, let him come to me directly." The two agents were stunned when they heard this, and looked at each other. They could only agree reluctantly and went back to report to their superiors. Marine obeys the world government. Facing Smoker and even most of the vice-admirals, Gizmunda and Maha can act like superiors. But at the admiral level, the weight is completely different. Not to mention the two of them, even the CP leaders who are ranked lower have no say. Fortunately, it was Zephyr who came and gave an explanation to maintain the surface of decency. If it were Garp, there's no telling what he would do. CP done, Zephyr nodded to Smoker. Smoker quickly gave the order to sail at full speed and then heaved a sigh of relief. But soon another accident happened. After a while, the voices of Den Den Mushi were heard in the arms of Gizmunda and Zephyr at the same time. Both of them were stunned and found a corner to answer the phone. After hanging up the phone, Gizmunda's expression couldn't be seen because he was wearing a mask, but Zephyr had a gloomy face. Smoker hurried over. "Teacher Zephyr, what's wrong?" Zephyr said with an unpleasant expression, "That was Marshal Kong's call just now." Smoker suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Zephyr gritted his teeth and said, "Celestial Dragons personally ordered our warships to accompany us." Smoker's expression also changed drastically. If he was facing an official from the world government, Zephyr could still argue with him based on his status. Even if a fight breaks out, it will only be a work dispute. But if the Celestial Dragons speak and Zephyr still disobeys, then there will be a falling out. Zephyr gritted his teeth, patted Smoker's shoulder, and said weakly, "Follow orders." Yes. The warship was sailing at high speed. But instead of chasing the pirates, they were chasing the Celestial Dragons' vehicles. In the command room, Smoker and Zephyr sat opposite each other. Although there were cigarettes and fine wine in front of him, everything tasted sour and bitter. As for the two CP agents, at this point, Smoker didn't tolerate them anymore and just threw them into other rooms. Anyway, with Zephyr around, they didn't dare to stab. Smoker sent someone to inform Oro, but he just replied "got it" and hung up the phone, and then lost contact. "Teacher Zephyr, why? When I watched Pirates King before." Although Smoker felt that Celestial Dragons was outrageous, he did not have such a personal experience. In a word, he would have to disregard the safety of tens of thousands of people and come to accompany the Emperor. Zephyr gulped down his drink. There is no other way. The Celestial Dragon's orders are the law and cannot be disobeyed. Smoker gave Zephyr a long look. Zephyr continued, "Actually, if we insist on disobeying orders, it's not impossible. But the consequences will be even more embarrassing." Smoker was stunned. "What are the consequences?" "Punishment for us." Zephyr shook his head. "Who the hell cares? You also know that our military expenses all come from the world government's taxes. To put it bluntly, it's gold from the sky. When a cannon is fired, it brings a fortune. Without the financial support from the world government, the Marines can't even survive for a year. Moreover, military spending is not static. The world government will increase or decrease military spending depending on the situation. The most important indicator is our attitude towards Celestial Dragons." "Teacher Zephyr." Smoker sensed something was wrong and quickly interrupted. "So the Marine is just going to be strangled like this? Can't they generate their own income? Marine controls the most powerful military force at sea, and it is not easy to make money." Zephyr gave Smoker a long look. "Don't mention this again. After I became Admiral, I felt that this system was not suitable for the development of the Marine Corps, and I also wanted to expand the source of military funding. But you should know the result." "Result?" Smoker was stunned, then startled. Could it be about the murder of Zephyr's wife and children? Smoker has been wondering. The Admiral's family was killed in the naval headquarters. And they were not affected by the large-scale attack, but came directly to our door. The key is success. This is totally off the mark. If there really are such awesome pirates, Roger and Whitebeard would have to toast and call them brothers when they meet them. It turns out that it was the work of the world government. Seeing that Smoker understood what he meant, Zephyr took another sip of his wine. Because of this incident, I realized that what the world government needs is not a powerful marine, but a docile marine. Unfortunately, I found out too late. Smoker frowned and said, "You haven't thought about revenge." Revenge? Zephyr smiled bitterly and shook his head. How to retaliate, to seek justice. To pretend to obey but secretly disobey? Or to just call the red line? No matter what we do, it will consume the Marine's strength, and in the end, it will be the ordinary people who will bear the cost. So, even if I quit my admiral position, I will still stay and train the recruits. Because I can't let it go. Smoker frowned. Isn't this clearly pointing a gun at good people? Changed garb. Well, it's useless to change anyone. Garb, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane. Regardless of their personality, their feelings towards Marine are the same. I will not deplete the Marine's strength for my own selfish reasons. The world government is also aware of this, which is why it is so unscrupulous. Zephyr let out a breath. Let's get back to the point. If we disobey the celestial dragons this time, the world government will definitely use this as an excuse to cut military spending, forcing the Marines to shrink their forces. By then, the threat won't just be to Fumisoma Island. Smoker nodded, I understand. But although I said this, there was still a most crucial question in my mind that I didn't dare to speak out. In his mind, celestial dragons and the daimyo in Hokage are very similar. Stupid and rich. Logically speaking, this kind of guy should be a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. But no matter whether it is marine or ninja, they dare not, or never thought of touching them. If it were me. Marine has the people and guns it needs, so what can't it do? Even if you are afraid of the 5 elders and the God's Guard and don't dare to attack them, there are other ways. The simplest one. You dare to deduct Lao Zi's money? Lao Zi dares to block your sea route. If you have the ability, grow your own food on the red line. However, these smokers are just thinking about it and dare not say it out loud now. At this time, a marine came and knocked on the door. Admiral Zephyr, Colonel Smoker, we are approaching the Celestial Dragon's ship. Okay, got it. Chapter 59. The warship quickly caught up with the Celestial Dragon's ship. Zephyr stood up, Smoker, come with me to meet the Celestial Dragons. Smoker looked disgusted. What? I have to go too? You're the Admiral, isn't it enough for you to go? Veins popped out on Smoker's forehead. Stop talking nonsense. There will be many opportunities to meet these guys in the future. Do we have to hide from them forever? Young people, do you still want to make progress? Smoker couldn't resist Zephyr and was finally dragged over by force. When you board the Celestial Dragon's ship, it doesn't feel like a ship, but a mobile palace. Everywhere is magnificent and resplendent, and full of extravagance and debauchery. Back then, only the captain's room on Zen's ship was a little exaggerated. This ship exuded luxury from the inside out. Led by CP, the two came to the Celestial Dragon's room. As soon as I entered the door, I heard shouting and trampling. Waste! Such waste! Lao Zi actually felt the bumps. The slave who was replaced a few days ago fell to the ground. Bancroft stomped on his head while roaring hysterically. Although he is stronger. But every time I carry celestial dragons around, I still can't get enough food. Finally, he ran out of strength and accidentally shook, which made the other party furious. At this time, the slave could only lie on the ground and tremble. I dared neither cry nor scream. Next to him was a beautiful woman with a hot body and cool clothes, holding wine and delicious food, standing by with a smile on her face. It was as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with her. But if you look closely, her eyes are full of death, like a walking corpse. Smoker Zephyr. After a while, Bancroft seemed to be tired of fighting, so he pulled out his pistol and shot the slave in the head. The beautiful woman next to him heard the gunshot and seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly turned pale and trembled unconsciously. Bancroft frowned, then shot her dead with his backhand. Get rid of it. Yes. Several agents and servants walked out of the secret door nearby, handled the corpses and bloodline on the ground with ease, and then retreated. Only Guernica remained. Bancroft sat down on the couch and drank the wine in one gulp. Black Arm, I heard that the warship just now wanted to act on its own? Is the Marine going to disobey God's order? Celestial dragons speak and act like idiots. But when it comes to bossing people around and putting labels on others, everyone is gifted, as if this skill runs in their blood. Facing celestial dragons, Zephyr had to bow his head. Dear Saint Bancroft, I don't know where you got this rumor from, but I assure you it is not true. Are you questioning this saint? I dare not. Don't dare. What is there to be afraid of? You Marines are getting more and more outrageous. Instead of serving me, you're chasing after pirates. Do you still have me in your eyes? Zephyr's fists hardened, but his tone remained calm. Saint Bancroft, please listen to my explanation. I won't listen. Bancroft pulled out his gun and pointed it at Zephyr. You just need to answer immediately, for you Marines, which is more important, serving this saint or chasing the pirates? Of course I'm chasing pirates. Smoker said something shocking, and everyone looked at him. Bancroft. Zephyr. Bancroft was trembling all over, his eyes wide open, staring at Smoker. You rude BD. What did you say? Guernica also took a step forward, his body covering Haki, like a vicious dog ready to attack. I said we should go after the pirates. Smoker's eyes were like lightning and he looked imposing. Suddenly, he pointed at Guernica and shouted, What are celestial dragons? Hey! The incident happened suddenly, and Guernica's brain froze for a moment, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Without waiting for him to speak, Smoker waved his hand. Celestial dragons! They are the masters of this world, the gods of this world. Protecting the lives of celestial dragons and maintaining their dignity is the Marine's highest mission. Zephyr. Guernica. Bancroft's eyes sparkled. Keep talking. Yes, Saint Bancroft. Smoker continued, it is blasphemy for lowly pirates to approach God. Whether they know it or not, and regardless of their purpose, showing up on the island where the celestial dragons are about to set foot is undoubtedly a capital crime. As a Marine, we must not allow this to happen. This is not the subordinate's idea, but the belief of all Marines. Smoker said as he gave Zephyr a look. Zephyr understood. That's right. If CP is the shield of celestial dragons, it blocks the attacks for celestial dragons. Then the Marine must be the celestial dragon's sword, proactively attacking and severing all threats. Any threat that may collide with the celestial dragons must be nipped in the bud. Ha ha ha, good. Well said. Bancroft danced around and then asked Smoker. So, Marine, what do you think we should do? There was a stern look in Smoker's eyes. Those who challenge God, die. We need to log in early to clear away any eyesores for you. Bancroft nodded. All right. Then pass on this holy decree and let you go and wipe out the dirty pirates. Yes. After receiving the order from Celestial Dragons, Smoker and Marine quickly rushed to Pumi Soma Island. Zephyr was held captive on the ship by Bancroft, who kept him close to his body to protect his life. Smoker and his team raced against time to stop the Fang pirates. Just because of the Celestial Dragon's disruption, several hours of time, which had been carefully planned, were wasted. Smoker was also extremely anxious. Oro hasn't sent back any news for a long time, and I don't know what's happening on Pumi Soma Island. We must catch up. Soon, they arrived at Fumisoma Island. The Fang pirates are long gone. The town on the island was engulfed in fire and black flames. The streets were filled with decapitated corpses and severed limbs, and blood dyed the streets red. Some young women were leaning against the wall, disheveled and covered in wounds, with empty eyes. Some survivors ignored their pain and sorrow and were desperately trying to put out the fire and save lives. When the warship docked at the pier, all the Marines looked in one direction, stunned and speechless. There was a pole standing there. There was a corpse hanging on the pole, with knife wounds and burns all over his body. His hands and feet were chopped off, and only bloody holes were left in his eyes and nose. It was obvious that he had suffered inhuman torture before his death. The sea breeze blew, and the corpse swayed continuously. Smoker and the Marines felt cold all over. Air. Chapter 60. Hina came forward and held Smoker's hand. Smoker. Smoker stared at Oro with his scarlet eyes, veins popped out on his forehead, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Although he wanted to cut the pirates into pieces, he gritted his teeth and gave the order after seeing the tragic situation in the town. Everyone get off the boat and rescue the townspeople. Team 1, clear a safe area. Team 2, search and rescue survivors. Team 3, search around to see if there are any pirates lurking around. Stay alert. Hina, come with me and put out the fire. Yes. Everyone received the order and immediately started to act. Smoker and Hina went to where the fire was the most intense. Dark Cave Road. Smoker unleashed darkness that consumed the rubble and helped the trapped people escape. Hina released thick white smoke, using it to extinguish the flames. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The island has been almost dealt with, and the celestial dragons have finally arrived. Bancroft rode a new slave and led his guards and attendants down the river in a mighty procession. As soon as he came down, he covered his nose with some unhappiness. Although the fire has been put out, the smell of burning and corpses will not be completely dissipated in a short time. What a dirty, messy island. Lead the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a CP agent came out. Saint Bancroft, please follow me. After saying that, he headed towards where the survivors gathered. I have to say, CP agent still has something. Although I didn't go to the island, I knew clearly where the people were. After winding through several streets, the group arrived at the safe zone. Probably this is where the Fang pirates stayed after landing on the island, so this is the only intact place in the town, and the wounded are now being treated here. Smoker stood at the front to greet them early. He knows the Dogecoin virtues of celestial dragons. All the women and children were hidden away early. The remaining people who could still move all lined up and knelt to greet him, while the seriously injured who could not move hid at the back for the time being. Bancroft looked around and suddenly muttered to himself. Why? Why on earth? Smoker thought he was talking about the destruction of the town and rushed forward to explain. I'm sorry, Reverend Saint Bancroft. When we arrived, the pirates had already burned down the town, and the civilian casualties were very heavy. Humph, who cares about this? Ah! Smoker was stunned and didn't react for a moment. What this saint is saying is, why don't the untouchables over there kneel down? Looking in the direction he pointed, Smoker's eye twitched slightly. You really know how to pick a place. Those over there are the most seriously injured, and even moving is life-threatening. I have no choice but to stay here. Even though we were so far away, we were still discovered by celestial dragons. Make them kneel. Why don't you let them die? Bancroft said coldly, come here, execute all these rude people. Zephyr hurried forward, Saint Bancroft, they are just wounded. Hey! Bancroft glanced at him and asked the CP agent next to him, tell me, which is more important, the lives of the untouchables or the dignity of the celestial dragons? Saint Bancroft, the dignity of the celestial dragons is naturally more important. The CP agent answered very straightforwardly, without any hesitation. Did you hear that, Black Arm? I suddenly had a good idea. Let you carry out the execution. It must be very interesting. What? Zephyr's face changed drastically. Yes, yes, that's the expression. Bancroft had a sick smile on his face. Compared to the fear of the untouchables when facing death, I like your current expression better. Of course, you can refuse, but, they are still going to die, and your words also represent Marine's attitude. You. Zephyr clenched his teeth tightly and tried not to curse. Now the Marine has 3 admirals or more. Sengoku is smart and smooth, Garp is reckless and straightforward, and Zephyr is resolute and honest. The 3 of them have very different personalities and each has his own strengths and weaknesses. But when facing world government, Zephyr's personality is the biggest disadvantage. Just when the stalemate occurred, a voice suddenly came. Saint Bancroft is right. Zephyr and Bancroft turned to look and saw that it was Smoker. Zephyr's face was gloomy. Smoker, do you know what you are talking about? Bancroft laughed. Well said, Smoker, I really like you more and more. Smoker smiled and said, this is my first time to meet with celestial dragons. How about letting me have this honor? Oh. Bancroft nodded with satisfaction, in that case, you can carry out the execution yourself. With great pleasure. The conversation between the people was quite loud, and the civilians kneeling nearby heard it, and they suddenly felt cold all over. When the Fang pirates attacked, the young and middle-aged men who were full of vigor and vitality were either dead or crippled. The rest either have elderly parents and young children to support, or the elderly, the infirm, women and children. Although they were filled with grief and anger in their hearts, they dared not speak a word due to the power accumulated by the celestial dragons over hundreds of years. As for the wounded in the back, he was too far away to know that he had been sentenced to death by the celestial dragons. Taylor lay in the back, looking up at the men with difficulty. He is an ordinary businessman on Fumisoma Island. I was supposed to be selling, making money, supporting my family, having a busy and happy day. However, the arrival of the pirates broke this tranquility. He immediately hid his wife and daughter in the closet. But he didn't have time to escape and was captured alive by the pirates. The pirates not only robbed him of all his savings, but also beat him severely. What made him even more desperate was that his wife and daughter were eventually discovered by the pirates. For fun, the pirates locked them in a closet, knowing that the fire would soon come anyway. As for Taylor, the pirates broke his hands and feet and threw him into the street, leaving him to watch his wife and daughter burn to death. Seeing the fire spreading, Taylor still couldn't move at all. He could only listen to his wife and daughter's cries for help and let out weak roars. When they were in despair, 2 young Marines arrived. He used his magical powers to put out the flames and saved the family of 3. The 2 then took Taylor to receive treatment. During the treatment, he heard that the celestial dragons were coming, and he was not happy but shocked. In the eyes of most people, celestial dragons are gods who cannot be disobeyed and have absolute power. As for their character and what they have done, I know, but not much. But Taylor has traveled a lot for many years, so he has different experiences and is very clear about the character of celestial dragons. Looking at his beautiful wife and daughter, his heart was filled with worry. At this time, Smoker ordered all the young women to hide in the forest behind the mountain. Don't come out without orders. At this point, Taylor's gratitude to Smoker reached its peak. If there really were gods, they would probably look like this. This is Taylor's sincerest thought. Suddenly, he saw the celestial dragons arguing about something. Smoker went up to them and said a few words, then walked over to his side. Looking at Smoker who stopped beside him, Taylor raised his head with difficulty. Mr. Smoker. Smoker nodded to Taylor and greeted everyone, Taylor, and everyone. Now, in the name of the world's nobility, I sentence you to the crime of blasphemy. Execute you immediately. Everyone was in uproar. What? Taylor stared at Smoker with eyes wide open, full of disbelief. The next second, the tide of darkness swallowed him up. Chapter 61. After a few seconds, all the wounded were swallowed up by darkness. Seeing this scene, not only the people but even Marine was stunned. Is this still Colonel Smoker who is gentle towards civilians? Zephyr's veins popped out, and he rushed over to grab his collar without caring about the celestial dragons. Smoker, I need an explanation. Smoker looked at Zephyr calmly, grabbed his wrist and tightened it a few times. Teacher Zephyr, these are orders from the celestial dragons. Zephyr received his signal, stared into his eyes, gritted his teeth, and let go reluctantly after a few seconds. Bancroft clapped his hands and laughed. Well done, Marine. Your name is Smoker, right? Well done. I like you more and more. The agent had just told him that the breath of the wounded had indeed disappeared. This Smoker is good, it really kills. It seems that not all Marines are hypocritical. Smoker bowed slightly, your recognition is the highest honor for me. Ha ha ha, good, very good. At the same time, far away from the square, the civilians hiding in the back mountain looked down at this scene and cried out in disbelief. Devil! The executioner! Various sounds began to be heard. Even the mayor's eyes widened in disbelief. He walked tremblingly to Hina. Ms. Hina, why? Hina watched quietly, her expression not changing at all. Hina believes in Smoker, and it's very noisy back there. Tell them to shut up if they don't want to die. The mayor froze for a moment, and hurriedly tried to comfort everyone with trembling hands. Seeing the wounded being treated, Bancroft looked at the town that had become a ruin with some disinterest. Forget it, it's boring here, let's go. By the way, how many slave reserves are left? Gizmunda came forward. Saint Bancroft, we brought 200 slave collars this time. There are 109 slaves on board, and 91 collars are available. Bancroft was stunned. Only 109 left? These slaves are really useless. He looked at the kneeling crowd, pointed at a middle-aged man and said, this guy is good, take him with you. The middle-aged man suddenly turned pale. Bancroft suddenly thought of something. It's a waste to have so many items left. Take 91 untouchables from here and fill up my slave warehouse. Several agents bowed slightly. At your service. ACP is approaching the middle-aged man step by step. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and backed away repeatedly, crying, no, no, please, I have children to raise. A little girl of about 3 or 4 years old suddenly appeared from nowhere, threw herself on the agent's lap, and cried, don't bully daddy. The agent turned around and stared coldly at the little girl. The little girl was frightened at once, and she unconsciously let go of her hands and stood there stupidly. Bancroft pulled out his pistol and said angrily, you damned pariah, how dare you stand before this saint without my permission? Don't want. The middle-aged man was suddenly shocked. My lord! Master! I am willing to be your slave. Please let her go. Bancroft raised his hand and fired a shot. Almost at the same time, Smoker's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already grabbed the little girl's neck and lifted her up, allowing her to dodge the bullet. Even though you're just a child, offending celestial dragons is a capital crime. If you want to blame someone, blame your miserable fate. After saying that, darkness emerged from his hand and instantly swallowed up the little girl. Although Bancroft missed, he calmed down when he saw Smoker kill the little girl so cleanly. The middle-aged man seemed to have all his strength drained away and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Okay, put a collar on slave number 110. This is such a noisy place. Yes. Bancroft St. Just as the CP agents approached, the middle-aged man suddenly exploded, pointing at Bancroft and cursing. You damn BD, what kind of god are you? You are a demon. She is just a child. I am going to fight you. A hole. What did you say? Bancroft roared hysterically like a wild boar that had been stabbed in the A. Seeing this, the CP agent raised his finger, ready to kill him. But Smoker was faster. He shaved over and kicked the middle-aged man in the abdomen, sending him flying. The middle-aged man lay on the ground, completely unable to move. Since I can't let go of my daughter, I'll die with her. Remember, death is also a mercy bestowed by God. The darkness spread and covered the middle-aged man. When the darkness dissipated, there was nothing there. When Bancroft saw that the father and daughter had been torn to pieces, his anger subsided a little. I am tired and need to go back. Go and select 91 slaves to take back with you. The CP agent bowed slightly. I will obey your command. Suddenly, Smoker stepped forward, Bancroft's saint. Hey! What's the matter, Smoker, you dare to stop this saint? Without a reasonable reason, this saint will not forgive you. Nika next to him was also shocked when he saw this. Bancroft was always moody and would beat and scold people when he was not satisfied. How could he wait for people to explain? It seems that he has a good impression of this Smoker. Hiss, what a sense of crisis. Respected Saint Bancroft. I would like to remind you that the people here are not suitable to be slaves. Hey! Why? From their eyes, I see rebellion. Bancroft looked around. Indeed, although everyone was still kneeling on the ground, they were all trembling all over. Many people dug their fingers deep into the soil, and their eyes inadvertently revealed not only fear but also uncontrollable anger. However, celestial dragons have seen this kind of perspective too many times. Bancroft waved his hand dismissively. Don't mind your own business. With CP here, you don't have to worry about safety. Nika stepped forward. Colonel Smoker, the safety of celestial dragons is the CP's responsibility. Although he spoke calmly, his eyes could not conceal his dissatisfaction. I see. I was too reckless. But there is a more important reason. What's the reason? These guys are just incompetent civilians, and they are all injured. They are not worthy of being your slaves. The great Saint Bancroft deserves a stronger slave. Well said. Bancroft nodded in satisfaction, then frowned again. But where are the slaves you are talking about? Smoker smiled confidently. If you trust me, please stay one more day. This time tomorrow, I will bring the slave to you. Okay, then I'll wait for you for one day. Bancroft agreed with a smile, but then immediately changed his expression and said, but if you can't finish it, I will do whatever you want with you. Okay. Let's go back. After that, Bancroft rode on his slaves and returned with his guards. The Marines stood there and watched them leave. When the celestial dragons went away, Zephyr rushed forward and grabbed Smoker by the collar. A hole. He was just a kid trying to protect his father. How could you have the heart to do that to him? Besides, why should we look for innocent people to be his slaves? Don't you know that being a slave is more painful than death? The Marines and residents around looked at Smoker with unfriendly eyes. Teacher Zephyr. If you can't find an innocent person, can't you find someone who is extremely evil? Everyone was stunned, and Zephyr unconsciously let go of his hand. Smoker stepped back and straightened his collar. Everyone. Yes. Everyone aboard, chase the Fang pirates at full speed. Yes. Chapter 62. The warship sailed through the waves. In the command room, only Zephyr and Smoker were left. Celestial Dragons was so busy thinking about slaves that he forgot to ask Zephyr to accompany him. He took the opportunity to board Smoker's boat. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Smoker's performance, it was better than accompanying Celestial Dragons. When no one was around, Zephyr angrily said, "Smoker, what the hell are you doing? When I mentioned Celestial Dragons and world government before." Smoker inadvertently revealed only contempt and perfunctory attitude. These subconscious reactions cannot be faked. Why is this the attitude now? Hearing Zephyr's question, Smoker first used his observation haki to sense the surroundings. Once he was sure there was no one else around, he released the darkness. Then, the father and daughter walked out slowly. Zephyr was shocked. What is this? I'm sorry, the situation was critical just now, so I had to act on my own. When the father and daughter came out, their expressions were confused at first. After seeing each other, they suddenly hugged each other and burst into tears. Just now, Smoker swallowed up the two people along with the surrounding space. Although they would not die, there was only darkness and they could not see or touch anything. The once strong and tough Diamante was worn down into a lump of dough in just a few days. Not to mention they were just two civilians. Although it was only less than an hour, they felt like several years had passed. When the middle-aged man saw his daughter, he ignored the pain and rushed over to hug her, comforting her softly with tears streaming down his face. Finally he turned to look at Smoker. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Smoker, sorry, my method was a bit rough, otherwise I couldn't fool those guys. But you can't live here anymore. The middle-aged man looked at his daughter in his arms, his eyes full of tenderness. It doesn't matter. As long as we are together as father and daughter, anywhere is home. Thank you, Mr. Marine. Smoker took out some food, water, and candles from the cabinet next to him. Sorry, I'm busy right now, so you two have to stay in the dark for a few days. The middle-aged man nodded. Please. The little girl also looked at Smoker and said timidly, Thank you, Uncle Marine. Knowing that she could be with her father, she was no longer afraid even if she was plunged into darkness. Smoker sucked them back into his body. There are many government agents following celestial dragons. If we release them rashly, they might be sensed by observation haki. It will be safe only if celestial dragons stay away. Then, Smoker released the wounded in batches, gave them a brief explanation, took the time to give them simple treatment, and then stuffed them back. Zephyr watched quietly, his eyes full of relief and satisfaction. A few hours later, a marine knocked on the door. Zephyr Admiral, Fang pirates spotted ahead. Got it. Let's go. Yes. Smoker followed Zephyr onto the deck. There are several black spots on the sea in the distance, which are the pirates' ships. Judging from the distance, we will catch up soon. Zephyr stared at the ships, his face grim. Smoker, I'm sorry about Oro. Smoker thought of the guy who always asked for cigarettes with a smile and would steal them if they were not given. His eyes dimmed at first, and then became fierce. I will repay Oro tenfold for all the pain he's suffered. Zephyr nodded, the command of this operation is now in your hands. Even I will follow your instructions. Good. Smoker didn't hesitate, nodded, and began to give orders. Everyone, target the Fang pirates, chase them at full speed. Yes. Then, Smoker turned around and said, Hina. Hina is here. You must first board their main ship and tie up their officers. Don't let any of them escape. Hina's command. Everyone else, prepare to fight. Yes. Hina transformed into smoke and flew towards the Fang pirates' fleet. At this time, the Fang pirates were also sailing at full speed. Captain Bender was furious. Damn it, it's rare to come across a wealthy island, but I didn't expect the marine to act so quickly. It's all that weird marine's fault. We wasted too much time on him. Otherwise, the harvest would definitely be much richer than it is now. The deputy captain Mo Cha said calmly, there is nothing we can do about it. We are not good at dealing with this kind of flying enemy. Captain Bender snorted coldly, now that the marine is targeting us, what should we do? Our ship is not as fast as the other side. Sooner or later, we will be caught up. Mocha pulled out his scimitar, licked the blade, and a flash of blood appeared in his eyes. However, there is only one warship on the other side, so just sink it. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound on the deck. Bender and Mocha were surprised and ran over quickly. Thick smoke billowed from the deck, and pirates were lying all over the floor. Some had sunken chests, and some had bloody holes in their necks. An incredibly beautiful pink-haired female marine, holding a pirates in her hand, saw Bender and Mocha coming over, and crushed the neck and threw it aside. Surprise attack on Bend, Scimitar Mocha. It seems Hina was lucky. She found the main ship right after she came up. Damn woman! Bender roared and shot Hina. But the shot was off target and just brushed past Hina's shoulder. Hina was a little surprised. It's so close, even a dog can be hit, right? But then her body shook and she was shot in the back. The other. Ha ha ha, idiot. Laozi is a bender with the bend fruit. He can even bend the trajectory of a bullet. As he spoke, he picked up a long iron rod and hit Hina hard. Hina raised her hand to block the iron rod. The iron rod suddenly bent into an iron ring and tied Hina up. Bender sneered and yelled at the pirates on the ground, "Don't sleep, get up. Keep an eye on this woman, she is an important hostage." As soon as he finished speaking, there were several clanging sounds and the iron ring fell to the ground. Hina has escaped by transforming into an element. It's an interesting ability, but it's a pity that it doesn't work on Hina. Tempest kick. Hina kicks out several wind blades. Bender quickly touched the iron sheet on the deck. The iron sheet was bent and stood upright in front of him, blocking the wind blade. Finger gun. Hina rushed forward, and her finger pistol pierced through the iron sheet and stabbed into Bender's shoulder. Bender screamed and fell to the ground, covering his wound. "Don't worry, Hina won't kill you, but your fate will be worse than death." Before he could finish his words, a knife flashed and cut Hina's neck in half. It turned out that it was Machete Mocha who took advantage of the opportunity to attack. Hina turned her head and looked at Mocha. White smoke came out of the wound on her neck and it healed again in an instant. Hina touched her neck and said coldly, "Hina was careless, I didn't expect you to be able to use haki." Mocha didn't answer, but raised the scimitar in his hand and stared at Hina coldly. "That's right, Bend, who has a bounty of over 100 million, will not haki. On the contrary, Machete Mocha can do it. This situation is rare, but it is not unique." Fortunately, Hina maintained her observation haki and transformed into an element in advance to avoid the attack. Scimitar Mocha roared, leaped high, and slashed Hina's head with his scimitar. Hina was not in a hurry and raised her hand to stop him. Iron body. The blade hit the arm, making a sound of metal collision. "Your haki has it, but it's too weak." Hina threw a backhand punch, knocking the scimitar Mocha away. The machete was also smashed into pieces by Hina's fist. After dealing with the two enemies, Hina looked around. Thick white smoke suddenly emerged from his body, covering the entire Fang Pirates group. Chapter 63. Hina released a large area of smoke, surrounding the Fang Pirates. The pirate ships instantly became headless flies, and could only circle in the smoke, and several of them collided directly with each other. Soon, the warship caught up. Marine acted angrily and subdued all the pirates in a few minutes, tying them up and piling them on the boat. Smoker looked around and found a dozen female pirates, some of whom were very pretty. There was fear and charm in their eyes when they looked at Smoker, but deeper inside, there was hatred and unwillingness. Smokers don't show any mercy to women. How could a woman who could thrive in a den of criminals be a good person? Very good, I was worried that celestial dragons would want those female slaves, now the problem is solved. Smoker walked slowly up to Bender. "You're having a great time on the island, Pirates Bend." He cough cough. Bender laughed miserably, his eyes full of defiance. "Now that I've fallen into your hands, I'll admit defeat. You can kill me if you want. Anyway, I've made enough money." Smoker lit a cigarette and took a slow puff. "Don't provoke me. You won't die. None of you will die. On the contrary, you will live for a long time." But in the days ahead, death will become a luxury for you. Now, I have to ask you for some interest first. Smoker stretched out his hand, and many white balls appeared in his palm, and he threw them all at the pirates. There was a sudden sound of ghosts howling on the deck. Zephyr stepped forward. Smoker, what's next? Smoker turned and yelled, Marlowe. A well-mannered marine wearing glasses stood up and said, Colonel Smoker. Marlowe is in charge of intelligence work and is well aware of the pirates' bounty orders. Take some people to screen them. Keep those with bounties, and take the rest back to Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons. Hearing this name, the pirates shuddered. Many of them went out to sea because of the high-pressure rule of Celestial Dragons. Smoker pointed at Bender and said, Send this over too. Zephyr couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. This is really a good idea. For the unruly pirates, death is not scary. They have already prepared for death. But becoming a slave is different, it is worse than death. He had heard that pirate slaves are more popular in Celestial Dragons because they are more powerful. Sending them to Celestial Dragons means that every evil will be punished by its own evil. Smoker is ABD, he is simply a devil. But, well done. The next morning, the warship rushed and returned to Fumisoma Island several hours ahead of schedule. Bancroft had just woken up and was sitting on the boat, feeling a little bored. Why are we Celestial Dragons of the Holy Church waiting for a marine? Come here. Go to the island and capture 100 slaves. I want them now. Before he finished speaking, a guard suddenly came in. Bancroft Saint, Black Arm Zephyr is back. Hey? You're back. Bancroft was stunned, and thought for a moment, forget it, since I'm here, help me get up. When he got up, the warship had returned with a string of pirate ships in tow. Hundreds of pirates were lying all over the dock. Although they had bruised faces and noses, it could be seen that they were all strong and of high quality. Smoker was holding Bender and slapping him. He was slapped one after another, until his mouth was full of blood. When we returned to the dock, he thought of Oro again, and for a moment he could not suppress his anger, so he started to fight with Bender. Zephyr had no intention of stopping it. Joke. His beloved student was tortured to death. If he wasn't afraid that he would lose control and beat him to death, how could Smoker have gotten his turn? Seeing Smoker torturing Bender, Bancroft was not angry, but his eyes lit up. Not bad. Not bad. He didn't die after being beaten like this, he is truly a top-class slave. Seeing the Celestial Dragons coming, Smoker stopped and went up to meet them with Zephyr. Meet Saint Bancroft. Well, is this what you got? Zephyr nodded, right. Smoker, report it. Smoker took a step forward. Thanks to you, the Marines have captured 447 pirates, including Captain Bender and the Deputy Captain. We have screened out 307 pirates without disabilities, and they are all here. You can choose the right guy as a slave. Bancroft laughed. Yeah, very good, very good. You Marines are still somewhat useful. As he spoke, he looked at the pirates with interest. The pirates felt a chill on their backs. Smoker took the opportunity to step forward. Respected Saint Bancroft, I see that the slaves on your ship are already very weak and are not worthy of your status at all. Why not just replace them all with new slaves? That way, when you return to the Holy Land, you can be proud in front of others. Bancroft didn't care about anything else. But when it comes to being able to hold one's head high, his eyes suddenly light up. You're right, someone come here. Nika stepped forward. I'm here. Kill all the slaves on the ship. Make room for new slaves. Smoker hurried forward. Sir. Let me handle it. I can make them disappear silently and won't let their blood stain your ship. Bancroft didn't care about this at all and nodded. Then you come. After that, he ignored it and started selecting slaves. Guernica stepped forward. Colonel Smoker, the handling of the slaves requires CP supervision throughout the process. Smoker smiled. No problem, I will definitely carry out God's orders to the letter. Guernica nodded and arranged for the handover of the slaves. Witnessed by CP, all the slaves wailed and sank into darkness, and collars were put on the new slaves. There is also a little episode in it. There were only 200 slave collars, but the pirates had over 300, so Bancroft wanted them all. The Marines, including Smoker, were a little confused and didn't know what to do for a moment. CP still has experience. Simply convert a pirate ship into a prison ship and stuff all the extra slaves into it. At first, Smoker felt uneasy. What if the pirates' riot alarmed the Celestial Dragons, would he be implicated? But when he saw CP's performance, he immediately realized that he was overthinking. The two CPS dragged Bender into the dark room and sent him back half an hour later. I don't know what method was used. When he came out, Bender had completely broken down, crying his eyes out. Smoker was shocked. In the past, when we were fighting against pirates, we often encountered stubborn people like Bender who refused to repent. But in the hands of CP, it instantly turned into a noodle. CP followed the same method and focused on taking care of a few troublemakers. The remaining pirates became more obedient than rabbits. Smoker couldn't help but marvel at the fact that everyone has their own expertise. Looking at Guernica standing next to him with a serious expression, Smoker walked up to him in a mean manner. I heard the adults call you GEER. The identities of CPS are confidential. Although I knew that he was the innocent one who was beaten to death by Kaido, I still had to pretend that I didn't know him. Guernica glanced at Smoker and said nothing. Smoker was not angry, and continued shamelessly, I want to ask you a professional question. Hey! Guernica was stunned, what? What is the average price of a slave? Guernica was somewhat unexpected. What a surprise, what a studious marine. I thought that this issue did not involve any confidential information and there was no need to hide anything. Ordinary slaves are worth 200,000 to 300,000 Baileys. The better ones, like dancers or pirates, are worth about 500,000. The slaves of rare races, such as the long-handed and fishman races, are about twice as many as ordinary slaves. The most expensive are the giants and mermaids, their prices are more than 100 times that of ordinary slaves. Smoker nodded, I see. When Luffy arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, the average slave was worth about 500,000 berries. It seems that prices have doubled in recent years. Smoker asked the most concerned question again. What about the wanted criminal? How do we calculate the reward with him? Guernica was shocked. This guy actually thought so deeply. The price of a bounty captive slave is the market price plus the reward. Of course, if the pirates are famous, it can be increased by a few %. Why? Isn't it true that the higher the bounty on the slaves, the greater the loss? Face. Gods don't lack money, what's important is face, don't you understand? I see. I'm glad to learn from you, by the way, Jerson, please leave me your contact information. Guernica wanted to refuse outright. But thinking that Celestial Dragons seemed to have a good impression of Smoker, he hesitated for a moment and still left his contact information. Smoker thanked him and left. Thinking of those bounty pirates, Smoker's eyes became red with excitement. This is going to be posted. Chapter 64. Celestial Dragons stayed for a few more days in order to train the new slave. Smoker would hang around in front of Celestial Dragons or chat up Guernica when he had nothing to do. Day 4. With the farewell of all the Marines, the Celestial Dragons ship slowly sailed away from Fumisoma Island. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even Marine is no match for the capricious Celestial Dragons. Serving the Emperor is like serving a tiger. Being with a brainless king is more dangerous than being with a tiger. The women and children hiding in the mountains can finally return home. Because it was unclear whether the world government had left any spies, Smoker did not release the wounded. They definitely won't be able to live on Fumisoma Island in the future, so they might as well pack up and take them away. I heard that Zen had just conquered a non-member country with a very small population, so it was a good opportunity to send them over there. It's a bit tiring to open up new land, but it can always save your life. The townspeople came to the warship and expressed their gratitude to Zephyr and the Marines. However, the looks they gave Smoker were complicated. Although he was their lifesaver and helped them avoid slavery. But he killed hundreds of wounded soldiers without saying a word, and there was still fear and anger in his heart. Of course, Smoker had no intention of explaining anything. With a whistle, the warship left the port. After Smoker had arranged everything, he returned to the command room, where Zephyr was already waiting. "Damn kid, hand over those bastards good cigarettes." Smoker was stunned. He had just witnessed a tragedy and a student died, and now he was thinking about cigarettes and alcohol. Zephyr's mentality adjusted so quickly. It's normal if you think about it. Zephyr has fought pirates all his life, and he has seen at least 800 of the worst on Fumisoma Island. As for the comrades who died, it is estimated that several ships would not be able to pull them down. "I'm afraid I've become numb." "You little brat, do you want to keep it all for yourself?" Smoker came back to his senses. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Do you think I don't know? You took away all the treasure chests of the Fang pirates. I'm too lazy to ask about the other things. It's a bargain for celestial dragons if you give them out, but you can't keep all the cigarettes and alcohol to yourself." Smoker scratched his head awkwardly. "Okay. I was already very secretive, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't hide it from Zephyr." He pulled out a gold-encrusted box and handed it to Zephyr. The Zephyr was opened, revealing dozens of cigars stacked inside, and a rich tobacco aroma filled the air. Zephyr took a deep breath with a look of enjoyment. "Hiss! This is the only hobby I have in my life. I couldn't wait to cut one, light it up, and start puffing smoke." "Smoker, why do you want that agent's contact information? What are you planning?" Smoker didn't answer directly, but talked about something else. "Mr. Zephyr, is it time for us to graduate?" Zephyr was stunned and nodded. "Yes, in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. But don't worry, with your and Hina's abilities, graduation will be a breeze." Now Smoker's ability has long surpassed the level of the students. Even better than most instructors. Only the swordsman genius Jun and the hacky genius Cake can rival him. This kind of talent is in no way inferior to that of Sakazuki, Bonos Arillo, Kuzan, and Monkey D. Dragon back then. Not only that. Smoker, by himself, turned the elite Marine Expansion Squad into another 161 base. The other students also worked very hard and their abilities far exceeded expectations. Smoker wanted to reach out for a high-end cigar. But Zephyr quickly collected it, obviously wanting to eat it all for himself. Smoker had no choice but to take out an ordinary cigar, light it, take a deep breath, and slowly exhale a puff of smoke. "What I'm worried about is not graduation, but the future." Zephyr was stunned. "What do you mean?" Smoker sighed. "After we graduate, we will be assigned to different branches, right? I came from a base myself, so I know very well that the current branch is too poor, not to mention the bases below." Zephyr's face darkened and he nodded helplessly. Naval headquarters is naturally not short of money. If you need people, you have people; if you need ships, you have ships; if you need equipment, you have equipment. Logically, the Golden Lion has disappeared. As long as the naval headquarters combat power is fully mobilized, any large pirates can be quickly wiped out. But the problem is that the deployment of naval headquarters combat power is constrained by the world government. To protect the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. Naval headquarters built countless forts and towers and stored a large amount of artillery shells. The world government has even ordered that the naval headquarters must always retain more than half of their combat power. In this way, Marie Joyce was safe. But most of the headquarters' strength has become a decoration. This also means that once the Marine goes out to sea, it can only cower in fear when facing the big pirates. But once the pirates hit the naval headquarters, they will only be crushed. The best examples are Golden Lion and Whitebeard. 7 years ago, Golden Lion went to naval headquarters alone. As a result, he was captured alive and thrown into Impel Down. The headquarters lost only a few hundred soldiers, a few warships and a group of houses. More than a decade later, the Whitebeard pirates attacked the naval headquarters. Starring Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji and Kizaru. Shishibukai is either a backlash or a soy sauce. Blackbeard is also there to disrupt the situation. The result was still a failure. If Red Hair hadn't come over, the whole team would have been wiped out. Now the naval headquarters panel is very distorted, low attack, high defense, and no agility. Although he is the king of the sea, he poses no threat to the great pirates of the New World. The world government allocates funds based on the needs of the entire marine. But a large amount of funds were used to pointlessly strengthen the headquarters' defenses, leaving the branches and bases in dire straits. The strong ones can still hold on to their own 3 acres of land and avoid any trouble. The weak ones can only run around and try to save the situation, and they might even be killed. I can't catch it. I can't catch it at all. Smoker's eyes were determined. Justice is not an ideal that is highbrow, it needs to be supported by real money. I want to try to allow the Marine to raise its own military funds. What? Zephyr slammed the table and stood up. No, I won't allow it. As a former admiral, he knew very well that if Marine let go of making money, he would definitely be able to live a life of luxury. Whether it's helping the Allies to wipe out the rebels, or search for the lost treasure of the pirates, or maybe they're collecting protection money. You can accumulate a huge amount of funds in a short period of time. But the problem is that the world government doesn't allow it. Military spending is the reins they use to tie up the Marine, and they will never allow the Marine to be able to escape control. At that time, I was a Marine admiral. A direct breakup would damage the government's reputation. That's why they didn't take direct action, but instead attacked their wives and children. But if it were Smoker, they would never hesitate. I will never allow my beloved disciple to follow this old path. Smoker waved his hand. Teacher Zephyr, I know your concerns. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. I know the government will never allow us to get funding, but what if the money comes from celestial dragons? Zephyr was stunned. Celestial dragons. That's right. Smoker nodded. Bancroft has always complained that slaves are too weak and it's embarrassing to take them out. I was thinking, if we catch any pirates in the future, we can just sell them to him as slaves. Of course, if the Marine captures the pirates, they won't get the bounty, but if they sell it to celestial dragons, then they can add it to the price. I asked, and pirate slaves are stronger, so they are more popular. More importantly, one more pirate slave means at least 10 fewer civilian slaves. Zephyr thought for a moment and nodded. I see, they start with the bounty, and the one paying is celestial dragons. The government really has nothing to say. There are rules for the world government to allocate military funds to the Marine. Basic funds are allocated at the beginning of the year. This part of the money is basically fixed and is used for the Marines' food, clothing, housing, and transportation, maintenance of bases and ships, weapons research and development and equipment, etc. Just allocate it at the beginning of the year and use it up at the end of the year. At the end of the year, flexible funds are allocated. The biggest part of it is the bounty. Because the bounty is unknown, the Marine pays it first, calculates the total at the end of the year, and then seeks reimbursement from the government. Bounty hunters can collect money when they catch bounty hunters. Marine is not like that. Even if he catches a bounty criminal, he cannot cash it out, so the tens of billions of dollars in rewards every year are wasted. So, Smoker is ready to cycle. If you sell the bounty hunter to celestial dragons, they will certainly be generous in making a profit. Slaves in the hands of celestial dragons can only survive for a few years. Normally, once they die they are thrown away. This waste is unbearable. Smoker and Guernica agreed that he would collect the bodies of the slaves and bring them to Smoker. Because the bounty will only be cancelled if the pirates die or go to jail, but not if they become slaves. So Smoker plans to sell it to bounty hunters at a discount and make a second profit. As for Guernica, it certainly wasn't done in vain. This guy is not the type who has no desires or demands. Being able to bring high-quality slaves to celestial dragons is a remarkable achievement and is quite attractive to him. Smoker smiled. Sooner or later, the other celestial dragons will find out, and by then, it won't just be Bancroft who will be working with us. Even if the government objects, the celestial dragons will pop up on their own without us saying anything. Zephyr nodded. What you said is indeed feasible. But if Marine comes forward, Smoker, we can train agents or an underground Marine to do this. Zephyr paused for a moment. Let me think about it. By the way, since you are about to graduate, which base do you want to go to? Smoker smiled slightly. Sabayati Archipelago.